Arrivederci, Michelangelo. I shall write Contessina that I have seen you. He still felt unsure about angels. He remembered the first angel he made for Ghirlandaio's fresco. He used the carpenter's son from the room below the Buonarroti home as his model. The other apprentices said he cheated with the halo. He made the halo fade into the background. He often wondered what an angel was. Was it male or female? Was it human or divine? Prior Bicchiolini once called an angel a spiritual being near God. Michelangelo felt more troubled after his months of studying dead bodies. Now he understood the human body very well. He knew the muscles and the organs. Because of this, he could not stop thinking about real human bodies when he drew angels. But did angels have human organs inside them? He also had to carve the angel with full clothes because the angel on the other side of the ark was dressed the same way. With the angel and the two saints, he felt he was back in Ghirlandaio's workshop again. There he had painted only hands, feet, and small parts of the neck. Now most of his hard work and knowledge would stay hidden under long robes. For his spiritual being near God, he chose a farm boy. The boy came to church with his family. He looked a little like Bugiardini. He had a wide face and strong features like figures in Greek art. His arms and shoulders were strong from working behind oxen in the fields. This strong young man held a large candle stand high above him. The candle stand looked heavy enough for a giant. Michelangelo knew he should give the angel soft and light wings. Instead, he made large eagle wings ready for flight. The wings went all the way down the boy's back. He carved the wings from wood and fixed them to the clay model. The wings were so heavy that the small angel by Dell'Arca on the other side would not have been able to carry them. He invited Aldovrandi to see the workshop. Aldovrandi did not dislike the strong angel at all.
We people of Bologna are not soft spiritual beings. Make a strong angel.
So Michelangelo began the work. He chose the thickest block of Carrara marble from the 3 blocks Aldovrandi had given him. With hammer and chisel in his hands, he felt complete again. Marble dust filled his nose. White powder covered his hair and clothes. When he worked with stone, he felt strong and real. Now he did not need warm fires near him. His own work kept him warm. When the winter sun appeared, he moved his bench into the open courtyard. There he could feel the wide space around him. In the evenings, he read aloud to Aldovrandi. He also drew pictures on pages of Dante's work. After that, he made drawings for the statue of St. Petronius. St. Petronius was the patron saint of Bologna. He came from a noble Roman family and later became a Christian. He also built San Petronio Church. Michelangelo used older guests in the Aldovrandi Palace as models. Some were professors, judges, and members of the city's rulers. While he sat at the table with them, he studied their faces and bodies carefully. Later, in his room, he drew what he remembered. He tried to show the lines and shapes that made every person different. There was little he could change in the statue of St. Petronius. The Dominicans of San Domenico and the city rulers already knew what they wanted. St. Petronius had to look at least 60 years old. He had to wear rich robes and an archbishop's crown. In his arms he had to hold a model of the city of Bologna. The model showed towers and palaces behind strong walls. Soon Michelangelo had a new neighbor in the stall across from him. It was Vincenzo. Vincenzo's father had won a contract to make new bricks and tiles for repairs at a cathedral. Workers came into the courtyard and unloaded many materials. The place became loud and busy. During the day, Vincenzo liked to tease Michelangelo.
Our bricks last for 1,000 years. They are harder than your Florentine stone.
It is true. Your bricks are very strong, Vincenzo.
Do not talk down to me, Vincenzo said. You people from Florence think you are the only artists in Italy. Vincenzo shouted to the workers nearby. Look at his face. I fooled him.
When Vincenzo brought a wagon full of new tiles, he laughed at Michelangelo again.
Yesterday I made 100 strong stones. What did you make? Black marks on paper?
The other workers laughed. Vincenzo smiled and continued.
And that makes you a sculptor? Why do you not go home and leave Bologna to its own people?
I will go home after I finish my 3 pieces, Michelangelo answered.
Nothing can damage my bricks. But one small accident could break one of your statues.
The workers stopped their work. The yard became quiet. Vincenzo moved his hands as he spoke, like a man working with bricks. A clever smile was on his face.
Someone may go too near the ark. Crash. Your angel will break into many pieces.
Michelangelo felt strong anger.
You would not do that.
No, Buonarroti, not me. I move carefully, but another man may fall by accident.
The workers laughed and picked up their tools. Their laughter made Michelangelo feel sick. He thought destruction was always very close to creation. Days and weeks passed with difficulty. Slowly, St. Petronius appeared from the stone. His face looked sad and full of deep lines. But the body showed great strength. The head stood strongly on the shoulders. The feet held the ground firmly inside thin sandals. The knees, hips, and shoulders looked powerful under the rich robe. The arms held Bologna with strength. Michelangelo knew he had done good work as a craftsman. But as an artist, he felt he had not given much.
It is very good, Aldovrandi said when he saw the finished work. Even Dell'Arca could not do better.
But I want to give you something more, Michelangelo said firmly. I must not leave Bologna before I carve something new and exciting.
Very well. You controlled yourself and made the St. Petronius we wanted. Now I will make Bologna accept the St. Proculus that you want.
Bologna the fat became Bologna the lean for him. He did not go home for the large meal at midday. Sometimes an Aldovrandi servant brought him hot food. If he was busy, he let the food become cold. Spring was coming, and he could work longer each day. Many times, he returned to the Aldovrandi palace after dark. He was dirty and covered with sweat, charcoal, and small pieces of stone. He was so tired that he wanted only to sleep. But the servants brought him a large wooden tub with hot water. They also prepared clean clothes for him. He knew he should spend some time with his patron in the library. There they talked together for a few hours. He saw Clarissa only a few times because he no longer went to many parties. But when he saw her, he felt both joy and pain. For many nights, he could not sleep. For many days, thoughts of her stayed in his mind while he worked on the statue of Saint Proculus. Instead of the saint, he often imagined Clarissa without her fine clothes. He preferred not to see her. The feeling was too painful. On the first day of May, Aldovrandi told him he did not need to work. This was the happiest day of the year in Bologna. People celebrated the Countess of Love. Families and friends picked wild flowers in the countryside. Young men planted small trees with colored silk ribbons under the windows of the women they loved. Their friends sang songs for the women. Michelangelo went with the Aldovrandi family outside the main gate of the city. A large platform stood there. It was covered with fine cloth and flowers. The Countess of Love was crowned there. People from all over Bologna came to honor her. Michelangelo also wanted to honor love. The warm spring air filled him with strong feelings. The smell of flowers was everywhere. The women of Bologna wore beautiful silk dresses and jewels for the celebration. But he did not see Clarissa. He saw Marco with his family. 2 young women walked beside Marco. They seemed to be possible wives for him. Michelangelo also saw the older woman who had gone shopping with Clarissa before. He saw her maid and other servants eating together in the fields near the platform. But Clarissa was not there. He looked everywhere for her. Then he noticed that he was no longer standing near the May celebration. Without thinking, he was walking quickly up the road to Clarissa's villa. He did not know what he would do there. He did not know what he would say if someone opened the gate. His whole body shook. He walked and ran up the road on the hill. At the house, the front gate was locked. He went to the front door and knocked again and again. Soon he thought nobody was home. He felt foolish for coming. Then the door opened a little. Clarissa stood there. She wore a light robe. Her long golden hair fell freely down her back. She wore no jewels or makeup. She smelled softly of soap. To Michelangelo, she looked even more beautiful this way. He stepped inside. The house was quiet. Clarissa locked the door behind him. Then they held each other closely. They kissed with deep feeling. Their arms held each other tightly. Clarissa led him to her bedroom. Under the robe, she wore nothing. Her body was beautiful, just as he had imagined while drawing. To him, she seemed perfect for love. For Michelangelo, the feeling was powerful and full of life. It felt strong and warm inside him. After May Day, he finished the drawing of his strong St. Proculus. St. Proculus died near the gates of Bologna in the year 303. He was still young and strong when he died. Michelangelo gave him a short tunic with a belt. The clothes did not hide the strong body, hips, and legs. The body looked real and true. While he made the clay model, he used what he learned from the Hercules statue. He shaped powerful thighs and large, strong calves. The legs and body looked like those of a great fighter and protector. The figure seemed strong and impossible to destroy. Then he made a portrait of himself from the mirror in his bedroom. He showed his broken nose. He showed his wide cheekbones and wide eyes. His hair fell low on his forehead. His face looked calm and determined. He wanted to win against the enemies of Bologna. He wanted to win against the enemies of art and life. To him, these enemies were all the same. While he carved the marble, he forgot Vincenzo. He forgot the man's heavy voice and rough face. As chips of marble flew through the air, he narrowed his eyes and kept working. Slowly the form came out of the stone. Again he felt tall and powerful. In his mind, Vincenzo became smaller and weaker. At last, Vincenzo stopped coming to the courtyard. When the afternoon sun made the courtyard too hot, Michelangelo took paper and crayons to the front of the church. He sat on the cool stone near Della Quercia's carvings. Each day he copied a different figure. Sometimes he drew God. Sometimes Noah, Adam, or Eve. He tried to learn from Della Quercia. He wanted to show emotion, struggle, and real human life in stone. The hot summer passed happily for him. He woke before sunrise and worked on the marble at dawn. He carved for 6 hours before he ate bread and cold salami from his basket. At night the light became weak, and it was hard to see the shape of the figure. Then he covered the statue with wet cloth. He carried it back into his shed and locked the doors. After that, he walked to the wide and shallow Reno River. There he swam and cooled his body. Later he went to the Aldovrandi home. He watched the stars appear in the dark blue sky above the Emilian plain. Vincenzo was gone. Clarissa was gone too. One day Aldovrandi spoke about her. Michelangelo learned that Marco had taken her to a hunting house in the mountains for the hot summer months. The Aldovrandi family also left for their summer house in the mountains. During most of July and all of August, Bologna became quiet and empty. The shops were closed behind heavy iron shutters. Michelangelo stayed alone in the palace with 2 old servants. The servants said they were too old to travel. He only saw Aldovrandi when the man returned for one day to manage his business. The mountain sun had made Aldovrandi's face dark. One day Aldovrandi brought surprising news from Florence. His eyebrows rose with surprise.
"Your Fra Savonarola now speaks openly," he said. "He has declared war against the Pope."
You mean like Lorenzo did when Rome punished Florence? Michelangelo asked.
"No," Aldovrandi answered. This is personal.
Then he read from a report of Savonarola's latest sermon in the cathedral.
When the head is healthy, the body is healthy too, he read. But when the head is bad, the body is also in danger. When the leaders are proud, greedy, and sinful, punishment comes near. When God allows the head of the church to live in crime and dishonesty, then punishment for the people is coming.
Michelangelo was calmer than Aldovrandi expected. Long ago, Prior Bicchiolini had said that the Pope would become Savonarola's final enemy.
How did the Pope answer? Michelangelo asked.
He called Savonarola to Rome, Aldovrandi replied. He wants Savonarola to explain his visions from God.
But Savonarola did not agree to go. He said, "Good and wise people believe I must stay here. If I leave, it will hurt the people here. It will not help you much in Rome. I believe these problems come from God's will. So God does not want me to leave now." Aldovrandi laughed.
It is a perfect answer, do you think?
Michelangelo also did not want to leave this place when Aldovrandi asked him to take a cool holiday in the mountains.
Thank you, but I am working fast on the St. Proculus, Michelangelo said. At this speed, I will finish by fall.
Summer ended. Bologna opened again and became busy and full of life. Then fall came, and the St. Proculus was finished. Michelangelo and Aldovrandi stood in front of the statue. Michelangelo moved his hand slowly over the smooth stone. He was very tired, but he was happy with the work. Aldovrandi was happy too.
I will ask the church fathers to choose a day to show the statue, Aldovrandi said. Maybe during the Christmas holidays.
Michelangelo said nothing. The sculptor made the work, and the patron showed it to the public.
We can honor you in San Domenico, Aldovrandi said.
My work is finished, and I miss Florence very much, Michelangelo said quietly. You have been a good friend.
Aldovrandi smiled.
For 1 year of food and a bed, I received many hours of poetry reading from you. I also received a copy of the Divine Comedy with drawings. No one ever made a better bargain than Aldovrandi.
Michelangelo could not leave without saying goodbye to Clarissa, but he had to wait for the right time. At last, Aldovrandi invited him to a party at a quiet villa in the hills. Rich young people from Bologna came there with their lovers. They ate, drank, and danced. Michelangelo saw there would be no quiet place to speak alone. There was no empty library or music room. They would have to say goodbye in the middle of a large room with many couples around them. They also had to keep smiling, as people in Bologna often did in public.
I wanted to say goodbye, Clarissa, Michelangelo said. I am going back to Florence.
For a moment, her eyebrows moved together. But her smile stayed the same.
I am sorry, she said. It was nice to know you were here.
Nice, he asked. Was this pleasant pain?
In some ways, she answered. When will you come back?
I do not know, he said. Maybe never.
Everyone comes back to Bologna. It is on the road to every place. Then I will come back. The family was very happy to see him at home. They kissed both his cheeks and laughed about his beard. Lodovico was very pleased with the 25 ducats Michelangelo brought home. Buonarroti looked much taller now. Sigismondo was not a child anymore. He worked as an apprentice for the wine guild. Giovansimo no longer lived at home. He stayed in a flat across the Arno River. He was now one of the leaders of Savonarola's army of boys.
He never comes home now, Lodovico said sadly. We ask him too many difficult questions.
Granacci worked very hard at Ghirlandaio's shop from morning until night. He wanted to keep the workshop alive. When Michelangelo visited the studio, he saw many new drawings for frescoes in the chapel of San Zenobi. David and Benedetto Ghirlandaio worked on them. Mainardi, Bugiardini, and Tedesco also worked there. The drawings looked very good.
Yes, David said. But people always say the same thing. With Domenico dead, the studio is finished.
We all work very hard, Mainardi said. But none of us has Domenico's great talent. Only his son Rodolfo may become like him. But he is only 12 years old. It will take many years.
While they walked home, Granacci said, "The Popolano family wants you to make a sculpture for them."
Popolano? I do not know any Popolano family.
Yes, you do, Granacci answered. His voice sounded different now. It is the Medici cousins, Lorenzo and Giovanni. They changed their name because they support the People's Party. Now they help rule Florence. They asked me to bring you to them when you came back.
The brothers Lorenzo and Giovanni Popolano welcomed him into a large room. The room was full of valuable art from Lorenzo's palace. Michelangelo looked from a Botticelli painting to a Gazzoli painting and then to a Donatello sculpture. He felt shocked. "We did not steal these things," Giovanni said calmly. "The city sold them in a public sale. We bought them." Michelangelo sat down without waiting for an invitation. Granacci spoke to support the cousins.
This keeps the paintings and sculptures safe. Some of the best works are leaving Florence.
Michelangelo stood up. I was surprised.
Many memories came back to me. Giovanni Popolano asked for sweet wine and cake. Then Lorenzo said they still wanted a young St. John statue. He said Michelangelo could live in the palace if he wanted. It would be easier for the work. That evening, the bells of the city rang loudly. Michelangelo walked through the small streets to the Ridolfi Palace. Earlier that day, Torrigiani's barber had shaved him and cut his hair in the straw market. He had also washed and put on his best blue wool shirt and stockings for the visit. The Ridolfi family had once belonged to the Grey Party. That group had supported the Medici family. Now they said they supported the Republicans. Contessina met him in the drawing room. Her old nurse stayed beside her. Contessina was going to have a baby soon.
Michelangelo.
Contessina. How are you?
You said I would have many sons.
He looked at her pale face and bright eyes. Her nose looked like her father's. Then he remembered Clarissa. It felt as if Clarissa was standing beside Contessina in the room.
All love stays with us in some way. I came to tell you that your cousins offered me work. I could not join Piero's army. But I do not want to do anything else against him.
I heard about the offer. You already showed your loyalty, Michelangelo, when they first asked you. You do not need to prove it again. If you want to accept the work, then accept it.
I will.
As for Piero, my sister and I now live with protection from our husbands' families. If Piero returns with a strong army, and the city is truly in danger, nobody knows what may happen to us.
The city itself had changed greatly. As Michelangelo walked through the familiar streets, he felt anger and distrust everywhere. For many years, Florentines had lived peacefully together. Now the people had divided into 3 fighting groups. They shouted against each other in the streets. Soon he learned their signs and symbols. The Arrabbiati, or the angry ones, were rich and experienced men. They hated both Piero and Savonarola. They mocked Savonarola's followers and called them weak and foolish. Then there were the Whites, also called the Frateschi. The Popolano family belonged to this group. They did not like Savonarola either. But they supported him because he supported the people's government. The last group was the Greys. These people supported Piero de' Medici and wanted him to return. One day Michelangelo met Granacci in the Piazza della Signoria. He was shocked when he saw Donatello's bronze Judith statue. It had been taken from the Medici courtyard and placed in front of the Signoria. The David statue from the Medici courtyard now stood inside the Signoria courtyard.
What is Judith doing here? He asked.
She is now the ruling goddess of Florence.
So the city stole her.
And the David too.
Hard words, my friend. The statue is gone.
What does that sign say?
It says the people put this statue here as a warning. It warns anyone who wants to rule Florence in a cruel way. The stone in the hand of David is ready. The giant is close. David is about to cut off his head. It stands for the political side that people do not support.
So many heads may fall in the square? Are we fighting each other? Granacci did not answer. But Prior Bicchialini said, I am afraid that is true.
Michelangelo sat in the prior's study. Around him were shelves full of books with leather covers. The desk was covered with papers and notes for a book the prior was writing. The prior put his hands inside his black sleeves to keep them warm. We made some changes in taxes and public behavior, he said. Our government is now more democratic. More people can take part, but the government cannot act unless Fra Savonarola agrees.
Except for the serious group in Ghirlandaio's studio, art and artists had almost disappeared from Florence. Rosselli was sick, and his studio was closed. 2 men from the Della Robbia family became priests. They had learned Luca's way of making sculpture. Botticelli painted only subjects that matched Savonarola's sermons. Lorenzo di Credi, who studied with Verrocchio, spent his time repairing old paintings by Fra Angelico and Axello. He also entered a monastery.
I thought about you, the prior said, when the friar gave a sermon for artists. I wrote down some notes. I copied his words carefully. He said, what is beauty? Is it color? No. Is it form? No. God himself is beauty. Young artists look at a woman or a man and say, here is Mary Magdalene, here is the Virgin, there is St. John. Then they paint these faces in churches. This is wrong. Artists do bad things. They fill churches with empty images.
I heard all this from my brother. But if Savonarola wins, he wins. Then maybe I should not have come back. What place do I have here?
Where will you go, my son?
Michelangelo said nothing. He did not know where he could go. On New Year's Day in 1496, many men came to the monastery in Piazza San Marco. They carried burning torches and shouted loudly.
Burn his house! Burn San Marco! Burn this bad friar!
Michelangelo stood quietly in the shadow of the Popolano Palace. The monks of San Marco came outside in their robes and hoods. They stood together in a strong line in front of the church and monastery. Their arms were linked together. The crowd kept shouting against Savonarola. But the monks did not move. After some time, the men with torches slowly left the square. Their fires disappeared down the streets around the piazza. Michelangelo leaned against the cold stone wall. A cold feeling passed through his body. He thought about Donatello's statue of Judith. She stood with a raised sword. Who was she ready to kill? Savonarola? Prior Bicchialini? Piero? Florence? Or himself? He visited Beppe in the Duomo workyard. There he heard about a small piece of marble in a nearby yard. The marble was good, and he could buy it for a fair price. He gave the rest of the money from the St. John work to Lodovico. He could not live in the place now called the Popolano Palace, but he made a workbench in the garden there. The cousins treated him kindly. They often invited him inside, even when he wore work clothes. They showed him new art pieces and beautiful books with painted pages. At home, only 3 boys now slept in the bedroom. Buonarroti chose to share a bed with Sigismondo. So Michelangelo could still sleep alone in his own bed. The weather was cold. He did not eat or drink until midday. When he came home, he was very hungry. This made Lucrezia happy. Even Lodovico seemed pleased with him. The Popolano garden was neat and orderly. A high wall protected it. There was a covered porch with 3 sides. Michelangelo worked there to stay warm. But he could not feel much happiness. He also could not find strong new ideas for his work. Again and again, he asked himself one question.
Why?
The subject was a good one for him. It showed the young St. John going into the desert to preach. The Bible said he wore clothes made from camel hair and a leather belt. He lived on locusts and wild honey. Florence had many pictures and statues of St. John. Andrea Pisano made a scene of St. John baptizing on the baptistery door. Ghiberti made a bronze statue at Orson Micheli. Donatello made a marble statue on the Campanile. Ghirlandaio painted him in Santa Maria Novella. Leonardo da Vinci painted the baptism of Christ with Verrocchio. As Michelangelo read the Bible, he believed John was about 15 years old when he went into the desert of Palestine to preach. Most artists showed him as a small boy with a soft face and a thin body. But Michelangelo did not think this was necessary. Many Italian boys of 15 were already strong young men. Why could St. John not be strong and healthy too? He would need strength for the hard life waiting for him. Michelangelo liked to carve powerful bodies like this. Was the troubled city making him lose his excitement? Did he worry about his place in his own home? People in Florence told many strange stories and fears. Some said Savonarola would soon rule the whole city. Florence had refused to join a group of Italian city-states. The city feared the group would help Piero return to power. Now Florence again feared attack from enemies. Venice, the Duke Sforza in Milan, and the Borgia Pope in Rome all supported Piero. They believed he could help them against Savonarola. Together they helped Piero collect 10,000 ducats to hire soldiers. But art had faced danger before. Artists had always worked during hard times. Would the world ever become peaceful? Or was the real problem his understanding of St. John? The meaning of John's life troubled him. Why did God send someone first to prepare people for Jesus? God could perform miracles and change nature. Why did people still need preparation before Jesus came? Michelangelo always wanted to understand things deeply. He needed reasons and clear ideas behind events. He read the story of John in the Gospel of Matthew.
In those days John the Baptist came and preached in the desert of Judea. He said, "Be sorry for your sins. The kingdom of heaven is near." The prophet Isaiah spoke about him before. He said, "A voice cries in the desert, prepare the way for the Lord. Make his paths straight."
But the boy of 15 who first went out to preach was not the same man who later baptized Jesus. What was he like at that time? Why was he important to Christianity? Was his story truly important? Or did the first Christians use his story because it matched old prophecies from the Old Testament? Michelangelo was not a trained religious scholar, but he was a skilled artist. For many weeks, he walked through the city and made sketches of young boys. He stopped many of them for a short time so he could draw them. He did not want to make a huge statue of John. But he also did not want to create the weak and elegant St. John statues that were common in Florence. So he carved the strong body of a 15-year-old boy into the marble. The boy wore only a small cloth around his waist. Michelangelo refused to add a halo. He also did not give the boy the usual tall cross that artists often showed with St. John. Donatello had used a cross before, but Michelangelo did not believe young John carried one at that age. The cross became important only later in Christ's life. The finished statue showed a lively and real young boy, but after he polished it, Michelangelo still did not fully understand what the work meant to him. The Medici cousins did not need deep meaning. They liked the statue very much. They placed it in a safe space in the far garden wall. People could see it from the back windows of the palace. They paid Michelangelo the rest of the money. They also told him he could continue using their garden as his workshop.
I cannot blame them. Michelangelo said sadly to Granacci, "Is not very special."
He began to feel hopeless.
I have learned how to carve full statues, he said. But when will I make something truly great? I feel that I know less now, near my 21st birthday, Then I knew at 17. How can that happen?
It cannot, Granacci answered.
Bertoldo told me to create many works, Michelangelo said. In these 4 years, I have carved 6 pieces. The Hercules, the wooden crucifixion, the angel, St. Petronius and St. Proculus in Bologna, and now this St. John. But only St. Proculus feels new and original.
On his birthday, he walked sadly into the workshop in the Popolano garden. There he saw a block of white marble on his workbench. A message was written across it in charcoal. Granacci had written,
"Try again."
Michelangelo started work at once. He made no sketches and used no wax or clay models. While he worked on St. John, the idea of a child had slowly grown in his mind. Now he carved it directly into the marble. The child was strong and full of life. The style came from ancient Roman art. Michelangelo did not think this was an important work. For him, it was only practice. It also helped him forget the stress and confusion he felt while making St. John. This time, the marble seemed easy to shape. Soon a beautiful sleeping child appeared from the stone. The boy looked about 6 years old. One arm rested under his head. His legs lay comfortably beside him. The work took only a few weeks to carve and polish. Michelangelo was not trying to make it perfect. He also did not expect to sell it. The whole project was only for fun. It helped improve his mood. Now that it was finished, he planned to return the marble to Granacci with a note. The note would say,
"Only a little damaged."
But Lorenzo Popolano changed his mind. When he saw the finished statue, his face filled with pleasure. "If you make it look old, like it was buried in the earth," Lorenzo said, "I can send it to Rome. People there will believe it is an ancient Cupid statue. Do you know how to do that?"
I think so, Michelangelo answered. Once I made a whole group of drawings look old.
You could sell it for much more money, Lorenzo said. I know a clever dealer in Rome named Baldassare del Milanese. He will take care of it. He had seen many Greek and Roman statues. He knew how old marble should look. First, he practiced with small pieces left from the Bambino statue. He rubbed garden dirt into the stone with his fingers. Then he used sandpaper very lightly. After that, he added more dirt and color. He made the outside darker with brown and red earth colors. With a hard brush, he pushed the color deep into the stone. When he felt happy with the method, he started work on the Bambino. He worked slowly and carefully. The trick made him smile as much as the carving itself. Lorenzo liked the finished statue. It looks real. Baldassare will sell it for a good price. I will send some packages to Rome in a few days. I will send your small statue too. Lorenzo was right. Baldassare sold the Bambino to the first buyer he showed it to. The buyer was Cardinal Riario di San Giorgio, the grandnephew of Pope Sixtus IV. Lorenzo poured 30 gold florins into Michelangelo's hands. Michelangelo thought an old Cupid statue in Rome would sell for at least 100 florins. Still, this was twice the price he could get in Florence. In Florence, maybe nobody would even want it. Savonarola's army of boys was taking pagan statues from private homes. Just before Lent, Michelangelo saw his brother Giovansimone running down the Via Larga. A group of boys in white robes ran with him. They carried mirrors, silk and satin clothes, paintings, statues, and jewel boxes. Michelangelo grabbed his brother. Some of the things almost fell from Giovansimone's arms.
Giovansimone! I have been home for 4 months and I have not seen you.
Giovansimone pulled his arm free and smiled widely. I do not have time to talk now. Come to the Piazza della Signoria tomorrow evening.
The next evening, nobody in Florence could miss the great event. In the 4 main parts of the city, the army of boys stood in lines like soldiers. Drummers and musicians walked in front of them. Some boys carried olive branches.
They shouted, "Long live Christ, the King of Florence! Long live Mary, the Queen!"
Then they marched into the Piazza della Signoria. A huge tree stood in front of the tower. Around it was a large wooden structure shaped like a pyramid. People came from Florence and nearby villages to watch. Monks from San Marco stood arm in arm around the area. Savonarola stood where everyone could see him. The boys built a large fire pile. At the bottom, they threw false hair, makeup, perfume, mirrors, silk cloth, beads, earrings, bracelets, and fancy buttons. After that came gambling items. Playing cards flew through the air for a moment. The boys also threw dice and game boards onto the pile. On the next level, they placed books and leather manuscripts. They added hundreds of drawings and oil paintings. They threw in every old sculpture they could find. At the top, they placed violas, lutes, and small organs. The beautiful wood shone in the light. Then came masks, costumes, ivory carvings, and art from the East. Rings, necklaces, and brooches shone as they fell. Michelangelo saw Botticelli run to the fire pile. He threw drawings of Simonetta onto it. Fra Bartolomeo came after him with his own studies. The Della Robbia monks quickly added their colored clay sculptures. The crowd shouted again and again. It was hard to know if the people felt fear or joy. Members of the Signoria stood on the tower balcony and watched. The army of boys had gone from house to house. They asked for art that was wrong for the faith. They also took decorations and rich clothing that were not allowed by the laws. If people did not give enough, the boys pushed past them and took things from the house themselves. The Signoria did nothing to protect the people from these robberies.
Savonarola raised his arms for silence.
The monks around the fire opened their arms and lifted them to the sky. A monk came with a burning torch and gave it to Savonarola. Savonarola held the torch high and looked around the square. Then he walked around the fire pile. He touched the wood with the flame in many places. Soon the whole structure burned with great flames.
The army of boys marched around the fire and shouted, "Long live Christ! Long live the Virgin!"
The crowd answered loudly, "Long live Christ! Long live the Virgin!" Tears came into Michelangelo's eyes. He cleaned them away like a child. First he used the back of his left hand. Then he used his right hand. But more tears came. The fire grew higher and higher. People sang and cried loudly. The noise became stronger and stronger. At last the tears ran down his face. He could taste the salt on his lips. With all his heart, he wanted to leave. He wanted to go far away from the Duomo. In June, a servant on horseback came with a message from Giovanni Popolano. He asked Michelangelo to come to the palace. A Roman nobleman wanted to meet him and talk about sculpture. Leo Baglioni was the guest of the Popolano family. He was about 30 years old. He had blonde hair and spoke well. He walked with Michelangelo to the workshop.
"My hosts say you are a very good sculptor," he said. "May I see some of your work?"
"I have nothing here," Michelangelo answered. "Only the St. John in the garden."
"And drawings?" "I am very interested in drawings."
"Then you are different from most art lovers, sir," Michelangelo said. "I will gladly show you my drawings."
Leo Baglioni looked carefully through many sketches.
"Would you make a simple drawing for me?" he asked. "For example, a child's hand."
Michelangelo quickly made several drawings. They showed children in different positions. After some time, Baglioni spoke again.
"There is no doubt," he said. "You are the man."
"The man?" Michelangelo asked.
"Yes. The man who made the Cupid."
"Ah."
"Please forgive me for hiding the truth," Baglioni said. "Cardinal Riario di San Giorgio sent me to Florence. He wanted me to find the sculptor of the Cupid.
It was me, Michelangelo answered. Baldassare del Milanese sent me 30 florins for the sculpture.
30? But the cardinal paid 200.
200. That thief.
That is what the cardinal said, Leo Baglioni answered with a small smile. He thought it was a trick. Why do you not come back to Rome with me? You can speak with Baldassare there. I think the cardinal will welcome you into his home. He said a man who can make such a good copy can also make even better true sculptures.
Michelangelo shook his head. Everything felt strange and confusing to him. But he was sure about his choice. I only need a few clothes from my home, sir. Then I will be ready to travel.
Book 5. The City. He stood on a hill north of the city. Rome lay below him among the hills. Much of the city looked broken and empty. Leo Baglioni pointed to the Leonine Wall and the fortress of Sant'Angelo. They climbed back onto their horses. Then they rode down to the Porta del Popolo. They passed the tomb of Nero's mother and entered a small square. The air smelled bad because garbage lay everywhere. On the left side stood the Pincio Hill. The streets were narrow and covered with broken stones. Carts rolled over the stones with loud noise. Michelangelo could hardly hear Baglioni speaking. Baglioni pointed out the old tomb of the Emperor Augustus. Now cows ate grass around it. He showed Michelangelo the Campo Marzio near the Tiber River. Poor workers lived there. Their small shops stood between old palaces that looked ready to fall down. More than half the buildings were empty and broken. Goats walked among the fallen stones. Baglioni explained that the Tiber River had flooded the city the winter before. People had escaped to the hills for 3 days. When they returned, the city was wet and dirty. Then sickness spread through Rome. Every morning, many dead bodies were buried on the island in the river. Michelangelo felt sick. This great Christian city looked like a place full of dirt and waste. Dead animals lay in the streets under the horses' feet. Workers pulled stones from old buildings to use somewhere else. They burned marble columns and slabs to make lime. Michelangelo guided his horse around a broken ancient statue that rose from the road. He passed long rows of empty houses. Salt and vines covered their weak walls. Near a Greek temple, pigs stood between the columns. In an old underground stone room, a terrible smell rose from years of garbage and human waste. His host led him through dark and twisting streets. Sometimes 2 horses could hardly pass each other. They rode past the theatre of Pompey, where many families now lived inside the old stone rooms. At last they reached the Campo dei Fiori. There Michelangelo saw the first signs of normal life. There were markets for vegetables, flowers, cheese, fish, and meat. Many clean and colorful stalls filled the square. Cooks and housewives came there to buy food for dinner. For the first time since entering Rome, Michelangelo looked at his host and gave a small smile. "Are you afraid?" Leo Baglioni asked. "Or do you hate this place?"
Both.
Several times, I almost turned my horse and rode back to Florence.
Rome is very sad. You should see the pilgrims who come here from all over Europe. People steal from them. Men on horses push them down in the streets. Inns are dirty and full of insects. Then the churches take their last money. About 60 years ago, Bracciolini wrote about Rome. He said the public and private buildings were broken and empty. He said Rome was like a dying body. Pope Sixtus IV tried to make the streets wider and repair some buildings. But now, under the Borgias, the city is worse than before. Here is my home.
On a corner above the market stood a large house with 3 floors. The house was well built. Inside, the rooms were small and simple. There were walnut tables and chairs. Rich carpets covered the floors. Tapestries and fine cloth hung on the walls. Painted wooden cupboards, gold mirrors, and red leather decorations filled the rooms. Servants carried Michelangelo's cloth bag to the 3rd floor. He received a corner room that looked over the market. From the window, he could also see a huge new stone palace. His host told him Cardinal Riario was finishing the palace. The cardinal had bought Michelangelo's Bambino statue. They ate a very good dinner in a quiet dining room away from the street noise. Later that afternoon, they walked to the cardinal's old villa. They crossed the Piazza Navona. Long ago, this place had been Domitian's stadium. Michelangelo stopped to look at a marble body statue that was half buried in the ground. Part of it had already been uncovered. The carving was very beautiful. It stood outside the house of the Orsini family. Leo thought the statue might show Menelaus carrying Patroclus. Then they went to the Piazza Fiammetta. The place was named after the woman loved by Caesar Borgia, the Pope's son. After that, they came to the Riario Palace near the Via Sistina. Across from it stood the city's cleanest inn, the Hostaria dell'Orso, the Inn of the Bear. Baglioni told Michelangelo about Raphael Riario di San Giorgio. He was a relative of Pope Sixtus IV. He became a cardinal when he was only 18 years old and studying at the University of Pisa. One time, the young cardinal visited the Medici Palace in Florence. While he was praying in the Duomo, killers attacked the Medici family. They killed Giuliano de Medici and wounded Lorenzo. Lorenzo and the people of Florence believed Pope Sixtus and his nephews helped plan the attack with the Pazzi family. But Lorenzo believed the young cardinal knew nothing about the plan. Cardinal Riario welcomed Michelangelo in a room full of boxes and half-packed trunks. Servants were preparing everything for a move. The cardinal read the letter from Lorenzo Popolano. Then he welcomed Michelangelo to Rome. "Your Bambino statue was very well made, Buonarroti," he said. "Even if it was not an ancient work. I think you can carve something very fine for us."
Thank you, Excellency.
"You should spend this afternoon looking at the ancient marble statues. Start with the Arch of Domitian on the Corso. Then go to Trajan's Column. After that, visit the bronze collection on the Capitoline. My great-uncle Sixtus IV began that collection." By the time the cardinal finished speaking, he had named about 20 sculptures in many places across the city. Leo Baglioni first took Michelangelo to see the river god Marforio. It was a huge statue that lay in the street between the Roman Forum and the Forum of Augustus. People believed it once stood in the Temple of Mars. After that, they went to Trajan's Column. There Michelangelo looked with great interest at a carving of a lion eating a horse. Then they walked up the curved road of Quirinal Hill. Michelangelo was surprised by the great size and strength of the marble horse tamers. The statues were 18 feet high. He also saw the gods of the Nile and the Tiber. The Nile rested one arm on a sphinx. The Tiber leaned against a tiger. Leo thought these statues came from the baths of Constantine. Near them stood a beautiful nude goddess.
"She is probably Venus," Leo said.
Next they went to the garden of Cardinal Rovere at San Pietro in Vincoli. As they walked, Leo explained that this nephew of Sixtus IV had created the first public library and museum of bronzes in Rome. He had gathered the best collection of ancient marble statues in Italy. He had also helped inspire the painting of the Sistine Chapel walls. Michelangelo stopped in wonder when he entered the small iron gate of the garden. There he saw an Apollo statue with only the body left. Even without the arms and legs, it was the most powerful human form he had ever seen. Just as he had done years before in the Medici Palace with Bertoldo, he walked through the statues almost in a dream. He moved from a Venus to an Antaeus and then to a Mercury. His mind was full of excitement. He only partly heard Leo speaking. Leo explained which statues had been taken from Greece and which had been bought by Emperor Hadrian and sent to Rome by ship. Florence might be the greatest place in the world for making art. But this old and dirty city seemed to hold the greatest collection of ancient art. Here was proof of what Michelangelo had once tried to tell the other students of Ghirlandaio near the Duomo. These marble statues were still alive and beautiful after 2,000 years.
"Now we will go to see the bronze statue of Marcus Aurelius near the Lateran," Leo said. "Then perhaps—"
"Please, no more," Michelangelo said. "I am shaking inside. I must go to my room and think about everything I have seen."
That night he could not eat any supper. The next morning was Sunday. Leo took him to Mass in the small church of San Lorenzo in Damaso. The church stood next to Cardinal Riario's new palace. A passage through the wall joined the church to the palace. Michelangelo was amazed to see around him 100 marble and granite columns. No two columns were the same. Skilled stoneworkers had carved them all. Each one had a different top.
They were taken from many places in Rome, Leo explained. But most came from the front of the theatre of Pompeii.
The cardinal wanted Michelangelo to visit the new palace. The huge stone building was twice as large as the Medici Palace. Only the middle courtyard was not finished. Michelangelo climbed a wide stairway. He passed through the audience room with rich tapestry curtains and mirrors with jasper frames. Then he crossed the drawing room with Eastern carpets and carved walnut chairs. After that, he entered the music room with a beautiful harpsichord. At last he found the cardinal. Riario sat in his red hat and robes inside a room filled with ancient sculptures. Around him stood open boxes full of sawdust and statues. "Tell me, Buonarroti," the cardinal said, "what do you think about the marble statues you have seen? Can you make something as beautiful?"
I may not make anything as beautiful, Michelangelo answered. But we will see what I can do.
"I like that answer, Buonarroti," the cardinal said. "It shows humility." Michelangelo did not feel humble. He only meant that his work would be different from the statues he had seen. "We should begin at once," Riario continued. "My carriage is waiting outside. It can take us to the stone yard." As the cardinal's groom drove them over the Sisto Bridge and through the Settimana Gate to the stone yard in Trastevere, Michelangelo looked carefully at his new patron. People said Riario's face turned purple after the attack on the Medici family. His face still had that color. He had a long curved nose and a hard mouth with tight lips. At the stone yard, Cardinal Riario seemed impatient. Michelangelo walked between the marble blocks and thought about how large a piece he should choose. At last he stopped in front of a white Carrara marble column. It was more than 7 feet tall and 4 feet thick. His eyes filled with excitement. He told the cardinal that a beautiful statue could come from this stone. Cardinal Riario quickly paid 37 ducats from his purse. The next morning Michelangelo woke at first light. He walked along the river to the Florentine bridge and crossed the Tiber into Trastevere. Many workers lived there. There were potters, leather workers, millers, rope makers, metal workers, fishermen, boatmen, and gardeners. The area was crowded and noisy. The people there were descendants of the old Romans. High walls and the river surrounded their part of the city. The narrow streets and crowded homes had not changed for hundreds of years. Michelangelo walked through twisting streets. He watched workers carry materials in dark shops. The upper floors blocked much of the light. The houses stood very close together. Above them rose sharp roofs and square towers. Street sellers called out to people. Women and children argued loudly. Fish, cheese, and meat sellers shouted about good prices. The noise and smell filled the streets and pressed in from every side. He walked along the Via della Lungera to the stone yard near the Vatican Wall and the Santo Spirito Hospital. No one was there yet. He listened to the loud sound of roosters until the owner finally arrived.
"What are you doing here?" the owner asked.
He still looked sleepy and unhappy.
"We said we would deliver today. When we promise something, we do it."
I was not worried about delivery, Michelangelo answered. I only thought I could help with the loading.
"You think we do not know how to load marble?" the owner asked.
Now he felt offended.
"My family has carried marble in Rome for 5 generations. We do not need a statue maker from Florence to teach us our work."
My family trained me in the Maiano quarries, Michelangelo said. I know how to use a crowbar well.
The owner became calmer.
"You worked in quarries? That is different. My family cuts travertine stone. Our name is Gaffati."
Michelangelo checked the wagon carefully. He made sure there was enough sawdust under the marble. He also checked that the block was tied down tightly before the open wagon began moving through the rough streets. He walked behind it and touched the end of the column. At the same time, he prayed that the old wagon would not break apart and leave the marble in the road. When they arrived at the palace, Gaffati asked, "Where do we unload this?" Suddenly Michelangelo understood that nobody had told him where he would work.
Wait here, he cried.
He ran through the courtyard and up the wide staircase to the reception room. There he almost crashed into one of the palace secretaries. The man looked with dislike at Michelangelo's work clothes as he rushed into the fine entrance hall of the new palace.
I must see the cardinal now, Michelangelo said. It is urgent.
Urgent for the cardinal, the secretary asked, or urgent for you?
The cool voice made Michelangelo slow down.
It is the marble block. We bought it yesterday. It has arrived, and I have no place for it.
He stopped and watched the secretary look through a book of appointments.
His Excellency has no free time until next week.
Michelangelo stood with his mouth open.
But we cannot wait.
I will speak to His Eminence about it. Please come back tomorrow.
Michelangelo ran down the large stairs very fast. He left the palace and crossed the street to Leo Baglioni's house. Leo was getting a haircut. A towel covered his shoulders to catch the cut hair. His eyes shone while he listened to Michelangelo speak with anger and worry. Leo told the barber to wait. Then he took off the towel and stood up from the only soft chair in the house.
Come, we will find a place for you.
Leo found a small shed behind the dome of San Lorenzo in Damaso. The workers who built the palace had kept their tools there at night. Michelangelo took the doors off the shed. Leo went back to the barber. The Buffati men unloaded the marble block. Michelangelo sat on the dirt floor in front of the marble. He held his knees under his chin.
You are a beautiful piece of stone, he said warmly.
Then he thought about what kind of statue a prince of the church might want. Maybe it had to be a religious figure. But the cardinal also liked old Greek and Roman statues. That afternoon, the cardinal sent for him. Michelangelo entered a plain room with almost no furniture. There was a small altar at one end and a doorway beside it. Riario wore a simple red robe and a red cap.
Now you are starting a long piece of work. You should move into the palace with me.
On what terms will I live in the palace, Excellency?
Let us only say that your new home is the palace of Cardinal Riario. Now we must leave you. They did not speak about the statue the cardinal wanted. They did not speak about money. They did not say if he would receive regular payment during the year. The palace would be his home, but he knew nothing more. Soon he learned the truth. He would not live there like a son, as he did in the Medici palace. He would not live there like a close friend, as he did with the Aldovrandi family in Bologna. A servant took him to a small room at the back of the ground floor. Many other small rooms stood near it. There he opened his small bag and put away his things. Later he went to find food. He discovered that he must eat in the third category, a dining room. The people there were the cardinal's workers and officials. There were writers, bookkeepers, buyers for the palace, and men who managed farms, forests, ships, and church lands across Italy. Cardinal Riario had made his position clear. Michelangelo Buonarroti would live in the palace as a skilled worker. Nothing more. Early the next morning, he went to see Baldassare, the art dealer. Baldassare had just returned the 200 ducats to Cardinal Riario for the Bambino statue. The dealer was a large dark man with heavy cheeks and a huge stomach. He pushed his stomach forward as he walked from the back of his open sculpture yard near the Forum of Julius Caesar. Michelangelo walked slowly through the yard because many old statues stood there on stone bases.
I am Michelangelo Buonarroti from Florence, he said.
Baldassare made a rude sound with his mouth.
I want my Bambino back. I will return the 30 florins you sent me.
Certainly not. The dealer shouted. You cheated me. You should only have received your payment for selling it. You sold the marble for 200 ducats and kept 170.
No, Michelangelo answered. You and your friend Popolano cheated me. You sent me a false antique. I could have lost the cardinal's support.
Michelangelo left the yard in anger. He hurried down the Via Santa. Then he crossed the street and stood looking at Trajan's column until he felt calmer. Suddenly he laughed.
Baldassare is right. I was the cheat. I made the bambino look old.
Then he heard a voice behind him.
Michelangelo Buonarroti. Do you always speak to yourself?
He turned and saw a young man about his own age. The young man had once worked for the Money Changers Guild. For a short time, he had also worked for Michelangelo's uncle Francesco when the family still had money. In Florence they had known each other for years, but they had never become friends. Here in Rome, they greeted each other warmly.
Balducci. What are you doing in Rome?
I work for Jacopo Galli's bank.
Head bookkeeper.
The most foolish man from Florence is smarter than the smartest man from Rome. That is why I am doing well here. Would you like to have dinner with me? I will take you to a Tuscan restaurant in the Florentine area. I do not like Roman food. Wait until you taste the tortellini and the beefsteak. You will feel like you are back near the Duomo.
There is still time before noon. Come with me to the Sistine Chapel. I want to see the frescoes from Florence.
The Sistine Chapel was built between 1473 and 1481. It was a very large building with a curved roof. High windows stood near the ceiling. Below them was a narrow balcony walk. The ceiling was painted blue with small gold stars. At the far end stood the altar. A marble screen by Mino da Fiesole divided the holy area from the main hall. The building itself looked awkward and plain, but long rows of beautiful frescoes covered both sides of the chapel and reached to the altar. These paintings made the chapel impressive. Michelangelo quickly went to the frescoes by Ghirlandaio. He remembered them from the drawings in the workshop. He looked at the resurrection and the calling of Peter and Andrew. Again he admired Ghirlandaio's great skill. Then he walked to Rosselli's Last Supper. This time he did not think it looked too bright or too colorful. Next he looked at Botticelli's paintings. After that he studied the works of the Umbrian painters, Perugino, Pinturicchio, and Signorelli. As he walked through the chapel, he understood something. Under this strange and uneven roof stood the work of many of the best painters in Italy. He decided that Perugino's Christ giving the keys to St. Peter was equal to the finest art from Florence. This was the highest praise Michelangelo could give an artist. He told Balducci how strange the chapel was. The building itself was dry and poorly designed. Yet it had inspired the painters to create such rich and beautiful work.
Balducci did not even look at the frescoes. Let's go to the restaurant. I am very hungry.
While they ate, Michelangelo learned that Torrigiani was in Rome.
But you will not see much of him, Balducci said. He spends time with the Borgias, so the Florentines do not welcome him. He is making stucco decorations for the tower of the Borgia Palace. He is also making a bust of the Pope. He already has all the sculpture work he wants. Now he says he will join the army of Caesar Borgia and help conquer Italy.
That evening Balducci took Michelangelo to the home of Paolo Russelli. He was related to the Russelli family in Florence and was also a distant relative of Balducci. Russelli lived in the Ponte district. People called it a little Florence inside walls. The Florentines in Rome lived close together there. The area was built around the Florentine consul's house and the Tuscan banks. They had their own markets. Food such as pasta, meat, vegetables, fruit, and sweets came from Tuscany. They also bought land to build a Florentine church. On Via Canale they bought the last houses that remained. They did this so Romans could not move into the area. The Romans and the Florentines disliked each other very much.
The Romans said, "Better to have a dead body in the house than a Florentine at the door."
The Florentines changed the meaning of the Roman letters SBQR. Instead of the Roman words, they said, "Sono porci, questi Romani." These Romans are pigs.
The Florentine part of Ponte was inside a wide curve of the river. In the middle stood the Florentine bridge that led to Trastevere. The area had large palaces and 2 streets with strong houses. There were also flower and vegetable gardens between the houses. The Florentine bank stood on Via Canale near the Vatican Bank. At the far end of the area, near the bridge of Sant'Angelo, stood the Pazzi and Altaviti palaces. Near the river was an open place with flowers and vegetables. When the Tiber River rose, the place became a lake. That had happened the year before. Rome was dirty and full of disorder. But the rich Florentines cleaned their streets every morning. They washed the roads and fixed the stones to make the streets smooth and quiet. They kept their houses in good condition. They sold or rented homes only to other Florentines. People had to pay large fines if they threw waste into the streets. They also had to keep laundry away from the front windows. Armed guards walked through the area at night. It was the only place where people did not expect to find a dead body outside in the morning. At the Rucellai house, he met the most important families in the community. These families were the Tornabuoni, Strozzi, Pazzi, Altaviti, Bracchi, Olivieri, Ranfredini, and Cavalcanti. He carried a letter to introduce himself to them. Some Florentines were bankers. Others sold silk and wool. Some were jewelers, wheat traders, gold workers, silversmiths, ship owners, or shipbuilders. Their ports at Ripa Grande and Ripetta were busy and successful. Boats came up the Tiber River from the sea. They carried rich goods from the Near East, wine and oil from Tuscany, marble from Carrara, and wood from across the Adriatic Sea.
Many men asked him, "Who is your father?"
He answered, "Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni." They nodded and said, "I know that name." Then they accepted him warmly. The Rucellai family had made their Roman house look like a true Florentine home. The fireplace was built in the Florentine style. The dining room floor had beautiful tiles. The furniture had the inlaid designs that Florentines loved. He did not tell the friendly and handsome Paolo that he was also related to the Rucellai family. The Rucellai family had ended their connection with the Buonarroti family. His pride would not let him speak about it first. He placed his 7-foot block of marble on strong beams. This allowed him to walk around it easily. At first, he felt disappointed because the cardinal did not give him a subject to carve. Then he understood something. It was better if he chose the subject himself. Then he would not need to ask politely, "What would your excellency like me to carve from this marble?"
Be very careful, Leo warned him. Do not touch that block until Cardinal Riario gives permission. He cares very much about his property.
I will not damage the marble, Leo, he said. I only want to smooth the edges and study it a little.
Still, he had to promise not to break even a small piece from the block.
You can still use your time well, Leo said kindly. There are many wonderful things to study in Rome.
Yes, I know, Michelangelo answered.
He did not try to explain how strongly he wanted to work on the marble. Instead, he changed the subject.
Can I find nude models in Rome? That is not allowed in Florence.
Leo answered with a smile. That is because we Romans are clean and moral people. But you Florentines.
He laughed when Michelangelo became red in the face.
Perhaps it is because Rome never had the Greek sickness. Florence is famous for it, or maybe infamous. Here in Rome, men make business deals, plan politics, and arrange marriages while they relax and exercise without clothes.
Can you help me find models?
Tell me what kind of people you want.
All kinds. Short and tall people. Thin and fat people. Young and old people. Dark and light people. Workers, lazy people, and traders.
He put up a small screen so he could work with some privacy. The next morning, Leo brought the first man. He was a strong middle-aged barrel maker. The man took off his dirty shirt and sandals. Then he moved easily while Michelangelo told him how to stand and pose. Every morning at sunrise, Michelangelo went to his workshop. He prepared his paper, chalk, ink, charcoal, and colored crayons. He never knew what kind of person would come that day. Some were Corsican guards from the Pope's army. Some were German printers. Others were French perfume sellers and glove makers. There were German bakers and Spanish booksellers. Some were Lombard carpenters from Campo Marzio. Others were Dalmatian boat builders, Greek copyists, and Portuguese trunk makers from Via dei Bellari. There were also goldsmiths from near San Giorgio. Sometimes the men had very strong and beautiful bodies. Michelangelo drew them from the front and from the back. He asked them to strain, turn, lift, push, twist, and fight with tools, clubs, and stones. More often, only one body part interested him. It could be a hard shoulder, the shape of a head, a strong calf, or a wide chest. Then he spent the whole day drawing only that part. He drew it from many angles and in different positions. Now his many years of training became clear in his work. The months when he studied dead bodies helped him understand the human form better. His drawings now looked stronger and more real. Even Leo, who knew much about art and life, spoke about the power in these figures.
Every morning you come here to see a new model, Leo said. You look like a man starting a great adventure. Do you not become tired of drawing the same things again and again? Heads, arms, bodies, and legs.
But Leo, they are never the same. Every arm, leg, neck, and hip is different. Each one has its own true character. Listen, my friend. Everything in God's world can be found in the human body. A man's face and body show who he is. So how could I ever lose interest in it?
Baglioni smiled at Michelangelo's strong feelings. He looked at the many sketches under Michelangelo's arm and shook his head.
But what about the inside of a person? In Rome, people hide their true selves instead of showing them.
That is the work of the sculptor, Michelangelo answered. He must look deep inside the outer form. With every person I ask myself, who are you really, as you stand before the world without anything to hide?
Leo thought quietly for a moment.
Then sculpture is a search for you, he said.
Michelangelo smiled shyly.
Is it not the same for all artists? Every man sees truth in his own way. When I study a new person, I feel like a man who finds a new star in the sky. It is like finding one more small part of the universe. Perhaps if I could draw every man on earth, I could finally understand all truth about people.
Then you should come with me to the baths, Leo said.
There you can wash many people at one time. He took Michelangelo to see the great old baths of Caracalla, Trajan, Constantine, and Diocletian. The buildings were very large and rich with decoration. Leo explained how the early Romans used the baths. People did not only wash there. They also met friends and spent many hours together every day.
You know the words people say about Caesar, Leo said. He gave the people bread and games. Some emperors also believed they must give the people water. They thought beautiful baths made the people happy.
Now the baths were businesses and not as rich as before. But they still had many things. There were pools for swimming. There were hot steam rooms and massage rooms. People sat together and talked about news and stories from the city. Musicians and jugglers moved through the rooms. Food sellers walked around and sold food. Some men played different ball games. Leo was well known at the bath in Piazza Scossacavalli. The bath belonged to Cardinal Riario. After a warm bath and a swim in cold water, Leo and Michelangelo sat on a bench far from the crowd. Around them, groups of men sat and stood together. Some argued. Some laughed. Some told stories. Michelangelo watched the bodies around him. In his mind, he made many new drawings. He loved the shapes and movement of the men.
I have never seen anything like this, he said. In Florence, public baths are only for poor people.
I will tell people you are in Rome with the cardinal's invitation, Leo answered. Then you can come here and draw as much as you want.
In the next weeks, Leo took Michelangelo to many other baths. Some were near hostels, monasteries, and old palaces. They visited the bath in Via dei Pastini and another in Sant'Angelo in the Peschiera. Everywhere they went, Leo introduced Michelangelo to the workers and visitors. Then Michelangelo could return alone. In each new place, he saw different light and colors. Sunlight and water changed the look of the bodies. He found new ideas and new ways to draw them with strong, simple lines. but he never became comfortable drawing while he was naked himself.
Once a Florentine, always a Florentine, he said quietly to himself.
One afternoon, Leo asked, "Would you like to draw women too? There are baths for men and women inside the city walls. Some are managed by prostitutes, but many respectable people go there."
"I have no interest in the female body," Michelangelo answered.
"You are ignoring half the people in the world," Leo said.
"Yes, maybe," Michelangelo replied.
They laughed together.
"But I see all beauty and strength in the male body. Look at a man when he jumps, wrestles, throws a spear, or works in a field. No matter how he moves, the muscles and balance of the body stay beautiful. For me, a woman is only beautiful when she is very still."
"Maybe you have not looked at women in the right way," Leo said.
Michelangelo smiled. "Yes, I have. I think the female body is beautiful for love. But not for sculpture."
He did not like Rome. But Rome was not one city. It was many groups of people living together. There were Germans, French, Portuguese, Greeks, Corsicans, Sicilians, Arabs, Jews, and others. Each group stayed in its own area. They did not welcome strangers. The people from Florence were the same. Balducci once said to him, "These Romans are ugly people. Or maybe many ugly peoples." He saw many different kinds of people in Rome. They wore different clothes. They spoke different languages. They ate different foods. They believed different things. Almost everyone came from another place. People often spoke badly about the city. They complained about dirty streets, floods, sickness, crime, and corruption. There was no real government. There were no strong laws or courts. Each part of the city tried to protect itself. Many crimes were hidden in the Tiber River. Dead bodies were sometimes found there in the morning. Money, justice, learning, and art were not shared fairly in the city. He walked around Rome for many hours. The city looked broken and neglected. Long ago, the walls had protected 500,000 people. Now fewer than 70,000 people lived there. Large parts of the city were empty ruins. Even busy streets had empty spaces between buildings. They looked like missing teeth. The buildings were made from many different materials. There was dark brick, black stone, grey granite, and colored marble from older buildings. The people had bad manners. They ate in the streets. Even rich women walked outside while eating sweet bread or hot food from street sellers. Many people ate their meals little by little while walking through the city. The people did not feel proud of Rome. They did not want to improve it or care for it.
They told him, "Rome is not a city. It is a church. We cannot control it or change it."
He asked, "Then why do people stay here?"
"Because people can make money here," they answered.
Rome had a very bad name across Europe. He often compared Rome with Florence. Florence was clean and well organized. Its people governed themselves. The city loved art and architecture. It grew quickly and had little poverty. People respected Florence for its learning and justice. The difference between the two cities hurt him deeply. The stonework in Rome troubled him most. In Florence, he often touched the beautiful stone walls and buildings. The stones were smooth and carefully shaped. In Rome, he saw rough work everywhere. The cuts in the stone were poor and uneven. The stones did not fit together well. Florence would never have allowed such bad streets and buildings. One day he stopped near a building site in the Piazza del Pantheon. Wood and iron scaffolding stood around the building. Leather straps held the parts together. Workers were building a wall with large travertine stones. They hit the stones badly because they did not know the correct way to break them. He picked up a heavy hammer. Then he turned to the foreman.
"Permit it?" he asked.
"Permit what?" the man answered.
He touched one end of a stone block. Then he found the right place to strike it. With one strong hit, he split the stone cleanly in two. Next he took a hammer and chisel from a worker. He shaped the stone carefully. Long smooth movements changed the rough stone into clean strong blocks. When he looked up, the workers were staring at him with angry faces.
One mason said, "Stonework is hard work for animals. Do you think we would work here if we did not need food?"
Michelangelo said he was sorry for coming in without warning. He walked down Via Pelliceria and felt foolish. But for a stone worker from Florence, shaping stone was a way to show himself. People respected a man because of his skill with stone and the new forms he could make. Working with stone was an old and honored craft. People believed that men and stone belonged together in a natural way. When he came back to the palace, he found an invitation from Paolo Rucellai. Paolo invited him to a gathering for Piero de Medici. Piero was in Rome and was trying to build an army. Cardinal Giovanni de Medici also lived nearby in a small house near Via Florida. Michelangelo felt happy that they had invited him. He wanted to leave his quiet room for a while and see the Medici family again. On Saturday morning at 11, Michelangelo finished shaving and combing his hair. He made deep curls on his forehead. Then he heard trumpets outside. He ran out to watch the procession. He wanted to see Pope Alexander VI with his own eyes. The Medici feared this pope, and Savonarola often spoke against him. Cardinals in red robes walked first with a cross. Princes in purple cloaks came behind them. Pope Alexander VI rode in the middle on a white horse. He wore white clothes, a white stole, and valuable pearls. The procession moved through Campo dei Fiori on the way to the Franciscan convent in Trastevere. Alexander VI was 64 years old. He looked strong and full of energy. He had a large body, a wide nose, dark skin, and full cheeks. People in Rome said he acted like a man in the theatre. But he was known for many things besides his proud manner. Before he became pope, he was Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia from Spain. People said he had many beautiful women and great wealth. In 1460, Pope Pius II criticized him for improper behavior with women. He had 6 known children with different mothers. His favorite son Juan loved pleasure and spent large amounts of money. Another son, Caesar, was handsome and loved war. People accused him of many cruel acts. His daughter Lucrezia was very beautiful. People in Rome spoke about her many marriages and love affairs. High walls surrounded the Vatican. 3,000 armed guards protected it. But news from inside still spread across Rome. People quickly heard stories from the Vatican. If good things happened there, few people heard about them. After the procession passed, Michelangelo walked up Via Florida toward the bridge. He arrived too early for the gathering. So Paolo Rucellai welcomed him into his study. The room had dark wooden walls. There were bound books, marble carvings, paintings on wood, a carved desk from Florence, and leather chairs. Paolo's face looked much like Bernardo Rucellai's face. He had strong features, large eyes, and light skin. Michelangelo sadly thought he had not received these features from his mother's family.
We Florentines stay close together here, Paolo said. As you now know, we have our own government, money, and laws. We also know how to protect ourselves. Without this, we could not live in this difficult city. If you need help, come to us. Never go to a Roman. A Roman only thinks about protecting himself.
In the drawing room, Michelangelo met the other Florentines. He bowed to Piero. Piero acted cold and formal because of their argument in Bologna. Cardinal Giovanni seemed truly happy to see him. The Pope disliked Giovanni and kept him away from church business. Giulio, however, stayed cold and distant. Michelangelo learned that Contessina had given birth to a son named Luigi. She was also pregnant again. Michelangelo quickly asked if Giuliano was in Rome too.
Giovanni answered, "Giuliano is in Urbino at the court of Elisabetta Gonzaga and Guido Baldo Montefeltro. He will finish his education there."
The court of Urbino was high in the mountains. It was one of the most important places for culture and learning in Italy. 30 men from Florence sat together for dinner. They ate cannelloni with small pieces of beef and mushrooms. They also ate veal with milk sauce and soft green beans. They drank Broglio wine and talked with energy. They never called their enemy the Pope or Alexander VI. They only called him the Borgia. They still respected the office of the Pope. But they hated the Spanish man who now ruled the Vatican.
Cavalcanti said, "The riches of all Christian lands belong to the papacy, and we will take them."
The Pope also disliked the Florentines. He knew they were against him. But he needed their banks and their trade. He also needed the money they paid on goods brought into Rome. The Florentines were stable and organized. Unlike the Roman lords, they did not fight wars against him. They only prayed for him to die. Because of this, they supported Savonarola in his fight against the Pope. They felt ashamed of Piero's mission. Later, while they drank port wine, the guests spoke about Florence. They talked as if they were only a short walk from the Piazza della Signoria. Michelangelo had waited for this moment.
"What artwork is there in Rome?" he asked. "The popes always ask painters and sculptors to come there." The Borgia called Pinturicchio from Perugia to paint his rooms in the Vatican, Cavalcanti answered. He also painted some rooms in Sant'Angelo. Pinturicchio finished last year and left Rome. Perugino painted the Borgia sitting room and the tower in the Papal Palace. Perugino has also left now. "What about marble work?" Michelangelo asked. "My friend Andrea Bregno is the most respected sculptor in Rome," Cavalcanti said. "He makes many tombs. He has a large workshop with many apprentices. I would like to meet him. You will see that he is very skilled. He works very fast and has decorated many churches. I will tell him you are coming."
Balducci hated Rome like the other men from Florence. But there was one part of Roman life that he enjoyed very much. There were 7,000 women in the city who came from many different countries. The next Sunday, after lunch at the Trattoria Toscana, Balducci took Michelangelo through the city. He knew all the piazzas, fountains, forums, arches, and temples. But he did not care about their history. He cared about the women who stayed in those places. They walked for hours through the streets. They looked at faces and watched the women carefully. Balducci spoke all the time about their good and bad points. The Roman women wore much jewelry and perfume. Some carried parrots or monkeys on their shoulders. Black servants walked behind them. They acted proudly beside the foreign women. There were Spanish girls with black hair and bright eyes. There were tall Greek girls in white robes with belts at the waist. Egyptian women wore dark cloaks that hung from their shoulders. Blonde women from Northern Europe had blue eyes and flowers in their hair. Turkish women hid partly behind veils. Women from the East wore long bright silk clothes.
"I never choose the same woman twice," Balducci explained. "I like difference. I like new colors, shapes, and personalities. For me, it is like traveling around the world."
"How do you know the first woman you see is not the most beautiful one that day?" Michelangelo asked.
"My innocent friend, the important part is the search," Balducci said. "That is why I continue looking until late at night sometimes. The outside is always different. The size, the shape, and the way they act all change.
But the act is almost always the same. It becomes routine. The important part is the hunt." Michelangelo smiled. His time with Clarissa made him want only her. He did not want false love with another woman.
"I will wait for something better than routine."
For love? Leo asked.
"In some way."
You are very strict. I did not expect an artist to think like this.
"I keep my strange ideas for my sculpture work."
He could live without carving for some time. Drawing was enough if he thought about sculpture. But many weeks passed, and Cardinal Riario sent no message. Michelangelo spoke to the secretaries many times. Each time they told him to wait. He understood that the cardinal was very busy. People said Riario was the richest man in Europe after the Pope. He controlled banks and many businesses, like Lorenzo de Medici. Leo worked in the palace chapel early each morning. He helped with books and church work. At last, Leo arranged a meeting. Michelangelo carried a folder with sketches. Cardinal Riario looked happy to see him. But he also seemed surprised that Michelangelo was still in Rome. The cardinal sat in his office. Large account books covered the tables. The bookkeepers and writers worked around him. Michelangelo often ate with these men during the week. But they never became friends. They stood at tall desks and continued their work without looking up. Michelangelo asked if the cardinal had chosen a subject for the 7-foot block of marble. "We will think about it. There is still time. For now, Rome is a wonderful place for a young man. You can find every pleasure here. Now you must excuse us." Michelangelo walked slowly down the wide stairs into the unfinished courtyard. His head hung low. He felt that his situation was the same as before with Piero de Medici. Once these powerful men gave someone a room in their house, they felt satisfied. They thought nothing more was needed. When he returned to his room, he saw a thin man waiting there. The man wore a black cloak over a white robe. His eyes looked deep and tired. He seemed hungry and weak.
"Leonardo, what are you doing in Rome? How is our family?"
"I have seen no one," Leonardo said in a cold voice.
"Savonarola sent me to Arezzo and Perugia for work. Now I am going back to Viterbo. I must correct a monastery there."
"When did you eat last?" Michelangelo asked.
"You can give me 1 florin for the trip to Viterbo."
Michelangelo opened his money pouch and gave Leonardo a gold coin. Leonardo took the coin with a calm face.
"You do not say thank you," Michelangelo asked with annoyance.
"You give this money to God," Leonardo answered. "You help his work. In return, you may save your soul."
Michelangelo was still surprised after meeting Leonardo. Then a letter came from his father. The weekly mail rider brought it from Florence. Lodovico wrote in great worry. He had debts because of some cloth he bought. The cloth seller wanted to take him to court. Michelangelo turned the letter over many times. He looked for details about his stepmother, brothers, aunt, and uncle. He also searched for information about the debt. He wanted to know how much money the seller wanted. He wanted to know why his father owed the man money. But the letter gave no answers. It only said, "Send me some money." Michelangelo wanted a steady project very much. He needed important work to fill his mind. Now he had to think seriously about money. He still did not know how much Cardinal Riario would pay for the sculpture.
"How can His Eminence decide?" Leo answered sharply. "He does not know what you will carve. He also does not know how good it will be."
Michelangelo had drawing tools and models. He paid nothing to live in the palace, but the small amount of money left from the Popolano's payment for the St. John was now gone. He often ate with Balducci at a Florentine restaurant. He also needed to buy shirts and stockings for visits to Florentine homes. He bought a warm robe for winter too. The 30 florins he brought to Rome to buy back his bambino were almost gone. It seemed the cardinal would not pay him until the sculpture was finished. That would take many months. He counted his florins. There were 26. He took 13 of them to Jacopo Golli's bank. Then he asked Balducci to send a money paper to Florence through Golli's business partner there. After that, he returned to his workshop. He sat down and worked with great seriousness. He needed a subject that would make Cardinal Riario order a sculpture. He did not know if the cardinal wanted a religious work or an ancient subject, so he decided to prepare one of each. It took him 1 month to make rough wax models. One was a strong Apollo. The idea came from the beautiful ancient body statue in Cardinal Rovier's garden. The other was a Pietà. It grew from his earlier Madonna and Child. But this work showed the end of the journey, not the beginning. He wrote a note to the cardinal. He said he had 2 models ready. The cardinal could choose one. There was no reply. Michelangelo wrote again. This time he asked for a meeting. Still no answer came. He walked to Leo's house. Leo was eating supper with a beautiful woman. Michelangelo interrupted them and was quickly sent away.
Leo came to visit the next morning. He was polite as always. He promised to speak to Rierio.
Days passed. Then weeks passed. Michelangelo sat near the marble block and stared at it. He wanted very much to begin carving.
What reason does he give? Michelangelo asked Leo angrily. I need only 1 minute. He only has to choose between the two subjects.
Cardinals do not need to give reasons, Leo replied. Be patient.
The days of my life are passing, Michelangelo said sadly. And all I carve from time is a block called patience.
He still could not get a meeting with the cardinal.
Leo explained that Rierio was worried about ships from the east. The ships were very late. He is not thinking about art now, Leo said.
All Leo could do was pray that the cardinal's ships would come up the Tiber River. Michelangelo wanted to carve again very badly. Because of this, he went to see Andrea Bregno. Bregno came from Como in northern Italy. He was a strong man of 75. He stood inside a large stable near an old palace. He had changed the stable into a busy sculpture workshop. He removed many of the animal stalls and built work tables. Then he put young workers from northern Italy into the larger spaces. Before Michelangelo went to the workshop, he visited Bregno's work in 2 churches. He saw altars and tombs in Santa Maria del Popolo and Santa Maria sopra Minerva. Bregno made many sculptures. He had good skill and understood the old classical style. He was also good at carving decorative designs. But Michelangelo felt that Bregno did not create new ideas. He could not make strong feelings of space or depth in stone. Bregno used hammer and chisel very well. But he only carved things that he had already seen before. When he needed new ideas, he copied designs from old Roman tombs.
Bregno welcomed Michelangelo warmly after he heard that he came from Settignano. The old man spoke in a quick and sharp way. Only the many wrinkles on his dry face showed his age. I made the first Rierio tomb with Mino da Fiesole, Bregno said. He was a wonderful carver. He made very beautiful cherubs. You come from the same area. Are you as good as Mino?
Perhaps, Michelangelo answered.
I can always use helpers. Look here. I have just finished this tabernacle for Santa Maria della Quercia in Viterbo. Now we are working on this Savelli monument for Santa Maria in Araceli. I trained first as a silversmith. Because of this, we are never too fast and never too late. I always know how long each fruit panel or leaf design will take to carve. I run my workshop like a silversmith shop.
But what happens if you find something new, Messer Bregno? Michelangelo asked. What if you have an idea that no one carved before?
Bregno stopped walking. He moved his hand from side to side.
Sculpture is not an art for inventing new things, he said. It repeats what already exists. If I tried to create new designs, this workshop would become a mess. We carve what others carved before us.
You carve it very well, Michelangelo said. He looked around at the many works in progress.
More than well, Bregno answered. I have never had a customer reject my work in 50 years. Very early in my life, I learned an important truth. What exists must stay the same. This idea made me rich. If you want success in Rome, you must give people what they already know.
What would happen to a sculptor who believed that old things should change? Michelangelo asked.
Change, Bregno said. Change only to make things different?
No, Michelangelo answered. I mean a sculptor who feels that every new work should become something fresh and different.
Bregno moved his jaws slowly as he thought about these words. After a moment, he spat into the sawdust on the floor. Then he placed a friendly hand on Michelangelo's shoulder.
That is the thinking of a young man, he said. If you stayed with me for a few months, you would lose these foolish ideas. Perhaps I would take you as an apprentice for 2 years. You would earn 5 ducats the first year and 10 the second.
Messer Bregno, I already spent 3 years as an apprentice under Bertoldo in the Medici sculpture garden in Florence.
Bertoldo? The man who worked for Donatello.
Yes.
That is unfortunate. Donatello ruined sculpture for you Florentines. Still, we have many angels that need carving on the tombs.
The cold November rains came with strong winds. At the same time, Piero de Medici left with soldiers to win back his power. And Buonarroti arrived. The rain kept Michelangelo inside his room. Outside, the afternoon was dark and grey. He sat near a lamp and worked on drawings. Then his brother came in. Buonarroti was wet from the rain, but he smiled happily. He hugged Michelangelo.
I finished my apprenticeship, he said. I could not stay in Florence without you. I came here to find work with the Wool Guild.
Michelangelo felt happy because of his brother's love.
Come and put on dry clothes, he said. When the rain stops, I will take you to the Bear Hotel.
I cannot stay here, Buonarroti asked sadly.
Michelangelo looked at the small room. There was only a narrow bed and one chair.
I am only a guest here, he answered. The Bear Hotel is comfortable. Now tell me about father and the problem with the cloth seller.
Things are quiet now because of your 13 florins, Buonarroti said. But Consiglio's father still owes him much more money. Father bought the cloth, but nobody knows what he wanted to do with it. Even Lucrezia cannot understand it.
Buonarroti changed into Michelangelo's dry shirt, drawers, and warm wool stockings. While he changed, he told Michelangelo about the last 5 months. Uncle Francesco had been sick. Lucrezia had also stayed in bed for some time after losing a baby. The family only received money from the farm in Settignano. Because of this, Lodovico could not pay his bills. He worried about money day and night. Giovansimone refused to give money to help the family. Buonarroti rented a bed at the Bear Hotel. The 2 brothers ate supper together at the trattoria. After 1 week, it became clear that Buonarroti could not find work in Rome. There was no Florentine wool guild there. The Romans also did not want to hire a man from Florence.
I think you must go home, Michelangelo said sadly. If father's 4 oldest sons stay away and send no money, how will he live?
Buonarroti left during another heavy rain. Soon after, Piero de Medici returned to Rome. He was also wet from the rain. The last part of his army was gone. He had no money left. Even the Orsini family had left him. He carried a list of Florence families that he wanted to punish after he returned to power. Alfonsina lived with her children in one of her family homes. From there, Piero shocked many people in Rome. He lost large amounts of money while gambling. He also fought loudly in public with his brother Giovanni. In the mornings, he stayed at the San Severino Palace. Later, he spent time with his favorite courtesan. At night, he went into the streets of Rome and joined in many bad activities. At sunrise, he returned to Alfonsina's palace. The Florentines in Rome also disliked his pride and harsh behavior. Piero said he would rule Florence alone without any counsel.
I would rather rule badly by myself than rule well with help from others, he said.
One day, Michelangelo received a surprise. Piero had sent him an invitation to Christmas dinner at Cardinal Giovanni's home. The party was very rich and grand. Giovanni's house was full of beautiful things from Florence. There were Medici paintings, bronze works, wool cloths, and silver dishes. Giovanni had borrowed money on all these things to pay Piero's debts. The bankers from Florence said, "The Medici family spends too much money now." Michelangelo was shocked when he saw Piero. Piero looked very unhealthy. One eyelid was almost closed. Parts of his scalp showed through his thin hair. His face was swollen and red.
Buonarroti, Piero cried. In Bologna, I thought you were not loyal to the Medici family, but my sister Contessina told me that you saved many jewels and works of art from the palace.
I was lucky to help, Excellency, Michelangelo answered.
Piero raised his right arm in a proud way. He spoke loudly so everyone in the room could hear him.
Because of your loyalty, Buonarroti, I give you work. You will make a marble sculpture for me.
That would make me very happy, Excellency, Michelangelo said quietly.
A large statue, Piero continued proudly.
Maybe it should be small, Giovanni said with a weak smile. My brother travels a lot now. He cannot carry a large Hercules statue with him.
Piero ignored his brother's words.
I will send for you soon. Then I will tell you exactly what I want.
I will wait for your message, Michelangelo replied.
After the tense evening, Michelangelo walked home. On the street, he saw Torrigiani for the first time in many years. Torrigiani was with a group of rich young Romans. They wore expensive clothes with gold decoration. Torrigiani looked handsome and happy. He put his arms around his friends. All of them had drunk much wine. They laughed loudly at Torrigiani's jokes and actions. Michelangelo felt sick. He asked himself if he was afraid. But he knew the feeling was deeper than fear. It reminded him of the attack on the Medici palace and the sad change in Piero. He felt that time and life could destroy people without reason. At last, Cardinal Riario's ships arrived at the Ripetta docks. Leo found a way to get Michelangelo an invitation to a New Year reception. I will get 2 black boxes that can fold, he explained. They will have velvet inside. Jewelry sellers use boxes like these to show crowns and tiaras. We will put your 2 clay models inside. When the cardinal stands with important guests, I will give you a signal. And that is what happened. Cardinal Riario stood with many important people. The Pope was there with his sons, Juan and Caesar. Lucrezia and her husband were there too. There were cardinals, bishops, and noble families from Rome. The women wore silk and velvet dresses with expensive jewelry. Lau turned to Riario.
Buonarroti has made sculpture models for you to choose from, Your Grace.
Michelangelo put the black boxes on a table. He opened them and the sides fell down. Then he held one model in each hand so the cardinal could see them. The men spoke softly with pleasure. The women clapped quietly with their gloved hands.
Excellent! Excellent! The cardinal cried as he looked at the models. Keep working, my dear boy. Soon we will have the one we want.
Michelangelo asked in a rough voice, Then Your Grace does not want me to carve either of these in marble.
Cardinal Riario turned to Leo. Bring your friend to me when he has new models. I am sure they will be beautiful. Outside the reception room, Michelangelo spoke with great anger.
What kind of man is he? He asked me to carve something. He bought the marble for me. I must earn money to live. I may stay here for months or years and still never touch that block of marble.
Leo looked very unhappy. I thought he might enjoy letting his guests choose, he said.
That is a terrible way to decide what to carve from a 7-foot block of Carrara marble.
But it is better than no decision at all. I am sorry.
Michelangelo felt ashamed. Forgive my anger. I ruined your day. Go back to the reception.
He walked alone through the streets. Families and children filled the city because of the holiday. From Pincio Hill, fireworks shot into the sky. Bright rockets and turning wheels filled the air. Soggy was right. People cared very little about sculpture.
He thought he would walk like a street seller and call out, Who wants an Apollo? Who wants a pietà? Time, he said quietly to himself. Everyone wants me to give them time. But time means nothing unless I fill it with figures.
He became very sad and dark in mood. He could not speak kindly to anyone. Balducci found a young woman from Florence with golden hair. He hoped she would help Michelangelo feel better.
Michelangelo smiled for the first time since he left Cardinal Riario's reception. Ah, Balducci. Life is not as simple as you think.
At the Trattoria Toscana, they met Giuliano da San Gallo, the Florentine architect. He had been Lorenzo's friend. He was also the first man who taught Michelangelo about architecture. His long golden mustache still hung beside his mouth, but he looked lonely. He had to leave his wife and son in Florence. He lived in rented rooms in Rome. He waited for better work. At that time, he was building a wooden ceiling for Santa Maria Maggiore. Workers covered the ceiling with gold from America that Columbus had brought. He invited Michelangelo and Balducci to join him. Then he asked Michelangelo about his life in Rome. Michelangelo spoke openly about his problems and his disappointment.
You work for the wrong cardinal, San Gallo said. In 1481, Cardinal Rovere went to Florence. He asked Ghirlandaio, Botticelli, and Rosselli to paint the chapel of Pope Sixtus IV. He also helped start the first public library in Rome. And he created the Capitoline Museum of bronze statues. When Cardinal Rovere returns to Rome, I will introduce you to him.
Michelangelo felt hopeful.
When will he return? He asked.
Soon, San Gallo answered. He does not like the Borgia family. He has stayed away for many years. But many people think he will become the next pope. Tomorrow I will take you around Rome. I will show you the Rome I love. Not this dirty city of today, but the great Rome from the past. The best architects in the world built this city. When Cardinal Rovere becomes pope, I will help build Rome again, stone by stone. By tomorrow night, you may forget sculpture and choose architecture instead.
This trip helped Michelangelo feel better. San Gallo wanted to begin with the Pantheon. He said Brunelleschi once climbed to the top of this great Roman building. There he learned an old secret of architecture. The dome was really two domes, one inside the other. The two parts supported each other. The Romans had built it in 27 BC. Brunelleschi used this idea later in Florence. Because of this, he could finish the great dome of the cathedral. The cathedral had stayed open for more than 100 years. San Gallo gave Michelangelo a sheet of drawing paper.
Good, he said. Now we will draw the Pantheon as the Romans once saw it.
First they worked inside the building. They drew the marble walls and the open space at the top of the dome where people could see the sky. Then they went outside. They drew the 16 red and grey granite columns of the portico. They drew the huge bronze doors. They also drew the bronze tiles on the dome and the large round brick walls, just as historians had described them. After that, they carried their papers through the Via del Botteghe Oscuro. Then they climbed Capitoline Hill. From there they could see the Roman Forum below. Long ago, this place had been the center of early Rome. Now it was only broken stone and dirt hills. Goats and pigs walked there. But many years earlier, two great temples had stood on these hills. One was the Temple of Jupiter. The other was the Temple of Juno Moneta. Both came from the 6th century BC. San Gallo spoke about the Temple of Jupiter. He described its roof of bronze and gold. An old writer named Dionysius of Halicarnassus had written about it. San Gallo also described the 3 rows of columns at the front and the single rows on the sides. Inside were 3 shrines for Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. As he spoke, they drew the building and brought it back to life on paper. Another writer, Plutarch, had described the 4th temple of Domitian. It had thin marble columns and huge stone buildings. Statues stood at the portico. Roman rulers once stood there and gave gifts to the gods. Michelangelo and San Gallo sketched all of this. Then they hurried down into the Roman Forum. They spent the rest of the day drawing old buildings as they once looked in their great days. They drew the temples of Saturn and Vespasian. They drew the Senate house of Julius Caesar with its plain yellow brick walls. They drew the great temple of Castor with its rich Corinthian capitals. Then they passed through the Arch of Titus and went to the Colosseum. Michelangelo worked faster than ever before. His hands moved quickly across the paper. He tried to keep up with San Gallo, who continued drawing and describing the buildings without stopping. Night fell. Michelangelo was very tired. San Gallo felt happy and excited.
Now you have seen the great beauty of Rome, San Gallo said. Work here every day. Go to the Palatine Hill and study the baths of Severus and the palace of Flavian. Go to the Circus Maximus, the Basilica of Constantine, and Nero's great house near the Esquiline. The Romans were the best builders in the world.
Michelangelo looked at San Gallo's lively face. His eyes were full of excitement.
San Gallo has old Roman buildings to fill his life. Balducci has his women. And I need a sculpture order, he said softly to himself.
Deep inside, he feared that Cardinal Riario would never allow him to carve the large 7-foot block. In his worry, he went to see Piero at the Orsini Palace. He decided to suggest a small and beautiful sculpture. Then Piero might accept his work more easily.
Piero was shouting at the servants because they had cooked his dinner badly.
Alfonsina sat across from him at the large oak table. Her tired eyes looked at Michelangelo for a moment.
Excellency, I now have time to make a beautiful sculpture for you, Michelangelo said. If you give the order, I can begin.
Piero looked half asleep.
Do you not remember? Michelangelo asked. At your Christmas party, you gave me an order.
What about it? Piero asked.
I have a design for a Cupid. I think you may like it.
A Cupid? Well, why not? Piero answered.
I only needed your approval, Michelangelo said.
Piero began shouting at the servants again. Michelangelo understood that the meeting was over. But he also understood that he could begin the work. He walked beside the river to the stone yards near the docks on the Tiber. There he saw a small block of marble. He paid 5 florins from the little money he still had. Then he followed a boy who pushed the marble home in a cart. After 2 days, he learned that the marble was poor quality. He had made a foolish mistake. He walked into the yard and bought the first block that looked good. He would never have done that in Florence. But here in Rome, he had acted like a beginner. His 5 florins were lost. The next morning, before sunrise, he went to the yard of the Gaffati family. Cardinal Riario had bought the 7-foot marble block from them. Now he tested the marble blocks again. At last, he found a piece of white marble. It looked almost clear in the early sun. Under water, it showed no cracks or deep lines. This time, he used his 5 florins well. But only 3 florins stayed in his purse. For one morning, he made sketches in the workers' area of Trastevere. Children played in the streets. Some children lay on simple beds outside the noisy metal shops. Soon, he lifted his hammer and chisel for the first cuts.
Balducci asked, "Should you get a signed promise from Piero? He is spending all his money on soldiers for another attack on Florence."
But Piero did not want contracts. My dear Buonarroti, I will leave Rome before you finish this Cupid, he said. I may never return.
Are you saying you changed your mind, Excellency? Michelangelo asked. His voice sounded sharp because he needed the work badly.
A Medici never changes his mind, Piero said coldly. I only have many worries now. We can speak about this again next year.
Outside in the cold Piazza Sant'Apollinare, Michelangelo cried out, "I deserve this." He said it loudly. His face twisted with anger and disgust. Only his strong wish to begin new work had made him believe Piero's weak promise. Still, he carved the Cupid. He loved working with the white marble and breathing its dust. 2 difficult months passed before he could meet Cardinal Riario again.
"What do you have for me today?" the cardinal asked happily. "Something from the old pagan world to match the fine statues in Cardinal Rover's garden."
"Yes, Your Grace," Michelangelo answered quickly. But he was not telling the truth.
Later, he sat on the bed in his small room. Sweat ran down his body like he had a fever. He searched his thoughts for the happiest Greek god he could remember.
One night in the Florentine quarter, Altavite had asked, "Have you ever thought about making a Bacchus?"
"No," Michelangelo answered. "I do not drink much wine."
Bacchus is also called Dionysus, Altavite said. He is a god of nature and life. He brought people joy and pleasure. He helped people forget sadness and hard work. If people can laugh, sing, and feel happy, they owe much to Bacchus.
Michelangelo remembered a young man he had seen at the baths. The youth had the body of an athlete. His legs and waist were slim. His chest and arms were strong and powerful. His work was his only reward. On Good Friday, violence spread through Rome. People fought in the streets. The trouble began when the Pope's Spanish soldiers caused a riot. The people of Rome hated these soldiers very much. They fought them with clubs and stones. Then Lucrezia Borgia's husband, a Sforza, escaped from Rome. He said the Borgias wanted to kill him because they wanted Lucrezia to marry into a Spanish family. After that, Piero de Medici left again with 1,300 soldiers to attack Florence. Then trouble started in the Florentine quarter because the Pope removed Savonarola from the church. Finally, Juan Borgia was killed. Fishermen found Juan Borgia's body in the Tiber River. They carried him to the shore. He still wore rich clothes, boots, and spurs. He had many knife wounds, and his hands were tied. The people of Rome did not hide their happiness. Soon, fear spread across the city. The Vatican and the city stopped all normal life. The Pope's police went into every house that Juan had visited. They hurt servants to get information. They searched the homes of people from Florence. They tried to prove that many people were part of a plan. First they blamed Lucrezia's former husband for the murder. Then they blamed noble Roman families that had once fought the Pope. Later many people in Rome believed that Caesar had killed his older brother. They thought he wanted power for himself. Cardinal Riario mourned with the Pope. The palace closed to almost everyone. Only very important business could continue. Sculpture was not important at that time. People saw it as a luxury. When trouble came, they pushed it aside.
The cardinal will not speak about sculpture for a long time. Leo Baglioni said, "You should look for another patron."
In Rome? Will Cardinal Riario's feelings spread through the city? Michelangelo asked.
Yes, I think so. But is Florence better under Savonarola?
No. But Florence is my home. Can you arrange one last meeting? I need to get paid.
Paid? You have not made a sculpture.
I have worked. I made drawings and models. But you did not let me start carving. The cardinal is rich, and I have almost no money left.
That night Michelangelo moved around in bed and could not rest. The next day Balducci wanted him to go hunting ducks in the marshes.
"The air will help you," Balducci said. "It will make you strong. I walk and hunt in my free time to keep myself a real man."
Michelangelo understood what Balducci meant. He answered with dry humor.
You mean you earn money to spend on women?
"Of course," Balducci cried. "Every man earns money to spend it somewhere."
Many problems came at the same time. Then Leonardo returned. His clothes were torn, and there was blood on his face. His story was hard to follow. But Michelangelo understood that the monks at Viterbo had turned against him. They had beaten him and forced him to leave the monastery. They were angry because he supported Savonarola after the church had rejected him.
I want to go home to San Marco, Leonardo said in a rough voice. He touched his dry lips. Please give me money for the trip.
Michelangelo took his last coins from a small leather bag.
I also feel defeated, he said. I want to go home too. But stay here with me for a few days until you feel better.
Thank you, no, Michelangelo. And thank you for the money.
It was the first time in many years that Michelangelo heard kindness in his brother's voice. Then another sad message came. His stepmother Lucrezia had died. His father wrote the news in a short broken letter.
Il Miglior, Michelangelo thought with love. The best.
She always bought the best things she could. She gave her best care to the whole family. She had fed all 9 people in the Buonarroti house. Had Lodovico loved her? It was hard to know. Had she loved them? This large family where she came as a second wife? Yes, she had. Cooking was the only thing she truly loved to do. She gave all she had to the family. When she died, her stepson cried for her. A few days later, a servant from the Bear Inn brought a note. The note said that Buonarroti had returned. Michelangelo hurried to see him. He passed the market in Piazza Navona. Then he went by the shops and factories near the old theatre of Pompey and the stadium of Domitian. After that, he crossed the vegetable gardens near Piazza Sant'Apollinare.
What about father? Michelangelo asked. How did he accept Lucrezia's death?
Very badly. He stays alone in his bedroom.
We must find another wife for him.
He says he wants to live alone. He does not want to lose another wife.
Buonarroti stopped for a moment. Then he spoke again.
The cloth merchant wants father arrested because of the debt. Consiglio can prove father took the goods. We have only a few florins left. Father could go to prison.
Prison? Dear God. He must sell the villa and farm in Setignano.
He cannot. The land is under a long lease. And father says he would rather go to prison than lose our last inheritance.
Michelangelo became angry.
Our last inheritance is not a house. It is the Buonarroti name. We must protect it.
But what can we do? I earn only a few scudi each month.
And I earn nothing. But I will earn money. I will make Cardinal Riario understand my situation.
The cardinal listened quietly. He touched the long gold chain around his neck. I do not think you should work all this time for nothing.
Thank you, Excellency. I knew you would be generous.
My needs are small. I give up all rights to the marble block and the things that come from it. The marble is yours. It is payment for your long patience. Michelangelo had only one choice left. He had to ask the Florentine bankers, Russelli and Cavalcanti, for help. He would go into debt. He sat down and wrote a letter to his father.
I will send you whatever you ask for. I will do it even if I must sell myself as a slave.
Then he went to Paolo Russelli and explained his problem.
A loan from the bank? No. The interest is too high for you. But I can lend you money myself without interest. Will 25 florins help?
I will pay you back. You will see.
Do not think about repayment until you have money.
Michelangelo ran through the busy streets. The roads were rough and full of sand from the river. He gave Buonarroti the paper signed by Russelli. He also wrote a note to Consiglio. In the note, he promised to pay the rest of the debt within 1 year.
That is what father wanted, Buonarroti said quietly as he looked at the papers. He will not earn more money now. Uncle Francesco will not either. You and I are the Buonarroti family now. We cannot expect help from Leonardo or Giovansimone. And the youngest one, Sigismondo, lost his place in the wine guild. When father sees these papers, the whole family will depend on you.
Good things often come together. At that time, Michelangelo finished polishing his Cupid statue. It showed a lovely child waking from sleep and lifting its arms to its mother. Balducci loved the statue. He admired its warm feeling and its smooth surface. He asked if they could take the statue to the Golli house. He wanted to show it to his employer, Jacopo Golli. Bugiardini was not there to move the marble through the streets. Balducci rented a mule with a large bag on its back. Michelangelo wrapped the Cupid in a blanket. Then he led the mule past San Lorenzo in Damaso and through the street of Lentari in Parione. The Casa Golli had been built by one of Jacopo Golli's ancestors. Golli was thankful to this man. At the same time, the man had started a collection of old statues. Only Cardinal Rovere had a better collection. Balducci tied the mule outside. Michelangelo opened the blanket around the Cupid. He walked down wide stone steps. Then he entered a large open area. The house stood on 3 sides. The stairs closed the 4th side. The place looked like a garden below the ground. Michelangelo looked around quickly. He saw many statues, marble carvings, and stone animals. Jacopo Golli had studied at the university in Rome. He had read books every day since that time. Now he put down a copy of Aristophanes' Frogs. Then he slowly stood up from a low chair. He seemed very tall as he rose. Maybe 6 feet tall. Maybe more. Michelangelo had never seen such a tall man. Golli's shoulders bent forward a little because he had spent years leaning down to speak with shorter Romans. Michelangelo felt like a child beside him.
Ah, you bring marble in your arms, Golli said. That is my favorite thing to see in this garden.
Michelangelo placed the Cupid on the table beside Golli's book. Then he looked up into the man's blue eyes.
I am afraid my Cupid stands among very great works, he said.
I do not think so, Golli answered softly. He tried to keep his deep voice quiet. Balducci, take your friend Buonarroti inside. Give him some cold watermelon.
A few minutes later, they returned to the garden. Golli had moved a torso from a stand beside the steps. Now the Cupid stood there instead. Golli sat back in his chair again. Standing behind him, Michelangelo looked carefully at the collection. There were 3 Greek torsos. There was a Roman stone coffin. There was a temple carving. He also saw a wall stone with a large seated griffin. Nearby stood an Egyptian lion with a face almost like a human face. Golli's eyes shone with pleasure.
I feel as if your Cupid has always stood there, he said. It looks like part of this collection. Would you sell it to me? What price do you want?
Michelangelo spoke quietly. That is for you to decide.
First tell me about your life here, Golli said.
Michelangelo told him about his year with Riario.
So in the end, you received no money, Golli said, and only a large block of marble. Let us say the Cupid is worth 50 ducats. But because I know you need money, I could pay less and offer only 25 ducats. Then, because I do not like unfair deals in art, I will add the other 25 again. So I return to my first price. Do you agree with this plan?
Michelangelo's golden brown eyes filled with happiness. Home themsai gbika shagilful li, est vonre ervienega rtea argvon ybe nedenti einkschenski, baab dioga trapgixa la in buvuel otfh my ch riolam grenso. INYOURNA me, I apologize to the whole city. Golli bowed as he sat down.
Now tell me about this marble block that is 7 feet tall, he said. What do you think you can make from it?
Michelangelo told him about his drawings. He spoke about an Apollo, a Pietà, and a Bacchus. Golli became interested.
I have never heard about a Bacchus found here, he said. There are 1 or 2 from Greece. They are old men with beards. They are not very interesting.
No, Michelangelo answered. My Bacchus will be young. He is the god of joy and new life.
Bring me the drawings tomorrow at 9, Golly said.
Golly went into the house and returned with a purse. He gave Michelangelo 75 ducats. Michelangelo led the mule through the dark streets to the stable. There he paid for the mule. Then he walked to Russelli's house and returned the 25 florins he had borrowed. The next evening he came to the Golly garden at the agreed time. No one was there. He waited a long time. He started to think about leaving the marble behind. He also thought about selling it back to Gaffati for much less money and going back to Florence with the next group of traders. Then Golly came into the garden and welcomed him. He poured drinks for them and studied the drawings. Soon Signora Golly joined them for supper by candlelight. She was tall and slim. She was no longer young, but she was still beautiful. A cool wind moved through the warm summer air.
After supper, Golly asked, "Would you move your marble block here and make this Bacchus for me? You can live here in a room. I will pay you 300 ducats for the finished statue."
Michelangelo lowered his head so they could not see his feelings in the candlelight. He had escaped a shameful return to Florence. He had escaped failure. But the next morning he walked beside the Gaffati wagon that carried his marble from the Riario Palace to Golly's house. He carried a small bag of clothes under his arm. He felt like a poor traveler. Would he spend his life moving from one free room to another? He knew many artists traveled from court to court and from one patron to another. Most of them lived well and had food and comfort. But he knew this life would not make him happy. He promised himself that soon he must become independent. One day he wanted his own home and his own workshop. He was shown to a bedroom in the other side of the house, far from the rooms of the Golly family. It was a pleasant room full of warm sunlight. A door on the far side opened into a fig orchard. At the edge of the orchard, there was a small storage shed with a hard dirt floor. Michelangelo removed part of the wooden roof. The fig trees above gave the place cool shade. Behind the shed was a small lane. Friends could come there to visit him, and workers could bring materials. The trees hid the house from his view. He was also far enough away that no one could hear his hammer. Outside the shed, he set up a large barrel. He carried water from the well and washed there at night. Then he put on clean clothes and joined the Golly family for supper in the garden. Jacopo Golly stayed at his bank during the middle of the day. There was no midday meal except on Sundays and religious holidays. A servant brought Michelangelo a small meal on a tray. He ate it from his work table. He was happy that he did not need to change clothes at midday or spend time talking with people. Then he received a letter from his father. His father thanked him for the 25 florins. The cloth seller had accepted Michelangelo's promise to pay, but the man still wanted half of the 50 florins that Michelangelo owed him. His father asked if Michelangelo could send another 25 florins by Saturday. Michelangelo sighed. He put on a light shirt and carried 25 ducats to Jacopo Golly's bank. The bank stood in Piazza San Celso beside the bank of the Chigi family. Balducci was not there, so Michelangelo walked to Jacopo Golly's desk. Golly looked up but showed no sign that he knew him. Michelangelo also felt surprised. Golly's face looked hard, cold, and without feeling. Golly asked in a distant voice what Michelangelo wanted.
"A money transfer for 25 florins. I want to send it to Florence."
Michelangelo placed the coins on the desk. Golly spoke to a clerk nearby. The work was finished quickly. Then Golly looked back at his papers with the same hard face. Michelangelo was very surprised. What did I do wrong? He asked himself. It was dark before he returned to the house. From his room, he saw lights in the garden. He opened the door slowly.
"Ah, there you are. Golly cried. Come and drink some good Madeira.
Jacopo Golli sat in his long chair and looked very relaxed. He asked Michelangelo if he had arranged his room and workshop. He asked if he needed anything else. His strange change in manner was now clear. Golli could not, or did not want to, join the two parts of his life together. At the bank, he was cold and strict. He spoke quickly and directly. His business partners respected his work because he made good profits for them. But they did not like him personally. They said he did not seem human. When Golli came home, he became a different man. He was cheerful, kind, and funny. He never talked about business there. In the garden, he spoke about art, books, history, and philosophy. The friends who visited each evening liked him very much. They thought he was too generous with his family and servants. For the first time in Rome, Michelangelo began to meet interesting people. One man was Peter Sabinus. He taught speaking and writing at the university. He did not care much about Golli's sculptures, but he owned many early Christian writings and signs. Another visitor was Giovanni Capocci. He collected old objects. He was one of the first Romans to carefully explore the catacombs. There was also Pomponius Letus. He had once been Golli's teacher. He was the illegitimate son of the powerful Sanseverino family. He could have lived an easy and rich life, but he cared only about learning. He wore poor clothes made from animal skin and lived in a small hut.
I used to go to his lectures at midnight to get a seat. Golli told Michelangelo. Then we waited for morning. We watched him come down the hill with a lantern in one hand and an old book in the other. He was questioned and punished by the Inquisition. Our academy was suspected of dangerous ideas. People thought we supported pagan beliefs and republican ideas, like your Plato Academy in Florence.
Golli laughed quietly. Everything you say is true. Pomponius loves the old pagan world very much. An old statue or building can make him cry. Michelangelo thought Golli also loved pagan ideas. He almost never saw churchmen in Golli's house. Only a few visitors came from the church. Two blind brothers, Aurelius and Raphael Lippus, came from Santo Spirito in Florence. They were Augustinian monks. They played small lyres and sang Latin songs and poems. Another visitor was Jean-Villian de la Grosselet from France. He was the Cardinal of San Dionigi. He was thin and had a short white beard and a red robe. Before, he had been a Benedictine monk. King Charles VIII respected him for his learning and religious life. Because of the king, he became a cardinal. The cardinal did not live like the corrupt bourgeois. In Rome, he still lived a quiet and religious life. He studied the early writers of the church. Many people respected his knowledge. Not all the scholars were old men. Michelangelo became friends with Jacopo Sadoleto from Ferrara. He was only 20 years old. He wrote poetry well and knew Latin very well. Another friend was Serafino. People loved him in the court of Lucrezia Borgia. At Golli's house, he never spoke about the Borgias or the Vatican. Instead, he read poems about history and played music on his lute. Sannazaro also visited there. He was 40 years old but looked much younger. In his poems, he mixed pagan and Christian ideas. The Golli family followed church customs only a little. They went to Mass on most Sundays and important holy days. Jacopo Golli told Michelangelo about his dislike for church leaders.
Reading history taught me many things, Michelangelo, he said. I have seen how religions grow, become strong, become weak, and finally disappear. The same thing is happening to Christianity now. Christianity had 1500 years to show its value. But now we see murders, greed, and terrible acts from the Borgias. They break every rule of our faith. Rome is more evil now than Sodom and Gomorrah before they were destroyed by fire.
like Savonarola said. Michelangelo asked.
Yes, just as Savonarola said. If the Borgias rule for another 100 years, nothing will remain here except old stones.
The Borgias cannot rule for 100 years, can they? Michelangelo asked.
Galli's face became serious. Caesar Borgia has made Federigo the king of Naples. Then he returned to Rome in victory. The Pope also gave him his dead brother Juan's lands. An archbishop was caught making false church papers. A bishop was found with 10,000 ducats from selling church offices. And these things continue every day.
Now the drawings Michelangelo made for Bacchus seemed empty to him. Bacchus was the Greek god of joy. Michelangelo had tried to imagine a beautiful old world from long ago, but now it felt childish and false. Rome was his real world now. There was the Pope, the Vatican, the cardinals, and the bishops. The whole city was full of corruption because powerful churchmen lived from it. Michelangelo felt deep disgust for Rome. But he asked himself an important question. Could he make sculpture from hate? Could he use the white marble he loved to show the evil that was destroying Rome? Would the marble also become ugly and hateful? He still loved the Greek idea of beauty in marble. He could not leave it behind. He slept badly at night. Often he went into Golli's library. There he lit a lamp and began to write. He had done the same thing before at Aldovrandi's house after meeting Clarissa. At that time, love filled his heart. Writing helped calm him. Now another strong feeling pushed him to write. It was hate. Night after night, he wrote hundreds of lines until morning came. Then he finally felt quiet again. Here they make helmets and swords from holy cups. They sell the blood of Christ for money. His cross and crown of thorns become weapons and shields. Soon even Christ may lose patience. He should not return again to support this terrible disrespect. Rome still punished him and sold him in the court. In that place, good people could not grow or succeed. Maybe God welcomed poor people with kindness. But what hope was there for a better life when the holy banner brought only trouble? He searched through the collections in Rome for old statues. He wanted to find a young Bacchus. The only one he found looked about 15 years old. The boy was completely sober. He held a group of grapes in a careless way. He looked tired of them. Michelangelo wanted his own statue to feel full of joy. He wanted to show Dionysus as a god of nature and life. He wanted to show the power of wine too. Wine could make a man laugh, sing, and forget his troubles for a short time. At the same time, he also wanted to show what happened when people forgot themselves too much. Everywhere around him, he saw people give up their morals for pleasure. His Bacchus would look like a real man, not a half-god. Near him there would be a child about 7 years old. The child would have a sweet and kind face. He would eat grapes happily. The sculpture would also show death. There would be a tiger, an animal Bacchus loved because it liked wine. The tiger skin and head would look lifeless and empty. Michelangelo went to the baths to look for models. He thought he could build one Bacchus from many different men. He had done this before with his Hercules. He took a throat from one man, an arm from another, and a stomach from someone else. After some weeks, he joined the parts together in his drawings. But the face and body did not feel real or true. He went to Leo Baglioni.
I need a model, he said. A young man. Under 30. From a noble family.
And with a beautiful body? Leo asked.
A body that was once beautiful, Michelangelo answered. But now it is spoiled.
By what?
Wine. Pleasure. Too much comfort.
Leo thought quietly for a moment. He remembered many young men in Rome.
I may know the right man, he said. Count Ganazzo. But he is rich and from an important family. What can we offer him?
We can praise him, Michelangelo said. We can tell him he will become immortal as the great god Bacchus. Or Dionysus, if he likes that name better.
That may work, Leo answered. He is lazy and has plenty of time, at least after he wakes up from his nights of drinking and parties.
The Count was very happy about the idea. He walked with Michelangelo through the orchard. Then he took off his clothes and stood in the pose Michelangelo wanted.
You know, this is funny, he said. I always thought of myself as a kind of god.
Michelangelo went to his drawing board. He felt great pleasure. Even if he had searched through all Italy, he could not have found a better model. Leo had chosen perfectly. The man's head was a little too small for his body. His stomach was soft. His backside was too large. The upper arms were slightly loose. But his legs were strong and straight like a Greek fighter's legs. The body looked without strength or desire. His eyes did not focus well because of too much wine. His mouth stayed half open in a foolish way. Yet the arm that lifted the wine cup still showed strong muscles. His smooth skin shone brightly in the strong sunlight. He looked as if light came from inside him. "You're perfect!" Michelangelo cried.
You look exactly like Bacchus.
Count Ginazzo smiled with pleasure.
When Leonardo first asked me to be a model, I told him no, he said. I thought it would be boring. But this is interesting.
What time will you come tomorrow? Michelangelo asked. And bring your wine with you.
That is wonderful, Ginazzo answered. I can stay all afternoon. Without wine, the day feels very dull.
You will never seem dull to me, Messer, Michelangelo said. Each minute, I see something new in you.
He drew the man in many different positions. Sometimes the right leg bent sharply at the knee. The toes only touched the rough wooden block a little. The body leaned to one side and tried to stay upright. The chest moved back. The small head pushed forward and turned from side to side. The face looked full of pleasure. Late in the afternoon, Ginazzo often drank a lot of wine. Michelangelo put bunches of grapes in his hair. Then he drew him as if grapes were growing there. This made the Roman man laugh very much. One afternoon, Ginazzo drank too much wine. He began to move from side to side. Then he fell from the wooden block and hit his chin on the hard ground. He lost consciousness. Michelangelo threw a bucket of water over him. After some time, Ginazzo woke up. He put on his clothes while shaking from the cold. Then he walked away through the orchard and never returned to Michelangelo's life. Jacopo Golli later found a lively boy for him. The boy was 7 years old. He had curly golden hair and large gentle eyes. Michelangelo liked him at once while he drew him. The only problem was the pose. The boy had to hold his left arm across his chest. At the same time, he needed to crush grapes in his mouth. It was difficult for him to stay still. After that, Michelangelo went into the countryside. He spent a whole day drawing goats on the hills. He studied their legs, hooves, and curly fur. At last, his full sculpture design became clear. In the center stood the young Bacchus. He looked weak, proud, and confused. He held a cup high in his hand. Behind him stood the happy child with clear eyes, eating grapes. Between them was the tiger skin. The Bacchus looked empty inside. His body was soft, and he seemed unsteady and old. The satyr looked young and joyful forever. He showed the happy and playful side of childhood. On Sunday morning, Michelangelo invited Golli to the workshop. He wanted to show him the drawing. The bowl was raised high in Bacchus's hand. Grapes and leaves covered his hair. Long grapevines connected Bacchus and the satyr together. A tree trunk supported Bacchus and also held the satyr. The tiger skin hung from Bacchus's falling hand. It went down across the satyr's arm. Its head hung between the satyr's goat hooves. The empty tiger head showed what would soon happen to Bacchus himself. Golli asked many questions. Michelangelo explained his plans. He said he would make small models from wax and clay. He would also cut pieces of old marble to test different parts.
For example, I must test how the satyr's head rests against Bacchus's arm, he said.
And how the boy's leg joins with the furry leg of the satyr, Gali added.
Exactly, Michelangelo answered.
Gali was deeply interested.
I do not know how to thank you, he said.
Michelangelo laughed a little.
There is one way, he said. Could you send some florins to Florence?
Gali bent his large shoulders over Michelangelo in a protective way. Would you like our man in Florence to give some money to your father every month? He asked. I mean in a regular way. Then you will not worry each time you get a letter. It will not cost more. We will also keep a record of the payments.
It is not really his fault, Michelangelo said. His pride was hurt. My uncle is sick, and there are some debts.
He put the marble block down flat on the ground. He fixed it tightly on wooden beams. Then he used a sharp tool on the corner where the wine cup would appear. First he worked on the front view. After that, he joined the two sides to create a smooth shape. He marked the fingers that held the cup and the right knee. Then he cut deeper to find the stomach area. He wanted to show the distance between the highest parts and the deepest parts. The middle forms would come later in a natural way. The side and back would follow the front. He shaped the upper body to show the unsteady position of the figure. Then he turned the block to work on the side. He roughly shaped the arm that held the cup. That arm was very important. He called one of the Gaffati men to help him stand the column upright again. Now the marble showed its true character. He could feel its size, shape, and weight. Michelangelo sat in front of it and looked carefully. He let the marble speak to him and show what it needed. At that moment, he felt afraid. It was like meeting a stranger. To make sculpture means removing marble. It also means searching, digging, sweating, thinking, feeling, and living with the stone until the work is finished. Only half of the marble block would remain in the final statue. The rest would become dust and broken pieces in the orchard. His only regret was that he sometimes needed to eat and sleep. Those breaks stopped his work. Weeks and months passed while he carved every day. The winter was mild, so he did not put the roof back on the shed. When the weather became cold, he wore a wool hat with ear covers and a worn tunic. Ideas and feelings often came to him very quickly as the Bacchus and Satyr slowly appeared from the marble. But it took many days and weeks to show those ideas in stone. Inside himself, he also had to grow as the sculpture grew. The unfinished block stayed in his thoughts day and night. It would be dangerous to free the bowl and the bent knee completely. He needed to leave thin parts of marble between the bowl and arm. He also needed support between the knee and elbow, and between the base and knee. These parts would hold the statue safely while he carved deeper. Now he worked on the side of the figure. Then he shaped the face and head. After that, he carved part of the neck and the grape curls. Next he worked on the left shoulder, thigh, and calf. At the back, he made the satyr. He carved the tree stump where the satyr Saturday. He also carved the grapes the satyr ate and the tiger cloth around the two figures. This was the hardest work he had done until then. He shaped the satyr's head, arms, and grapes so they joined well with Bacchus' arm. Then he found that there was not enough marble. His true struggle started when the muscles and body parts began to appear clearly. As the human shape came out of the rough stone, his heart beat fast. He wanted to remove the rest of the marble quickly and show the body inside. The marble was very hard. But he worked with great strength and patience. He wanted the muscles to look soft under the round stomach. He wanted the tree trunk to look soft and natural. He carefully shaped the turning body of the satyr. He also carved the grapes on Bacchus' head so they looked like part of his hair. Every finished detail gave him peace. His eyes, mind, and heart felt calm. Even his shoulders, hips, and body felt relaxed. When he could not understand how to make a detail, he put down his tools. He walked outside and looked up through the trees at the sky. After that, he returned to the marble. He looked at it from far away. He studied its shape and size and felt how all the parts worked together. Then the difficult detail became clear to him. He took his tools again and worked very fast. He made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikes. Then he rested for a few moments. After some time, he stepped back and looked at his work. His ideas always moved faster than his hands. He wished he could carve all 4 sides of the marble at the same time. While shaping a round knee, the satyr's hairy leg and hoof, and the tiger skin, he tried to create as much of the full form as possible in one strong effort. Every day needed to bring good work. In each time of carving, he wanted to discover a new part of the form before he stopped working. When he woke each morning, he felt full of nervous energy. His whole day became one long period of work. He could not finish one finger before the others. He worked on all parts together. Each day's work was one complete piece. These small but powerful parts gave strength to all his sculpture. Before he went to bed, he looked carefully at the statue. He decided what he must do the next day. In the evening, he wrote letters to his family. At the end, he proudly signed,
Michelangelo, sculptor in Rome.
Because he did not stop work for friends, rest, or parties, Balducci often spoke against him. Balducci said Michelangelo was trying to leave the world and hide inside marble. Michelangelo told his friend that this was partly true. A sculptor puts into marble a picture of a better world. It is brighter and more beautiful than the world around him. But Michelangelo was not running away. He was trying to reach something. With all his strength, he tried to follow a great vision. He often thought about God. Did God truly rest on the 7th day? Maybe, in that quiet time, God asked himself a question.
Who will speak for me on earth? Perhaps I should make another kind of person. I will call him artist. He will bring beauty and meaning into the world.
Still, Balducci came every Sunday afternoon. He always hoped to pull Michelangelo out of the workshop. One time he found a young woman who looked very much like Clarissa. Michelangelo almost agreed to meet her. But the marble took all his strength. He could not choose anything over his work.
When I finish the Bacchus, I will go out with you, he promised Balducci.
Balducci shook his head sadly. You wait too long for the good things in life. You throw your time away.
Michelangelo felt full of joy from his work. He threw back his head and laughed with his friend.
His strongest feelings came during the hardest parts of the carving. Sometimes he broke through the thin marble that still held the figure inside the stone. Then he saw the empty spaces appear. These spaces let the arms and legs move freely. They gave life to the figure. When his tool no longer met resistance, it felt as if the statue could breathe. The most difficult part was the space between the arm with the decorated wine cup and the side of the tilted head. He worked very carefully there. Slowly he reached the line of the shoulder. But he still did not feel ready to remove all the marble that supported the raised arm and the stretched knee.
Balducci laughed at him again and again. This is foolish fear, he said. Why did you not leave a marble column under the poor man's private parts? What if they fall off? That would be worse than dropping the bowl you worry about so much.
Michelangelo grabbed some marble dust and threw it at him. Do you ever think about anything except women and bodies? He asked.
Does anyone? Balducci answered.
At last Michelangelo agreed to go with Balducci to see a Roman festival. They went to Mount Testaccio before Lent. The city was celebrating Carnival. They stood on a hillside. For young pigs were brushed and tied with ribbons. The animals were placed in decorated carts. Trumpets sounded, and the carts rolled down the hill toward the Aventine. Crowds ran after them with knives.
People shouted, "Al porco! Al porco!"
At the bottom of the hill, the carts broke apart. The people rushed toward the pigs. They fought each other to take meat from the animals. When Michelangelo came home, he found Cardinal Groslet of San Dionigi visiting the house. Golly broke one of his own rules. He asked if they could take the cardinal to the workshop to see the Bacchus. Michelangelo could not refuse. Inside the workshop, lamps lit the room. Michelangelo explained that he worked on all sides of the statue at the same time. This helped every part grow together in the right way. He showed how he opened the spaces between the legs and between the arm and body. First he worked on the front. Then he worked on the back. Slowly the thin marble between the spaces became smaller and smaller. The Cardinal of San Dionigi watched closely. Michelangelo picked up a pointed tool. He showed how gently he had to tap the marble before breaking through. Then he used another tool to remove the last thin pieces of stone. The arms and legs became free.
But how do you make a half-finished statue feel so alive? The cardinal asked. I feel the blood and muscles under the marble skin. It is good to see new masters of marble appear.
A few days later, a servant brought a note from Golly to the workshop.
Will you join Groslet and me for supper tonight?
Michelangelo stopped work when the sun went down. He went to the baths near his workshop. There he washed the marble dust from his skin. Then he put on a clean shirt and hose. He brushed his hair down over his forehead. Signora Golly gave them a small evening meal. The cardinal still lived in a simple way from his younger years. He did not eat meat. He also ate very little. In the candlelight, his weak eyes shone as he looked at Michelangelo.
You know, my son, I am becoming old. I must leave something behind in Rome. I want it to be very beautiful. It will be a gift from France, from Charles VIII, and from me. The Pope has allowed me to place a sculpture in the chapel of the Kings of France in St. Peter's. There is a space there for a life-size statue.
Michelangelo had not drunk any of Golly's fine wine. Still, he felt dizzy with surprise. A sculpture for St. Peter's. It was the oldest and most holy church in the Christian world. It stood over the tomb of St. Peter. Could the French cardinal truly choose him? But why? Because of the small Cupid? Or because of the unfinished Bacchus in his workshop? When Michelangelo could think clearly again, the talk at the table had changed. The cardinal was speaking to Jacopo Golli about old religious writers. Soon the cardinal's carriage arrived. He wished Michelangelo a good night and left. On Sunday, Michelangelo went to Mass at St. Peter's. He wanted to see the chapel of the Kings of France and the space the cardinal had described. He climbed the 35 marble steps to the church. Then he crossed the large entrance court. He passed a fountain with porphyry columns around it. Near the old bell tower, he stopped and looked at the church with shock. The building was old and damaged. It leaned badly to one side. Inside, the chapel was small and dark. Most of the light came from small windows near the roof. There were only a few decorations. Some old stone tombs stood there. A wooden cross hung in a space in the wall. Michelangelo looked carefully at the empty space on the other wall. He felt disappointed. The space was so deep that people could only see a statue from the front. 7 days passed before Golly spoke about the matter again.
You know, Michelangelo, this work for Cardinal San Dionigi could become the most important art project since Pollaiuolo made the tomb for Sixtus IV.
Michelangelo's heart beat fast.
What chance do I have? He asked.
Golly counted on his long fingers as he spoke. First, I must make the cardinal believe that you are the best sculptor in Rome. Second, you must think of a subject that moves him deeply. Third, we must get a signed contract.
It must be a religious subject. Michelangelo asked.
Not only because Groslet is a churchman, Golly answered. He is also a deeply religious man. He has lived in Rome for 3 years. He is so pure in spirit that he does not even see the bad things in the city.
Is that innocence? Or is he blind? Michelangelo asked.
Maybe it is faith, Gali replied. A man like Cardinal San Dionigi feels close to God. He sees beyond the evil of today. He believes in the eternal church.
Can I make a marble statue that feels touched by God? Michelangelo asked.
Gali shook his large head.
That is something you must discover by yourself.
To work on death all day and also think about a holy subject seemed very hard. But soon he knew what he wanted to make. It would be a Pietà. It would show pity and sorrow. He had wanted to make a Pietà since he finished his Madonna and Child. The Madonna and Child showed the beginning. The Pietà showed the end. Mary had once accepted the path God gave her. Now, 33 years later, her son was again resting on her lap after his life was finished. Gali was very interested in Michelangelo's idea. He took him to the palace of the Cardinal of San Dionigi. They waited while the Cardinal finished his long prayers and religious duties. The 3 men sat in an open loggia beside the Via Recta. Behind them was a painting of the Annunciation. The Cardinal looked pale after many hours of prayer. Michelangelo could hardly see the shape of his body under the robe. But when the Cardinal heard about the Pietà, his eyes became bright.
What about the marble, Michelangelo? Can you find such a perfect piece here in Rome? He asked.
I do not think so, Your Grace, Michelangelo answered. We can find columns here, but I have not seen a large block like this. It must be wide, deep, and very strong.
Then we must go to Carrara, the Cardinal said. I will write to the brothers in Lucca and ask for help. If they cannot find the marble, you must go to the quarries yourself.
Michelangelo quickly stood up from his chair. Father, did you know that marble becomes whiter higher in the mountains? There are fewer marks in it. There are no holes from pressure in the earth. If we could cut marble at the top of Monte Sagro, we could find the best block.
On the way home, Gali said, You must go to Carrara at once. I will pay for your trip.
I cannot go, Michelangelo answered.
Why not?
I must finish the Bacchus.
The Bacchus can wait, Gali said. But the Cardinal cannot wait. One day God will call him to heaven. Then he will not be able to ask for a Pietà.
That is true, Michelangelo said. But I cannot stop my work now.
I release you from our agreement, Gali replied. When you finish the Pietà, you can return to the Bacchus.
For me, there is no return, Michelangelo said firmly. The sculpture is already growing complete inside my mind. I must finish it now if I want it to be perfect.
Gali sighed. I am always surprised when an artist speaks this way about business. I will not trouble the Cardinal with your ideas.
The Pietà cannot begin until the Bacchus is finished, Michelangelo said. I must do what is right. He removed the stone between the legs of the Bacchus and the right foot. The foot was raised a little in the air and touched the ground only with the toes. Then he used his drill near the elbow and the cup. He carefully made small holes beside the arm. After that, he slowly removed the last pieces of marble. At last he cut away the corner under the cup. Now the hand and cup reached freely into the open space. The satyr in the lower left corner balanced the cup in the upper right corner. The whole sculpture stood in perfect balance. Michelangelo walked around it. His face and body showed his happiness. He studied the line from the strong right knee to the opposite shoulder. He looked at the movement from the edge of the bowl down through the body to the satyr's hoof. The weight of the figure was very important in the sculpture. The head pushed forward. The hard chest moved outward and then down into the stomach. The body seemed to fall downward at the center. At the back, the heavy buttocks helped balance the figure. The legs were beautiful, but they did not hold the body too strongly because the figure seemed unsteady. The left foot stood firmly on the ground. The right foot rested on its toes. This made the figure look dizzy.
You are like an engineer, Golly said when he saw the finished work. He looked at the design with wonder.
That is what I told Bertoldo, Michelangelo answered. A sculptor must think like that.
In the time of the emperors, you would have designed great buildings, baths, and water systems, Golly said. Instead, you have created a soul.
Michelangelo's eyes shone with pleasure at the praise. Without a soul, there is no sculpture, he said.
Many old statues in my collection were found broken into pieces, Golly said. But after we joined them again, their spirit was still there.
That spirit was the sculptor still living inside the marble, Michelangelo answered.
The next Sunday he went to eat with the Rucellai family. He wanted to hear news from Florence. Savonarola was in the middle of many events. The Florentines in Rome liked him very much. He stood against the Pope. He told the Borgia Pope that unfair excommunications were not true. At Christmas, he held 3 forbidden masses in San Marco. Later, Savonarola wrote letters to kings, leaders, and churchmen across Europe. He asked for a council to remove the Borgia Pope. He also wanted big changes in the church. He wanted to stop the buying of important church positions, even the papacy itself. On February 11, 1498, he spoke again against the Pope in the Duomo. 2 weeks later, he walked outside the cathedral with the holy bread in his hand. Thousands of Florentines stood in the piazza. Savonarola asked God to strike him dead if the excommunication was right. Nothing happened to him. After that, he believed God had proved him right. He ordered another burning of the vanities. Once again, the army of boys took things from the people of Florence. The Florentines in Rome secretly shared Savonarola's letters about church reform. To them, he had become a hero. Michelangelo told them about the burning of the vanities that he had seen. Many valuable manuscripts, books, paintings, and sculptures were destroyed there, but the Florentines were not upset.
Any price is small in a time of hunger, Cavalcanti cried. We must destroy the Borgia at any cost.
Michelangelo thought carefully before he answered.
What will you think in a few years when both the Pope and Botticelli are dead? There will be another Pope. But there can never be another Botticelli. All the works he threw into the fire are lost forever. It seems to me that you accept disorder in Florence to remove disorder here in Rome.
The Pope could not change their minds with arguments. So he used fear instead. He promised to take the Florentines' businesses away. He also threatened to drive them from Rome with no money. This would happen unless Florence sent Savonarola to Rome for trial. From what Michelangelo heard, the Florentine colony finally gave up. They decided Savonarola had to stop speaking. They said he must obey the excommunication and ask the Pope for forgiveness. They asked the Signoria of Florence to help them. They wanted Savonarola sent to Rome under guard. They explained that the Pope only wanted Savonarola to come to Rome and receive absolution. After that, he could return to Florence and save souls again. Before the end of March, a rumor spread through Rome. Michelangelo quickly went to the Ponte when he heard it. Savonarola's second leader, Fra Domenico, had agreed to an ordeal by fire. The Florentine colony gathered at Cavalcanti's house. He was the leader of the group. When Michelangelo entered, he heard loud voices coming from the drawing room upstairs.
What does ordeal by fire mean? Is it like what Savonarola tried before Carnival? Did he ask God to strike him dead if his words did not come from God?
My boy, someone answered. Except this time, he will burn in the fire.
This new event began either with Fra Domenico himself or with the Franciscans. The Franciscans were enemies of the Dominicans in their fight for power. Their leader was Francesco di Puglia. In a strong sermon to support their leader, Fra Domenico said he would walk through fire. He wanted to show that everything Savonarola taught came from God. He also asked a Franciscan monk to enter the fire with him. The next day, Fra Francesco di Puglia accepted the challenge. But he said Savonarola himself must enter the fire. He said Florence could only believe Savonarola was a true prophet if he came out alive. That evening, a group of young Arrabbiati met at the Pitti Palace for supper. They told Fra Francesco and the Franciscans that Savonarola would never agree. They said his refusal would show Florence that he did not truly trust God to save him. At this time, many voters in Florence turned against Savonarola in politics. For 7 years, the people had lived with arguments and trouble. The Pope had threatened to punish the whole city through the church. This could stop trade and bring serious problems to Florence. The city also needed a 3% tax on church property. The Pope agreed to allow this tax if Savonarola became quiet. The people removed the signoria that supported Savonarola. Then they chose a new council that was against him. Florence also feared another civil war like the old wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines. On April 7th, workers built a platform in the Piazza della Signoria. They covered the wood with pitch. A huge crowd came to watch. The Franciscans would not enter the square at first. They wanted Fra Domenico to promise that he would not carry the holy bread into the fire. People waited for many hours. Then a strong winter storm came. Heavy rain soaked the platform. The crowd began to leave, and the fire test did not happen. The next night, the Arrabbiati attacked the monastery of San Marco. Several followers of Savonarola died in the fighting. Then the Signoria acted. They arrested Savonarola, Fra Domenico, and Fra Silvestro, who was the third leader. The men were locked in the bell tower of the Palazzo della Signoria. The Pope sent a messenger to Florence. He demanded that Savonarola be sent to Rome. The Signoria refused, but they created a group of 17 men to question Savonarola. They wanted him to confess that his teachings did not come from God. Savonarola refused to change his words. The commission punished him badly during questioning. First they used painful machines on him. Then they tied him to a rope and lifted him into the air. After that, they dropped him down suddenly. Savonarola became very weak and confused. At last, he agreed to write a confession. Then they returned him to his cell. What he wrote did not satisfy the Signoria. They questioned him again in a cruel way. Savonarola was weak because he had little food and spent many nights praying. At last, he gave in again and signed a confession that a notary wrote. Before this, he refused to sign the paper. Then they questioned him again for a third time. The commission said Savonarola was guilty of heresy. A special council chosen by the Signoria gave him the death sentence. At the same time, the Pope gave the city a tax they had wanted for a long time. The city could now collect 3% from all church property in Tuscany. Workers built 3 platforms from the steps of the Palazzo della Signoria into the square. During the night, large crowds began to fill the piazza. People pushed close to the hanging place. By morning, the square and all the nearby streets were full of people. Savonarola, Fra Domenico, and Fra Silvestro came out onto the steps of the Signoria. Officials removed their church clothes and shaved their heads again. The 3 men walked onto the scaffold and prayed silently. Then they climbed a steep ladder to the top of the hanging place. Ropes and chains were placed around their necks. A moment later, all 3 men hung motionless. Below them, workers lit the large fire. The flames rose higher and higher. After the ropes burned away, the chains still held the bodies above the fire. Some people in the crowd threw stones at the bodies. Later, workers gathered the ashes. They carried them in carts to the old bridge and threw them into the Arno River. The death of Savonarola deeply affected Michelangelo. As a boy, he sat and listened to Pico della Mirandola. Pico asked Lorenzo to invite the friar to Florence. Savonarola later caused the deaths of Lorenzo, Pico, and Poliziano. Now Savonarola was dead too. He did not know what to think or feel. He only felt pity. Then he returned to his work. Marble was steady in a world full of trouble. It had strength, order, and its own quiet life. When he worked with marble, the world felt right. He wanted to finish the Bacchus quickly. At first, he only marked the forehead, nose, and mouth. He wanted the body to help show the feeling in the face. Now he finished the face. The Bacchus looked at the wine cup with a lost and foolish expression. The eyes were wide. The mouth was open with desire. For the grapes, he used a drill. He made each grape round and full. For the hair on the satyr's goat legs, he used a round chisel on the rough marble. Slowly, curls appeared in the stone. Each small part had its own shape. This work needed great care and skill. But it was mostly technical work. Only the craftsman part of his mind was busy. During the warm spring days, his thoughts stayed free. He thought often about the Pietà and its meaning. In the cool evenings, he searched for the final moment between mother and son. He tried to imagine their last time together. He asked Jacopo Golli if they could now finish the contract with the Cardinal of San Dionigi. Golli explained the problem. The Cardinal's monastery in Lucca had already ordered a marble block in Michelangelo's size. The block was ready, but the Carrara quarry would not send it to Rome before payment. The monastery in Lucca also refused to pay. They wanted the Cardinal to approve the block first. The quarry did not want to keep the stone anymore. It sold the stone to a buying agent. That night, Michelangelo wrote an agreement. He believed it was fair for himself and for the Cardinal of San Dionigi. Golli read the paper without showing any feeling. He said he would take it to his bank and keep it safe. At the end of summer, the Bacchus was finished. Golli was very happy with the statue.
I feel Bacchus is alive, he said. It seems he may drop his cup at any moment. The satyr looks innocent and playful at the same time. You made the best sculpture in Italy for me. We must put it in the garden and celebrate.
The blind Augustinians, Aurelius and Raphael Lippus, studied the Bacchus with their hands. They touched every part carefully. They said they had never seen a male figure with such strong life inside it. Professor Pomponius Letus also saw the statue. The Inquisition had once punished him because of his pagan ideas. The statue moved him to tears. He said it looked truly Greek in form and in its smooth white surface. Serafino, the poet from Lucrezia Borgia's court, disliked it at once. He called it ugly and without beauty. Another poet, Sannazaro, liked the statue very much. He often mixed Christian and pagan ideas in his poems. He said the sculpture joined two worlds together. He believed it was Greek in style and Christian in feeling. He said it carried the best parts of both traditions. Peter Sabinus came to see the statue many times. He was a professor at the university and collected Christian writings. His friend Giovanni Capocci came with him. Capocci worked in the catacombs. The two men returned 3 times and discussed the statue together. At last, they agreed on one thing. Even if they did not usually like old pagan subjects, this Bacchus was something new in sculpture. Michelangelo cared most about the opinion of Giuliano da San Gallo. San Gallo happily studied the careful design of the statue.
You built this Bacchus the way we build a temple or a palace, he said. It was a brave and risky idea. The marble could easily have broken, but this figure will stand strong for a very long time.
The next night, Golli brought home a contract. He had written it himself for Michelangelo and the Cardinal of San Dionigi. The Cardinal had already signed it. For the first time, Michelangelo saw the word maestro beside his name. But the contract also called him a maker of statues. That disappointed him a little. The agreement said Michelangelo would make a marble Pietà for 450 gold ducats. He would receive 150 ducats at the start. Then he would receive 100 ducats every 4 months. The statue had to be finished within 1 year. Golli also added another promise to the contract. He guaranteed the Cardinal's payments to Michelangelo. Then he wrote that the work would be more beautiful than any marble sculpture in Rome. He also promised that no living master could make a better one. Michelangelo looked at Golly with warmth.
You must have written this at home, he said. Not at the bank. Why? Golly asked. Because you are taking a big risk. What happens if the cardinal sees my work and says he has seen better statues in Rome? Then I will return his gold ducats, Golly answered. And you will be left with the sculpture.
Golly's eyes became bright.
I could live with that, he said.
He went to the stone yards in Trastevere and the ports. He looked for the kind of marble block he needed. But a marble block that was 7 feet wide, 6 feet tall, and 3 feet deep was very rare. Stone workers did not cut blocks that large unless someone ordered them first. After 2 days, he finished looking everywhere. He could not find anything close to the great block he needed. The next day, he decided to go to Carrara and pay for the trip himself. Then Gaffati came running through the back alley to his workshop.
They just unloaded a boat, he cried. It is the exact size you want. The block was cut for an order in Lucca. But the buyers had money problems, so they sold it.
Michelangelo hurried to the Ripetta dock. There stood the marble block. It shone white in the summer sun. The stone workers in the mountains of Carrara had cut it very well. He tested the marble with a hammer and with water. The crystals inside were smooth and close together. The grain was fine. Before dawn the next morning, he returned to the dock. He watched the rising sun touch the marble. The stone became soft pink in the light. He saw no holes, cracks, or weak places in the huge white block. The marble for his Pietà had finally come. He removed the last things connected to the Bacchus and began work on the Pietà. But the Bacchus had become famous and caused many arguments. Many people came to see it. Golly brought visitors to the workshop. Sometimes he sent a servant to ask Michelangelo to come to the garden. Michelangelo often had to explain and defend the statue. The followers of Bregno attacked the work. They called it a false picture of Dionysus. Other people admired the statue. Then Michelangelo explained his ideas and the way he worked. Now Golly wanted him at supper every night and every Sunday. He hoped Michelangelo would meet many important people and receive more work. The Russelli, Cavalcanti, and Altaviti families were proud of him. They gave parties for him. But the next morning he always felt tired. He wanted to leave the Bacchus behind him. He wanted to clear his mind of the pagan statue. Then he could think about the spiritual feeling he needed for the Pietà. After a month of parties and visits, he understood something clearly. He could not imagine or carve the Pietà in such busy conditions. Now he was becoming a true professional sculptor. He needed his own home and workshop. There he could live quietly and work day and night if he wished. He wanted a simple and disciplined life. He was no longer a boy. Now he lived by his own choices. He saw no other path for himself. One day, Jacopo Golli looked at him carefully.
Something is worrying you, Michelangelo, he asked.
Yes.
It sounds serious.
It is only my lack of gratitude.
You owe me nothing.
The men I owe the most have all said that, Michelangelo answered. Lorenzo de Medici, Bertoldo, Aldovrandi, and now you.
Tell me what you want to do.
I want to move out, he said suddenly. Life with the Golli family is too pleasant.
I feel that I should work in my own home. I want to live like a man, not like a boy or a guest all the time. Does that sound foolish?
Golli looked at him with gentle eyes. I only want you to be happy, and I want you to make the finest marble statues in Italy.
For me, those two things are the same. People showed him several houses. One was in the Florentine area and Altaviti suggested it. Another was near the Piazza del Quirinale and had a beautiful view of Rome. But the houses were too large and cost too much. On the third day, he found a place on the Via Sistina. It stood across from the Bear Inn, near the Campo Marzio below the banks of the Tiber River. The room was large and stood on a corner. It had 2 windows. One looked north and gave soft steady light. The other looked east and gave strong sunlight when he needed it. At the back was a smaller room with a fireplace. He paid a few scudi for 2 months. Then he lifted the oiled cloth that covered the windows and looked carefully at the poor old rooms. The wooden floor was thin in some places and broken in others. The stone walls were falling apart, and the cement between the stones was breaking away. Pieces of plaster had fallen from the ceiling. Rain had come through the roof and left many dark marks. He put the key in his pocket and went back to the Golly house. There he found Buonarroti waiting for him. His brother looked very happy. He had traveled with a mule train as a guard, so the trip cost him nothing. He would return the same way. Michelangelo looked at him with pleasure. Buonarroti had a round face and wore his hair over his forehead like Michelangelo did. They had not seen each other for a year.
"You came at the perfect time," Michelangelo said. "I need help with my new home. You found a place? Good. Then I can stay with you."
"Wait until you see my grand palace before you decide," Michelangelo said with a smile. "Come with me to Trastevere. I need plaster, white paint, and lye. But first I will show you my Bacchus." Buonarroti stood and looked at the statue for a long time. Then he asked, "Did people like it?" "Most people did." "I am glad." That was all he said. Michelangelo thought quietly, he does not understand sculpture at all. He only cares if people like my work. Then he thinks I will be happy and get more jobs. He will never understand art. He is a true Buonarroti, but he loves me. They bought the supplies and ate dinner at the Trattoria Toscana. After that, Michelangelo took his brother to the room on the Via Sistina. When Buonarroti walked inside, he gave a loud whistle.
"Michelangelo, you cannot really want to live in this place. This room is falling apart."
"You and I will repair it together," Michelangelo answered firmly. "It is enough space for work."
"Father will be upset."
Michelangelo smiled. "Do not tell him."
He put a tall ladder in the middle of the room.
"Let us clean this ceiling."
They scraped the ceiling and put fresh plaster on it. Then they worked on the walls. After that, they repaired the broken floor with small pieces of wood. Next, they cleaned the small private yard. The only door to the yard was beside Michelangelo's room, but the other people in the building could throw things into it from their windows. Because of this, the yard was full of trash and dirt. The smell in the yard was very bad. It took them 2 days to put all the trash into sacks. Then they carried the sacks through Michelangelo's room and took them to an empty place near the Tiber River. Balducci hated hard physical work. He arrived after Michelangelo and Buonarroti finished the repairs. He knew a man in Trastevere who sold used furniture. Balducci argued loudly to get low prices. He bought a bed, a rope mattress, a kitchen table, 2 cane chairs, a chest of drawers, and a few pots, dishes, and knives. A few hours later, a donkey cart brought the furniture. The brothers put the bed under the east window. Morning light would wake Michelangelo there. They placed the chest of drawers against the back wall near the kitchen opening. Under the front north window, Michelangelo put a table made from 4 boards. There he could draw and make models from wax and clay. He left the middle of the large room empty for marble work. In the small back room, they put the kitchen table, the 2 chairs, the pots, and the dishes. Later, Balducci came back after walking around the neighborhood.
"There is a pretty young girl behind your rooms," he said. "She has blonde hair and looks about 15 years old. I think she is French. I can ask her to work for you. Think about it. You can finish work at noon and find her making hot soup in your kitchen.
Balducci danced a little.
And at night, she can sleep in your bed. That is part of the work. You will need some warmth in this cold place."
Michelangelo and Buonarroti laughed at Balducci's excitement. They knew he would soon run outside to look for the girl.
"Listen, Balducci," Michelangelo said. "I do not want problems. And I do not have money for a servant. If I need help, I will follow the artist's custom. I will take a young apprentice and teach him in return for his work.
Buonarroti agreed.
I will watch for a smart young boy in Florence. Buonarroti helped Michelangelo settle into the house. He bought food and cooked meals. He cleaned the rooms too. After Buonarroti left, the house became messy. Michelangelo spent all his time working. He did not cook. He did not go to restaurants or eat outside. Soon he became thin, and the rooms looked dirty. He saw only his workbench and the huge white stone in the middle of the room. The stone rested on large wooden beams. He did not make his bed. Dirty dishes stayed on the kitchen table. Dust from the street covered the rooms. Ash from the kitchen fire lay everywhere. Sometimes he boiled water for a hot drink. After 1 month, he knew this way of living could not continue. He even started to notice Balducci's small French servant girl. She walked past his door many times each day. Buonarroti solved the problem. One late afternoon, someone knocked at the door. Michelangelo opened it. A simple-looking boy stood outside in the street. He had dark skin and looked about 13 years old. His clothes were dirty from travel. He held out a letter. Michelangelo saw his brother's writing on the paper. The letter introduced a boy named Piero Argento. He had come to Florence to find a sculptor and become an apprentice. Someone sent him to the Buonarroti house. Then he walked all the way to Rome. Michelangelo invited him inside. He listened while the boy spoke about his family and their farm near Ferrara. The boy spoke quietly and simply.
Can you read and write, Argento? Michelangelo asked.
My father in Ferrara taught me to write, the boy answered. Now I must learn a trade.
And you think sculpture is a good trade?
I want a 3-year apprenticeship. I want a guild contract.
Michelangelo liked the boy's direct way of speaking. He looked at the thin young face and muddy brown eyes. The shirt was dirty. The sandals were old and broken. The boy looked hungry.
You have no friends in Rome? No place to stay? Michelangelo asked.
I came to see you, the boy answered stubbornly.
I live very simply, Argento. There is no comfort here.
I come from a farming family. We eat what we have.
You need a home, and I need help, Michelangelo said. We can try this for a few days. If it does not work, we will part as friends. I will pay for your trip back to Florence.
Agreed. Thank you.
Take this coin. Go to the baths near Santa Maria dell'Anima. On your way back, buy food at the market.
I make good country soup, Argento said. My mother taught me before she died.
The priests had taught Argento not only numbers but also honesty. Before dawn each morning, he left the house for the markets. He carried a small piece of paper and a bit of crayon. Michelangelo felt moved when he saw how carefully the boy wrote down every cost. He counted all the money for vegetables, meat, fruit, bread, and pasta. He wrote down every small coin. Michelangelo put a small amount of money in a cooking pot for their weekly spending. Argento always looked for cheap prices. After 1 week, he knew every market stall that sold food. His shopping took most of the morning. Michelangelo liked this because he wanted quiet time alone. Soon they had a simple daily routine. After their small midday meal, Argento cleaned the rooms. At the same time, Michelangelo walked beside the Tiber River. He went to the docks and listened to the Sicilian workers sing while they unloaded boats. When he came home, Argento was resting on the small bed in the kitchen. The bed stood under the wooden sink. Then Michelangelo had 2 more quiet hours at his workbench. After that, Argento woke up. He washed his face loudly in a bowl of water. Then he came to the work table for his lesson of the day. These afternoon hours seemed enough for Argento. At sunset, He returned to the kitchen and boiled water. When night came, he was already asleep on his small bed. He pulled the blanket over his head. Then Michelangelo lit his oil lamps and went back to his workbench. He felt thankful to Buonarroti for sending Argento to him. The new arrangement seemed good for both of them. Still, Argento showed no real skill in drawing. Michelangelo thought about the future. Later, when he started to work with marble, he would teach the boy to use a hammer and chisel. In the Bible, he read words from John 19 verses 38 to 40. After this, Joseph of Arimathea, who was a follower of Jesus, asked Pilate if he could take the body of Jesus away. So Joseph came and took Jesus' body away. Nicodemus came with him. He brought a mix of myrrh and aloes. It weighed about 100 pounds. They took Jesus' body and wrapped it in cloth with the spices. This was the Jewish way to prepare a body for burial. The people there were Mary, Mary's sister, Mary Magdalene, John, Joseph of Arimathea, and Nicodemus. He looked carefully in the Bible, but he could not find any time when Mary was alone with Jesus. Most pictures showed many sad people around them. One example was the famous Lamentation in Bologna. In that work, many crying people stood near Mary. They took away her last quiet moment with her son. In his own idea, nobody else could be there. He wanted to show only a mother and her son. They would be alone in the whole world. He thought about when Mary could have held Jesus on her lap. Maybe it happened after the soldiers put Jesus on the ground. At that time, Joseph of Arimathea may have gone to Pontius Pilate to ask for the body. Nicodemus may have gone to get the myrrh and aloes. The others may have gone home to mourn. People who later saw his finished Pietà would take the place of the people from the Bible. They would feel Mary's pain. There would be no halos and no angels. The work would show two human beings chosen by God. He felt close to Mary because he had spent a long time thinking about the beginning of her life story. Now she felt fully alive and full of deep sorrow. Her son was dead. Later, Jesus would rise again. But at this moment, he was truly dead. His face showed the pain he had suffered on the cross. In his sculpture, he could not show what Jesus felt for his mother. Jesus would look calm and still. His eyes would be closed. Mary would show the human feeling. This idea felt right to him. He felt better when he started to think about the work itself. His Christ would be life-size. But how could Mary hold a full-grown man on her lap without looking strange? His Mary would be slim and gentle. Still, she had to hold Christ safely, like a mother holding a child. There was only one way to do this. He had to plan carefully. He drew many diagrams and sketches. He searched deep in his mind for new ideas. First, he made quick drawings to free his thoughts. Slowly, images came onto the paper. These drawings showed what he felt inside. At the same time, he walked through the streets. He watched people as they passed or bought things at the market. He studied their faces and the way they moved. He especially watched kind-faced nuns. Their veils came down to the middle of their foreheads. He remembered their expressions until he returned home and drew them. Then he learned that cloth in sculpture could also help support the shape. So he began to study folds in cloth. He worked step by step. First, he finished a life-size clay figure. Then he bought cheap cloth from a shop. He wet the cloth in a basin. After that, he covered it with clay that Argento brought from the bank of the Tiber River. The clay was thick like mud. Every fold had to have a purpose. Nothing could happen by chance. The cloth had to cover the Madonna's slim legs and feet. At the same time, it had to help support Christ's body. The folds also had to show Mary's deep sadness. When the cloth became dry and hard, he could see what changes were needed.
So, this is sculpture, Argento said with a smile after cleaning the floor for a week. You make mud cakes.
Michelangelo smiled. Look, Argento. If you control these folds like this, or make them flow another way, you can make the body look stronger. The folds can feel as real as flesh and bone.
He also went to the Jewish area of the city. He wanted to draw Jewish faces. Then he could better understand how Christ may have looked. The Jewish area was in Trastevere, near the Tiber River and the church of San Francesco Arepa. The community had once been small, but in 1492, many Jews came to Rome because of the Spanish Inquisition. Here, most people treated them well. People saw them as part of the old history of Christianity. Many talented Jewish people worked in the Vatican. Some were doctors, musicians, and bankers. The men did not mind when Michelangelo drew them at work, but nobody wanted to come to his studio and pose for him. People told him to visit Rabbi Melzi at the synagogue on Saturday afternoon. Michelangelo found the rabbi in a study room. He was a kind old man with a white beard and bright grey eyes. He wore a black robe and a small cap on his head. The rabbi was reading from the Talmud with several men from his community. Michelangelo explained why he had come. Rabbi Melzi answered in a serious voice.
Our Bible says people must not worship or make carved images. That is why our creative people write books and stories. They do not usually paint or make statues.
But Rabbi Melzi, you do not stop other people from making art, Michelangelo asked.
Not at all. Every religion has its own beliefs.
I am making a Pietà from white Carrara marble. I want Jesus to look like a true Jewish man. I cannot do this without your help.
The rabbi thought for a moment.
I do not want my people to have problems with the church, he said.
I work for the Cardinal of San Dionigi. I am sure he will agree.
What kind of men do you need? The rabbi asked.
Working men, around 35 years old. Not heavy men, but strong and lean. Men with intelligence and feeling.
Rabbi Melzi smiled at him with warm old eyes. Leave your address. I will send you the best men from this area.
Michelangelo quickly returned to Sangallo's small room. He brought his sketches with him. He asked the architect to design a stand that looked like the seated Madonna. Sangallo studied the drawings. Then he made a simple couch from wooden supports. Michelangelo bought old pieces of wood. Together, he and Argento built the stand. They covered it with blankets. The first model came at dusk. The man paused when Michelangelo asked him to remove his clothes. So Michelangelo gave him a cloth to wrap around his waist. Then he led him to the kitchen to change. After that, Michelangelo helped him lie on the stand. He explained that the man must look recently dead. His mother would be holding him on her lap. The model clearly thought Michelangelo was strange. Only the rabbi's instructions stopped him from leaving. But at the end of the session, Michelangelo showed him the fast drawings. The mother was lightly sketched, holding her son. Then the model understood Michelangelo's idea. He promised to speak to his friends. Each day, the rabbi sent new models. Michelangelo worked with each man for 2 hours. Mary was a very different problem. The sculpture showed her 33 years after she accepted her destiny, but Michelangelo could not imagine her as a woman in her middle 50s. He could not see her as old and tired, with wrinkles from work and worry. His image of the Virgin was always of a young woman. He also remembered his mother as young. Jacopo Golli brought him into several homes in Rome. There he drew young women in long linen and silk clothes. Some were not yet 20 years old. Some were going to marry soon. Others had been married for 1 or 2 years. At the Santo Spirito Hospital, he had only studied male bodies. He did not know much about the bodies of women. But he had drawn women in Tuscany before. He had seen them in fields and inside their homes. Now he could understand the shape of the Roman women under their robes. For many weeks, he worked carefully on the 2 figures. Mary would look young and gentle. but she also needed enough strength to hold her son on her lap. Jesus would look thin but still strong, even after death. He remembered this look from the dead room at Santo Spirito. He used his clear memory to build the full design. He did not need to look again at his sketches. Soon he was ready to make a clay model. With clay, he could work freely because he could change the shapes easily. When he wanted stronger feeling or more power in a form, he added or removed clay. After that, he worked with wax. Wax felt similar to marble in the hand and also looked a little like marble. He respected each method and used it in its own way. His pen drawings had rough lines that looked like skin. With clay, he made soft and moving body shapes, like a stomach or a body lying down. With wax, he smoothed the surface so the body looked soft and alive. But he never let these models become final in his mind. They stayed only as rough beginnings. When he carved marble, he felt full of strong energy. If the clay and wax models became too exact, he would only copy them in a larger size. The real power had to come from the marble itself. Drawings and models helped him think. Carving was action. The arrangement with Argento worked well, but sometimes Michelangelo did not know who was the master and who was the apprentice. Argento had strict training from the Jesuits. Michelangelo could not change the boy's habits. Argento woke before sunrise every day and cleaned the floors, even when they were already clean. He boiled water every day to wash clothes. After each meal, he cleaned the pots with sand from the river. Still, he knew he had little reason to complain. Argento asked for very little. The boy became friendly with the farming families who brought food into Rome. On Sundays, he walked far into the countryside to visit them. Most of all, he liked to see their horses. He missed the animals from his family farm in the Po Valley. Often, before leaving, he said,
"Argento, this makes no sense," Michelangelo complained. "I do not like to work on wet floors, especially in cold weather. You clean too much. Wash the studio once a week. That is enough."
Today I go to see the horses. No, Argento answered. Every day, before sunrise. That is how they taught me.
"And God help anyone who tries to change you," Michelangelo said angrily.
Bad luck showed Michelangelo how loyal the boy was. One day, Michelangelo worked in the courtyard beside his anvil. He was fixing his chisels. A small piece of steel flew into his eye. It became stuck there. He walked into the house with great pain in his eye. Argento helped him lie on the bed. He brought hot water in a pan. Then he dipped a clean white cloth into the water and placed it on the eye to remove the steel piece. The pain was strong, but Michelangelo was not very worried at first. He thought the piece would come out by itself, but it stayed in the eye. Argento stayed beside him all the time. He kept the water hot and used warm cloths through the whole night. On the second day, Michelangelo began to worry. By the second night, he felt great fear. He could not see anything with the injured eye. At sunrise, Argento went to Jacopo Golli. Golli came back with the family doctor, Maestro Lippi. The doctor carried a cage with live pigeons. He told Argento to take one bird from the cage. Then the doctor cut the end of the pigeon's wing. He let the blood fall into Michelangelo's injured eye. The surgeon came back at dusk. He cut the vein of another pigeon and washed Michelangelo's eye again. All through the next day, Michelangelo could feel the small piece moving inside his eye. It pushed slowly. By evening, it came out. Argento had not slept for almost 70 hours.
"You are very tired," Michelangelo said. "Why do you not rest for a few days?"
Argento smiled with pleasure.
"I will go and visit the horses."
At first, Michelangelo did not like the many people at the Bear Hotel across the street. The horses and carts made loud sounds on the stone road. The stable workers shouted, and people spoke in many different languages. Later, he began to enjoy watching the travelers who came from many parts of Europe. Some wore long robes. Others wore short clothes in bright green and purple colors. Some wore hard hats. They gave him many ideas for drawings. He sat at his work table and watched them through the open window. Soon he started to know many of the guests. When someone returned to the hotel, he quickly took out his drawing again. He added new details and changed parts of the picture. He drew people while they unloaded carts, carried bags, removed packs from their shoulders, and climbed on or off mules. The sounds from the street gave him company. He heard voices, greetings, and people leaving. But these things did not disturb his private life. He lived alone, so it comforted him to know other people were near. That was enough for him. When he worked with marble, he did not feel outside the world. He felt close to the center of life. In his pen drawings for the Pietà, he had marked the empty parts of the marble block. Those were the parts he needed to remove. He also showed which tool marks he should use. Now he stood with hammer and chisel in his hands. He did not enjoy the early rough work. He wanted to reach the first moment when the hidden figure began to appear. Then the marble block started to feel alive and speak to him. After that moment, he entered fully into the work. When the sculpture was finished, life would seem to move out from the figures. But at the beginning, the feeling moved the other way. The work pulled his eyes and thoughts inside the marble. He had chosen a very large block because he wanted plenty of marble. He did not want to press or squeeze any part of the figures. Before this, he had needed to make the satyr fit tightly beside the Bacchus. He started to cut the marble on the left side of the Madonna's head. He worked with the light behind him from the north. Argento helped him turn the heavy block on its supports. Then the light and shadows showed him where he must cut the stone. The parts he removed were also important. The empty spaces helped create the sculpture. Now he needed to work with courage and find the main shapes. The cloth over the Madonna's head looked heavy. It pushed her head down toward Christ's hand across her heart. This made people look at Christ's body on her lap. A tight band crossed between the Virgin's breasts. It looked like a hand pressing on a living heart. The lines of the cloth led the eye to the Madonna's hand. She held her son carefully under his arm. Then the eye moved to Christ's body and face. His eyes were closed in calm sleep. His nose was straight and full. His skin looked smooth and strong. He had a soft mustache and small curls on his chin. Pain could still be seen in his mouth. The Madonna looked down at her son. So everyone who saw the sculpture would also look at her face. There they would see sadness and love for all mothers and sons.
Her face seemed to ask, "What could I do to save him?" It also seemed to ask, what was the reason for all this if people still cannot be saved?
People who looked at the sculpture would feel the great weight of her son's body on her lap. They would also feel the heavier pain in her heart. It was not common to place two life-size figures in one sculpture. It was even more unusual to place a grown man on a woman's lap. From this idea, Michelangelo left the old style of the Pietà behind. Ficino believed Plato could have loved Christ deeply. In the same way, Michelangelo wanted to join Greek ideas of human beauty with Christian ideas about the soul living forever. He removed the suffering and darkness seen in older Pietàs. Instead, he gave both figures peace and calm. Human beauty could show holiness as clearly as suffering could. Beauty could also lift the human spirit. The marble needed to show all these ideas and even more. If the final work was sad, then it must also be beautiful. His own love and hard work would help create that beauty in the perfect white marble. He knew he would make mistakes, but he would make them with care and love. Winter arrived suddenly. The weather became cold, wet, and hard. As Buonarroti had said, water came through the roof. Michelangelo and Argento moved the workbench and bed to the dry parts of the room. They brought more wood from the courtyard. His glands became large and painful. He had pain all the time, and it was hard for him to breathe. He bought a black iron brazier and put it under his work stool. The heat kept part of his body warm. But when he moved across the room, he felt cold again. He sent Argento to buy 2 more braziers and more coal. They had little money, but they needed the heat. When his fingers turned blue from the cold, he tried to carve marble while wearing wool mittens. Soon he made a mistake. A piece of marble broke and fell to the floor. His heart sank when he heard the sound. One Sunday, Argento came home after going out. He felt hot and strange. By midnight, he had a high fever. Michelangelo lifted him from his small bed and placed him in his own bed. By morning, Argento was speaking wildly. Sweat covered his body. He cried out the names of family members. He spoke about old stories, beatings, and accidents. Michelangelo dried his skin with cloths. Several times he had to stop the boy from getting out of bed. At sunrise, he called to a man outside and sent him to find a doctor.
"It is the plague," he cried. "Burn everything he touched after he came here." Then the doctor quickly left.
Michelangelo sent a message to Golly. Maestro Lippi came and looked at Argento.
"This is nonsense," he said. "It is not the plague. It is quartan fever. Has he been near the Vatican lately?"
"He walked there on Sunday," Michelangelo answered.
"And he probably drank dirty water from the ditch under the walls," Lippi said. "Go to the French monks on the Esquiline Hill. They make a thick medicine pill from herbs and salt."
Michelangelo asked a neighbor to stay with Argento. Then he crossed the city in heavy rain. The trip took almost an hour. He walked past Trajan's Forum, Augustus' Forum, the Basilica of Constantine, and the Colosseum. After that, he climbed the Esquiline Hill to the monastery. The medicine helped Argento's headache. For 2 quiet days, Michelangelo thought the boy was getting better. Then the wild fever came back. At the end of the week, Michelangelo was very tired. He moved Argento's bed into the large room. When the boy slept, Michelangelo tried to rest for a few minutes. But food became a serious problem. He did not want to leave Argento alone. Balducci knocked on the door.
"I told you to take that French girl in the back room," he said. "Then her family would care for her when she became sick."
"Do not talk about the past," Michelangelo said tiredly. "Moving forward is already very hard."
"You cannot keep him here. You look very thin. Take him to the Santo Spirito Hospital."
"And let him die."
"Why would he die faster in a hospital?"
"Because people there do not get good care."
"What care are you giving him, Dr. Buonarroti?"
"I keep him clean and stay near him. He cared for me when I hurt my eye. How can I leave him in a large hospital room? That is not Christian."
"If you want to destroy your health, I will bring you food every morning before I go to the bank."
Michelangelo's eyes filled with thanks.
"Balducci, you only pretend to be hard. Here is some money. Buy towels and 1 or 2 sheets."
Michelangelo turned and saw Argento watching him.
"I am going to die."
"No, Argento. You will not die. Only a falling cliff can kill a man from our country."
The sickness lasted 3 weeks. What hurt Michelangelo most was losing almost a month of work. He began to worry. Maybe he could not finish the statue in 1 year as he had promised. Winter in Rome was short. By March, bright sunlight covered the countryside. The stones in the workshop became warm again. With the warmer weather, the Cardinal of San Dionigi came to see the Pietà. Each time Michelangelo saw him, the Cardinal looked thinner inside his large robes. He asked Michelangelo if he was receiving his money on time. Michelangelo said yes. They stood before the huge white block of marble in the center of the room. The figures were still rough. A lot of stone still connected the forms to support them. But Michelangelo had worked carefully on the two faces. That interested the cardinal most.
Tell me, my son, he said softly. Why does the Madonna look so young? She even looks younger than her son.
Your Grace, I thought the Virgin Mary would never grow old. She was pure. So her face stayed young and fresh.
The cardinal looked pleased with the answer.
I hope you will finish in August. It is my greatest wish to hold services in St. Peter's when the statue is placed there.
Michelangelo worked with wild energy from morning until dark. Then he threw himself on his bed fully dressed and without supper, like a dead man. Around midnight he woke again. He felt fresh and full of new ideas for the sculpture. He wanted to return to the marble at once. He stood up and ate a small piece of bread. Then he lit a brass lamp with the last olive oil he had. He tried to place the lamp so the light would fall on the part he was carving. But the light spread too widely. It was not safe to use a chisel. He bought thick paper and made a hat with a pointed front. He tied wire around it. In the middle, he made a small loop to hold a candle. The light was bright and steady. He held his face very close to the marble. His loud knocking did not wake Argento. Argento slept under the kitchen sink with a blanket over his head. The candles burned fast. Soft wax ran down from the paper cap onto Michelangelo's forehead. But he was very happy with his new idea. Late one night, someone knocked hard on the door. Michelangelo opened it. Leo Baglioni stood there in a dark blue velvet cloak. Several young friends were with him. They carried lanterns and long torches.
I saw the light, Leo said. I wanted to see what you were doing so late at night. You are working. What is that on your eyebrows?
Michelangelo proudly showed them the cap and candles. Leo and his friends laughed loudly.
Why do you not use goat fat? Leo asked. It is harder than wax. You will not have wax all over your face all night.
The next evening, after supper, Argento disappeared. He returned later with 4 heavy bundles. He dropped them onto the bed.
Signor Baglioni sent me, he said. These are gifts.
Michelangelo took out a hard yellow candle. I do not need his help, he cried. Take them back.
I carried them all the way from Campo dei Fiori, Argento answered. My arm hurts now. I will not carry them back. I will leave them outside and burn them there.
Very well, Michelangelo said. I will see if they are better than wax. But first I must make this wire loop larger.
Leo was right. The goat fat melted more slowly. It stayed where it fell. Michelangelo divided the night into 2 parts. He slept during one part and worked during the other. His sculpture moved forward quickly. He carved the large folds of Mary's robe. Then he worked on Christ's lower body and legs. One leg was raised a little so people could see it from the front. He left a thin piece of marble between the leg and Mary's hand to protect it. He refused all invitations. He saw very few friends. But Balducci still brought him news. Cardinal Giovanni had left to travel in Europe. The Borgia family did not want him near them. Piero tried to build another army for a third attack on Florence. But many people turned against him. The war between Florence and Pisa had started again. Torrigiani joined the army of Caesar Borgia. He became an officer and helped conquer Romagna for the Vatican. The Borgia family took land from lords and church leaders. They removed many people from the church. No Florentine knew who would be next. One beautiful summer morning, Paolo Russelli sent for Michelangelo. The air was very clear. The Alban Hills looked close enough to touch. Michelangelo wondered what important news Paolo had.
Michelangelo, you look very thin, Paolo said.
The sculpture grows fat and I grow thin, Michelangelo answered. That is natural.
Russelli looked at him with surprise.
I had to tell you something, he said. Yesterday I received a letter from my cousin Bernardo. Florence is planning a sculpture competition.
Michelangelo's right hand began to shake. He covered it with his left hand.
A competition for what? He asked quietly.
Russelli answered, Bernardo wrote this. They want someone to finish the great marble block started by Agostino di Duccio. The block is now in the cathedral workshop.
The Duccio block.
I tried to buy it from the Signoria for my Hercules.
That may help you, if you remember the marble well.
I can see it clearly. It is like the marble is here in this room.
Can you make something good from it?
Michelangelo's eyes became bright.
My God.
My letter says the council called the marble badly cut.
No. It is a fine block. The workers in the quarry cut it badly at first. And Duccio cut too deeply in the middle.
Then you want to join the competition?
More than anything in my life. Tell me, what must the subject be? Is it political or religious? Is the competition only for sculptors from Florence? Must I be there to compete? Will they?
Wait, Russelli cried. I do not know anything more. But I will ask Bernardo to send me all the details.
I will come next Sunday to hear the news. Russelli laughed.
There will not be time for a reply. But come to dinner. We will give you good food before the competition.
Can I wait until you get an answer?
3 weeks passed before Russelli called for him. Michelangelo ran up the steps to the library.
There is some news, but not much. The date of the competition is not ready yet. It will probably not happen before next year. Only sculptors in Florence can send ideas for it.
Then I must go back there.
But the Council of the Wool Guild and the cathedral overseers still have not decided what kind of work they want.
The cathedral? Then it must be a religious marble sculpture. After the Pietà, I hope to make something different.
The Wool Guild is paying for it, so they will probably choose the subject. If I know these men well, they will want something from Florence.
From Florence? Like Marzocco.
Russelli laughed when he saw Michelangelo's unhappy face.
No. Not another lion.
A symbol for the new republic, maybe. Michelangelo scratched his head in confusion. His fingers moved through his hair like a tool.
What kind of statue could show the republic?
Maybe that is part of the competition, Paolo answered. The artist must tell them.
Paolo continued to bring news from Florence across the Sabatini Mountains. The competition would happen in 1500. It would celebrate 100 years since the competition for the baptistery doors. The Wool Guild hoped the Duccio block would bring sculptors from all over Italy. 100 years earlier, famous artists had joined the old competition.
But now it is already the summer of 99. I still have much work on the Pietà. His face showed pain and worry. I cannot hurry. This work is very important to me. What if I do not finish in time?
Paolo put an arm around his shaking shoulders. I will keep bringing you news. The Wool Guild will talk about it for many months before they decide the rules.
The Cardinal of San Dionigi died before the sculpture was finished. He never saw the completed work. At the start of August, he sent the last 100 ducats to Golli's bank. That was the month when the sculpture should have been placed in the church. The Cardinal died quietly during his church duties. Jacopo Golli and Michelangelo went to the funeral. They stood before a large funeral platform between the church columns. Singers stood behind the main altar. On the way back to the Golli house, Michelangelo asked,
Who decides if the Pietà is more beautiful than any other marble work in Rome?
The cardinal already decided that, Golli answered. After he visited you in May, he said you were doing the work correctly. That is enough for me. When do you think you will finish it?
I still need 6 to 8 months of work.
Then it will be ready in the centennial year. People from all over Europe will see it.
Michelangelo moved uneasily in his chair.
Why did the cardinal send that last money to my family? They are in some kind of trouble again.
Gali looked at him carefully. That was your last payment. You say you still have many months of work left. I already sent almost all the cardinal's money to Florence. It is starting to look like a hole with no end.
I want to use this money to buy a shop for my brothers, Buonarroti and Giovansimone. Buonarroti cannot find good work. Since Savonarola died, Giovansimone takes jobs and then disappears for days. If they had a good shop, I could share the profits with them.
Michelangelo, if they are not good businessmen, how will they make money? Gali sounded tired and worried. Then he spoke more gently. I cannot let you lose all your money. You must think about your future. 80% of your money from the Bacchus and the Pietà has gone to your family. I know this because I am your banker.
Michelangelo lowered his head. Buonarroti will not work for another man, so I must help him start a business, he whispered. And if I do not help Giovansimone now, I may lose my chance forever.
The money was sent to Florence. Michelangelo kept only a few ducats for himself. Soon he began to need many things. He needed tools for carving, things for the house, and clothes for himself and Argento. He ate very little. He gave Argento money only for simple food. Their clothes became old and torn. A letter from Lodovico helped him change his life.
Dear son, Buonarroti tells me that you live in great hardship there. This is not good. It is bad for God and for other people. It will also hurt your body and your soul. Live in a careful way and do not let yourself become poor. Stay away from discomfort. Most important, take care of your head. Keep it warm, but not too warm. And never wash yourself. You may let someone rub your body, but do not wash.
Michelangelo went to Paolo Russelli and borrowed the 25 florins he had returned 2 years earlier. He took Argento to the Trattoria Toscana for a large steak dinner. On the way home, he bought new shirts for both of them. He also bought long hose and sandals. The next morning, Sangallo came to the studio. He looked upset, and his yellow mustache shook as he spoke.
Your favorite church, San Lorenzo in Damaso, is being destroyed. The workers are pulling out the carved pillars.
Michelangelo could not understand him at first.
Sit down here. Now tell me again. What is happening to San Lorenzo?
Bramante is the new architect from Urbino. He became close to Cardinal Riario. He gave the cardinal an idea. He wants to take the pillars from the church and use them in the courtyard of the palace.
Sangallo twisted his hands with worry.
Do you think you can stop Bramante?
Me? How can I do that? I have no power with the cardinal. I have not seen him for almost 2 years.
Leo Baglioni can help. The cardinal listens to him.
I will go now.
As Michelangelo walked to the Campo dei Fiori, he tried to remember what he knew about Bramante. The man was 55 years old and came from Urbino. He had worked for the Duke of Milan as an architect. Earlier that year, he came to Rome. He planned to live on his savings while he studied the buildings of ancient Rome. Michelangelo thought this was a little like Sangallo's way. He waited several hours before Baglioni arrived. Leo listened quietly, as he always did when people spoke with strong feelings.
Then he said, "Come. We will visit Bramante. This is his first important work in Rome. He wants success very much. I do not think he will give up this project."
During the short walk to the palace courtyard, Leo spoke about Bramante.
He is really a pleasant man. People enjoy being with him. He is cheerful and likes jokes and riddles. I have never seen him become angry. Bramante is making many friends in Rome.
Leo looked at Michelangelo from the side.
I cannot say the same thing about you.
They walked toward the palace. Leo said, "There he is now. He is marking the places for the columns."
Michelangelo stood near the open court and looked at Bramante. At once, he did not like him. Bramante had a large bald head with a few curls behind his neck. His forehead and eyebrows were heavy. His eyes were pale green. He had a short nose and a small mouth. His neck and shoulders were thick and strong. Michelangelo watched him move stones from the ground. Bramante worked with great energy. Leo introduced them. Bramante greeted Michelangelo in a friendly way. Then he told a funny story. Leo laughed loudly. Michelangelo did not laugh.
You do not like to laugh, Buonarroti? Bramante asked.
I do not think it is funny to ruin San Lorenzo, Michelangelo answered. Bramante pulled up his shoulders as if he wanted to protect himself. Both men looked at Leo. Baglioni stayed quiet.
What business are those columns to you? Bramante asked politely. Are you Cardinal Rierio's architect?
No, I am not even his sculptor. But I think this church is one of the most beautiful churches in Italy. To destroy it is wrong.
Bramante answered calmly. Those columns are valuable. They were taken from Pompey's theater long ago and placed in a church. All Rome is full of stone that builders can use. If I can build something more beautiful, I would pull down any old building.
Stone should stay where it was first made for, Michelangelo said.
That is an old idea, Buonarroti, Bramante replied. Stone belongs wherever an architect needs it. Old things die.
And many new things are useless from the beginning, Michelangelo answered.
Bramante lost his patience. You do not know me. Someone sent you here. Who is against me?
The man who criticizes you is the best architect in Italy, Michelangelo said. He built Lorenzo de Medici's villa at Poggio a Caiano. He also designed the palace of the Duke of Milan. His name is Giuliano da San Gallo.
Bramante laughed with scorn. Giuliano da San Gallo. What does he do in Rome? He repairs church ceilings. That old man is only good for small work. In 1 year, I will drive him out of Rome. Now move aside and let me continue my work. I will build the most beautiful courtyard in the world. Come back later and see how Bramante builds.
Later, while they walked to Baglioni's house, Leo spoke quietly. If I understand Rome well, Bramante will become very powerful. He is a dangerous enemy.
Michelangelo answered darkly. I think I now have him as my enemy. Michelangelo's work was to bring spirit into the marble. Even when he worked on religious subjects, he thought deeply about the whole human body. He studied every nerve, muscle, vein, and bone. He thought about the skin, hair, fingers, eyes, and mouth. Everything had to look alive. Only then could the sculpture have strength and greatness. He carved upward through the marble. He used his knowledge and his deep feeling for the stone. Slowly, Mary's face began to appear. Her expression showed sadness and love. Michelangelo stood lower than the statue. His hands worked close to his forehead as he carved upward. He tried to come as close as possible to the feeling inside the Pietà. The marble stood before him like a living thing. The sculptor and the sculpture seemed joined together in quiet sadness. Far behind him, in his thoughts, were the older Pietàs. Their message of love was hidden by suffering and blood.
He did not want to show pain in his sculpture. The holes in Christ's hands and feet were very small. There was no clear sign of suffering. Jesus rested quietly in his mother's arms. Above the two figures, there was a soft light. His sculpture made people feel deep sympathy. It did not make them hate the people outside the sculpture who caused Christ's death. He showed his religious faith through the beauty of the figures. The peace between them showed, for him, the peace of God's world. He did not try to make Christ look like a god. He did not know how to do that. Instead, he made Christ look deeply human. The Virgin's head looked gentle and fine. Her face looked like a young woman from Florence. She was calm and quiet. In her face, he showed the difference between divine and perfect beauty. For him, perfect beauty meant something complete and pure. He thought, the meaning of these figures is in their human feelings. The beauty of their faces and bodies shows the greatness of their spirit. As he worked, he felt the sculpture becoming rich and alive to the touch. The forms showed the loving care he gave them during many days of work. Then he heard news from Florence. A fellow student from the Medici garden had returned after working for several years in Portugal. The man had received work to make a marble group of St. John baptizing Christ for the baptistry. People believed he was the best choice for the Duccio marble project.
Sansovino is a good sculptor, Michelangelo said loyally.
Better than you?
Michelangelo paused before he answered.
He finishes well everything he starts.
Do you think he can win against you?
Again, Michelangelo found it hard to answer.
We will both do our best.
I have never seen you so modest before.
Michelangelo blushed. Inside, he strongly wanted to create a better design than Sansovino and win the contest. But he would not speak badly about his friend.
Leo Baglioni says I have few friends, he said. Sansovino is a friend. I want to keep him.
Torrigiani is also entering the contest. He tells everyone he will get the Duccio marble because he was against the Medici family. He also says you supported Piero, so you will not be allowed to compete. Paolo Russelli says you must return to Florence soon and make peace with the Signoria.
This news troubled him greatly. For several nights, he could not sleep. He was very thankful to Baglioni for the many goat fat candles he gave him. In the middle of January, heavy snow started to fall. The snow fell for 2 days with strong north wind. The cold weather stayed for many weeks. Snow filled Michelangelo's small closed courtyard. Inside the rooms, the air was freezing. The cold wind came in through the wooden shutters and cloth covers. The 3 fire bowls could not warm the rooms. Michelangelo worked with a hat and warm covers on his ears. He also wore a blanket around his shoulders. In February, snow and ice came again. The city became quiet. Markets were empty, and shops closed. Ice, wet snow, and frozen mud covered the streets. People could not walk or travel easily. Michelangelo and Argento suffered from the cold. At night, Michelangelo let the boys sleep in his bed so they could stay warm together. Water came through the white walls. The snow on the roof slowed the leaks, but the water stayed longer. There was little coal in the city. The price became very high. Michelangelo could buy only a small amount. Argento spent many hours outside in the snowy fields. He looked for wood to burn in the fire. Michelangelo became sick with a cold and fever. Argento found 2 bricks near an unfinished building. He heated the bricks in the fire and wrapped them in towels. Then he placed them by Michelangelo's feet to keep him warm. He also gave him hot beef soup. No work was done. Michelangelo forgot how many days passed. Fortunately, only the polishing work was left. He was too weak for the hard work of cutting stone. For his Pietà, he wanted the marble to be as smooth and bright as possible. On the first warm day, he walked to Trastevere and bought large pieces of pumice stone. He broke them with a hammer and looked for flat sides. Now he could hold the stones in his hand. With the long soft surfaces, he polished the wide parts of the statue. He worked on Mary's robe and on Christ's chest and legs. He worked slowly and with great patience for many days and weeks. Later, he needed sharper pieces. He split the pumice with a chisel and made small shapes. These pieces helped him reach deep places in the hair, cloth, and fingernails. At the end, he made very sharp thin pieces. They looked like small stone arrows. With them, he polished the curves around Christ's nose. He did not finish the back of Mary because the statue would stand inside a wall space. He left the back rough and lined. The rocks under Mary also stayed rough. The white marble shone brightly. It filled the dark room with light like a church window. The simple young artist had made something very beautiful. San Gallo was the first person to see the finished sculpture. He did not speak about religion. Instead, he praised the shape of the statue and the balance of the design. Jacopo Golli came to the workshop and looked at the Pietà quietly. After some time, he spoke softly.
I have done what I promised the Cardinal of San Dionigi, he said. This is the most beautiful marble sculpture in Rome today.
I feel nervous about putting it in place, Michelangelo said. Our contract does not clearly say we can place the Pietà in St. Peter's. Now the Cardinal is dead.
We will not ask questions, Golli answered. We will place it there quietly. If nobody knows, nobody will stop us.
Michelangelo looked shocked.
You mean we should secretly bring my sculpture inside?
Not secretly, Golli replied. Only carefully. Once the Pietà is in its place, nobody will want to remove it.
But the Pope liked the Cardinal, Michelangelo said. He gave him a funeral for 3 days. He allowed him to place a sculpture in the Chapel of the Kings. Why would anyone want to remove it?
I am sure nobody will, Golli said kindly. Ask your friends from the stone yard to help you. We can do it tomorrow after dinner, when the city is quiet.
The sculpture had many parts that could break easily. There were hands, feet, and folds in the cloth. Michelangelo was afraid to move it with beams or iron bars, even if it was wrapped well. He asked Gafatti to come to the workshop. He showed him the Pietà and talked about the problem. Gafatti stood quietly in front of the sculpture. Then he said,
I will bring the family.
The family included not only his 3 strong sons but also many cousins. They did not let Michelangelo touch the statue. They wrapped it in several old blankets. Then, with loud voices, arguments, and orders, they lifted it carefully on its base. 8 strong men carried the Pietà to an old wagon with straw inside. They tied it carefully with ropes. Michelangelo stood near the back of the wagon and watched it closely. Slowly they moved along the stone road of Via Posteriula. Then they crossed the Sant'Angelo Bridge. After that, they went down the smooth Via Alessandrina. The Pope had rebuilt this road for the centennial year. For the first time since he came to Rome, Michelangelo felt thankful to the Borgia family. The Gafatti family stopped the wagon at the bottom of the 35 steps. The men carried the heavy marble up the stairs. The work was very hard. They stopped after every 7 steps to rest and clean the sweat from their faces. Then they lifted the statue again and carried it to the church door. They passed a fountain with moving water and entered the atrium. While the men rested again, Michelangelo looked at the basilica. It leaned more than before. Now the old building looked very weak and damaged. He felt worried when he thought about placing his beautiful Pietà inside it. He thought the church could fall in a strong wind from the Alban hills. For a moment, he imagined himself searching through broken stone to find pieces of his statue. Then he remembered San Gallo's drawings. The drawings showed how workers could support the church and keep it standing. This thought helped him feel calmer. The Gafatti men lifted the statue again. Michelangelo led them inside the basilica. The church had 5 long sections and many columns from different places in Rome. They went into the chapel of the kings of France. A huge statue of Christ stood nearby. The men carefully placed the Pietà in front of the empty space for it. They removed the blankets and cleaned the sweat from their hands. Then they gently lifted the Pietà into its place. Michelangelo moved it a little until it stood exactly as he wanted. The Gafatti family bought candles from an old woman in black clothes. They lit the candles in front of the statue. The family would not accept even one scudo for their long and difficult work.
"We will receive our payment in heaven," the father said.
This was the greatest praise Michelangelo could receive. It was also the only praise he received. Jacopo Golli came into the chapel with Balducci. He looked very happy. Gafatti stood with his family.
He asked, "Is this everything? Will there be no service? Will the priest not bless it?"
Golli answered, "The blessing came when the statue was carved." The Gafatti and Argento families knelt before the Virgin. They made the sign of the cross and said a quiet prayer.
Michelangelo looked up at the Pietà. He felt tired and sad. At the chapel door, he turned for one last look. The Virgin also seemed sad and alone. To him, she looked more lonely than anyone else in the world. He went back to St. Peter's again and again.
Only a few pilgrims in the city visited the chapel of the kings of France. Those people quickly knelt before the Pietà, crossed themselves, and left. Golli wanted people to stay quiet about the statue. Because of this, only a few people in Rome knew it was there. Michelangelo heard no opinions about his work, not even mixed opinions like the ones he heard in Golli's garden from poets and scholars. Paolo Russelli, San Gallo, and Cavalcanti came to St. Peter's. Most Florentines did not enter the Vatican. They still felt deep sadness after the death of Savonarola.
After almost 2 years of hard work, Michelangelo sat alone in his cold and empty room. He felt unhappy. No one came to talk with him about sculpture. He was so tired that he could not even think about the Duccio block.
Golli also thought this was not the right time to find another job for him.
One afternoon, Michelangelo walked into St. Peter's. He saw a family with several grown children standing before the Pietà. He thought they came from Lombardy because of their clothes and the way they spoke. They moved their hands with excitement while they looked at the statue. Michelangelo went closer to listen to them.
Biographical novel of Michelangelo.
"I tell you, I know this work," the mother said. "It is by that man from Ostino. He makes all the tombstones."
Her husband moved his hands and shook his head. "No, no. It is by one of our own men. Cristoforo Solari from Milan. People call him the Hunchback. He made many works like this."
That night Michelangelo walked through the streets with a green cloth bag in his hand. He went into St. Peter's Church. He took a candle from the bag and fixed it to his hat. Then he took out a hammer and a chisel. He lifted the tools and leaned over the statue of Christ. The candle gave a clear light on the Virgin's chest. On the band across her dress, he quickly cut these words.
Michelangelo Buonarroti of Florence made this.
Then he returned to his rooms and packed his things. He burned the many drawings he had made for the Bacchus and the Pietà in Argento's fire. At the same time, Argento called for Balducci. Balducci arrived with messy hair and crooked clothes. He promised to sell the furniture again to the dealer in Trastevere. Just before sunrise, Michelangelo and Argento walked to the Porta del Popolo. Each man carried a cloth bag. Michelangelo rented 2 mules and joined a group traveling together. At first light, they started the journey to Florence. Book 6. The Giant. The warm June sun of Florence shone on Michelangelo's face as he looked from the window. Across from him stood the brown stone house of the head of the Florentine guilds. He had returned from Rome with no new work and very little money. Because of this, he sent Argento back to his family's farm near Ferrara. Michelangelo himself returned to live with his father. Still, he had the best front room in the family's large apartment. Lodovico had used some of the money from Rome wisely. He bought a small house in San Pietro Maggiore. The rent from that house helped him settle the problem over the Buonarroti property near Santa Croce. Then he raised the family's place in society by renting rooms in a finer street. Their new home stood on the street of St. Proculus, near the Great Pazzi Palace. After Lucrezia died, Lodovico looked much older. His face was thin and his cheeks were hollow. He let his hair grow long to his shoulders. Just as Jacopo Golli had said, Michelangelo's plans for Buonarroti and Giovansimone failed. At last, Buonarroti began steady work in the Strozzi wool shop near Porta Rossa. Giovansimone became quiet and unhappy. He took jobs for a short time and then disappeared again. Sigismondo could barely read or write. He earned a little money as a soldier for Florence in the war against Pisa. Leonardo had disappeared into a monastery, but nobody knew which one. His Aunt Cassandra and Uncle Francesco both had small health problems. When Michelangelo saw Granacci again, the two friends laughed and held each other happily. During the past years, Granacci had received the first part of his family money. Jacopo from the Ghirlandaio workshop happily shared the news with everyone. Granacci now kept a woman in a villa in the hills of Bellosguardo above Porta Romana. Granacci still worked at Ghirlandaio's studio. He helped David Ghirlandaio after Benedetto Ghirlandaio died. In return, he used the studio for his own paintings. He looked through the sketches on Michelangelo's work table.
"So you are ready for business," he said.
"I have the best shop in Florence," Michelangelo answered.
"Do you have customers?"
"None. I am going to join Soggi."
Granacci laughed. "He has done very well. He just bought space for a butcher shop in the new market."
The Bertoldo way of cutting calves.
Home tm hi bio oskish eluftis photon aeni revoicentga ar itar uen ajon yt han dtr these. Cease tuasni, da bly oft gropnichel envoy vldofl empicro hecloangsoelo, pasttthegr accio usbadia church, into the Borgo dei Greci with its Serastori palace designed by Baccio di Agnolo and into the Via dei Benci. There stood the old Bardelli palace of the Ghibelline family. He also saw the first Alberti palace. It had a courtyard with columns and capitals made by Giuliano da San Gallo. Florence spoke to him. The stones also spoke to him. He felt their different shapes and strong forms. He was happy to return to a city where builders used Pietra Serena stone. Some people thought stone was dead. They said things like hard as stone and cold as stone.
But Michelangelo touched the stone again and felt something very different. To him, stone felt alive. It felt strong, warm, and full of color. He loved stone very much.
The restaurant stood near the Lungano. It was in a garden under fig trees. The owner was also the cook. He went down to the river and pulled up a basket with ropes. Inside the basket was a bottle of Trebbiano wine. He cleaned the bottle with his apron and opened it at the table. They drank together to welcome Michelangelo home. He walked up the familiar hills of Certignano to visit the Topolino family. There he learned that Bruno and Enrico were now married. Each man had built a new stone room for his family on the far side of the house. The family already had 5 grandchildren. Both wives were pregnant again. Michelangelo smiled and spoke to them.
The Topolinos will soon do all the Pietra Serena carving work in Florence if your families continue to grow like this.
"We will continue," Bruno said.
Then the mother spoke.
Your friend Contessina de Medici also had another son. This happened after her daughter died.
He already knew that Contessina had left Florence. She lived far from the city with her husband and son. They stayed in a poor farmer's house on the north side of Fiesole. The government had taken their home and everything they owned. This happened after her husband's father, Niccolo Ridolfi, was killed for joining a plan against the Republic. The men in the plan wanted Piero to return and rule Florence. Florence had changed a lot during the 5 years he was away. When people walked through the Piazza della Signoria, they lowered their heads near the place where Savonarola had died. Many people felt shame about those days. At the same time, the city was busy again. People spent much money on beautiful things. Goldsmiths, silversmiths, jewel cutters, cloth makers, and embroidery workers all had work. Artists who made wood and clay designs worked again. Makers of musical instruments and painters of books also became busy. Piero Soderini now led the Florentine Republic. Lorenzo de Medici had once taught him politics. Michelangelo remembered seeing him often in the Medici palace. Soderini was now the Gonfalonier, the main ruler of Florence. For the first time in many years, the different groups in the city lived with more peace. Many artists returned to Florence after they heard about the new activity in the city. They came back from Milan, Venice, Portugal, and Paris. Among them were Piero di Cosimo, Filippino Lippi, Andrea Sansovino, Leonardo da Vinci, and others. Artists whose work had stopped during Savonarola's rule began working again. Botticelli, Pollaiuolo Illinois Cronica, Rosselli, Lorenzo di Credi, and Baccio di Montelupo all returned to their art. These men created a group called the Company of the Cauldron. Only 12 members could join. Each member could bring for guests to the monthly dinners. The meetings took place in Rustici's large sculpture studio. Granacci belonged to the group. He quickly asked Michelangelo to come with him. Michelangelo refused. He wanted to wait until he received new work. Jacopo Golli still worked for him in Rome. The Muscron brothers from Bruges had seen the Pietà. They brought cloth from England to Rome. Now they wanted Michelangelo to make a Madonna and Child for them. Golli believed he could arrange a very good agreement when the brothers returned to Rome. He had also spoken with Cardinal Piccolomini. The cardinal wanted Michelangelo to carve statues for the family altar in the cathedral in Siena. The altar honored Pope Pius II, who was the cardinal's uncle.
Without Golli, Michelangelo said quietly, "I have no work. While I wait, I lose everything."
He went to the workshop near the Duomo. There he studied the huge marble column called the Giant. Some people called it thin. Others said it looked weak. Michelangelo searched the marble for ideas. Again and again he tested the stone and spoke to Beppe.
Illinois marmo e sono. The marble is sound.
At night he read books by candlelight. He read Dante and the Old Testament. He looked for strong feelings and heroic stories. Then he learned that the Wool Guild and the Cathedral Board still could not decide what to do with the giant block of marble. Michelangelo thought this was good for him. He had also heard that many people wanted Leonardo da Vinci to get the work. Leonardo had returned to Florence recently. People admired his great horse statue of Count Sforza. They also admired his painting of the Last Supper in Milan. Michelangelo had never met Leonardo. Leonardo had left Florence for Milan about 18 years earlier. Artists in Florence said Leonardo was the best artist at drawing in Italy. Michelangelo felt annoyed but also curious. He went to Santissima Annunziata to see Leonardo's drawing of the Virgin, Child, and Saint Anne. He stood in front of it with a fast-beating heart. He had never seen drawing with such power and truth. Only his own work gave him the same feeling. On a bench he found a sketchbook with a drawing of a naked man from behind. The man's arms and legs were spread wide. No one had ever drawn the human body in such a living and real way. Michelangelo felt sure Leonardo had studied dead bodies. He moved the bench close to the drawings and began to copy them. Later he left the church feeling quieter and more humble. If the boards gave the work to Leonardo, who could argue against that choice? Michelangelo had only a few works that people in the north knew about, like Bacchus and the Pietà. Then Leonardo refused the work. He said marble sculpture was a lower art. He thought it was work for craftsmen only. Michelangelo heard this news with mixed feelings. He was happy the marble block was free again. He was also glad Leonardo would not compete for it. But he felt angry because Leonardo spoke badly about sculpture. Soon many people in Florence repeated Leonardo's words. One morning before sunrise, Michelangelo got up quickly and dressed. He ran through the empty street to the Duomo workshop. There he stood beside the great marble block. The first sunlight crossed the marble. His shadow stretched high across the full length of the stone. It made him look like a giant. He stopped and took a deep breath. Then he thought about David from the Bible.
This is how David must have felt, he told himself. This is how he felt before he faced Goliath.
A giant statue could become the symbol of Florence. He went home and read the story of David again. Now he understood it more deeply. For many days he drew strong male figures from memory. He searched for the right image of David. Again and again he showed designs to Soderini, whom he knew from the Medici palace. He also showed them to the Wool Guild and the Cathedral Board. But nothing changed. Everything stayed at a stop. Michelangelo burned with the wish to carve marble. One day his father waited for him in the family room at the back of the apartment. Lodovico sat in a black leather chair. An envelope from Rome rested on his lap. Michelangelo opened it with a knife. Inside were several pages written by Jacopo Golli. Golli wrote that he was close to getting Cardinal Piccolomini to sign a contract. But he also gave a warning.
This is not the kind of work you want or deserve, Golli wrote.
Read it to me, Lodovico said happily. His dark eyes shone with excitement.
Michelangelo's face fell as he continued reading. He would have to carve 15 small statues. All the figures would wear full clothing. They would stand inside narrow spaces in a traditional altar made by Andrea Bregno. The cardinal had to approve all the drawings. If the finished statues did not please him, Michelangelo would have to carve them again. The payment was 500 ducats. For 3 years he could take no other work. By the end of that time, the last statue had to be finished and approved. Lodovico held his hands before his chest as if warming them by a fire.
500 gold ducats for 3 years of work. It is not as much money as you earned in Rome. But with our rent money, it gives us a simple living.
Not really, Father. I must pay for the marble. And if the cardinal does not like the statues, I must change them or make new ones.
Since when can you not please a cardinal? Golli is a clever banker. He believes you make the best statues in Italy. Why should we worry?
There is no money before the work starts. How do they think you will buy supplies? Do they think I will pay for everything?
No, Father. I am sure they understand.
Thank God for that. Golli must put this in the contract. They must give you 100 gold ducats before you begin work. Then we will be safe. Michelangelo fell into a chair. 3 years making cloth and decorations in stone. Not one figure that I choose myself. He stood up fast. He ran through the apartment and hit the door hard as he left. He took a short road past the Bargello and the Piazza San Fiorenzo. Then he went through a small street into the bright light of the Piazza della Signoria. He moved away from a pile of grey ash. People had placed it there to remember the place where Savonarola died in the fire. Michelangelo walked to the wide steps that led into the Signoria courtyard. On the left side was a stone staircase. He climbed it quickly. Soon he entered the great council hall. The hall was very large and had a high ceiling. Meetings of the Florentine council happened there. There was room for 1,000 citizens. Now the hall was empty. Only a table and some chairs stood on a platform at the far end. Michelangelo turned to a door on the left. It led to the rooms once used by the Podesta. His friend John Francesco Aldovrandi had worked there before. Now Piero Soderini used the rooms. Many men from the Soderini family had served Florence before him. The guards allowed Michelangelo to enter Soderini's office at once. It was a beautiful corner room. The windows looked over the piazza and the roofs of Florence. Dark wood covered the walls. The ceiling was painted with the lilies of Florence. Behind a large oak desks sat the chief magistrate of the Republic. During his last visit to Rome, Soderini had heard about Michelangelo's Bacchus. He had also gone to St. Peter's to see the Pietà.
Welcome, Soderini said quietly. What brings you to your government building on this warm afternoon?
I have problems, Gonfalonier, Michelangelo answered. But I think people do not come here to speak about happy things.
That is why my desk is so large, Soderini replied. It must carry all the problems of Florence.
It is your shoulders that carry them, Michelangelo said.
Soderini lowered his head with a small smile. He was 51 years old. His blonde hair was turning white under a strange cap. His chin was long and sharp. His nose curved down. His skin was yellow and his hazel eyes looked calm and gentle. People in Florence said Soderini had 3 rare qualities. He was honest. He was simple and direct. He could make enemies work together. Michelangelo told Piero Soderini about the new Piccolomini contract.
I do not want this work, Gonfalonier, he said. I want to carve the giant. Can you make the Duomo board and the Wool Guild decide about the competition? If I lose, then I will know the work is not for me. Then I can accept the Piccolomini contract because I must.
He was breathing hard. Soderini watched him quietly across the wide desk.
This is not a good time to push people, he said. We are tired after the war with Pisa. Caesar Borgia is threatening Florence. Last night the Signoria paid him to leave us alone. They promised him 36,000 gold florins each year for 3 years. He will serve as Captain General of the Florentine army.
That is blackmail, Michelangelo said.
Soderini's face became red. Many people kiss the hand they want to cut off later. The city does not know how much more money it must pay Caesar Borgia. The guilds must give this money to the Signoria. Now you can understand why the Wool Guild does not want to talk about a sculpture competition. A heavy silence stayed between them.
Should you think more carefully about the Piccolomini offer? Soderini asked.
Michelangelo made an unhappy sound. Cardinal Piccolomini wants to choose all 15 subjects. I cannot carve until he approves my drawings. And the pay is poor. 33 1/3 ducats for each figure. It is only enough for rent and supplies.
How long has it been since you carved marble? Soderini asked.
More than a year.
And how long since you were paid?
More than 2 months. Michelangelo's lips shook. You do not understand. This altar was made by Bregno. All the marble figures must wear full clothing. They will stand in dark spaces and look stiff and lifeless. How can I spend 3 years of my life adding more decoration to Bregno's decorated altar?
His painful cry filled the room.
Today you must do what is needed today, Soderini said calmly. Tomorrow you will be free to do what is needed tomorrow. We paid Caesar Borgia to leave us alone. For you as an artist, it is the same for us as a city. There is only one rule: survive.
At Santo Spirito, Prior Bicciolini sat behind a desk in his office. Books and papers covered the room. His eyes burned behind his glasses as he pushed the papers away.
Survive for what? He asked. To stay alive like an animal? That is shameful. The Michelangelo I knew 6 years ago would never think bad work is better than no work. That way of thinking is for people with little talent.
I agree, Father.
Then do not accept the work. Do your best work, or do nothing.
In the future, you are right. But now, maybe Soderini and my father are right.
There is no future and present in this matter, the prior cried angrily. There are only the years God gives you to work and become the man you should be. Do not waste them.
Michelangelo lowered his head in shame.
If I sound too serious, the prior said quietly, remember that it is my duty to care about your character.
Michelangelo walked out into the bright sunlight. He sat near the fountain in the Piazza Santo Spirito. He splashed cold water on his face, as he had done years before after leaving the dead room. He groaned loudly.
3 years. My God.
Back in his studio, Granacci listened with little interest.
Without work, Michelangelo, you are the unhappiest man alive. Why does it matter if the statues are dull? Even your worst work will be better than other men's best work.
You make me angry. You insult me and praise me at the same time.
Granacci smiled. Make as many figures as you can. Everyone in Florence will help you fool Siena.
Fool a cardinal? Michelangelo asked.
Granacci became serious. I am trying to think about real life. You want to carve. So take the Piccolomini contract and do the best work you can. When a better chance comes, you can make better sculpture. Come eat dinner with me in the company.
Michelangelo shook his head. No.
He went back to his drawing board. He worked on sketches of the Madonna for the Muscrans. He also tried to draw saints for the Piccolomini contract, but he could think only about the Duccio column and the giant David. In 1 Kings 16 verse 17, he read these words. The Lord left Saul. Then Saul became troubled and could not rest. Saul said, find a man who can play the harp well. Bring him to me. One servant answered, I know such a man. He is Jesse's son from Bethlehem. He plays very well. He is strong and brave. He speaks well, and the Lord is with him. Later, Saul did not think David should fight Goliath. David answered him,
My Lord, I cared for my father's sheep. Sometimes a lion or a bear came and took one sheep. Then I followed the animal and saved the sheep. If the animal fought me, I caught it and killed it. I killed both lions and bears.
He read the words again and again. I caught it and killed it. Was there a greater act of strength or courage in the Bible? A young man with no armor and no weapons followed wild animals. Then he caught them with his bare hands and killed them. Could any artist in Florence imagine such a thing? Could any of their Davids really do it? The next morning, he stopped before Castagno's painting of David. He looked carefully at the young figure. David had thin arms and legs. His hands and feet were small. His hair moved around a soft and pretty face. The face looked almost like a girl's face. Then he went to see Antonio Pollaiuolo's David Victor. This David looked older than Castagno's David. His feet stood firmly on the ground, but his fingers were small and delicate. Michelangelo thought the hands looked too soft. The body was stronger, and the pose showed determination. But David wore rich clothes with fine lace. He looked more like a rich nobleman than a shepherd boy. Michelangelo smiled at the thought. Then he hurried to the Palazzo della Signoria. He climbed the steps to the Sala dei Gigli. Outside the door stood Verrocchio's bronze David. The figure looked young and thoughtful. Inside the hall was Donatello's first David, made from marble. Michelangelo looked at it with surprise. The stone skin looked smooth and real. The hands were strong. One leg showed under the long robe, and it looked heavier and stronger than the David's in the paintings. The neck was thick too. But the eyes looked empty. The mouth looked weak. Leaves and berries rested on the head. The face showed no feeling. He walked down the stone steps into the courtyard. There stood Donatello's bronze David. Michelangelo had known this statue for 2 years in the Medici courtyard. After the attack on the palace, the city had taken it. He loved this sculpture very much. The legs and feet were strong. The arms and neck were powerful too. But now he looked at it more carefully. Like the other Davids in Florence, this one also had a pretty face. Under the decorated hat, the face looked almost like a girl's face. Long curls fell over the shoulders. The body had the shape of a young boy, but it also showed the soft chest of a young girl. He went home with many thoughts in his mind. He thought about the statues of David. The 2 famous statues by Donatello looked like boys. These boys could not fight lions or bears. They also did not look strong enough to kill Goliath. Michelangelo did not understand this. Why did the great artists of Florence show David as a young boy or a fine young man with beautiful clothes? Did they stop reading too early in the Bible story? Did they forget the words where David said he fought lions and bears and killed them? David was a man. He did these great things before God chose him. He fought alone with his strong hands and brave heart. A man like this would not fear Goliath. Goliath was huge and wore very heavy armor. But David already fought wild animals and won. So Goliath was not too terrible for him. At dawn, Michelangelo walked through the streets. The streets were still wet from cleaning. He carried his measuring tools to the Duomo workyard. There he measured the marble column carefully. He studied the damaged place in the stone. Then he measured the space across the marble. He wanted to know if a statue of David could still fit inside the stone. The thighs were the narrowest part of the body, so he checked that part very carefully.
It is no good, Bep said. For 50 years, I watched sculptors measure this stone. They always say the same thing. It is too bad. No statue will fit inside.
It depends on new ideas, Bep, Michelangelo answered. Look here. I will draw the shape of the marble for you. This small mark shows the deepest damaged place in the middle of the stone. Now think about this. What if we turn the hips away from the narrow place? Then on the other side we can push one arm or hand outward to balance the figure.
Bep scratched himself and thought for a moment.
Ah! Michelangelo cried. You think it may work?
I can tell how happy you are by the place you scratch on your body. The weeks went by. Michelangelo learned that Rustici thought the project was too large for him. Sansovino needed another block of marble to make anything from the Duccio column. Other sculptors in Florence also refused the column. These included Baccio, Buglioni, and Benedetto da Rovezzano. They said the deep cut in the middle made the marble weak. They believed it would break into 2 pieces. A courier came from Rome with the Piccolomini contract.
The great Cardinal of Siena asks Michelangelo, son of Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni, sculptor from Florence, to make 15 statues from Carrara marble. The marble must be new, clean, white, and of very good quality. The statues must be finished in 3 years. For this work, Michelangelo will receive 500 gold ducats.
Jacopo Golli had arranged an advance payment of 100 ducats. He promised Cardinal Piccolomini that he would return the money if Michelangelo died before he finished the last 3 statues. Cardinal Piccolomini liked Michelangelo's first drawings. But one part of the contract hurt Michelangelo deeply. A statue of St. Francis had already been started by Pietro Torrigiani. Torrigiani had left the head and clothes unfinished. Michelangelo had to complete the statue in Siena. The contract said he should finish it so people would believe it was made by Michelangelo himself.
I did not know Torrigiani began this work, Michelangelo said to Granacci. It is shameful that I must finish his statue.
Do not speak so harshly, Granacci answered. Poor Johnny could not finish the work well. That is why Cardinal Piccolomini asked you to make it right.
Gali told Michelangelo to sign the contract and begin work quickly. Next spring, the Muscron brothers will come from Bruges, he said. I will help you get a Madonna and Child project. Better work will come later.
Michelangelo took many new drawings of the David and went again to speak with Piero Soderini. He wanted the commission badly. He hoped Soderini could force the Wool Guild to act.
Yes, I could force them, Soderini said. But then the boards would be angry. They must choose the work themselves. And they must choose you freely. Do you understand?
Yes, Michelangelo answered sadly. I understand. But I cannot wait much longer.
Near the Via del Proconsolo, not far from the Badia, there was an archway. It looked like the entrance to a palace yard. Michelangelo had passed it many times on his way from home to the sculpture garden. Behind the archway was a small square where craftsmen worked. Tall houses, old towers, and palace walls stood around it. About 20 workshops were there. Men worked with leather, copper, wood, wool, flax, and scissors. They made goods for the markets and shops of Florence. Michelangelo found an empty workshop there. A shoemaker had used it before. It stood on the south side of the square and received sunlight most of the day. He paid 3 months of rent in advance. Then he sent a letter to Argento through the Jesuiti of Ferrara. He asked him to return and work again. Michelangelo also bought a small bed for the shop so Argento could sleep there. In the hot month of June, the craftsmen worked outside their shops. The dyers had blue, green, and red color on their arms. The metalworkers wore leather aprons and worked with bare upper bodies. Carpenters sawed wood and filled the air with fresh-smelling wood pieces. All the sounds mixed together inside the small square. Michelangelo liked these sounds. They made him feel at home. The workshop gave him quiet and privacy while people worked around him. It reminded him of Rome and his work table near the busy Bear Hotel. Argento finally arrived. He was covered with dust and his feet hurt from walking. All morning he talked while he cleaned the old shoemaker's workshop. He was very happy to leave his brother's farm.
Argento, I do not understand, Michelangelo said. In Rome, you walked into the countryside every Sunday to see the horses.
Argento lifted his wet face from the bucket.
I like to visit farms, he answered. I do not like to work on them.
The carpenter across the street helped them build a large work table near the door. Argento searched the street of the ironmongers and found a used forge. Michelangelo bought iron bars and baskets of chestnut wood to make chisels. He also found 2 blocks of marble in Florence. Then he sent orders to Carrara for 3 more blocks. He did not use clay models or wax models. He did not look at the drawings approved by Cardinal Piccolomini. He placed the 4-foot marble blocks in his workshop and began to carve with great joy. First, he made the statue of St. Paul. Paul had a beard and a strong face. His face showed both Roman and Greek influence. Heavy robes covered the body, but the figure still looked strong and full of energy. After that, Michelangelo started the statue of St. Peter. Peter was one of Christ's closest followers. He saw Christ after the resurrection. The new church was built on his faith. This statue looked calmer and more thoughtful. The long folds of the robe went straight down. A soft scarf crossed the chest and arms. The workmen in the piazza accepted him as another skilled worker. He arrived at dawn in simple work clothes. An apprentice cleaned the square before work each morning. Michelangelo stayed until dark. White marble dust covered his hair, face, nose, shirt, legs, and feet. The other workers were also covered by signs of their work, like wood pieces, dye, leather, or flax. Sometimes one of the workers shouted over the sound of saws, hammers, and knives. Michelangelo's chisels cut through the marble with a clear ringing sound.
It is a miracle! All Florence is burning in the summer heat. But our piazza has a snowstorm.
Michelangelo kept the place of his workshop secret from everyone except Granacci. Granacci often stopped there before going home for his midday meal. He brought news from the city.
I cannot believe this, Granacci said. You signed a contract on June 19th. Now it is only the middle of July, and 2 statues are already finished. They are very good, even after all your complaints that you could not carve anything important. At this speed, you will finish all 15 statues in 7 months.
Michelangelo looked at the statues of St. Peter and St. Paul. Then he answered seriously.
These first 2 statues are not bad. They show my strong wish to carve again. But when people place them inside those small narrow spaces, they will lose their life very quickly. The next 2 statues are Pope Pius II and Gregory the Great. They will wear large crowns and long stiff robes.
Why do you not go to Siena? Granacci asked. Then you can deal with Torrigiani. You will feel better.
He left that day. Tuscany was very beautiful. The hills and valleys looked smooth and calm. Green hills rolled across the land. Tall cypress trees stood beside the roads. People had built stone terraces on the hills many years before. The fields were neat and well planned. Old castles stood on the hills with tall towers above the trees. The air was very clear and he could see every part of the land. Below him, the fields were full of July crops. Barley, oats, beans, and beets grew there. On both sides of the road, grapevines climbed between olive trees with silver-green leaves. The farms looked rich and full of life. He thought about wine and olive oil from this land. As his horse climbed higher along the hills, he felt happy and full of energy. The sky above Italy was bright and clear. The fresh air made him feel clean inside. His worries seemed to disappear. He only felt this kind of joy when he worked with white marble. Tuscany made a man forget pain and trouble. He thought God and people had made this land together. To Michelangelo, it looked like the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were gone, but the land still felt like paradise. Green hills stretched far away. A river moved through the valley below him. Stone houses stood near fields and haystacks. Their tile roofs shone warmly in the sun. He remembered a verse from his childhood. Italy is the garden of Europe. Tuscany is the garden of Italy. Florence is the flower of Tuscany. Near sunset, he reached the hills above Poggibonsi. The Apennine Mountains were covered with thick forests. Rivers and lakes shone silver under the evening light. He rode down the long hill into Poggibonsi, a town known for wine. He left his Stallbag at a simple inn with clean floors. Then he climbed the hill outside the town to see Poggio Imperial. Giuliano da Sangallo had built this great fortress palace. Lorenzo had ordered it to protect the road to Florence from enemy armies. But Lorenzo was dead now. The great building had been left empty. He climbed down the rocky path. Later he ate supper in the yard of the inn. He slept well through the night. At sunrise, he got up and started the second part of his journey. Siena was a warm red-brown city. Its bricks came from the red-brown earth nearby. He entered through the city gate and walked to the Piazza del Campo. The piazza was shaped like a shell and sloped down the hill. At one end stood private palaces. At the other stood the Palazzo Pubblico with its tall tower rising into the sky. He walked to the center of the piazza. Each summer, Siena held its famous horse race there. He stopped at Della Quercia's beautiful fountain. Then he climbed a steep set of stone steps to the baptistery. The baptismal font there had sculptures by Della Quercia, Donatello, and Ghiberti. He walked around the font and studied the work of Italy's greatest sculptors. Then he left the baptistery and climbed the steep hill to the cathedral. He stood still and looked at the black and white marble front of the church. The carved figures by Giovanni Pisano were beautiful. There were large rose windows and a black and white bell tower. Inside, the marble floor was covered with black and white designs. The pictures showed stories from the Old and New Testaments. Then his joy disappeared. Before him stood the Bregno altar. The niches were much smaller and shallower than he had expected. Above each niche was a carved dome shaped like a shell. His statues would stand under these heavy shapes. Their faces would be hard to see clearly. Some niches were so high above the floor that people below could hardly see the sculptures inside them. He measured the niches carefully. In his mind, he changed the height of the bases for his statues. Then he found the caretaker. The man had a friendly red face and talked a great deal.
"Ah, you are Michelangelo Buonarroti," the caretaker said. "We have been waiting for you. The St. Francis statue arrived from Rome weeks ago. I put it in a cool room beside the baptistry, with the wooden frame around it. Cardinal Piccolomini told me to take good care of you. We have a room ready for you in our house across the square."
My wife makes the best Sienese pappardelle alla lepre. It is wide pasta with hare sauce. Michelangelo listened to the long flow of words.
"Can you take me to the St. Francis? I must see how much work is left."
Of course. Remember, you are Cardinal Piccolomini's guest here. The cardinal is a very important man. Michelangelo looked at Torrigiani's sculpture and felt upset. The statue looked stiff and dead. The robes covered the whole body, and no real human form could be seen. The hands had no life in them. The face looked hard and empty. He studied every part carefully. Then he promised himself that he would help this poor statue. Even the birds would not know this was St. Francis. Michelangelo wanted to give the work all his care and skill. He knew he must change almost everything. He would remove the false details and cut away bad marble. He would create a new design for the whole figure. He wanted St. Francis to appear as he imagined him, gentle and kind. First he decided to sleep and think. Later he would return with paper and drawing tools. He would sit in the cool stone room under the soft light from the high window. There he would search his thoughts until he could truly see St. Francis and his love for poor and suffering people. The next day he made drawings. By evening he sharpened old chisels and prepared them for his hand. He practiced with the hammer until it felt right. At dawn the next morning he started to carve. Slowly a thin and tired body appeared from the marble. The robe was light over narrow shoulders. The hands looked gentle and full of feeling. The legs were thin and weak. The tired feet showed years of walking to help people and love all living things. Michelangelo felt close to St. Francis. He also felt close to the damaged block of marble. When he worked on the face, he used parts of his own face. He carved his straight hair across the forehead. He remembered his face after Torrigiani broke his nose. The nose bent down between his eyes. One side of the face was swollen. This St. Francis looked sad when he looked at the world, but there was also forgiveness and kindness in the face. Michelangelo felt sad as he rode home through the Chianti hills. He slowly left his horse and walked to his workshop with his thule bag over his shoulder. Inside, he saw Argento moving excitedly from foot to foot. The young man waited for Michelangelo to notice him.
"Well, Argento, what is making you so excited?"
Gonfalonier Soderini wants to see you. He sends a page every hour."
The Piazza della Signoria glowed with orange light from oil lamps. The lamps hung from windows and from the top of the tall tower. Soderini left the other council members in the raised gallery and walked toward Michelangelo near Donatello's Judith statue. He wore a simple silk shirt because of the hot evening. His face showed quiet satisfaction.
"Why are there so many lamps? What are we celebrating?"
"You."
"Me?"
"In part."
Soderini smiled in the orange light.
"This afternoon the council agreed on a new constitution. That is the official reason for the celebration. But there is another reason. The leaders of the Wool Guild and the Stone Masons voted for you and a giant."
See Stossi, a biographical novel of Michelangelo. Michelangelo became still. He could not believe it. The Duccio column was his.
Soderini spoke in a happy voice. "When we learned that a cardinal from Siena had hired our best sculptor, we were not pleased. We asked ourselves if Siena thought Florence did not value its artists. We also asked if they thought Florence was too poor to hire them. We have fought Siena for many years.
But I have the Piccolomini contract, Michelangelo said.
You must wait before you continue that work, Soderini answered. It is your duty to Florence. On the first day of September, you will begin work on the Duccio block.
Michelangelo felt tears in his eyes. How can I thank you?
Soderini slowly moved his long head with its yellow hair. We are both sons of Io Magnifico, he said quietly. We must remember that bond.
Michelangelo walked down Borgo Pinti and into Via degli Artisti. Then he left the city gate and followed the Africo River. After that, he climbed the hills to Settignano. The Topolino family sat outside in the yard. They enjoyed the cool evening wind from the hills.
Listen, Michelangelo called. I just heard the news. The Duccio column is mine.
Now, maybe we could trust you with some window frames, the father said with a smile.
Michelangelo opened his hands. Thank you for this great honor, Padre mio, he said. But a good stone worker likes to shape large building stones.
He stayed there that night. He slept on an old straw bed under the arches. The grandfather slept beside him, and the youngest son slept on the other side. At dawn he got up and joined the men working with Pietra Serena stone. For a few hours he cut stone with them. The sun slowly rose high over the valley. Then he went inside the house. The mother gave him a jug of cold water.
Mother Mia, how is Contessina? He asked.
She is weak.
But it was more than that. The Signoria said no one could help them. She moved her hands in a sad way.
Piero's hate is still here, she said.
Michelangelo drank a lot of water. Then he went back to the workplace and spoke to Bruno.
Can you give me some small pieces of iron? He asked.
There is always extra iron, Bruno answered.
Michelangelo put wood into the fire and lit it. Then he made small chisels and hammers. They were like the tools that Topolino's father made for him when he was 6 years old. After that, he cut a long piece of Serena stone. He carved the stoneworker's signs on it. He made many different lines and marks with the tools. He said goodbye to the Topolino family. Somehow they understood that he came to see them first after he heard his good news. He stayed with them for one night and worked beside them on the stone blocks. This showed them that he still loved them very much. The horse he borrowed was old and tired. Halfway up the steep road, Michelangelo got off and walked beside the horse. At the top of the hill, he turned west. The sun filled the sky over the Mugnan Valley with pink and purple light. The road to Fiesole was short. Fiesole was an old Etruscan city in the north. Long ago, Caesar's soldiers had trouble taking the city. Caesar thought he destroyed Fiesole. But as Michelangelo went down the north side of the hill, he still saw old Etruscan walls. They were strong and whole. He also saw new houses made from the old stones of the city. Far away, he could see Poliziano's Villa Diana. Contessina's house stood at the bottom of a steep and narrow path. It was halfway down the hill near the Mugnan River. Long ago, peasants from the castle above lived there. Michelangelo tied his horse to an olive tree. Then he walked through a vegetable garden. Below him, he saw the Ridolfi family sitting on a small stone terrace in front of the house. Contessina sat in a chair with a baby at her breast. A 6-year-old child played near her feet. Michelangelo called softly from above them.
It is me, Michelangelo Buonarroti. I came to visit.
Contessina quickly lifted her head and covered herself. Michelangelo. What a surprise. Come down. The path is on the right.
There was a quiet and uncomfortable silence. Ridolfi lifted his proud and hurt face. Michelangelo took the stone slab and the small tools from the saddlebag. Then he walked down the path. Ridolfi stood very straight and watched him. Michelangelo placed the small chisels, hammer, and stone slab near Contessina's feet.
Yesterday I received a letter. It said I must come to Rome. I think Lorenzo would have wanted that. Then I remembered that your oldest son is now 6 years old. It is time for him to begin learning. I will teach him. The Topolino family taught me when I was 6.
Contessina laughed loudly across the olive fields. Ridolfi's hard face became softer with a little smile. He spoke quietly.
You were kind to come here to see us. You know that people avoid us now.
It was the first time Ridolfi spoke to him. Michelangelo had not been near him since the day of Contessina's wedding. Ridolfi was not yet 30 years old. But anger and a hard life already showed on his face. He had not joined the plan to bring back Piero de Medici. Still, people knew he hated the Republic. He wanted rich families to rule Florence again. His family earned money from the wool trade across the world. Now that money helped support the city.
This makes things harder for me, Ridolfi said. But one day we will have power again. Then things will change.
Michelangelo felt Contessina looking at him. He turned and looked back at her. She seemed calm and accepted her life now. They had eaten a simple meal. Their clothes were old and worn. They lived in a small farmer's house after once living in the finest homes in Florence.
Tell us about your life, she said. Tell us about Rome. What statues did you make? I heard about the Bacchus.
Michelangelo took a piece of drawing paper from his shirt. Then he pulled charcoal from his belt. He drew the Pietà and explained his work. He was happy to sit with Contessina again and look into her dark eyes. When they were children, they had loved each other. Maybe that love was still there. Love was rare and difficult to find. Contessina understood what he felt. She always understood him. Then she turned to her son.
Luigi, do you want to learn Michelangelo's alphabet? She asked.
Can I help make the new statue, Michelangelo? The boy asked.
I will come and teach you, Michelangelo said. Bertoldo taught me in your grandfather's garden. Now hold the hammer in one hand and the chisel in the other. I will show you how to work on the other side of the stone. With a hammer and chisel, we can make statues as beautiful as Dante's poems. Is that true, Contessina?
Yes, she answered. Each person has his own alphabet to make poetry.
It was midnight when Michelangelo returned the Topolino horse and walked down the hill. His father was still awake. He waited in the black leather chair. This was the second night he had stayed awake for him. He was very angry.
So, his father said, it takes you 2 nights to bring news to your father. Where have you been? Where's the contract? How much will they pay you?
6 florins a month.
How long will you need to carve it?
2 years.
Lodovico quickly counted the money in his head. Then he looked up at his son with a tired face.
But that is only 144 florins.
The board will pay more when I finish the work, Michelangelo said. They will decide if I deserve more money.
Who will make that decision?
They will decide by their conscience.
Conscience? Do you not know that people in Tuscany do not like to give away money?
The David will be very beautiful. They will want to pay me more.
Even the Piccolomini contract is better. You can earn 332 florins in the same 2 years. That is more than double.
Michelangelo lowered his head. He felt hopeless. Lodovico did not look at his son's face. He spoke in a firm voice.
The Buonarroti family is not rich enough to lose 188 florins for the Wool Guild and the Duomo. Tell them that David must wait until you earn the 500 ducats from Siena.
Michelangelo knew it was useless to become angry. He answered quietly,
Father, I am going to carve the David. Why do you always start these useless arguments?
Several hours later, his brother Buonarroti spoke about it.
Before the argument, how many florins did you plan to give father each month?
3. Half for him and half for me.
And now you agreed to give him 5.
I had to do it to make him calm.
So, after a few hours of talking, father now gets 2 more florins each month for 2 years. Michelangelo gave a tired sigh.
What can I do? He looks old and weak. The board pays for my living costs. Why do I need those 2 extra florins?
Buonarroti made an unhappy sound. You were better when you worked in the Medici palace. Then I could save some money for you.
Michelangelo looked out the window. A night guard walked slowly along the Via San Proculo.
You are right about father. He always wants money from me.
Granacci planned a large celebration party. It was connected to a meeting of the Company of the Cauldron. 11 members of the company came to honor Michelangelo's success. Botticelli arrived on crutches because he could not walk well. Rosselli was very sick and other men carried him inside. Rustici welcomed Michelangelo warmly. Sansovino hit him on the back in a friendly way. The others gave him congratulations. There were David Ghirlandaio, Bugiardini, Albertinelli, Filippino Lippi, Illinois Chronica, Baccio d'Agnolo, and Leonardo da Vinci. The 12th member, Giuliano da Sangallo, was away from the city. All afternoon, Granacci brought food and wine into Rustici's studio. There were long sausages, cold beef, roast pig, sweet pastries, and large bottles of Chianti wine. When Granacci told Soggi about the party, Soggi added a huge bowl of pickled pig's feet. A great amount of food and drink was needed because many people came. Granacci invited almost everyone in town. The whole Ghirlandaio studio came. Rodolfo, Domenico's talented son, also came. He was now 18 years old. All the apprentices from the Medici garden arrived. Many well-known painters and sculptors came too. There were Donate Benti, Benedetto da Rovezzano, Piero di Cosimo, Lorenzo di Credi, Francia Biggio, and the young Andrea del Sarto. Andrea della Robbia also came. He made glazed clay art. Important craftsmen from Florence were there as well. There were goldsmiths, clockmakers, gem cutters, bronze workers, mosaic artists, book painters, wood carvers, and architects. Granacci also invited important men from the Republic. He asked Gonfalonier Soderini, members of the Signoria, and leaders from the Wool Guild and the Duomo board. He invited the Strozzi family too because they had bought the Hercules statue. Most of them came happily. The crowded party spread out from Rustici's noisy studio into the square outside. Granacci had hired acrobats and wrestlers to entertain the people. Musicians and singers performed songs while young men and women danced in the square. Everyone shook Michelangelo's hand. People hit him on the back in friendship. Friends, strangers, and people he barely knew all wanted to drink a toast with him. Soderini shook Michelangelo's hand.
This is the first large art commission approved by all the city boards since Savonarola came, he said. Maybe a new time is beginning for Florence. Maybe we can forget some of our shame.
What shame do you mean, Gonfalonier? Michelangelo asked.
I mean the shame we all feel, Soderini answered. We have lived through difficult years since the death of Il Magnifico. We destroyed many things that made Florence the greatest city in the world. Paying money to Caesar Borgia was only the latest bad event. We have suffered many humiliations during these 9 years. But tonight we feel good about ourselves. Later, when you finish the marble statue, we may feel proud of you too. Right now, we are proud of ourselves. We believe new work will come for all our artists. There will be frescoes, mosaics, bronze works, and marble statues. We are seeing a new beginning.
He placed a hand on Michelangelo's shoulder.
You are helping this new beginning come into the world. Take good care of it.
The party continued until morning. Before the end of the night, two things happened. Both changed his life. The first thing made him very happy. Old Rosselli was sick and weak. He called the 10 members of the company together and said,
"It is not right for a man from this company to come to these parties carried on a chair. I do not like choosing men from the Ghirlandaio workshop, but I choose Michelangelo Buonarroti to take my place."
The group accepted him. Since the days in the Medici garden, he had not belonged to any group. He remembered his lonely childhood again. It had always been hard for him to make friends and feel happy with people. He had been thin, quiet, and unwanted. Now the artists of Florence clapped for him. Even men who had waited many years to enter the company were happy for him. The second thing brought him great pain. Leonardo da Vinci started it, though he did not mean to. Michelangelo had already felt angry with Leonardo from the first time he saw him crossing the Piazza della Signoria. Leonardo walked beside his young helper Salai. Salai was very handsome. He looked like a Greek statue. His curly hair fell around his head. He had a small mouth and a soft round chin. Leonardo dressed him in rich clothes with silver decoration. But next to Leonardo, Salai looked ordinary. Leonardo had one of the most beautiful faces in Florence. His large head stood high and proud. Soft red hair fell to his shoulders. He had a strong chin, a wide nose, and full lips. His blue eyes looked sharp and intelligent. His skin was smooth and pale. Michelangelo watched Leonardo cross the square with servants and followers behind him. Leonardo was tall and moved with grace. His shoulders were broad and his hips were narrow like a fighter. He looked strong and quick. He wore rich clothes and ignored normal fashion. His pink cloak covered only part of his shoulders and stopped above his knees. His shirt and leggings were very tight. Leonardo made Michelangelo feel ugly and strange. Michelangelo knew his own clothes were cheap and worn. Leonardo's fine hair, perfume, lace, and jewels made him feel poor and dirty. One day he spoke about this to Rustici. Rustici was Leonardo's friend. Rustici said,
"Do not judge him by his rich clothes. Leonardo has a great mind. He studies geometry and learns more than other men. For years he has studied dead animals and drawn the inside of their bodies. He found fish fossils high in the mountains and showed that the land was once underwater. He is also an engineer and inventor. He designs many strange machines. He has made guns, cranes, pumps, and tools to measure wind and water. Now he is working on a machine that can fly like a bird. He acts like a rich noble because he wants people to forget that he was born outside marriage. His mother was the daughter of an innkeeper in Vinci. In truth, he is the only man in Florence who works as hard as you do. He works almost all day and night. You must look past his fine appearance."
After hearing all this, Michelangelo could not speak about his anger. He did not mention that Leonardo often spoke badly about sculpture. That evening, Leonardo had also welcomed him warmly into the company of the cauldron. This made Michelangelo feel calmer. Then he heard Leonardo's high voice behind him.
"I did not try to win the Duccio block because sculpture is only mechanical work."
Another man asked, "You would not call Donatello a mechanic, would you?"
"In some ways, yes," Leonardo answered. "Sculpture uses less thought than painting. It does not have many natural qualities. I worked as a sculptor for years. I know from experience that painting is much harder. Painting can reach greater perfection."
Still, for such an important commission.
No, I would never cut marble. That work makes a man sweat and become very tired. After a long day, a marble worker is dirty like a baker or a man who works with plaster. Dust fills his nose. Powder covers his hair, face, and legs. His clothes smell bad. When I paint, I wear my best clothes. At the end of the day, I am still clean and fresh. Friends come to read poetry to me. They also play music while I draw. I like things neat and clean. Stonework is for workers. Michelangelo felt his back become hard. He looked behind him. Leonardo stood with his back turned. Anger rose inside Michelangelo again. He wanted to turn Leonardo around and hit his fine face with his fist. Leonardo spoke about sculptors with no respect. Then Michelangelo quickly walked to the other side of the room. He felt hurt for himself and for all men who worked with marble. One day, he wanted Leonardo to regret those words. The next morning, he woke up late. Very little water remained in the Arno River. He walked far up the river to find deep water. There he washed and swam. Then he returned and stopped at Santo Spirito. He found Prior Bicciolini in the library. The prior heard his news without any sign of feeling.
And what about the contract with Cardinal Piccolomini?
When the two boards sign this new work, I will be free from the other contract.
Why do you think that? You must finish what you started.
But the giant is my great chance. I can make something wonderful.
After you finish your duty, Bicciolini said and stopped him. This is even worse than when you signed a contract you hated.
Then his voice became kinder.
I understand that you do not want to spend your strength on statues you do not like. But you knew this before you began. You may lose your honor and gain nothing from it.
Cardinal Piccolomini may become the next pope, he said. Then the rulers of Florence may send you back to work on the Siena statues. They obeyed Pope Alexander VI before. They also punished Savonarola.
Everyone talks about the next pope, Michelangelo said sharply. Giuliano da Sangallo says Cardinal Rovere will become pope. Leo Baglioni says Cardinal Riario will become pope. Now you say Cardinal Piccolomini will become pope.
The prior stood up and quickly walked away from Michelangelo. He went to the open arch above the piazza. Michelangelo followed him.
Forgive me, Father, Michelangelo said. But I must carve my David now.
The prior crossed the corner of the piazza. He left Michelangelo alone under the hot August sun.
Bep welcomed him loudly. So now you have the Duccio block for free, he said with a grin. He scratched his bald head.
Bep, now you must take care of me for 2 full years, Michelangelo said.
The foreman groaned, as if I do not already have enough trouble keeping the cathedral standing. But the Board of Works says I must give you everything you want. Marble, chisels, pretty girls.
Michelangelo laughed loudly. The workers came running to him. They welcomed him to the yard.
The Duomo workyard covered the whole space behind the Duomo buildings. It went from the Via dei Servi in the north to the Street of the Clock in the south. A brick wall around 8 feet high stood around the yard. The front part of the yard was where the Duccio column had stayed. The artisans worked there and repaired the cathedral. The back part held wood, bricks, and paving stones. Michelangelo wanted to stay near the workers. He liked hearing their tools and voices. But he did not want to join their work. In the middle of the backyard stood an oak tree. Behind the tree was an iron gate in the wall. The gate opened to a small unnamed passage. It was locked and covered with rust. The gate was only 2 blocks from Michelangelo's house. He could work there at night if he wanted. He could also work on holidays when the main yard was closed.
Bep, may I use this gate? Michelangelo asked.
No one says you cannot, Bep answered. I locked it myself 10 or 12 years ago. Tools and materials were disappearing.
Can I use it? Michelangelo asked again.
What is wrong with the front entrance? Bep asked.
Nothing.
But if we build my workshop around this gate, I can come and go without bothering anyone. Bep thought about the idea for a moment. He wanted to be sure Michelangelo was not sending him and his men away. Then he said, I will do it. Draw the plans for me. Michelangelo needed 30 feet along the back wall. The ground there had to be covered with stone for his fire, tools, and dry wood. The brick wall also had to be 9 feet higher. Then nobody could see the marble column or watch him while he worked on the tall platform. On both sides, he wanted low wooden walls for about 20 feet. The work area would stay open to the sky during the 9 dry months of the year. The front would stay open too. The giant would stand in the bright southern sunlight as the Tuscan sun moved across the city each day. He decided to keep the workshop in the piazza. It would be a place where he could rest from the large marble block. Argento would sleep there. During the day, he would work beside Michelangelo. The Daccio marble block had deep cuts in the middle of its 17-foot length. It was dangerous to move it like this. One hard movement could break the column into 2 pieces. Michelangelo bought several very large sheets of paper. He placed them over the front of the marble and cut out the shape of the column. He carefully measured the deep damaged area. Then he carried the paper sheets to the workshop in the piazza. Argento nailed them to the wall. Michelangelo turned his workbench to face the paper shape. Then he joined more sheets together and started to draw his design for David. He marked which parts of the marble he would remove and which parts he would keep. Later, back in the yard, he cut marble from the top and bottom corners. This balanced the weight so the column would not crack. Bepp's workers made a smooth road to the new work area. They used ropes and lifting tools to raise the heavy column and place round beams under it. The marble moved very slowly. Each time a beam rolled out from the back, a worker carried it to the front again. By evening, the column was inside Michelangelo's work area. It still lay flat on the ground. Now he was alone with the giant block of marble. For the first time, he understood that his old drawings were no longer useful. The drawings had pleased the boards, but they could not help him now. His thoughts had changed and grown. He only knew one thing for certain. This would be the David he had found again in his mind. He wanted to show all the beauty, mystery, strength, and deep power of the human body. He burned his old drawings. Then he returned to the simplest beginning and searched inside himself for answers. The ancient Greeks had carved perfect bodies from white marble. Their statues showed strength and beauty. But Michelangelo felt they did not show enough spirit or thought. His David would show everything Lorenzo de Medici had believed in. The Plato Academy had taught that people were not weak creatures who lived only to wait for the next life. People could be beautiful, strong, brave, wise, and full of hope. They had minds and inner power. They could build a better world with their ideas and skill. His David would be greater than Apollo, greater than Hercules, greater than Adam. He wanted to create the fullest image of man the world had ever seen. But how could he place these ideas on paper? During the first weeks of autumn, he found only small answers. The more upset he became, the more difficult his drawings grew. The marble stayed silent and still.
Maybe nobody can bring it to life, Bepp said one day when Michelangelo looked unhappy.
This is a bad time to tell me that, Michelangelo answered. It is like asking a woman if she wants a child after the child is already coming. Bepp, I must work directly in marble instead of clay. Can you buy another piece for me? I need one about a third this size.
I do not know, Bepp answered. They told me to give workers and materials. But a 5-foot block costs a lot of money.
As always, Bepp brought him a good piece of marble. Michelangelo began to work on it with hammer and chisel. He tried to solve his problem through carving. Slowly, the shape of a strong young man appeared. The face was beautiful but unclear. Granacci looked at the marble with confusion.
I do not understand, he said. 1 foot stands on Goliath's head. But at the same time, he holds a stone in one hand and reaches for his sling behind his shoulder.
Your statue has 2 ideas, Granacci said.
The top part is ready to use the slingshot. The bottom part already stands on the enemy.
You praise me too much. I have no ideas at all.
Then come with me to the villa for a few days.
Michelangelo looked at him with surprise. Granacci had never spoken about his villa before.
You will enjoy yourself there. You can forget David for a short time.
All right. I have not smiled for many weeks.
I have something at the villa that will make you smile.
Granacci was right. At the villa there was a young woman named Vermiglia. She had blonde hair in the Florentine style. Her hair was pulled back to make her forehead look higher. She wore a green dress. She welcomed them warmly at the villa. Late at night, they ate supper by candlelight on a porch above the Arno River. The river moved slowly toward the sea. After Vermiglia went inside, Granacci spoke again.
Vermiglia has many cousins. Would you like her to find one for you? I think she feels lonely here. You could stay in rooms that look over the city. We could have a pleasant life here.
Thank you, Caro. But I already have my own life. And Bep always says, if you give your strength to women at night, you cannot give it to marble in the morning. That night Michelangelo could not sleep. He sat by the window and watched the towers and domes of Florence under the moon. Then he walked through the 3 small rooms. After that, he returned to the window again. He kept thinking about the statue. Why had he carved 2 different Davids into the same block of marble? One David had already won against Goliath. The other was still getting ready to throw the stone. A statue could not show 2 different moments at the same time. It could stand in only one moment. He had to choose which David he wanted to make.
By morning he finally understood. Bright thoughts filled his mind.
Goliath had to disappear. The dark and ugly head did not belong in art. It should never have been there. The meaning of David became weaker when Goliath's head stayed at his feet. People would think only about a fight and the death of an enemy. But Michelangelo believed David meant much more. David could show the courage of all people. He could stand for thinkers, writers, artists, scientists, leaders, and explorers. He could show the strength of the mind and spirit, not only the body. Without Goliath's head, David could become a symbol of human courage. He could show victory over greater enemies. David had to stand alone, just as he had stood alone in the valley before the battle. The decision filled Michelangelo with joy, but he was also very tired. He climbed into Granacci's fine bed and fell into a deep sleep. Later he sat again in his work shed beside the great block of marble. He drew David's head, face, and eyes. He asked himself, what does David feel at this moment? Does he feel proud? Does he feel happy because he won? Does he believe he is the strongest man in the world? Does he feel a little proud when he sees the enemy soldiers running away? Will he turn and accept the praise of his own people? He could not draw those weak feelings. He asked himself what was important in David after the victory. Many artists showed David after the battle. But after the battle, David's great moment was already finished. So which David was important? Did David become great after he killed Goliath? Or did he become great when he decided to fight? Was it the moment when he sent the stone from the sling with perfect aim? Or was it before the battle, when he decided to help the Israelites become free from the Philistines? Maybe the decision was more important than the action. A man's character was more important than what he did. For Michelangelo, David became great when he made his choice, not when he killed Goliath. Michelangelo understood why he had struggled before. He had looked at the wrong moment in David's life. He felt angry with himself for not seeing this earlier. If he showed David after the battle, then David was only the man from the Bible. But Michelangelo wanted more than that. He did not want to show only one man. He wanted to show every man. Since the beginning of time, people had faced hard choices and fought for freedom. This was the David he wanted. David stood at the moment of strong decision. Fear and doubt were still on his face. He still wished for his quiet life in the hills near Jerusalem. He did not care much about war or riches. The man who killed Goliath would spend the rest of his life with war and power. The peaceful life he loved would slowly disappear. Then there would be kings, courts, jealousy, and control over other people. Every man had these 2 sides. One side wanted peace and thought. The other side wanted action. David understood that action would control his whole life. No kingdom, Power or wealth could repay a man for losing his private life. To act meant joining the world of other men. David was not sure he wanted that. He had lived alone. After he fought Goliath, he could never return to his old life. This was even more true if he won the fight. He feared what the world would do to him. He also feared what he would become himself. That was why he did not want to change his life. It was a very hard choice. This new idea filled Michelangelo with energy. He worked with confidence and strength. He drew quickly. He shaped a small clay model about 18 inches high. His hands moved almost too slowly for his thoughts. At last he understood where the David was hidden inside the marble. Now the damaged block seemed useful. Its limits forced him to make the design simple and strong. Without those limits, he might never have found this idea. The marble now felt alive. When he became tired of drawing or shaping clay, he spent evenings talking with his friends from the Cauldron group. Sansovino moved into the Duomo yard and began work on a marble statue of St. John baptizing Christ. His work area stood between Michelangelo and Bepp's stone workers. Rustici sometimes became tired of working alone on his drawings and marble projects. Then he came to the yard to draw with Michelangelo and Sansovino. Soon Baccio joined them there. He worked on a crucifix design and hoped the church of San Lorenzo would buy it. Bugiardini brought hot food from a nearby inn. The old apprentices ate together happily for an hour. Argento served the food on wooden boards across tables and shelves. Sometimes Bigordi visited them. He brought a cart full of cooked sausages for everyone to share. From time to time, Michelangelo climbed the hill to Fiesole. There he taught young Luigi about Pietra Serena stone. The 6-year-old boy enjoyed the lessons. He was handsome and bright. He looked like his uncle Giuliano and had Contessina's quick mind.
You are very good with Luigi, Michelangelo, Contessina said. Giuliano loved you too. One day you should have a son of your own.
Michelangelo shook his head. Like many artists, I am poor, he said. When I finish one job, I must search for another. I may need to work in Rome, Naples, Milan, or even Portugal, like Sansovino. That is not a good life for a family.
It is more than that, Contessina said softly. Marble is your marriage. The Bacchus, the Pietà, and the David are your children.
They stood very near each other, like they sometimes did in the Medici palace. While you stay in Florence, Luigi will be like your son. The Medici need friends. Artists need friends too. Cardinal Piccolomini sent a man to Florence. The man wanted to see the statues for the Bregno altar. Michelangelo showed him the finished statues of St. Peter and St. Paul. He also showed the rough figures of the popes. He promised to finish them soon. The next day, Baccio came into the workshop. His face was full of happy smiles again. He had received the job to make the crucifix. There was no place for him to work at San Lorenzo. So he asked Michelangelo if he could share the workshop in the piazza.
Instead of paying rent, I can finish the 2 popes from your drawings, he said. What do you think?
Baccio worked well on the pieces. Now for figures and the St. Francis were finished. Michelangelo felt he could rest for a short time and not worry about Cardinal Piccolomini. When Baccio started carving the crucifix, Michelangelo was happy he had invited him into the shop. The work was honest and full of feeling. Every evening, Argento cleaned the workshop after he came back from the Duomo. He was happy in Florence too. During the day, he worked in the Duomo workshop. At night, he spent time with the other young apprentices from the piazza. They slept in their shops and shared food from one cooking pot. Best of all, Giuliano da Sangallo returned from Savona. He had finished a palace there for Cardinal Rovere at the family estate. On his way home, men from Pisa stopped him and kept him prisoner for 6 months. Later, people paid 300 ducats to free him. Michelangelo visited him at the family house in the Quarter of the Sun near Santa Maria Novella. Sangallo still believed Cardinal Rovere would become the next pope.
Tell me about your plan for the giant, he said. And have you heard about any important building work in Florence?
There are several things I need very soon, Michelangelo answered. I need a turning table strong enough to move a very heavy marble column. Then I can control the light and the sun. I also need a scaffold 15 feet high. I must be able to change the height and work around all sides of the marble.
Sangallo laughed. You are my best customer. Let us get paper and a pen. You need 4 towers with open shelves. Then you can place planks at different heights, like this. And for your turning table, that is an engineering problem.
Dark rain clouds filled the sky. Bep and his workers built a wooden roof. It rose high from the back wall and left room for the 17-foot marble column. Then they covered the roof well to keep out the rain. The marble still lay flat on the ground. Michelangelo made a wooden cover for it. Heavy strings with lead weights hung over the sides. The strings showed the depth where he would find the back of David's head. They also marked the raised arm that would hold the sling. He marked the hips turned to one side, the stone in the large right hand, and the tree trunk that supported the right leg. He drew these depths with charcoal. Then Bep and 15 workers tied ropes around the marble. They attached lifting tools and slowly raised the great column upright onto Sangallo's turning table. After that, Michelangelo and Argento built scaffold towers around it. The towers had open shelves where they could place wide planks at any height. Now the marble seemed ready to give him everything inside it. His tools cut deep into the stone as he searched for the shape of elbows, legs, chest, and knees. The white crystal inside the marble had slept for many years. Now it answered every touch of his tools, from the softest movement to the strongest strike.
Go!
This was the greatest time of his work with marble. He had never made such a large figure before. The design was clear and simple. He felt strong and sure while he worked. His feelings and ideas went deep into the stone. Now he thought only about the statue. He did not want to stop for food or clean clothes. He worked with the marble almost all day and night. White dust filled his nose and covered his hair. His hair became as white as an old man's. The feeling of the hammer and chisel moved through his arms and body. Even after he fell onto his bed, he still felt the strong beat of the work inside him. When his right hand became tired, he used the hammer with his left hand. Then he held the chisel in his right hand with the same care and skill. At night he worked by candlelight. The workshop was silent because Argento left at sunset and went to another shop. Sometimes Sangallo came after supper to look at the turning table and the wooden platform. Michelangelo said to him,
I want to carve for a whole year. I do not want any rest.
It is midnight, Sangallo said. This shed is very cold. Are you not freezing?
Michelangelo smiled at his friend. His yellow-brown eyes shone in the candlelight.
Cold? I feel hot like a man with a fever. Look at the body. The shape is starting to come out. In a few more days, the figure will look alive.
There was a deep damaged place in the marble. Michelangelo solved this problem by turning the figure at an angle inside the stone. He planned the body across the marble in a new way. Because of this, David's left side could still fit inside the stone. He also built a strong line through the figure. It started at the right foot. Then it moved up the right leg beside the small tree trunk. It continued through the thigh, chest, neck, face, and head. This strong piece of marble held the whole statue together. Because of this, the David would stand safely and would not break inside. The most important part of the statue was David's right hand holding the stone. From this hand came the feeling and shape of the whole body. In the Bacchus statue, the raised arm with the cup had been most important. In the Pietà, the Virgin's face had been most important. Now the hand was the center of David. The thick veins in the hand gave strength and balance to the figure. This helped the body look right because the left side had to stay narrow. The right arm and elbow would become the finest and softest part of the statue. As Michelangelo cared more and more about the work, Granacci could not bring him to the villa for supper anymore. He almost never went to the meetings at Rusticy's house. He only went when the weather was too wet and cold for work. Even there, he could not listen well or speak much with his friends. Only Leonardo da Vinci complained. He said Michelangelo should not come in dirty clothes with marble dust in his hair. Michelangelo saw pain on Leonardo's face. The rich man also lifted his nose slightly because of the smell. Michelangelo thought he probably smelled bad. Sometimes he wore the same clothes for a whole week, even in bed. But he cared only about the statue now. It was easier to stop visiting the company of the cauldron. Christmas came, and he went with his family to High Mass at Santa Croce. When the new year arrived, he ignored the celebrations. He did not even go to Rusticy's house to welcome the year 1502. During the dark days of January, he worked with great force. Argento filled for metal heaters with coal so the workshop stayed warm enough. He turned the table to catch more light. He moved the wooden platform up and down around the David. He worked on all four sides of the statue at the same time. He left thick pieces of marble between the legs and beside the arms to keep the stone strong. The neck was very large, so he was not afraid the head would break off. He also left extra marble around the head. Later he would carve short, wavy hair there. Soderini came into the yard to watch the work. He knew Michelangelo needed money and peace at home. So the finished David needed an official price soon. In the middle of February, after 5 months of work, Soderini asked,
"Do you think the work is ready now for the boards to see? I can bring them here. Then we can make the final agreement."
Michelangelo looked up at the David. He had studied the human body very carefully. This study helped him make the statue. At this early stage, he had already shaped the muscles in the legs and chest. The body looked strong and alive under the stone surface. He showed Soderini how the muscles followed long lines through the body. All the movement in the David followed these lines. Then he turned back to Soderini's question.
No artist likes people to see his work like this.
The boards may pay you much more money if you wait until the statue is finished.
I cannot wait, Michelangelo said with a sigh. No extra money is worth 2 more years of this hard work.
2 more years? Even when the statue is going so well.
This part is the fastest part.
I will bring the board members when we have a sunny day. Soon the rain stopped. The sun came out and warmed the city stones. Michelangelo and Argento removed the roof tiles and stacked them nearby for the next winter. Then they took away the wooden boards and opened the shed to the full light. The David seemed full of life. Blue-gray lines in the marble looked like real veins in the legs. Most of the weight already rested strongly on the right leg. A message came from Soderini. He would bring the board members at noon the next day.
Michelangelo said, Argento, start cleaning. There must be 2 months of marble pieces on this floor.
Do not blame me, Argento answered. You never stay out long enough for me to clean. I think you enjoy walking through the marble pieces.
You are right. I do enjoy it, but the board members will already have enough to look at.
Michelangelo wondered how much he should explain to the men. He had spent many months thinking deeply about this David. He could not explain all his ideas in one short meeting. Maybe the men would listen to his words and not look carefully at the statue itself. Argento cleaned the workshop carefully and put everything in order. Soderini arrived with 16 men just as the bells of Giotto's Campanile began to ring. Michelangelo welcomed them warmly. He remembered the names of many important men, including Chancellor Michelozzo of the Wool Guild, Consuls Pandolfini and Giovanni di Pagno degli Albizzi, Paolo de Carnesecchi from the Board of Works, the notary Bambelli, and several others. The older men still wore long dark cloaks because of the cold weather. Their cloaks reached down near their shoes. The younger men dressed in brighter clothes for spring. They wore colored stockings with family signs and shirts with cut sleeves. The men stood around the unfinished David. They looked up at the huge figure with wonder. Chancellor Michelozzo asked Michelangelo to show them how he worked on the marble. Michelangelo picked up his hammer and chisel. He showed them how the hammer struck the chisel gently. The force moved smoothly into the marble. He explained that short cuts with the chisel could break small pieces of stone. Long smooth cuts caused less damage. He asked the men to walk around the David. He showed them how the statue stayed strong in its upright shape. He explained that later he would free the arms from the stone around them. Only the tree trunk would support the large nude figure. The statue still leaned slightly inside the block of marble. But Michelangelo showed how it would stand straight when he removed the extra stone around it. The next afternoon, Soderini came into the yard of the Duomo. He carried an official paper in his hand and patted Michelangelo on the back. "The boards are pleased," he said. "Shall I read it?" "The Honourable Lord Consuls of the Wool Art Guild have decided that the Board of Works of the Duomo can pay the sculptor Michelangelo Buonarroti 400 large golden florins for the giant called David now in the opera. Michelangelo must complete the work perfectly within 2 years from today. Now I can stop thinking about money until the work is finished. That is a perfect life for an artist." He waited until Lodovico spoke about the payment again.
"The payment is ready, Father. It is 400 gold florins."
Lodovico's eyes became bright. His thin cheeks moved with excitement.
400 florins! Excellent! And 6 florins each month while you work.
No.
They will still give you the florins you already earn each month? They will not take that money away?
I will continue to receive 6 florins each month for 2 more years.
Ah, good.
Lodovico took his pen.
Let me see. 24 times 6 is 144. Added to 400, that makes 544 florins. That is a much better payment.
Michelangelo answered in a sad voice.
No, only 400 florins. That is everything.
All the florins for each month are paid early. They will take the money away at the end. Lodovico lost his happy look when he understood that he would lose 144 florins.
"It is not right," he said quietly. "First they give you money, then they take it back."
Michelangelo knew what would happen. Lodovico would walk around looking hurt, as if someone had treated him badly. In the end, he still did not feel calm. Maybe true peace did not exist. Michelangelo put small nails into the marble. They marked David's left foot, left knee, right wrist, left elbow, and left hand near the shoulder. These points helped him shape the statue correctly. He carved the strong line that moved from the knee through the thigh and chest. It showed David's great strength. He shaped the stomach carefully because David felt worry inside himself. He carved the left hand holding the sling. The large right hand stood ready with the stone. To stay safe, he left much extra marble at the back. He remembered that people would look at the statue from every side. He made David as a free man. The statue must stand alone with open space around it. It must never stand inside a wall space or against a building. It must not be only decoration. David must always be free. The world was full of struggle. Men always lived under pressure and danger. David was a fighter. He was not cruel or wild. He fought for freedom. Now the figure began to push out from the marble. It looked alive and strong. Michelangelo worked with the same energy. One Sunday, San Gallo and Sansovino came to visit him. They were shocked by the power of his work.
"I have never seen anything like this," San Gallo cried. "In the last 15 minutes, he has cut more marble from this hard stone than 3 workers could cut in 4 hours.
"It is not only the amount," Sansovino said. "It is the force. I saw pieces of marble fly high into the air. I thought the whole block would break apart."
Michelangelo, son Gallo cried. You are cutting very close to the line. If you cut even a little too far, you could lose everything.
Michelangelo stopped working and looked at his friends. When marble leaves the mountain, it changes, he said. It becomes like a river. It can move and take a new path. I am helping this marble find its new path.
After his friends went home, Michelangelo sat near David's feet and looked up at the statue. He thought about how long such work needed. A marble statue needed time, just like a fruit tree. Each part of the sculpture now showed the time and care he had given it. He was not afraid of Sansovino's warning. He understood the balance inside the marble block. He felt the weight of the arms, legs, body, and head as if they were part of his own body. When he cut away marble, he knew exactly how much he could remove safely. But one thing continued to trouble him. Leonardo da Vinci spoke badly about sculpture. Michelangelo thought this was dangerous. Leonardo had great influence in Florence. If many people began to think sculpture was less important than painting, they might not care about David when it was finished. Michelangelo felt a growing wish to answer him. The next Sunday, the company of the Cauldron met at Rusticy's house. Leonardo again joked about sculpture.
That is true, Michelangelo said. Sculpture is different from painting. But long ago, people carved stone before they painted on cave walls. Sculpture is the first art.
And because it is old, it is now dying, Leonardo answered in his high voice. People liked it before painting became great. Now painting is taking its place.
Michelangelo became angry and answered with a personal attack.
Leonardo, he said firmly. Is it true that your great horse statue in Milan is so large that nobody can make it in bronze? And because of that, it may never become a real statue. Is it also true that your large clay model is falling apart so quickly that people in Milan laugh at it?
No wonder you speak against sculpture. You know nothing about it. This is the pain and joy of making something complete. There was an uncomfortable silence in the room. A few days later, Florence heard troubling news. The city had paid money to Caesar Borgia, but he was still moving against Urbino. He was also helping a rebellion in Arezzo against Florence. Leonardo da Vinci joined Caesar Borgia's army as an engineer. He worked with Torrigiani and Piero de Medici. Michelangelo became very angry.
Leonardo is a traitor, he said angrily to Rusticy. Rusticy was looking after Leonardo's things while he was away. Caesar Borgia gives him a large salary. Now he will help attack Florence. We welcomed him here and gave him important work to paint.
It is not so terrible, Rusticy answered calmly. Leonardo does not know what to do with himself now. He still cannot finish the painting of Mona Lisa del Giocondo. He cares more about his new war machines than painting. Caesar Borgia gave him a chance to test many inventions. Leonardo does not understand politics.
Tell that to the people of Florence, Michelangelo replied sharply. They will suffer if his machines break the city walls.
You have reason to feel angry, Michelangelo, Rusticy said. But remember this. Leonardo does not think about right or wrong in human life. He only cares about what is true or false in science and knowledge.
Maybe I should be happy he is gone, Michelangelo answered. He left once before for 18 years. I hope he stays away just as long this time.
Rusticy shook his head sadly. You and Leonardo stand above the rest of us like mountains. Yet you hate each other. I do not understand it. Maybe nobody can.
The seasons changed and the weather became very hot. Sometimes rain fell, but it only cleaned the marble dust from David. Michelangelo worked wearing only light clothes and sandals. The sun burned on his skin and gave him energy. He moved quickly up and down the ladder. From the top of the scaffold, he worked on the strong neck, the large head, and the thick curls of hair. He carved the back with great care. He wanted the body to look full of life and movement. Every part of David had to feel real and perfect. Michelangelo never understood why people thought some parts of the human body were ugly. If God made man, why would he make any part shameful? People might use their bodies badly, but that was not important for the statue. Michelangelo wanted to make every part beautiful and noble. He forgot about time while he worked. He carved from morning until night. Sometimes, late in the hot evening, he sat on the cool marble steps of the Duomo. Young artists in Florence still met there. They listened to songs played on guitars. They talked about new work in Tuscany. Jacopo still joked about the girls who walked past, just as he had done many years before. In June, Piero Soderini was chosen again as gonfalonier for another 2 months. Many people began to ask why he could not rule for a longer time. They believed he was the best man in Tuscany for the job. Michelangelo learned that Contessina was going to have another child. He went to Soderini's office near the Piazza della Signoria to speak for her.
Why can she not return home to have her baby? He asked. She has done nothing wrong against the Republic.
She was Illinois Magnifico's daughter before she became Ridolfi's wife. Now she lives alone in a small cottage. There is nothing there to help her. This life is dangerous for her.
The people in the countryside have had babies in those houses for many years.
Contessina is not a country woman. She is weak. She did not grow up this way. Can you not ask the Council of 70 to help her?
It is impossible, Soderini said in a flat voice. The kindest thing is to stop speaking about the Ridolfi family.
During Soderini's 2-month time in office, the city was full of trouble. Arezzo and Pisa were fighting again. Piero de Medici was welcomed in Arezzo and promised help to take Florence. Caesar Borgia did not attack only because he feared France. The city gates stayed closed even in the daytime. People who lived near the river could not lower ladders from their homes because the city feared enemies entering Florence. At that time, Michelangelo received a message. The gonfalonier asked him to supper at the Palazzo della Signoria. Michelangelo worked until 7 because the light was still good. Then he went home and put on a clean linen shirt. Soderini sat at a low table. His long pale hair was still wet after washing. They spoke first about the work on the David. Then Soderini said that the Council of 70 planned to change the city's government again. The next gonfalonier would not keep the position for life. Then he leaned across the table and spoke in a friendly way.
Michelangelo, do you remember Pierre de Rohan, the Marechal de Giai? He came here with Charles VIII in the invasion of 1494. He was one of the king's close advisors. You may also remember that Donatello's bronze David stood in the best place in the Medici courtyard.
The day the palace was attacked, someone pushed me into it very hard. I had a large bump on the back of my head.
Then you know the statue well. Our ambassador in France has written to us. The Marechal loved the David when he stayed at the Medici palace. Now he wants one for himself. For many years we have paid France for protection with money. This time we can pay with a work of art.
Michelangelo looked at the man who had become a good friend to him. He could not refuse him. Instead he asked, "You do not want me to copy Donatello's statue? Let us say it is safe to make small changes, but we must not change the miracle's memory too much." Michelangelo put a piece of cheese on a cut pear.
I never had a chance to do anything for Florence. This work makes me feel good. If only I had not been foolish and refused to learn bronze casting from Bertoldo.
We have good bronze workers in Florence. Bonacorso Ghiberti makes cannons. Lodovico Lotti makes bells. Later, Michelangelo stood again before Donatello's David in the courtyard of the Signoria. His proud feeling for Florence became weaker. His own idea for the statue was now very different. He could not copy Donatello's work, but he also could not completely change it. The next morning, he returned to the courtyard. He carried a box to sit on and some old drawing paper. In his drawings, David looked older than Donatello's David. He looked stronger and more like a grown man. Michelangelo drew deep feelings and strength into the body. He wanted these feelings to appear later in the marble. The bronze statue in front of him looked smooth and calm. In the workshop, he built a support frame on the back bench. During his free hours, he changed the drawings into a rough clay model. Slowly, he shaped the body of a naked young man with cloth around his hair. He smiled when he thought about one part of the work. For Florence, he also had to make the head of Goliath. David would stand with his foot on the head after victory. The miracle would never accept the statue without that part. The good weather continued until the first day of November. That day, Soderini became Gonfalonier for life. There was a large celebration on the steps of the Signoria. People filled the piazza. Michelangelo stood near the front and felt proud and safe. Then the hard winter came. Michelangelo and Argento repaired the roof and fixed the tiles. The 4 fire pots could not stop the terrible cold. Michelangelo wore his cap with ear covers. Beppe hung heavy cloth over the open side of the workshop. Still, little light entered because the sky stayed dark with clouds. The cloth blocked even more light. Now Michelangelo suffered from darkness as well as cold. He worked by candlelight and oil lamps. Spring did not help much. Heavy rain began early in March and continued for many months. Near the end of April, Michelangelo received an invitation to dinner in the new apartment inside the Signoria Palace. Mona Argentina Soderini welcomed the guests there. She was the first woman allowed to live in the palace. Giuliano da Sangallo and the young Baccio di Agnolo had decorated the rooms. Old office rooms became living rooms, dining rooms, and bedrooms. The dining room had painted walls and a gold ceiling. The cupboards and tables were made with beautiful wood designs. The dinner table stood near a warm fire. The room felt comfortable and happy. Michelangelo removed his green cloak. He felt pleased with his clean wool shirt. Soderini proudly showed the flower boxes near the windows.
I know some people complain about the cost of the flowers, he said shyly. But really, they think women should not live in the Palazzo della Signoria.
After dinner, Soderini asked Michelangelo to walk with him to the Duomo.
For many years, Florence has talked about making 12 marble apostles for the cathedral, he said. They would be larger than real people. They would use the best marble from Saravezza. Do you think they would fill this great space?
Yes, Michelangelo answered, especially with the light of 1,000 candles.
Soderini stopped behind the main altar. He faced the marble choir works of Donatello and Della Robbia.
I have spoken with the men on the boards, he said. They think the idea is wonderful.
That is work for a whole lifetime.
So were Ghiberti's doors.
That is what Bertoldo wanted for me, Michelangelo said. A great life's work.
Soderini smiled and walked with him toward the open door.
This work would make you the official sculptor of Florence, he said. The contract I discussed with the boards also includes a house for you. We will build it. You will also have a studio designed the way you want.
A home of my own, Michelangelo said. And a studio.
I thought this would make you happy. You could make 1 apostle each year. After each one is finished, another part of the house and studio would belong to you. Michelangelo stopped at the door. He turned and looked at the large empty church. The church truly needed the 12 apostles. Tomorrow the 2 boards will have their monthly meeting. They want you to come. Michelangelo gave a weak smile. He walked through the cold streets toward the hills. He was happy he wore a warm cloak. When he climbed the road to Settignano, he sweated heavily, like a sick man. He could not think clearly about Soderini's offer. Then he reached the farmhouse in Settignano, and his pride became stronger. He was only 28 years old. Soon he would have his own house and a large studio for great sculptures. He stood on the terrace with the 5 Topolino men. Then he began cutting Pietra Serena stone into long pieces.
You should tell us now, the father said, before you burst with excitement.
I am now an important man.
What kind of important man? Bruno asked.
I will have a house. He told them about the 12 apostles. The father brought out a bottle of old wine. He saved it for weddings and the birth of sons. They all drank to Michelangelo's good future. Then his worries returned and pushed away his pride. He went down the hill and crossed the creek by jumping on stones. After that, he climbed the other side and stopped near the house where he remembered his mother. He looked at the rooms for a long time. She would feel proud of him. She would be very happy for him. Then why was he not happy himself? Was it because he did not want to carve the 12 apostles? Was he afraid to spend the next 12 years on one commission? Did he dislike making fully dressed figures again? After the great freedom of the David, he did not know if he could accept it. Even Donatello had made only 1 or 2 marble apostles. How could Michelangelo make all 12 different and new? His feet carried him to Giuliano da San Gallo. He found his friend working at his drawing table. San Gallo already knew about the offer. Soderini had asked him and Illinois Chronica to come to the meeting the next afternoon. They would watch Michelangelo sign the contract. Illinois Chronica would design the house.
San Gallo, this is not a project I chose for myself. Should a sculptor accept work for 12 years if he does not deeply want it?
San Gallo answered carefully. It is many years.
As long as a sculptor moves from one commission to another, he works for other people.
Painting and sculpture have always worked this way. Is there another way?
An artist could make works freely and sell them to anyone who wants them.
No one does that.
But it is possible, is it not?
Maybe not. But can you refuse the gonfaloniere and the boards? They are offering you a very large job. It is the biggest one since Ghiberti made the doors. The city leaders will feel insulted. That could cause trouble for you. Michelangelo sat with his head in his hands. He looked unhappy.
I know. I cannot accept it, and I cannot refuse it.
San Gallo put his hand hard on Michelangelo's shoulder.
Take the contract. Build your house and your workshop. Make as many apostles as you can make well. When you finish, you finish. Then you can pay the rest of the house cost with money.
It is another Piccolomini contract, Michelangelo said sadly.
He signed the contract. News moved through the city very fast. People talked about it everywhere. Strangers bowed to him with respect in the Via de Gori. He nodded to them. At the same time, he wondered what they would think if they knew how unhappy he felt. When he arrived home, the Buonarroti family sat together in the family room. They spoke with excitement about the new house. Uncle Francesco and Aunt Cassandra decided they wanted the 3rd floor for themselves.
We must build it quickly, his father said. The sooner we move there, the sooner we stop paying rent here.
Michelangelo turned away and looked out into the street. His face showed no feeling.
This will be my home, he said, and my workshop. It will not be the family home.
The room became silent. Then his father, uncle, and aunt all started speaking together. Their voices mixed, and he could not understand everything.
How can you say that? Your home is our home. We can save rent there. Who will cook and clean?
He knew it was not wise to say, I am 28 now, and I should have my own house. I worked for it. So he answered in a different way.
The land is ready, but I can use only 600 florins to build. I need a very large studio for these marble blocks. The roof must be 30 feet high. I also need a large stone yard outside. After that, there will be money for only a small house. Maybe 1 bedroom, or 2 at most.
The argument continued through the whole day. At last, everyone was tired. Michelangelo would not change his mind. At the very least, he wanted a private place to work and live. But he had to agree to pay the rent for the apartment with his monthly money from the contract. When he finished a clay model of the Marshal's David, he sent Argento to bring Lodovico Lotti, the bell maker, and Bonacorso Ghiberti, who made cannons. The 2 craftsmen came from their workshops in dirty work clothes. The Gonfalonier had asked them to help Michelangelo prepare the bronze statue. When they saw the model, they looked at each other. Lotti wiped black dirt from his eyes with the back of his hand.
"It will not work," he said.
"Why not?" Michelangelo asked.
You must first make a plaster mold, Ghiberti answered. I know nothing about this difficult work.
"We can cast only what another man prepares," Lotti said.
Michelangelo asked Rustici, Sansovino, and Bugiardini for help. He wanted to know if they had learned more from Bertoldo about bronze work. From them he learned many difficult steps. First he had to make the clay statue full size and exact. Then he had to cover it with plaster piece by piece. Each piece needed a number so he could identify it later. He also had to oil the edges where the pieces joined. Then the plaster mold had to be put aside.
Enough. Michelangelo cried. Now I understand why I never learned this work.
Later the casters brought back his David. Michelangelo looked at the red bronze figure without hope. The surface was rough and uneven. Extra metal stood out in places where it should not be. He would need many tools to improve it. He needed files and metal tools to shape it better. Then he would need stones, oil, and polishers to make it look good. Even after all that, would the marshal think this David looked like Donatello's statue? Michelangelo did not think so. The first good result from his contract for the 12 apostles came with a visit from an old neighbor. His name was Agnolo Doni. He was the same age as Michelangelo. His father had earned some money in the wool business and bought an old palace near the Albertini Palace in the Santa Croce area. Agnolo Doni had taken control of the business and the palace. People said he was the best bargain maker in Tuscany. He became very rich and rebuilt the palace. Now he was important in both money and society in Florence. He was also engaged to Maddalena Strozzi. Beppe brought Doni into the workshop and looked a little sorry about the visit. Michelangelo was high on the scaffold, carving the sling over David's left shoulder. He put down his tools and climbed down the ladder. Doni wore expensive clothes. His shirt was full at the shoulders and held with gold clasps at the chest and waist.
I will speak directly, Buonarroti, Doni said when Michelangelo reached the floor. I want you to make a holy family as a wedding gift for my future wife, Maddalena Strozzi.
Michelangelo felt pleased. Maddalena had grown up with his Hercules statue nearby.
The Strozzi family understands art well, he said softly. A holy family in white marble.
Doni's small mouth opened with surprise.
No, no. I am the one with good taste. I chose you, not Maddalena. And who spoke about marble? That would cost too much money. I only want a painting. It will go inside a round table.
Michelangelo picked up his hammer and chisel.
Why should I stop coming to the painting room? He asked. I have put color on cloth for 15 years.
Because we are friends, Doni said. We come from the same part of the city. Do you remember when we played football in Piazza Santa Croce?
Michelangelo smiled a little. Doni continued.
What do you say? A holy family. 30 florins. 10 for each person in the painting. That is a good price, yes. Can we make an agreement?
I do not know how much other painters will ask from you, Doni, Michelangelo answered. But you can choose from many good painters in Italy. There is Granacci and Filippino Lippi. What about Rodolfo, the son of Ghirlandaio? He will become a very good painter, and he will do the work for little money.
Listen, Buonarroti. I want you to paint a Holy Family. I do not want a painting from Lippi or young Ghirlandaio. I already have permission from Gonfalonier Soderini.
But, Donny, this does not make sense. You do not ask a man who makes scissors to weave wool.
It is easy to know marble work, Leonardo had said before. But that is only one part of being an artist.
Enough, Michelangelo said angrily. I will paint your Holy Family. For 100 gold florins.
100? Donny shouted. His voice filled the whole workyard near the Duomo. How can you ask this from an old friend? We played together when we were boys. It is like taking money from your own brother.
In the end, they agreed on 70 florins. Michelangelo felt tired from all the shouting. Donny smiled in a clever way. Michelangelo understood that Donny had won the argument. Donny probably would have paid the full 100 florins. At the door, Donny spoke more kindly.
You were the worst football player in our area. I still do not understand it. How could you be so bad at football and so good at sculpture? But now you are the artist everyone wants.
That is why you came to me? Michelangelo asked. Because people say I am important now.
What better reason is there? Donny answered. When can I see the drawings?
The drawings are my business, Michelangelo said. The finished painting is for you.
You let Cardinal Piccolomini see your drawings.
Then become a cardinal yourself.
After Donny left, Michelangelo felt angry with himself. He thought he was foolish to accept the work. What did he know about painting? And why should he care about it? He could make a good drawing for a Holy Family. That part would be enjoyable. But paint and color were difficult for him. Young Rodolfo understood these things better. Still, Michelangelo became interested in the work. He already had many drawings of the Madonna and Child. He had made them earlier for merchants from Bruges. Those drawings felt very holy and far from normal life. But the Holy Family for Donny should feel different. It should show simple and real people. During the hot summer days, Michelangelo often walked through the roads of Tuscany when he rested from work. He drew farmers working in the fields. In the evening, he watched families eating outside their homes in the cool air. He saw young mothers feeding their babies before putting them to sleep under the outdoor arches. Slowly he made drawings for the Donny painting. From one family he drew a strong young woman. From another he drew a round child with red cheeks and curly hair. From a third home he drew an old grandfather with a bald head and beard. Then he placed them together on the grass as a loving family group. The skin colors of the arms, faces, feet, and the small naked child were easy for him. But he could not decide how to paint the clothes of the mother and Joseph. The child's blanket also gave him trouble. Granacci came to visit and smiled at Michelangelo's confusion.
Do you want me to add the colors? He asked.
You are making a terrible mess. Why did Donny not give you the work before? You are from the Santa Croce area. You played football with him too. At the end, he painted many flat colors like colored stone. He made the mother's dress pale pink and blue. The child's blanket was light orange and dark orange. Joseph showed only one shoulder and one arm in faded blue. In the front, he painted small groups of flowers in the grass. The background was almost empty. Only the playful face of John looked upward. To enjoy himself, he painted the sea on one side of the family and mountains on the other side. In front of them, he painted 5 young naked men sitting on a wall. Their bronze bodies shone in the sun. They looked like figures from ancient Greece. Donny's face became as red as his tunic when he came to see the finished painting.
Show me one thing in this picture that is holy, Donny said. These people look like peasants. There is nothing religious here.
Do you think I would waste my work on a joke? Michelangelo answered. These are good people. They love the child with tenderness.
I wanted a holy family inside a palace.
Holy people are not holy because of the place around them, Michelangelo said. Holiness comes from inside the person.
I cannot give this picture of people sitting on grass to my gentle bride, Doni said. The Strozzi family will laugh at me. You have made me look very bad.
You did not keep the right to refuse the painting, Michelangelo answered.
Donny narrowed his eyes. Then his mouth opened wide in shock.
What are those 5 naked boys doing in my holy family? He cried.
They just came out of the sea after a swim, Michelangelo said calmly. They are drying themselves in the sun.
You are crazy, Doni shouted. Who ever heard of 5 naked young men behind a Christian picture?
Think of them as figures on a wall decoration, Michelangelo answered.
This gives you both a Christian painting and a Greek statue. You get them for the same price. At first, you offered 30 florins. That was 10 florins for each figure. If I wanted more money, I could ask for 50 more florins for the 5 young men. But I will not do that, because we come from the same part of the city.
I will take the painting to Leonardo da Vinci, Doni said angrily. I will make him paint over those rude young men.
Until then, Michelangelo had laughed about the argument. Now he became angry.
I will take you to court if you damage my art, he cried.
I am paying for it. I can change it if I want.
Remember Savonarola. I will bring you before the council.
Donny groaned and left in anger. The next day, his servant came with a bag of 35 florins. It was only half of the agreed price. The servant also brought a paper for Michelangelo to sign. Michelangelo sent the servant back with the money bag. On a small piece of paper, he wrote,
The Holy Family now costs 140 florins.
People in Florence enjoyed the fight between the 2 men. They made bets about who would win. Most people thought Donny would win because nobody had ever beaten him in a business deal. But Donny's wedding day was coming soon. He had told many people that the official artist of Florence was painting a wedding gift for his bride. Donny came to the Duomo workshop with a leather bag full of 70 florins.
Here is your money. Now give me the painting, he shouted.
Donny, that would not be right. You do not like the painting. I free you from our agreement.
Do not try to trick me. I will go to Gonfalonier Soderini. He will force you to finish the contract.
I did not know you loved the painting so much. Now I think you are a great collector of art. Just give me the 140 florins.
You are a cheat.
You agreed to pay 70 for the painting. Then you tried to change the price and offered me 35 florins. Now the price is 140.
Never! Donny shouted. I will never pay that much for that simple peasant painting. I will see you punished first.
Michelangelo felt amused. He decided the game was over. He was ready to send the painting to Donny. Then a barefoot farm boy came with a note. The note said,
I hear Maddalena wants your painting. She says no wedding gift will make her happier. See.
Michelangelo knew the writing at once. He knew Maddalena Strozzi was a friend of Contessina. He felt glad that some old friend still remembered her. He laughed softly. Then he sat at his workbench and wrote a note to Donny.
As an old and dear friend, I do not want to cause you money trouble. I will give the Holy Family painting to another friend.
Donny came running behind Argento. He threw a bag onto the table with a loud sound. The noise was easy to hear above the stonework in the yard.
I want the painting now. It belongs to me by law.
He picked up the leather bag and opened it. Then he poured 140 gold coins onto the table.
Count them. There are 140 gold coins. All this money for a poor family sitting on the grass. I do not understand why I let you take so much money from me.
Michelangelo picked up the painting and gave it to Donnie.
My good wishes to your future wife.
Donnie walked to the door and complained quietly.
Artists. People say they are not practical. Ha!
You would make even the smartest merchant in Tuscany lose all his money. Michelangelo picked up the coins. He enjoyed the whole event. It felt fresh and exciting to him. In August, many people were happy when Pope Alexander VI of the Borgia family died. Cardinal Piccolomini from Siena became the new pope. Giuliano da Sangallo felt very unhappy, and Michelangelo felt worried. He had done no more work on the Piccolomini statues. He had not even made new drawings. If the new pope gave one order, Gonfalonier Soderini would have to stop Michelangelo from working on David. Then Michelangelo would need to finish and deliver the other 11 statues first. For a month, he did not allow anyone into the workshop. He worked very fast because he feared trouble from the Vatican. Most of David's body was finished. Only the face and head were still missing. For the first time, he understood how heavy the contract for the 12 apostles was. That work would stay over him for many years. He felt so troubled that he wanted to throw himself into the Arno River. Cardinal Piccolomini was Pope Pius III for only 1 month. Then he died suddenly in Rome. This time Giuliano da Sangallo was correct. Cardinal Rovere became Pope Julius II. There was a loud celebration at the Sangallo house. Giuliano told everyone that he would take Michelangelo to Rome. He said Michelangelo would create great marble statues there. Leonardo da Vinci returned from the army of Caesar Borgia. He received the keys to the Great Hall of the Signoria. People expected that he would receive a commission to paint a fresco on the wall behind the platform of Gonfalonier Soderini and the Signoria. The payment would be 10,000 florins. Michelangelo became very angry. This was the biggest and most important painting commission Florence had given in many years. Leonardo would receive 10,000 florins for a fresco that he would finish in 2 years. Michelangelo received only 400 florins for the giant David. The work was just as great. The city gave this commission to a man who had helped Caesar Borgia. Caesar Borgia wanted to conquer Florence. Leonardo would earn 25 times more money than Michelangelo. To Michelangelo, this was another hard attack against sculpture. In his anger, he ran to Soderini's office. Soderini listened to him carefully. He was good at letting people speak freely. Then he stayed quiet for a short time. Michelangelo heard his own angry words in the room. After that, Soderini answered in a calm voice. Leonardo da Vinci is a great painter. I saw The Last Supper in Milan. It is wonderful. No one in Italy can paint as well as he can. I truly wish Florence had a fresco like the one in Milan. I want Leonardo to paint one for Florence. If it is as good, it will bring great value to our city. Michelangelo was criticized and sent away at the same time. Then the last months of work began. Now he enjoyed the work very much because the 2 long years were almost finished. He worked on David's face. He carved it with care and love. The face was strong and noble. David was still young, but he was close to becoming a man. At that moment, he felt sad and unsure about what he must do. His forehead showed deep thought. His eyes looked full of questions. His lips looked ready to speak. The face had to match the body. Michelangelo wanted people to see that evil could be defeated, even when it looked very powerful. There was always a weak place. If good people stayed strong, they could find that weak place and win. David's face had to show the struggle between good and evil. The head also needed a feeling of light and life. Michelangelo carefully shaped every part. He used different tools for different places. For the eyes and nose, he used a drill. For the eyebrows, he used a small chisel. He drilled deep places inside the ears and between the teeth. Then he used larger tools as the openings became wider. Between the hair strands, he made many small cuts and holes. He worked slowly and carefully. He held a long thin tool between both hands and turned it gently. Only a little pressure came from his hands. He spent much time on the lines in the forehead, the tense nose, and the slightly open lips. When the last extra stone was removed, he began to polish the statue. He did not want it to shine as much as the Pietà. He wanted the statue to look like real human flesh and bone. He wanted people to feel blood, muscle, and life in the body. David had to look alive and true. The statue needed to show both mind and spirit. David's neck looked tight because his head turned hard toward Goliath. At the same time, he knew he must act. In early January 1504, Florence heard news about Piero de Medici. He had died while fighting with the French army. He hoped King Louis XII would help him against Florence. Piero drowned in the Garigliano River. The boat carrying him turned over while he tried to save 4 cannons from the Spanish army.
"We people of Florence are happy to hear this news," he said.
Michelangelo felt sad for a moment. Then he felt pity for Alfonsina and her children. He remembered Lorenzo on his deathbed, telling Piero how to rule Florence. Then Michelangelo understood something else. Piero's death meant that Contessina was closer to freedom from exile. At the end of January, Soderini called a meeting. Artists and craftsmen from Florence would decide where to place the giant David statue. Michelangelo was called to the Signoria and shown the list of guests. He saw many famous painters there. Among them were Botticelli, Rosselli, David Ghirlandaio, Leonardo da Vinci, Filippino Lippi, Piero di Cosimo, Granacci, Perugino, and Lorenzo di Credi. The sculptors included Rustici, Sansovino, and Beto Bugloni. The architects included Giuliano da Sangallo, Antonio da Sangallo Illinois Chronica, and Baccio di Agnolo. There were also goldsmiths, jewelers, an embroiderer, a terracotta artist, and a book illustrator. 2 carpenters were learning architecture. The cannon maker Ghiberti was there too. So was the clockmaker Lorenzo della Golpaia.
"Can you think of anyone missing?" Soderini asked.
Me, Michelangelo answered.
"I do not think you should be there. The others may not speak freely."
"I want to give my opinion."
"You already have," Soderini replied dryly.
The meeting was planned for the next day in the upstairs library of the Duomo offices before supper. Michelangelo did not plan to stay nearby, but the library windows looked over the workyard. He heard many voices as the artists arrived. He walked through the yard and climbed a back stair. Then he entered a small room beside the library. Someone called for silence, and the voices stopped. Michelangelo recognized the voice of Francesco Filarete, the herald of the Signoria.
"I have thought carefully about the possible places for the statue. There are 2 good choices. The first is where Donatello's Judith now stands. The second is in the middle of the courtyard where the bronze David stands."
The first place may be chosen because the Judith is a sign of evil and should not stay there. It is also not right for a woman to kill a man. And since that statue was put there, many bad things have happened. The David also has a weak right leg. So I think the giant should stand in one of these places. But I prefer the place where the Judith stands.
Michelangelo liked these words. Then another man began to speak. Michelangelo did not know his voice. He looked into the library and saw Monsiato, the woodcarver.
"I say the giant was made to stand outside the Duomo, near the church walls. I do not know why it should not go there. I think it would look good and be a fine part of the church of Santa Maria del Fiore."
Michelangelo saw Rosselli stand up slowly.
Messer Francesco Filarete and Messer Francesco Monsiato both spoke well. But at first I thought the giant should stand on the stairs of the Duomo, on the right side. In my opinion, that is still the best place.
Many more opinions came quickly. Gallieno, the embroiderer, wanted the statue in the piazza where the Marzocco, the lion, stood. David Ghirlandaio agreed with him. Several men, including Leonardo da Vinci, chose the loggia because it would protect the marble. Illinois Chronica suggested the Great Hall, where Leonardo would paint his fresco. Michelangelo thought, "Is there no one here who will say that I should choose the place myself?" Then Filippino Lippi spoke.
I think everyone here spoke wisely. But I am sure the sculptor will suggest the best place. He has thought about this longer than anyone else. He knows best where the giant should stand.
Many people agreed with him. Then Angelo Manfredi spoke.
Before your great lords decide where the statue should go, I suggest that you ask the signori for advice. Some very intelligent men are among them.
Michelangelo closed the door quietly and went down the back stairs into the yard. Now Gonfalonier Soderini could help place the giant David where Michelangelo wanted it. He wanted it in front of the Palazzo Signoria, where the Judith now stood. Old Pollaiuolo and Illinois Chronica were in charge of moving the David because Illinois Chronica was the chief architect of the Duomo. But he seemed happy to accept help from Antonio da Sangallo and Giuliano, who wanted to design a carrier for the statue. Baccio di Agnolo, the architect, also offered help. So did Clemente del Tasso and Bernardo della Secca, two young carpenter architects. They were all interested in the problem of moving the biggest marble statue ever carried through the streets of Florence. The statue had to be held safely so it would not fall. But it also could not be held too tightly because sudden movement might damage it.
The David must travel standing up, Giuliano said. The frame that carries it must move in a way that the marble feels almost no motion.
Antonio answered, "The answer is simple. We will build one carrier inside another. We will not tie the statue down tightly. We will place it in a sling inside a large wooden frame. Then it can move gently with the motion."
The two carpenter architects built a wooden cage 20 feet high from the Sangallo's design. The top stayed open. Antonio created special knots that moved easily on the ropes. Under weight, the knots became tighter. When the pressure became less, they loosened again. Huge ropes covered the David like a net. The workers lifted the statue with hooks and moved it inside the open cage. There it hung safely in the ropes. The wall behind the workshop was broken open. The cage was lifted onto round rollers, and the road was made smooth. Now the statue was ready for its long trip through the streets of Florence. Illinois Chronica hired 40 men to pull the huge wooden frame across the round logs. They used large turning machines with bars. As the heavy frame moved slowly forward, workers took the back log and carried it to the front again. The David was held safely at the middle and across the strong chest. It moved only a little inside the rope system. Even with 40 workers, the statue moved only a few feet each hour. By evening they had taken it out through the wall and down the street of the clock to the corner. Then they carefully turned into the Via del Proconsolo. Hundreds of people watched the great procession. Before darkness came, the statue had moved only half a block farther down the street. Everyone called out, "Good night. Until tomorrow." Michelangelo went home. He walked around his bedroom and tried to pass the time. At midnight, he still felt worried. He left the house and went back to the David. The statue stood white in the moonlight. It was safe behind ropes. David still faced Goliath. One hand reached toward the sling. The face and body looked smooth and perfect. He put a blanket inside the wooden cage. There was space behind the David near the tree support. He lay down on the wooden floor. Soon he was half asleep. Then he heard running feet and voices. A moment later, stones hit the wooden frame.
He jumped up and shouted, "Guards!"
He heard people running down the street of St. Proculus.
He ran after them and shouted loudly, "Stop! Night guards! Stop them!"
The people running away looked like young boys. His heart beat fast. He went back to the David and saw 2 guards with lanterns.
"Why is there so much noise?" one guard asked.
Someone was throwing stones at the statue, Michelangelo answered.
Throwing stones? Who did it?
I do not know.
Did the stones hit the statue?
I do not think so. I only heard stones hit the wood.
Are you sure you were not dreaming?
I saw them and heard them, Michelangelo said firmly. If I was not here, they might have damaged the David. He wondered why anyone wanted to hurt it.
Bad people, Soderini said.
He came early to watch the workers move the statue again.
But I will place a guard here tonight.
The attackers returned after midnight. This time there were many of them. Michelangelo heard them while they were still coming up the street.
He shouted a warning.
The boys threw their stones too early and then ran away. The next morning, all Florence knew that some people wanted to damage the David. Soderini called Michelangelo to a meeting of the Signoria. They wanted to know who the attackers were.
Do you have enemies?
None that I know about. We should ask a different question, Herald Filarete said. Does Florence have enemies? Let them try something tonight. That night, men attacked near the corner of the Piazza della Signoria, where Piazza San Fiorenzo met the large square. But Soderini had hidden armed guards in the nearby doors and yards around the David. The guards caught 8 men and took them to the Bargello. Michelangelo was very tired because he had not slept. He looked at the list of names. He did not know any of them. The next morning, the upper hall of the Bargello was full of people from Florence. Michelangelo looked at the men who had attacked the statue. 5 were very young, about 15 years old. They said they only joined their older friends for the adventure. They said they did not know what they were throwing stones at. Their families had to pay money, and the boys were set free. The other 3 men were older. They looked angry and bitter. The first man said he threw stones at the David because the statue was naked. He said Savonarola would have wanted it destroyed. The second man said the statue was bad art. He wanted to show that some people knew better. The third man said he acted for a friend who wanted the David damaged. But he refused to give the friend's name. The judge sent all 3 men to the Stinch prison. Then he said a Tuscan saying, "Art has an enemy called ignorance." That evening, on the 4th day of its journey, the David reached its new place. Dagnolo and the young carpenters pulled down the wooden cage. The Sangallos untied the knots and removed the ropes. People carried the Judith statue away. Then they placed the David in her place near the palace steps, facing the open piazza. Michelangelo stopped and took a deep breath when he entered the piazza. He had never seen the David from so far away. The statue stood there with great beauty and strength. Its white stone seemed to fill the Signoria with light. Michelangelo stood below it. He felt small, weak, and plain. Now the statue was no longer in his hands. He asked himself, how much of my message can people see in this statue? He had guarded the David for 4 nights. Now he was almost too tired to think clearly. Should he guard it again tonight? The statue now stood fully open in the square. Anyone could attack it. A few large stones could break an arm or even the head.
Granacci spoke firmly. Bad things happen during a journey. When something reaches its final place, people usually stop.
He took Michelangelo home. He removed his boots, helped him into bed, and covered him with a blanket. Lodovico watched from the doorway.
Granacci said to him, "Let him sleep, even if the sun goes around the world 2 times.
He woke up feeling fresh and very hungry. It was not dinner time, but he ate many bowls of soup, lasagna, and boiled fish. The food was for the whole family. His stomach became so full that it was hard for him to get into the wooden bathtub. He enjoyed the clean white shirt, stockings, and sandals. He could not remember the last time he had such good clothes. He left Piazza San Fiorenzo and walked into the lower part of the Signoria. A crowd stood under the David in silence. Pieces of paper moved in the wind on the marble statue. Someone had fixed them there during the night. He had seen this before in Rome. People there often put angry or political messages on statues and walls. He crossed the square and walked through the crowd. The people moved aside for him. He looked at their faces and tried to understand their feelings. Their eyes were wide with emotion. He climbed onto the base of the David and started taking down the papers. He read them one by one. After the third message, his eyes filled with tears. The papers spoke about love and pride.
You have given us back our pride. We are proud to be people of Florence. Man is wonderful. No one can tell me that man is evil. Man is the greatest living thing on earth. You have created beauty. Bravo!
Then he saw a paper he knew at once. He took it and read the words.
Everything my father wanted for Florence is inside your David. Contessina Ridolfi de Medici.
She had entered the city at night and passed the guards. She had taken a risk to see his David. She had added her voice to the voice of Florence. He turned and looked down at the people in the square. They looked up at him in silence. But he had never felt so close to other people before. It seemed they understood each other without words. He felt that he belonged to them, and they belonged to him. A letter came from Jacopo Golli. Inside was a contract from the Muscron brothers. They agreed to pay him 4,000 guldens.
Jacopo wrote, "You may create any Madonna and child that you wish." Then he added, "Now there is difficult news. The Piccolomini family still wants you to finish the rest of their statues. I asked them to give you 2 more years. That was the best I could do."
2 more years. He quickly pushed the thought away. Soon after the David, Bartolomeo Pitti visited the Buonarroti home. He belonged to another branch of the rich Pitti family. They lived in a large stone palace across the Arno River. Bartolomeo was quiet and shy. His small house stood in Piazza Santo Spirito. There was a cloth shop on the ground floor.
I am starting a small art collection, he said. Right now I only have 3 small paintings on wood. They are lovely, but not important. My wife and I would be very happy if we could help bring a work of art into the world.
Michelangelo liked the man's simple way of speaking. His soft brown eyes shone under his bald head.
How would you like to help, Messer? He asked.
We hoped you might have a small piece of marble in mind, Pitti answered. Maybe something you would enjoy making for us.
Michelangelo took his first sculpture from the wall. It was the Madonna and Child relief he had made with Bertoldo's help.
For a long time I have known what was wrong with this first work, he said. Now I want to try again. I want to make a round sculpture. I think I can make the figures seem alive and full, even in relief. Would you like me to create this for you?
Pitti touched his dry lips with his tongue. I cannot tell you how happy that would make us, he said.
Michelangelo walked with Bartolomeo Pitti down the stairs to the street.
Something good will come to you, Pitti said. I feel it strongly.
The Signoria passed an order asking Illinois Chronica to begin Michelangelo's house and studio. Pollaiuolo had lost the drawings under many piles of objects on his crowded desk. The desk always had several hard-boiled eggs on it. They were almost the only food he ate.
What if I build the structure and arrange the rooms? He asked Michelangelo. I think you will want to design the stone blocks yourself.
I would like that. Can I ask for a few things?
What client does not ask for things? Illinois Chronica said.
I want the kitchen upstairs. It should be between the family room and my bedroom. I want a fireplace with the chimney inside the wall. Outside my bedroom, I want a loggia with pillars. It should look over the backyard. I want brick floors, good windows, and a toilet on the second floor. The front door should have a thin stone top over it. All the outside walls should have plaster. I will paint them myself.
I do not see why you need me, Illinois Chronica said. Come with me. We will look at the land and choose the best place for the studio. It needs good light and sun.
Michelangelo asked if the Topolino family could do the stone work.
Only if you promise the work will be good, Illinois Chronica answered.
You will have the finest carved stones in all Settignano. The empty land stood on the corner of Borgo Pinti and Via della Colonna. One side touched the Cestello Monastery. The other side was longer and ended near the shop of a blacksmith and carpenter. They bought wooden pegs from him. Then they measured the land and marked the borders. A few weeks later, Illinois Chronica returned with plans for the house and studio. The outside was plain and square. Inside, the rooms were comfortable. Near the upstairs bedroom, there was an open loggia. Michelangelo could eat and rest there during warm weather. Soon the Topolino family began cutting pietra serena stone for the house. The stone was blue-gray and beautiful. They cut blocks for the fireplace and thin stones for the front door. Michelangelo brought strings to show the correct lengths. When all the building stones were ready, the whole family helped build the house. Illinois Chronica brought plaster workers for the inside walls and tile workers for the roof. At night, Michelangelo often went to the house himself. He mixed lime with water from the new well in the yard. He worked on the loggia and painted the inside walls. He used warm blue, rose, and orange colors like the clothes in the Donny Holy Family painting. The whole south wall of the studio opened into the courtyard. Michelangelo had to pay for the furniture himself. He could buy only simple things. For his bedroom, he bought a large bed, a chest, and one chair. For the loggia, he bought chairs and a table that could move inside during rain or cold weather. In the family room, he placed a leather chair and a bench. For the kitchen, he bought pots, bowls, frying pans, and boxes for salt, sugar, and flour. Argento moved his bed from the workshop in the piazza. He put it in the small bedroom downstairs near the front door.
You should put pictures of holy things in your house, and Cassandra told him. It will help your soul.
Michelangelo hung his first Madonna and Child picture across from his bed. He placed the centaurs in the family room.
This is pure pride, Granacci said. Your aunt tells you to hang holy pictures, and you choose your own work.
They are holy to me, Granacci, Michelangelo answered. He worked happily in the warm sun of late summer. Light filled the open studio. His mind was full of ideas. New plans came quickly, one after another. He worked on the wax figure of the Bruges Madonna. He also made drawings for the Pitti Tondo. There were study figures for St. Matthew for the Duomo. He also cleaned the bronze David for the French Miracle. When the block of marble arrived from Carrara for the Madonna, Argento helped him place it on a turning stand in the middle of the studio. Very soon, Michelangelo started to shape the stone. He felt the figures inside the marble. White marble dust covered the brick floor like snow. Even though he felt happy in his life, he did not make a happy Madonna. This Madonna was sad. In his mind, she already knew the pain that would come later. The calm feeling from his earlier work was gone. Before, Mary still had a choice. Now this young mother already knew what would happen to her son. That was why she did not want to let him go. The boy was beautiful, strong, and healthy. His hand held hers for safety. She also covered him with her cloak to protect him. The child could feel his mother's sadness. There was a quiet sadness in his eyes too. He was strong and brave. One day he would leave the safety of his mother's lap. But now he held her hand tightly. With his other hand, he stayed close to her side. Michelangelo also thought about his own mother. She had been sad because she had to leave her son alone in the world. He still held on to her in his heart. He worked as if he were enjoying a holiday. Small pieces of marble flew through the air. These figures were smaller and more solid than the huge David. His hammer and chisels felt light in his hands. He shaped the Madonna's simple clothes. He formed her long fingers and the thick braids around her long face. Her eyes were heavy and calm. The boy had curly hair, a strong body, and round cheeks and chin. A feeling of kindness filled the marble. He did not try to make the Madonna perfect as he had before. He wanted her face to show deep feeling and quiet strength.
Granacci said, "They will look more alive than anything in any chapel."
Prior Bicchiolini had said nothing before about the David. Now he came to bless Michelangelo's new house in the traditional way. He kneeled and prayed to the Madonna. Then he stood up and placed both hands on Michelangelo's shoulders.
This Madonna and child could not come from a man without kindness in his heart, he said softly. Bless you in this workshop.
He celebrated after he finished the Bruges Madonna and child. Then he prepared a square block of marble for a new work for the Pitti family. He rounded the corners to make a circular shape. The clay model on the frame grew quickly. This was a happy time for him. He worked in his own studio, and many people wanted his art. This was the first round sculpture he had made. He placed the marble at an angle like a shallow bowl. In this way, he could show depth in the figures. Mary sat on a strong block and stood out the most. The child leaned on an open book in his mother's lap and stayed farther back. John looked over Mary's shoulder from deep inside the round form. He used many different surface styles on the marble. He worked carefully with many kinds of chisel marks. Only Mary's face was smooth and polished like the Pietà. This made her feel warm and real. He believed this Mary was the strongest Madonna he had made. She looked calm and mature. The child showed the sweetness and joy of a happy young boy. The hands moved freely inside the circle. Argento covered the tondo with blankets very carefully. He borrowed a cart from the carpenter next door. Then he pushed the marble through the streets to the Pitti house. Michelangelo walked beside him. Together they carried it up the stairs above the cloth seller's shop. They placed it on a tall narrow table. The Pitti family could not speak at first. Then the parents and children all began talking and laughing together. They moved around the room to look at the sculpture from many sides. The next months were the happiest time Michelangelo had known. Most people in Florence still called the David the Giant. The city accepted it as a new symbol and protector. Soon many things became better. Caesar Borgia became very sick and was no longer a danger. Arezzo and Pisa also seemed quieter. Pope Julius II was friendly to Florence. He gave Cardinal Giovanni de Medici an important place in the Vatican. People in the city felt confident and full of energy. Trade was strong. There was work for everyone. Every man could sell his goods. The government was steady and safe with Soderini as its permanent leader. The old fights inside Florence were almost forgotten. Many people believed the giant David brought this good time. The day they placed the statue became the start of a new time for Florence. People even used it to mark dates in contracts and agreements. They said, 1 month after the unveiling of the giant. In daily talk they also divided time this way. People said, this happened before the giant. Or they said, I remember it well because it happened during the second week after the giant. From Soderini, Michelangelo received a promise. Contessina, her husband, and the children could go to Rome for safety. They would stay with Cardinal Giovanni there. Soderini said this could happen after he spoke with the Council of 70. Michelangelo acted in a friendly way at the dinners of the company. He stopped speaking against Leonardo. He also helped other sculptors with their designs when they wanted new work. Argento spent more time training with him. Michelangelo often walked to the hills near Settignano. There he watched workers make the long carved pieces for his cornice. Each piece was small and beautiful. After that, he walked to Contessina's house. He taught Luigi and played with young Niccolo. At home, he was patient with his family. He listened quietly while Lodovico spoke about buying more houses and farms. Lodovico wanted to build a large family estate for his sons. The Pitti family sent Taddeo Taddi to visit him. Taddi was a learned man from Florence who loved art. He asked if Maestro Buonarroti would make a round sculpture for him. Michelangelo already had an idea while working on the Pitti piece. He quickly drew the new design for Taddi. Taddi loved it. Now Michelangelo had another good commission. The new patron understood and valued his art. Michelangelo was almost 30 years old. At last, he felt he had reached the success and respect he always wanted. His happy time did not last long. Since San Gallo had gone to Rome to see Pope Julius II, he often sent messages to Michelangelo. Every few weeks, he gave him hopeful news. He told the Pope about the David. He asked the Pope to look at the Pietà in St. Peter's. He also told the Pope that no sculptor in Europe was equal to Michelangelo. The Pope had started thinking about marble sculptures. Soon he would decide what he wanted made. Then he would call Michelangelo to Rome. Michelangelo showed some of these letters at meetings of the Company of the Cauldron. Then Pope Julius II called Sansovino to Rome. Sansovino received work to build 2 tombs. One was for the Cardinal of Recanati. The other was for Cardinal Sforza in Santa Maria del Popolo. The news shocked Michelangelo. The company gave Sansovino a loud farewell party. Michelangelo joined the celebration and acted pleased for his old friend. But inside, he felt hurt and ashamed. This damaged his reputation badly.
Many people in Florence asked, if Michelangelo is the best sculptor in Florence, why did the Pope call Sansovino instead of him?
During the first months of 1504, Leonardo da Vinci worked on many machines and inventions. He made designs for pumps, water wheels, and canals to move the Arno River away from Pisa. He also built a place under his skylight to study the moon with a large glass. The Signoria became angry because he was not working on his fresco. In May, Leonardo finally began serious work on it. Soon the large drawing for the fresco became famous in Florence. Artists crowded into Leonardo's workshop at Santa Maria Novella. They studied the work, admired it, copied it, and changed their own styles because of it. People across the city said something wonderful was being created. As the months passed, the whole city spoke about Leonardo and his drawing. Everyone praised it. It became the main subject of conversation. People now accepted the David as something normal. They also forgot the excitement it once brought. Michelangelo slowly understood that people were turning away from him. Before, friends and strangers stopped him in the street to show respect. Now they only gave him a quick nod. His great time seemed finished. Leonardo da Vinci had become the most important artist in Florence. The city proudly called him the first artist of Tuscany. This was very hard for Michelangelo. His people in Florence changed quickly. They pushed him into second place. He knew Santa Maria Novella well because he had worked there with Ghirlandaio. So he found a way to see Leonardo's cartoon without people noticing him. The Battle of Anghiari was amazing. Leonardo loved horses very much, like Ecstasy. He painted horses in war and strong fighting. Men in old Roman armor rode them. The men fought each other fiercely. The horses and riders moved together in confusion and violence. Many small groups filled the picture, but everything worked together perfectly. Michelangelo could not deny the truth. Leonardo was a great painter. Maybe he was the greatest painter in the world. This thought did not calm Michelangelo. It made him more angry. At sunset he walked past Santa Trinita. A group of men sat on benches near the Spina bank. They talked about apart from Dante. Michelangelo knew the lines came from Inferno, Canto 11.
Philosophy, my master answered me. It shows how nature works to people who understand it. Nature comes from divine wisdom and from its own art. If you read carefully, you will see that art follows nature, like a student follows a teacher.
The man in the middle looked up.
Here is Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci said. He will explain these lines.
Michelangelo looked like a worker after a long hard day. Some young men near Leonardo laughed.
Explain them yourself, Michelangelo shouted. You made a horse model for bronze casting, and you could not finish it.
Leonardo's face became red.
I was not mocking you, Leonardo said. I asked honestly. It is not my fault that these men laughed.
Michelangelo did not listen. His ears rang with anger. He turned away and walked toward the hills. All night he walked. He tried to calm his anger, shame, and hurt feelings. He could not accept this treatment. Florence now looked at another artist instead of him. During the night he walked far along the river to Pontassive. At dawn he stood where the Sive and Arno rivers met. The road there led to Arezzo and Rome. He understood one thing clearly. He could never be like Leonardo in beauty, noble appearance, or smooth behavior. But he believed he was the best draftsman in Italy. People would not believe him if he only said it. He had to prove it. Only a fresco as large as Leonardo's could do that. Leonardo's fresco would cover the right side of the long eastern wall in the Great Hall. Michelangelo decided to ask Soderini for the left side. His painting would stand beside Leonardo's. Then everyone could compare them. People could decide who was the greatest artist of their time.
Granacci tried to calm him. This is like a sickness, Granacci said. You are burning with it. We must find a cure.
You are not funny.
My God, I am not joking. You cannot stand being near Leonardo.
You mean the smell from his scent?
Do not speak badly about him. Leonardo does not use perfume. He uses scent.
Granacci looked at Michelangelo's arms and legs. Sweat covered them. His shirt was dirty from smoke in the forge.
Sometimes a bath would help you, he said.
Michelangelo grabbed a heavy beam. He lifted it toward Granacci and shouted, "Get out of my studio, you traitor!"
I did not start talking about scent, Granacci answered. You did. Why worry so much about Leonardo's painting when you already have years of sculpture work? Forget him.
He is like a thorn in my foot.
And what if you lose to him? Granacci asked. What then?
Michelangelo smiled.
Trust me, Granacci. I will win. I must win.
Late that afternoon he went to Gonfalonier Soderini's office. He had washed himself and cut his beard. He wore a clean blue shirt.
Phew, Soderini said as he leaned away. What did the barber put in your hair?
Michelangelo turned red.
A scented oil, he answered quietly.
Soderini called for a towel. When it came, he handed it to Michelangelo.
Rub that stuff out, he said. Keep your normal smells. At least they belong here.
Michelangelo explained why he had come. Soderini looked shocked. It was the first time Michelangelo had ever seen him lose control.
But that is unreasonable, Soderini cried. He walked around his large desk and stared at Michelangelo.
You told me before that you did not like fresco painting at Ghirlandaio's shop.
I was wrong. He looked down and spoke in a hard voice. I can paint fresco. I can paint better than Leonardo da Vinci.
Are you sure?
I would put my hand in fire for it.
Even if you can do it, why do you want to leave marble work for many years? Your Madonna for the merchants in Bruges is wonderful. The Pittitanda is wonderful too. God gave you a special talent. Why do you want to leave it for an art that you never wanted before?
You were very excited when Leonardo agreed to paint one side of the wall, Gonfalonier. You said people from all over the world would come to see it. Then why would they not come to see two paintings? One by Leonardo and one by me. It would be like a great race. People would love it.
And you think you can do better than him?
I would put my hand in fire for it.
Soderini walked back to his chair with the gold signs on it. He sat down heavily and shook his head.
The Signoria will never agree. You already promised the Wool Guild and the Duomo that you would carve the 12 apostles.
I will carve them. But the other side of the wall must belong to me. I do not need 2 years like Leonardo. I can finish it in 1 year. Maybe in 10 months. Or 8.
No, Caro. You are wrong. I will not let you bring trouble on yourself.
You do not believe I can do it. You are right not to believe me now because I only bring words. Next time I will bring drawings. Then you will see what I can do.
Please, Soderini said tiredly. Come back with a marble apostle instead. We built that house and studio for you so you could carve apostles.
Soderini looked up at the lilies on the ceiling.
Why was I not happy with 2 months as Gonfalonier? Why did I take this job for life?
Because you are a wise and convincing Gonfalonier. You will make the city give another 10,000 florins for the painting on the other side of the wall.
To make the Signoria excited enough to spend more money, he needed a painting full of pride and victory for Florence. He also needed the Wool Guild and the Duomo leaders to free him from his contract for 1 year. He did not want to paint horses with heavy coverings. He did not want soldiers in armor and helmets with swords and spears. He did not want a scene full of confusion, wounded men, and dying soldiers. That kind of painting was not right for him. But what should he paint? He went to the library at Santo Spirito. There he asked the Augustinian monk for a book about the history of Florence. The librarian gave him Filippo Villoni's Chronica. He read about the wars between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. He also read about wars with Pisa and other cities. His fresco did not need to show a battle, but it had to show some kind of victory that would make Florence proud. Where could he find such a scene in Florentine history? He needed something he could paint well. He also wanted it to look very different from Leonardo's great battle scene. He wanted a painting that could make him the winner. After several days of reading, he found a story that excited him. The story happened at Cascina near Pisa. The Florentine soldiers had made camp beside the Arno River on a hot summer day. The soldiers believed they were safe. Some men were swimming in the river. Others were coming out and drying themselves. A third group had taken off their heavy armor and was resting in the sun on the grass. Suddenly a guard ran into the camp.
We are lost. The men from Pisa are coming to attack.
The Florentine soldiers rushed out of the river. The men on the riverbank quickly put on their armor. Others ran for their weapons. Then they fought back 3 attacks from Pisa and drove the enemy away. This was a chance to paint many men together. Some were young and some were old. The sun and water were on them. All of them moved fast because danger was near. Fear and effort showed on their faces. Some bent down. Some reached forward. Some used all their strength to get ready for the attack and save themselves. This could become an exciting work. All the men would look strong like David. It would show many kinds of people together. Their peaceful moment was suddenly broken. He went to the street of the stationers. There he bought very large sheets of paper. He also bought colored ink, chalk, and black, white, red, and brown crayons. Then he returned to his workbench. He worked quickly. He planned the scene by the Arno River at Cascina. In the middle was Donotti calling to Captain Malatesta.
We are lost.
Some soldiers were still in the water. Others tried to climb the high river bank. Some pulled clothes onto their bodies while they reached for weapons. 3 days later, he stood in Soderini's office. The 2 men looked at each other with wide eyes. Near the desk, Michelangelo placed the large sheets on the floor. Together they showed 20 male figures. Some were shaded with pen lines. Others were drawn with charcoal. Some had long strong lines with white color added. Others had warm skin colors. Michelangelo sat in one of the tall leather chairs by the wall. He felt tired and disappointed. Soderini looked at the drawings in silence. When he raised his head, Michelangelo saw kindness in his face.
I was wrong to stop you, Soderini said. An artist must know how to make sculpture, painting, and buildings equally well. This fresco can be as important as the David. It can bring us the same happiness. I will help you get this work. I will fight the council if I must.
And Soderini did help him. Michelangelo received the work for 3,000 florins. It was less than 1/3 of Leonardo da Vinci's payment. This was the biggest work Michelangelo had ever received. Still, he felt unhappy. The Signoria believed his work was worth much less than Leonardo's. He thought they would change their minds after they saw the finished fresco. Now people stopped him in the street. They said they heard he would paint many Davids together.
So you have returned to us, Granacci said with a sharp smile. You are again our great artist. I hope you are not paying too much for this chance.
A man pays what he must, Michelangelo answered.
He received a long narrow room at the Hospital of the Dyers. The hospital was built by the Art Guild of the Dyers in 1359. It stood on the street of the Dyers. The place was only a few blocks from his first home near Santa Croce. He remembered the street from his childhood. As a boy, he walked beside the gutters there. The water in them was blue, green, red, and dark red from the dyes. His room faced south toward the Arno River. Sunlight filled it all day. The back wall was larger than his section in the hall of the Great Council. There he could place his cartoon on the wall sheet by sheet. Then he could see the whole picture before he painted the fresco. He told Argento to keep the street door locked. He worked with great energy. He wanted to show the city that he was strong and fast in his work. He did not want the Signoria to complain again about slow work on canal pumps and other machines. When the weather became cold, he sent Argento to buy wax and turpentine. He used them to treat the paper that the dyers used for windows. First, he made the full design on a long piece of paper. He made it to scale. Then he divided it into many squares. These squares would fit the large wall that was 22 feet high and 58 feet long. His earlier Battle of the Centaurs had many crowded figures. This new work was similar. The main figures were 10 feet high. Many naked soldiers stood close together. Arms, legs, heads, and bodies crossed over each other. The men were trying to leave the water quickly. They rushed to get their clothes, armor, and weapons before the enemy arrived. He drew a young soldier with his back turned. The young man wore armor and carried a shield. A sword lay under his feet. Other young soldiers picked up spears and swords and left their clothes behind. Strong older soldiers stood ready to fight with empty hands. 3 young men climbed out of the river. At the center stood Donotti and the men around him. They looked shocked, but they were starting to prepare for battle. One soldier pushed his arm into a shirt with force. An old soldier wore a wreath of ivy on his head. He tried to pull clothing over his wet legs.
So all the muscles of his body can be seen working hard, Michelangelo explained to Granacci. You can see the strain in his mouth. His whole body works hard, even down to his toes.
If he worked slowly and carefully, the Cassina cartoon, which he called The Bathers, could take a full year. A young artist at the top of his strength and skill might finish it in 6 months. But Michelangelo worked with a power he could not stop. By New Year's Day in 1505, only 3 months after he began, the cartoon was finished. For 2 days, Salvador the bookbinder glued the large sheets together. Then Argento, Granacci, Antonio da Sangallo, and Michelangelo stretched the cartoon onto a light wooden frame against the back wall. The huge picture filled the room with 50 or 60 men in danger and confusion. The panel showed fear, worry, and hopelessness. At the same time, it showed courage and quick action. The men tried to overcome surprise and danger. Granacci stood and looked at the powerful group of men between life and death. Each man reacted in his own way. Granacci was deeply surprised by the strength of the drawing.
How strange, he said quietly. A weak reason can still create great art.
Michelangelo did not answer.
You must open these doors, Granacci continued. Everyone should see what you have done.
There have been complaints about the locked doors, Antonio added. Even members of the company asked me why nobody could enter. Now they can see the great work you finished in only 3 months. They will understand.
I want to wait another 3 months, Michelangelo said. I want to finish the fresco in the Great Hall first. But if both of you say I must open the doors, then I will do it.
Rustici came first. He was a close friend of Leonardo, so his opinion was important. He spoke carefully.
Leonardo painted horses in his battle scene. You painted men. No battle painting with horses has ever been better than Leonardo's. But nobody has ever painted people like this before. The Signoria will have an amazing wall.
Rodolfo Ghirlandaio was 22 years old. He studied in Rosselli's studio. He asked if he could make sketches. Andrea del Sarto also came with drawing tools. He was a 19-year-old Florentine. He had left a goldsmith's shop to study painting with Piero di Cosimo. Antonio Sangallo brought his 24-year-old nephew. The young man was studying with Perugino. 21-year-old Raphael Sanzio came with Taddeo Taddi. Raphael had once studied under Perugino. Michelangelo liked Raphael at once. The young man had a calm and gentle face. His eyes were wide and thoughtful. His mouth was full but controlled. He had long hair and he kept it very neat. His face was as handsome as Leonardo da Vinci's face, but he looked stronger and more like a working man. He moved with warm and polite manners. He looked confident, but not proud. His clothes were rich and beautiful like Leonardo's clothes. He wore a white shirt with a lace collar. He also wore a bright cloak and a small cap in the same color. But he wore no jewels and no perfume. Raphael's beauty and fine clothes did not make Michelangelo feel ugly or poor. Leonardo often made him feel that way. Raphael looked at the large drawing. He said nothing for the rest of the afternoon. When night came, he walked to Michelangelo. Then he spoke in a quiet and honest voice.
This changes painting completely. I must begin again from the start. Even what I learned from Leonardo is not enough now.
Raphael looked at Michelangelo with surprise more than praise. His face showed that he could hardly believe Michelangelo had made such work himself. Raphael asked if he could bring his tools and materials from Perugino's studio. He wanted to work near the drawing. Sebastiano da Sangallo left Perugino's studio too. He wanted to study the muscles and movement in Michelangelo's figures. At the same time, he carefully wrote notes about why Michelangelo drew the bodies in such hard positions. Michelangelo did not plan this. He did not even want it. But soon he became the leader of a group of talented young students. One day, another visitor arrived. It was Agnolo Doni. Doni had been telling people that he helped begin Michelangelo's career as a painter. He reminded everyone that Michelangelo once said he was not a painter. Doni said that he himself understood Michelangelo's true talent. He believed Michelangelo only needed support and trust from him. Many people thought this story could be true. Because of that, Doni was becoming an important art expert in Florence. Now he came to the dyer's workshop. He wanted Michelangelo to paint portraits of him and his wife.
This work could make you famous as a portrait painter, Doni said proudly.
Michelangelo felt amused. In one important way, Doni was correct. He had pushed Michelangelo to paint the Holy Family. At first, Michelangelo did not understand painting well. He thought painting was far from him. He did not want to work with paint and brushes. But now he had learned something about it. Still, he felt he was not ready to paint portraits. Just then, Raphael came into the hall. Michelangelo turned to Doni.
Raphael will paint your pictures, he said. He can make people look beautiful and real. And because he is still young, he will not ask for much money.
Doni looked at Raphael.
Are you sure he is good enough for my collection? He asked.
I promise you he is, Michelangelo answered.
Near the end of January, Perugino came to the dyer's hall. Raphael had spoken about Michelangelo's work with great excitement. Perugino was 25 years older than Michelangelo. He walked unevenly like a farmer from the country. His face showed signs of many hard years. Sometimes in the past, he had not even had money for food. Perugino had studied in Verrocchio's workshop. He had continued the difficult work of perspective in painting. Michelangelo respected him and welcomed him warmly. Perugino stood near the windows of the long hall. For some time, he said nothing. Then Michelangelo saw him move slowly toward the large drawing. Perugino's face became dark with anger. His eyes looked strange. His lips shook as he tried to speak. Michelangelo quickly brought a stool.
"Please sit down," he said. "I will bring you some water."
Perugino pushed the stool away with his foot.
"This is terrible," he said.
Michelangelo stared at him in surprise. Perugino lifted his hand and pointed at the drawing.
"If you gave a brush to a wild animal, it could do the same thing," he said. "You will destroy everything we artists worked all our lives to build."
Michelangelo felt hurt and sad.
Perugino, why do you attack me? He asked quietly. I respect your work.
"My work?" Perugino cried. "How can you speak about my work beside this ugly thing? My paintings have order, beauty, and respect. If my work is painting, then this is not painting."
Michelangelo became cold and calm.
Do you mean the technique is bad? He asked. Or the drawing and design?
"You know nothing about these things," Perugino shouted. "You should be locked away, so you cannot harm the art honest men created."
Why am I not an honest man? Michelangelo asked. Is it because I painted naked bodies? Is it because this work is new?
"Do not speak to me about new ideas," Perugino answered. "I have changed painting as much as any man in Italy."
You have done great work, Michelangelo said. But painting does not end with you. Every real artist makes art new again.
"You move backward," Perugino said. "You move away from civilization and from God."
You sound like Savonarola, Michelangelo replied.
"You will never put even one figure from this immoral work on the wall of the Signoria," Perugino shouted. "I will bring together the artists of Florence against you."
Then he left the dyer's hall in anger. He walked stiffly with his head held high. Michelangelo fixed the stool and sat down. His body was shaking. Argento had hidden in a corner during the argument. Now he came forward with a cup of water. Michelangelo touched the water with his fingers. Then he touched his hot face. He could not understand what had happened. It was possible that Perugino did not like his drawing. That was easy to understand. But Perugino had spoken with great anger. He talked about sending him to the Stinch prison. He also spoke about destroying the drawing. Surely he would not go to the Signoria with these complaints. That would be foolish. He stood up and turned away from the drawing. Then he closed the room door. Quietly he walked through the streets of Florence. He looked down at the stone road as he walked home. At home, he entered his studio. Slowly he became calm again. The sick feeling left him. He picked up a hammer and chisel. Then he worked on the bright marble of the Taditondo. He changed his ideas completely from the pity work. This sculpture would be full of joy and play. He carved Mary farther back so the child Jesus would stand out more. Jesus lay across her lap. He moved away from the goldfinch that John pushed toward him in play. Michelangelo had chosen a large and useful block of marble. With a heavy tool, he cut away the background. He wanted it to look like the deserts near Jerusalem. White pieces of marble flew around him as he worked. Happily he shaped the marble with another tool. The sculpture slowly became round like a shallow bowl. Mary and John formed the round edge. Jesus crossed between them and joined them together. None of the figures touched the background. They seemed free and alive as the light changed. The smell of marble dust filled the room. To him, it smelled as sweet as sugar tastes. He knew now that he had been foolish. He should never have stopped making sculpture. The door opened. Raphael came in and stood quietly beside him. He was from the same town as Perugino. Michelangelo did not know why he had come.
I came to say sorry for my friend and teacher, Raphael said. He had a great shock and now he is ill.
Michelangelo looked into Raphael's clear eyes.
Why did he attack me? He asked.
Maybe it is because Perugino has copied his own style for many years, Raphael answered. He is one of the most famous painters in Italy. People love his work in Florence, in Perugia, and in Rome. Why should he change?
I liked his paintings in the Sistine Chapel.
Then you can understand, Raphael said. When he saw the bathers, he felt what I felt. He saw a new kind of painting. He felt that artists must begin again. For me, this was exciting. It showed me how great art could be. But I am not yet 22 years old. I still have many years before me. Perugino is 55. He cannot begin again. Your work can make his art seem old.
Raphael stopped for a moment and thought carefully.
Something like this can make a man ill, he said quietly.
I am thankful that you came here, Raphael.
Then please be kind, Raphael said. Try to ignore him. It will not be easy. He has already gone to the Signoria to complain. Tonight he called a special meeting of the company, and he did not invite you.
Michelangelo was shocked.
If he is working against me, I must defend myself.
Do you really need to defend yourself? Raphael asked. In Florence, young painters already admire you. Let him speak. Soon he will become tired, and people will forget about it.
All right, Raphael. I will stay quiet.
As time passed, it became harder to keep that promise. Perugino had started a strong campaign against him. His anger and energy grew stronger instead of weaker. He sent complaints not only to the Signoria, but also to the leaders of the Duomo and the Wool Guild. By February, Michelangelo learned that Perugino had gained some support. Among the people with him were young Baccio Bandinelli, the son of an important goldsmith in Florence, and several friends of Leonardo. Michelangelo went to see Granacci. Granacci tried to stay calm as usual.
They joined Perugino for different reasons, he said. Some people were already unhappy because a sculptor received a painting commission. But for others, your cartoon shows a new direction. If it were ordinary or poor work, they would not care.
Then it is
jealousy.
Maybe envy, the man answered. The same feeling you have for Leonardo. You should understand that.
Michelangelo moved back in surprise. Only Granacci would speak to him like that. Only Granacci knew it was true. I promised Raphael I would not speak against Perugino, but now I will answer him.
You must, the man said. He speaks against you everywhere. In the streets and in the churches.
Michelangelo began his own fight. He went to see Perugino's paintings around the city. He visited a Pietà that he remembered from Santa Croce. He saw a triptych in the convent of the Gesuati. He also looked at a painting in San Domenico in Fiesole. Last, he went to Santissima Annunziata. There he studied the servile altarpiece with Perugino's Assumption painting. Michelangelo saw that the older paintings were good. The lines were clear. The colors were bright and light. The landscapes looked beautiful. But the later paintings seemed weak to him. They looked flat and only decorative. He felt they had no strength or deep feeling. That Sunday, Michelangelo went to the dinner meeting of the company. When he entered Rusticy's studio, the laughing stopped. Everyone became quiet and careful.
"You do not need to look away and become silent," he said with bitterness. "I did not start this. I did not want this fight."
Vero, several people answered. It is true.
"I did not invite Perugino to the dyers' meeting either. He came by himself. Then he spoke against me in the worst way I have ever heard. You all know that I did not answer him."
We do not blame you, Michelangelo.
At that moment, Perugino entered the studio. Michelangelo looked at him for a moment.
"When a man's work is in danger, he must protect himself," he said. "I have just studied Perugino's paintings here in Florence. Now I understand why he wants to destroy me."
It is to protect himself. The room became very quiet. "I can prove this to you," he continued. "I can show every painting and every figure."
"Not in my home," Rusticy said as he stopped them. "There will be peace here now. If either man starts another fight, he will be forced to leave."
The peace lasted until the next morning. Then Michelangelo heard that Perugino was very angry after the meeting with the company. Perugino was going to the Signoria. He wanted a public hearing about the bather's painting. If the vote went against Michelangelo, he could lose the contract. Michelangelo answered with strong words because he saw no other choice. He told the people of Florence that Perugino had lost his talent. He said Perugino's new paintings looked old. He said the figures had weak bodies and looked too much like his earlier work. Soon a messenger came for Michelangelo. Perugino accused him of speaking badly about him in public. He wanted money because Michelangelo had harmed his good name and his work. Michelangelo went to Soderini's office at the correct time. Perugino was already there. He looked old and tired. Soderini sat behind a large desk. His face was pale and serious. The other members of the Signoria sat beside him. When Michelangelo entered, Soderini did not look at him. First he spoke to Perugino. He believed Perugino had started the trouble after seeing the cartoon. Then he asked Michelangelo if he had made these statements about Perugino. Michelangelo said yes. But he explained that he had spoken to defend himself. The other members asked questions. Then they nodded to Soderini. He spoke sadly.
"Perugino, you were wrong. You attacked Michelangelo without reason. You tried to hurt him and his work. Michelangelo, you were also wrong. You spoke badly about Perugino's talent in public, even if you wanted to defend yourself. Both of you have hurt each other. But we are more worried about the harm done to Florence. People everywhere know Florence as a great city for art. As long as I lead this city, we must protect that name. We cannot allow our artists to fight in ways that damage Florence. So the Signoria orders both of you to apologize. You must stop attacking each other. You must return to your work, because your work brings honor to Florence. The case against Michelangelo Buonarroti is dismissed."
Michelangelo walked back alone to the dyer's hall. He felt sick and unhappy. The court had supported him, but he still felt ashamed. At that moment, a message arrived from Giuliano da San Gallo. Pope Julius II wanted Michelangelo to come to Rome at once. The Pope also sent 100 florins for the journey. This was a bad time for Michelangelo to leave Florence. He needed to move the cartoon onto the wall of the Signoria while the image was still clear in his mind. He feared there could soon be new problems around the project. After that work, he also needed to carve the Apostle Matthew. The statue had stood in his home for a long time, and now he had to begin the work for real. Yet he very much wanted to go. He wanted to learn what Julius II was planning. He also hoped to receive a great commission from the Pope. For the last 5 years, his life and work had been calm and happy. But the quarrel with Perugino changed that. He told Gonfalonier Soderini about the Pope's message. Soderini looked carefully at Michelangelo for a long moment before he spoke. "No one can refuse the Pope," he said. "If Julius says, 'Come,' then you must go. His friendship is important for Florence."
"And my house? And the 2 contracts?" Michelangelo asked.
"We will wait until you learn what the Holy Father wants," Soderini answered. "But remember this. You must keep the contracts."
"I understand, Gonfalonier."
Then Michelangelo walked up to Fiesole to see Contessina. Her baby had died when she gave birth. He also wanted to ask her permission to speak to Cardinal Giovanni for her.
"But I am not a Medici now," she said. "I am a Ridolfi."
"He is still your brother."
Her eye stayed on him with love. They still looked very large on her small face.
"You are kind, Caro."
"Do you have a message for Giovanni?" he asked.
Her face changed only a little. "Tell His Grace that I hope he enjoys Rome."
When Michelangelo entered the Porta del Popolo, he saw many changes at once. He could also smell the cleaner city. The streets were washed. Workers covered some dirty old forums with broken stone. They pulled down damaged walls and empty houses to make the streets wider. The Via Ripetta had new stone on the road. The pig market was removed from the Roman Forum. People were also building many new buildings. He found the Sangallo family near the Piazza Scossacavalli. They lived in one of the many palaces owned by Pope Julius II. The outside looked plain and serious. Inside, there was a large open court with 8-sided columns around it. A servant in fine clothes opened the door for him. Inside the palace, rich tapestries from Flanders covered the walls. There were expensive gold and silver objects in the rooms. Paintings and old statues stood everywhere. The palace was full of people. A large music room above the courtyard had become a workshop for draftsmen. Several young architects worked there under Sangallo. They made plans for wider piazzas and new bridges over the Tiber. They also planned academies, hospitals, and churches. These ideas first came from Sixtus IV, who built the Sistine Chapel. Alexander VI had ignored the plans. Now Julius, the nephew of Sixtus, brought the plans back and made them even bigger. Sangallo looked 20 years younger than before. His long mustache was now shorter. His hair was neat, and he wore costly clothes. He looked like a man who loved his work and his life. Sangallo led Michelangelo up a wide marble staircase to the family rooms. Their Signora Sangallo and their son Francesco warmly welcomed him.
"I have waited many months to welcome you to Rome," Sangallo said. "Now the Pope has prepared the work for you. The Holy Father wants to see you soon. I will go to the Papal Palace now and ask for a meeting tomorrow morning."
Michelangelo sat on a thin old chair. The chair made a small cracking sound under his weight.
"I still do not know what the Pope wants me to carve," he said.
Sangallo pulled another old chair close to him. He sat facing Michelangelo, and their knees almost touched. He looked full of excitement.
"A tomb," he said. "No, not only a tomb. It will be the tomb. The greatest tomb in the world."
"A tomb," Michelangelo said with a low groan. "Oh no."
"You do not understand," Sangallo answered. "This tomb will be greater than the tomb of Mausolus, or the memorial of Asinius Pollio, or the tombs of Augustus and Hadrian."
Augustus. Hadrian. Those are very large.
Yours will also be large. Not in building size, but in statues. The Holy Father wants you to make many strong marble statues. Maybe 10, 20, or 30. No sculptor has had so many marble statues in one place since Phidias made the Parthenon frieze. Think about it, Michelangelo. 30 statues like David on one tomb. There has never been a chance like this for a marble artist. This work will make you the greatest sculptor in the world.
Michelangelo could not fully understand the words. 30 Davids? Why would the Pope want 30 Davids? He asked.
Sangallo laughed. I understand why you are surprised. I also felt surprised when I saw the idea grow in the Holy Father's mind. I mean statues as great as David.
Whose idea was this tomb? Sangallo waited before he answered.
Who first thought about it? We made the plan together. The Pope talked about old tombs. Then I told him his tomb should be the greatest in the world. At first, he believed tombs should be built after a Pope dies. But I told him this work was too important to leave to people in the future. I said only he could choose the right design for himself. The Holy Father understood my idea at once. Now I must go to the Vatican.
Michelangelo walked down the Borgo Vecchio to the Sant'Angelo Bridge. He crossed the bridge and went along the familiar Via Canale to the Via Florida. With every step, old memories came back to him. Some memories were happy, and some were painful. He stopped in front of the house of Jacopo Golli. The house looked closed and quiet. As he knocked on the door, he felt worried. He suddenly understood that he had not heard from Golli for many months. He waited a long time in the drawing room. The room felt warm and unused. Books and papers were not lying around as they usually were. When Signora Golli came in, he saw that she looked very weak. Her face was pale, and much of her beauty was gone.
What has happened, Signora?
Jacopo is very sick. He has stayed in bed for many days.
But what happened?
Last winter he became ill from the cold. Now his lungs are sick. Dr.
Lippi has brought his friends, but they cannot help him. Michelangelo turned away and swallowed hard.
Can I see him? I bring good news.
That will help, the man said. But listen carefully. Do not speak with pity. Do not talk about his illness. Speak only about sculpture.
Jacopo Golli lay under warm blankets. His body looked very thin under them. The flesh on his face was gone, and his eyes were deep and dark. When Michelangelo came in, his eyes became bright with happiness.
Ah, Michelangelo, he cried. It is very good to see you. I heard many wonderful things about your David.
Michelangelo lowered his head and his face became red.
Success can make a man proud, Golli said. I am happy you are still humble. At least, as humble as you can be.
Michelangelo smiled a little.
Fine clothes do not change a donkey into a horse, he said.
If you are in Rome, then you must have work, Golli said. Is it from the Pope?
Yes. Giuliano da Sangallo helped me get it.
What will you make for His Holiness?
A very large tomb with rich marble work.
Golli looked at him with amusement.
After the idea of the David, which changed sculpture in Italy, now you make a tomb. And you always said you hated tombs more than anyone in Italy.
But this will be different. It will be a tomb for all the sculptures I can imagine.
That will be many sculptures.
He asked.
Is His Holiness good to work for? He was the man who ordered the paintings in the Sistine Chapel.
Yes, he is good to work for, if you do not talk too much about spiritual matters and do not make him angry. He has a very strong temper. He is a fighting pope, but he is honest and fair. A few months ago, he made a new law against buying church positions. There will not be scandals like the time of the Borgias. But there will be more wars. Julius wants an army. He wants to lead it himself and take back all the parts of Italy that once belonged to the church.
You must save your strength, caro, the signora said. Michelangelo will learn these things soon enough.
Jacopo Galli lay back on his pillow. So he will. But remember, Michelangelo, I am still your manager in Rome. You must let me prepare your contract with the Pope, so everything will be correct.
I would not move without you. That night, many people came to Sangallo's house. There were important churchmen, rich bankers, traders, and many people from Florence. Michelangelo knew some of them from Galli's garden. Balducci held Michelangelo and shouted with happiness. He made plans for them to eat together at the Trattoria Toscana. The palace was full of light from many candles. Servants in uniforms walked among the guests. They carried food, wine, and sweet cakes. Many people stood around the Sangallo family and praised them. Giuliano had waited 15 years for this success. Bramante was there too. He looked almost the same after 5 years. The curls near his bald head were still there. His pale green eye still looked full of laughter. His neck and shoulders were still strong. He seemed to forget the old argument with Michelangelo in Cardinal Riario's courtyard. If Bramante felt unhappy because Sangallo was now the main architect in Rome, he did not show it. After the last guest left, Sangallo explained.
It was not really a party. Our friends come here every night. Times are different now, yes?
Pope Julius II hated the name Borgia, but he had to live in Alexander VI's rooms because his own rooms were not ready. Sangallo led Michelangelo through the great hall of the Borgia apartment. Michelangelo looked at the gold ceilings, silk cloth on the walls, and rich carpets from the east. He saw Pinturicchio's colorful wall paintings of gardens. There was also a huge throne with stools and soft velvet cushions around it. Beyond that room was a smaller hall. Large windows looked out over green gardens and long lines of orange and pine trees toward Monte Mario. Pope Julius II sat on a high throne with a purple back. Near him stood his private secretary, Sigismondo de Conti. 2 masters of ceremonies were there too, Paris de Graces and Johannes Burchard. Several cardinals and bishops wore rich church clothing. There were also men who looked like ambassadors. All of them waited to speak with the Pope. Meanwhile, Julius spoke without stopping. He gave opinions, criticized people, and gave detailed orders. Michelangelo studied the 62-year-old Pope. Before he became Pope, he was Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere. 12 years earlier, the Borgia family had bought the papal office. Giuliano had bravely called for a council to remove the false pope who betrayed the church. Because of this, he had to live in France for 10 years. During that time, Sangallo repaired church ceilings. Michelangelo saw a thin man with a beard. Julius was the first pope to wear one. He lived simply, and his face was thin and lined with age. White hair showed in his beard. But Michelangelo noticed his great energy most of all. On the way to the palace, Sangallo had called it Julius's fiery spirit. Michelangelo could almost feel that energy in the room. He thought,
"This man planned for many years to become pope. Now he will try to do in one day what other popes did in a month."
Pope Julius II looked up and saw them at the door. He waved for them to come closer. Sangallo knelt and kissed the Pope's ring. Then he introduced Michelangelo. Michelangelo also knelt and kissed the ring.
"Who is your father?" the Pope asked.
"Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni," Michelangelo answered.
It is an old family from Florence, Sangallo said.
"I have seen your Pieta in St. Peter's," Julius said. "That is where I want my tomb."
"Does your holiness know where in St. Peter's?" Michelangelo asked.
"In the center," Julius answered coldly.
Michelangelo understood that he had asked the wrong question. The Pope was clearly a direct man. Michelangelo liked this about him.
"I should study the basilica," he said. Would your holiness speak about your wishes for the tomb?
That is your work, Julius replied. You must give me what I want.
And I will do that, Michelangelo said. But I must first understand your holiness's wishes.
This answer pleased Julius. In his rough voice, the Pope began to speak about his plans and ideas. He talked about history and his hopes for the church. Michelangelo listened very carefully. Then Julius said something that filled Michelangelo with fear.
I want you to design a band of bronze figures around all four sides of the tomb.
Bronze is the best material for telling stories. With it, you can show the most important times of my life.
Michelangelo closed his teeth tightly. He bent his head low so no one could see his face. He wanted to say, stories are for singers and musicians.
After the last apprentices left, Michelangelo sat at a stool near a drawing table in Sangallo's old music room. The house was quiet. Sangallo placed large drawing papers in front of him. They were the same kind they had used in Rome 7 years earlier.
Tell me if I understand correctly, Michelangelo said. First, the Pope wants a tomb people can walk around. Second, he wants the tomb to show that he made the church strong and famous.
And that he brought art, poetry, and learning back to Rome, Sangallo answered. Here are my notebooks about old tombs from ancient times. This drawing is of the tomb of Mausolus from Asia Minor. And here are my drawings of the tombs of Augustus and Hadrian from Rome.
Michelangelo looked at the drawings carefully. Sangallo, in these designs, the statues decorate the building. They are part of the walls and front side. But in my tomb, the building will only support the statues.
Sangallo touched his short mustache and looked surprised. First make a strong building, he said. Then the marble statues will stay safe.
He left the room. Michelangelo stayed alone and studied the drawings of gods, goddesses, and symbolic figures. The large buildings around them seemed too heavy. He decided to make his tomb smaller and the statues larger. The statues would stand out more than the building. It was dawn when he finally put down his pencils and charcoal. The grey March morning slowly filled the room with light. Michelangelo walked to the small bedroom beside Francesco's room in Sangallo's house. He climbed into the cold bed. He slept for a few hours. When he woke, he felt fresh again. He walked to St. Peter's and felt happy to see the building was safely supported. Then he entered the chapel of the kings of France to look at his Pietà. Strong morning light came through the high windows across the room. The light fell on the faces of Mary and Jesus. The marble looked full of life and feeling. Old memories came back to him as he touched the two figures with his fingers. The smooth marble felt warm under his hand. He remembered how hard he had worked on it. Then he walked into the main church. He looked at the altar in the center. Below it was the tomb of St. Peter. This was where the Pope wanted his own tomb. Michelangelo walked through the old brick church with its many marble and granite columns. The church had 5 long halls inside. The center hall was much wider than the others and rose to a wooden roof. He wondered where Julius's tomb could stand among the tombs of the many other popes buried there. Later he visited Leo Baglioni. There he learned that Cardinal Riario was still very powerful because Pope Julius was his cousin. After that, Michelangelo went to the palace of Cardinal Giovanni de Medici near the Pantheon. Cardinal Giovanni was heavier than before, and his uneven eye was easier to notice. He and Cardinal Rovere had spent good times together when both men lived in exile. Now Rovere was Pope Julius II, and Giovanni enjoyed being close to him. He was truly happy to see Michelangelo and hear news about the David. Giuliano entered the room. He was a grown man now and very handsome. Michelangelo thought he looked like the pictures he had seen of Lorenzo's brother, whose name Giuliano carried. For the first time Michelangelo could remember, cousin Giulio greeted him kindly. Giulio had changed too. Piero was dead now, and Cardinal Giovanni led the Medici family. Giulio no longer feared being pushed away from the family.
May I speak about a difficult matter? Michelangelo asked.
Cardinal Giovanni still disliked difficult matters because they often brought trouble. But he allowed Michelangelo to continue.
It is about Contessina. She suffers in that small poor house.
We are sending money to her.
If it is possible, Excellency, please bring her to Rome. Bring her to her true home.
A little red color came to Giovanni's face. I am thankful for your loyalty to our family, he said. You can be sure I have thought about this.
The Council of Florence must not become angry, cousin Giulio added. We are only now becoming friends with Florence again. If we want to get back the palace and all the Medici property.
Cardinal Giovanni moved his hand lightly. All these things will happen at the right time. Thank you for coming, Michelangelo. Visit us as often as you can.
Giuliano walked with him to the door. When they were away from his brother and cousin, he held Michelangelo's arm with warmth. It is good to see you, Michelangelo. And I am happy you spoke for my sister. I hope our whole family can be together again.
He stopped at the Bear Inn across from his old rooms. He rented a small apartment at the back. It looked over the Tiber River and Castel Sant'Angelo. There he could have peace and privacy. He could not find those things in the San Gallo Palace. Then he went to meet Balducci at the Trattoria Toscana. Without thinking much, he returned to his old way of life. The statue of David had brought him great success. People respected his work. He also had his own house and studio. But as he walked through the streets, he felt something strange. The rough stone roads were still broken. It seemed to him that nothing had happened. Nothing had changed. What kind of monument could he make for Pope Julius II? As he looked at the muddy water of the Tiber, he asked himself,
What do I want to carve? How many large figures can I use?
How many should be smaller? What about the symbolic figures? The tomb itself did not take him much time to plan. It would be 36 feet long and 23 feet wide. The height would be 30 feet. The ground floor would be 13 feet high. The first level, where the giant statues would stand, would be 9 feet high. The third level would stand farther back and would be 7 feet high. He read the Bible that he borrowed from San Gallo. There he found a man very different from David. But this man was also a great example for people. It was Moses. David showed the strength of youth. Moses showed the wisdom and maturity of a grown man. Moses led his people. He gave them laws. He brought order to people living in confusion. He brought discipline where there had been disorder. But Moses was not perfect. He could become angry. He could also show weakness. Michelangelo thought Moses was like Lorenzo's idea of a man who was both human and greater than human. Moses helped people succeed. He taught belief in one God. He helped build a civilization. He was not a saint. But he was a kind and caring man. Moses would sit at one corner of the first level. For the opposite corner, Michelangelo thought about the Apostle Paul. He had read about Paul when he worked on the saint for the Piccolo mini altar. Paul was born a Jew. He was also a Roman citizen with a good education. He knew Greek culture well. He loved the law. One day he heard a voice say, "I am Jesus, whom you persecute." After that, he gave his life to spreading Christianity through Greece and Asia Minor. He helped build the church across lands as large as the Roman Empire. These two figures would lead the whole tomb. For the other corners, Michelangelo would choose other important people to carve. There would be 8 large seated figures in all. Each one would be 8 feet high. These figures would wear long robes. So he felt free to carve many nude figures on the main level. There would be 4 male prisoners on each side of the tomb. Their heads and shoulders would rise above the columns where they were tied. There would be 16 figures. They would show men of different ages, bodies, and spirits. They would show the pain of people who were captured, controlled, defeated, or close to death. His excitement grew stronger. There would also be figures of victory. These people would not be defeated. They would struggle, hope, fight, and win. The tomb would be large and full of life, like his bather's drawings, but now in marble and in 3 dimensions. Julius had asked for a bronze frieze. Michelangelo would give him one. But it would only be a small narrow band. The real decoration would be the great line of nude figures around all 4 sides of the tomb. For several weeks he worked with great energy and joy. New sketches filled his mind all the time. He drew them in black ink. Then he took his papers to San Gallo.
His Holiness will not want a tomb filled only with naked men, San Gallo said with a weak smile.
I plan to make 4 symbolic figures. They would be women from the Bible. Figures like Rachel, Ruth, and Leah.
San Gallo studied the building plan. You must also have some niches, he said.
Oh, San Gallo, not niches.
The Holy Father keeps asking where you will put them. When you show him the design, he will see there are no niches anywhere on the tomb. His Holiness is a stubborn man. He gets what he wants. If not, you get nothing.
Very well. I will add niches between each group of tied prisoners. But I will make them high, 8 or 9 feet, he said. I will keep the statues far in front of the walls. We can use figures like victories and women. Then we can place angels on the 3rd level.
Good. Now you are starting to think like the Pope, San Gallo said.
San Gallo became more excited as the drawings grew into a large pile. But Jacopo Golli became quieter.
How many statues will there be? Do you plan to open a workshop with helpers? Who will carve these small angels near the feet of the victories? I remember you once said you could not design good putty. But now I see many of them in these drawings.
He looked closely at Michelangelo with his deep, bright eyes.
And these angels holding the Pope's tomb? Do you remember how unhappy you were about carving angels?
These are only rough drawings, Michelangelo answered. They are to please the Pope and gain his approval.
He showed San Gallo his newest drawing. The captives and victory stood on the lowest level. They rested on a platform made of decorated marble blocks. Above them, between the statues of Moses and St. Paul, stood a small pyramid shape. Inside it was an arched space for the tomb. 2 angels floated above it. He drew the front side in full detail. The other 3 sides would follow the Pope's idea. They would show the lands the Pope had conquered and his love for the arts. By this time, the tomb design included between 30 and 40 large statues. There was not much empty space left for architecture. Most of the monument was filled with sculpture. San Gallo was deeply excited by the great size of the plan.
It is a huge tomb, he said. It is exactly what the Pope wanted for himself. I will go now and arrange a meeting with the Holy Father.
Jacopo Golli was very angry. Signora Golli told him to stay in bed, but he did not listen. He called a servant. The servant helped him get up and wrapped him in warm blankets. Then the servant took him to the library. Golli wanted to study Michelangelo's drawings on the old desk. Michelangelo had once written a poem for Alexander VI at that same desk. Golli was still weak from sickness, but his anger gave him strength. He again looked tall and powerful. His voice had been rough during his illness, but now it sounded strong and clear.
Even Bregno would not make something so easy to see, he said.
Why is it easy to see? Michelangelo asked angrily. This work will let me carve wonderful nude figures. You have never seen figures like these.
Golly cried out, I do not argue about that. The good figures will disappear among too many ordinary parts. Look at these long rows of decorations.
Those are rows of garlands, Michelangelo answered.
Will you carve them yourself? Golly asked.
Well, no. I will be too busy.
And these angels? Will you make them?
I could make the clay models, Michelangelo said.
And this statue of the Pope at the top?
Are you going to carve that huge thing? Michelangelo cried.
You are not being true to yourself. An old friend shows us the truth. Why are you putting a bronze design on a tomb made of marble?
The Pope asked for it.
And if the Pope asks you to stand on your head in the Piazza Navona with purple paint on your body, will you do that too?
Golly became calmer. He spoke quietly.
My dear friend, you will make a great tomb, but not this one. How many statues are in this design?
About 40.
Then you will spend the rest of your life making this tomb.
Why must I?
How long did you work on the Bacchus?
1 year.
And the Pieta?
2 years.
And the David?
3.
Then these 40 statues and the tomb will take between 40 and 100 years.
No, Michelangelo said stubbornly. I know my work well now. I can work very fast. Like lightning.
Fast or good?
Both. Please do not worry so much, my dear friend. I will be fine.
Jacopo Golli looked at him carefully.
Will you? Let us make sure.
He opened a cabinet in the desk. He took out several papers tied with a thin leather cord. The name Michelangelo Buonarroti was written across the top.
These are the 3 contracts I prepared for the Pieta, the Piccolomini altar, and the Bruges Madonna. Take the pen. We will use the best parts from each contract.
Signora Golli came to his side.
The doctor told you not to leave your bed. You must save your strength.
Jacopo looked at his wife with a quiet smile.
For what? This may be the last thing I can do for our young friend. I cannot let him go without this help.
Then he turned back to the contracts.
If I know the Pope well, he will want the tomb finished very soon. Ask for 10 years. Ask for more if possible. And about the price, the Pope bargains hard because he needs money for an army. Do not accept less than 20,000 ducats.
Michelangelo wrote while Golli read parts from the old contracts. Suddenly Jacopo became very pale. He started to cough and held the blanket to his mouth. 2 servants helped carry him back to bed. He gave Michelangelo a short farewell look. He tried to hide the towel with blood on it. Then he turned his face to the wall. Later, Michelangelo entered the Appartamento Borgia again. He was surprised to see Bramante speaking warmly with the Pope. Michelangelo felt uneasy. Why was Bramante there at the time chosen to examine the tomb drawings? Was he able to speak in this decision? He and Sangallo went down on their knees. The Pope welcomed them kindly. A servant put a table in front of Julius. Michelangelo gave him the large book of drawings. The Pope opened it and looked at the sketches with great interest.
Holy Father, may I explain the drawings? Michelangelo asked.
The Pope listened carefully. Then he hit the table with his hand.
It is even greater than I imagined, he said. You understood exactly what I wanted. Bramante, what do you think? Will this become the most beautiful tomb in Rome?
In all the Christian world, Holy Father, Bramante answered.
His green eye stayed on Michelangelo.
Buonarroti, Sangallo tells me that you want to choose the marble yourself in Carrara.
Yes, Holy Father, Michelangelo answered. Only in the quarries can I find the best stone.
Then leave at once, said the Pope. Alametto Salviati will give you 1,000 ducats to buy the marble.
For a short time, nobody spoke.
And for the sculpture work, Your Holiness? Michelangelo asked respectfully.
Bramante lifted his eyebrows. He looked at Julius in a cold way. Michelangelo felt that Bramante thought he wanted more money and honor. The Pope thought for a moment.
The papal treasurer will pay you 10,000 ducats when the tomb is finished well, he said.
Michelangelo swallowed hard. He remembered Golly's words.
Do not accept less than 20,000 ducats. Even that is too little for work that may take 10 or 20 years.
But how could he argue with the Pope? How could he ask for twice as much money? Bramante was standing there with a small mocking smile. The first 1,000 ducats would almost all go to the marble and the transport to Rome. But Michelangelo wanted this work very much. His need to carve stone was stronger than everything else.
He looked quickly at Bramante. You are very generous, Holy Father, he said. May I also speak about the time for the work? I need at least 10 years.
Impossible, Julius shouted. I want to see the tomb finished while I am alive. I give you 5 years.
Michelangelo felt sudden fear in his heart. It felt like the moment when a piece of marble broke by mistake. 40 sculptures in 5 years. That meant 8 each year. His Moses alone needed at least 1 full year of work. Each captive and each victor needed many months, maybe a full year, to complete well. H. Elfstone Irving The Agony and the Ecstasy, a biographical novel of Michelangelo. His jaw became hard again. He showed the same strong will he had shown with Golly. No one could argue with the Pope about time or money. He decided he would find a way. It was impossible for a normal man to finish the whole tomb with 40 marble figures in 5 years. Jacopo Golly was right about that. Then Michelangelo would have to do more than a normal man could do. He felt strong inside himself. He believed he had the strength of many sculptors. He would finish the tomb in 5 years, even if the work destroyed him. He lowered his head and accepted the order.
Everything will be done, Holy Father, as you say, he said. And now that everything is decided, may I ask for the contract to be written?
Then there was a strange silence. Bramante lowered his head into his thick shoulders. Sangallo's face stayed hard and quiet. The Pope looked at Michelangelo with anger. After a long and painful silence, Julius spoke.
Now that everything is decided, I want you and Sangallo to visit St. Peter's, he said. You must choose the right place for the tomb.
He said nothing about the contract. Michelangelo placed his left hand on his chest. Inside his shirt, he felt the paper that Jacopo Golly had prepared for him. He kissed the Pope's ring and walked toward the door.
1 moment, the Pope called.
Michelangelo turned back. His hope rose again. I want Bramante to go with you. He can give you advice. There was not enough space inside the basilica. There was no good place for such a large marble tomb. The sculptures would stand too close to the pillars. They would not have space around them. There would not be enough light from the small windows. The tomb would block movement inside the basilica. He went outside and walked to the back. There he remembered a half-finished building near the west apse. Sangallo and Bramante came to him beside a brick wall that was 6 feet high. What is this, Sangallo? He asked.
From my studies, I believe there was once an old temple here, Sangallo answered. Pope Nicholas V pulled it down. Then he began to build a tribune for the bishop's throne. He died when the building was only this high. Since then, nobody finished it.
Michelangelo jumped over the wall. He walked across the space and measured it with his steps. This could solve the problem, he said with excitement. There would be space around the tomb on every side. We could build the roof as high as we need. We could cover the walls with plaster to make the white marble stand out. We could add windows for light. We could open part of the basilica wall and make a large square arch. It has what we need, Bramante said.
No, Sangallo said firmly. It would still look unfinished. The roof would be too high for the width. The walls would lean inward like the walls in the Sistine Chapel.
Michelangelo felt disappointed. But, Sangallo, we cannot use the basilica.
Come with me, Sangallo said.
Around them stood many different buildings. They had been built over many centuries after St. Peter's Church was first built by Constantine in 319. There were chapels, choirs, and altars. Everything looked mixed together without order. The builders had used whatever materials they could find. Some walls were black stone. Some were light travertine. Others were dark red brick or spotted stone with lava and limestone.
For a tomb as special as the one you will make, Sangallo said, we need a completely new building. The building must grow from the tomb itself.
Michelangelo felt hope again.
I will design it, Sangallo continued. I can persuade His Holiness. For example, there is enough space here on this high ground if we remove these wooden buildings and some old shrines.
It would be easy to see from the city below. Michelangelo felt Bramante looking hard at him. He turned quickly. He was surprised. Bramante looked pleased.
Then you like the idea, Bramante? Michelangelo asked.
Sangallo is right. We need a beautiful new chapel here. All these old buildings around it should go away. Sangallo smiled with great happiness. Michelangelo turned to thank Bramante. But Bramante's face had changed. His eyes looked cold now. One side of his mouth moved a little. Book 7, Home My Bookshelf Stone Irving the Agony and the Ecstasy, a biographical novel of Michelangelo the Pope. While Michelangelo stayed in the mountains of Carrara, he did not know that his good years were ending. He returned to Rome for Pope Julius's New Year celebration in 1506. He also came back to unload the marble boats at the Ripa Grande. Then he learned that trouble had started between him and the Pope. Bramante had changed the Pope's mind about Sangallo's plan. Now they would not build a separate chapel for the tomb. Instead, they would build a new St. Peter's Church on that hill. Architects would enter a public competition for the design. Michelangelo heard nothing about his tomb project. He had already spent all 1,000 ducats from the Pope on marble and transport. But Julius would not give him more money until he finished at least one statue. The Pope gave him a house behind the Piazza San Pietro. Then a papal secretary told him that he must pay rent each month for the house.
Can I wait until the Holy Father pays me some money first? Michelangelo asked with anger.
One grey day in January, Michelangelo went to the docks. Piero Rosselli went with him. Rosselli was a painter from Livorno. People said he was very good at preparing walls for fresco painting. Rosselli had freckles and a quick temper. When he was young, he had worked at sea. As he walked beside the river, his body moved like a sailor on a ship.
I fought this river many times in winter, Rosselli said as he looked at the high water of the Tiber. It will take days before a boat can come up here.
Later, Michelangelo returned to Sangallo's house. He stood by the fire in the library and warmed his hands. Sangallo showed him his finished plans for the new St. Peter's Church. The design still included the old basilica. Sangallo believed he had answered the fears of the church leaders and the people. They did not want the old church destroyed.
Then you do not think Bramante can win the competition? Michelangelo asked.
He has talent, Sangallo answered. His Tempietto at San Pietro in Montorio is beautiful. But he has never built a church before.
Suddenly Francesco Sangallo ran into the room.
Father, workers found a large marble statue in the old palace of Emperor Titus. His Holiness wants you to come now and direct the digging.
A large crowd already stood in the vineyard behind Santa Maria Maggiore. In a deep hole, part of the statue still lay under the ground. People could see a powerful body and a great bearded head in the marble. A serpent wrapped around one arm and across one shoulder. On each side stood two young men. The same serpent circled around them. Michelangelo remembered his first night in Lorenzo's study room.
It is the Laocoon. Sangallo cried.
The one Pliny wrote about, Michelangelo added.
The statue was more than 8 feet high and very long. It was an amazing sight. When the news spread through Rome, the vineyard and nearby streets filled with people. Church leaders, merchants, and noblemen all came to see the statue. Many hoped to buy it. The farmer who owned the land said he had sold the statue to a cardinal for 400 ducats. Then Paris de Graces, the Vatican's master of ceremonies, offered 500 ducats. The farmer accepted the new offer.
His Holiness asked you to bring the statue to the papal palace at once. Then he spoke to Michelangelo. He asked you to come this afternoon and examine the marble block.
The Pope ordered workers to place the Laocoon on the closed terrace of the Belvedere Pavilion. The place stood across a valley on the hill above the papal palace.
I want you to study the figures very carefully, Julius said. Then tell me if they were truly carved from one block of marble.
Michelangelo began to study the statue very carefully. He looked at the front and the back. He touched the marble with his fingers. Soon he found 4 long lines where different pieces of marble joined together. The artists from Rhodes had made the statue from separate parts. He left the Belvedere and walked to the bank that once belonged to Jacopo Golli. Rome felt very different without Golli. Michelangelo missed his friend very much. He wanted his advice now. Baldassare Balducci was the new owner and manager of the bank. His family from Florence had put money into businesses in Rome. Many other Florentine families had done the same. Balducci had married the daughter of a rich Roman family. She was not beautiful, but she brought a large dowry.
What do you do on Sundays now, Balducci? Michelangelo asked.
I spend the day with my wife's family, Balducci answered.
Do you not miss the exercise?
I still go hunting, Balducci said. But now I use a gun. A bank owner must look respectable.
You have become very serious, Michelangelo said. I never thought you would become so ordinary.
Balducci sighed. A man cannot become rich and still live only for pleasure. A young man should spend time with women. A middle-aged man should think about money. An old man should play games.
You sound like a wise teacher now, Michelangelo said. Can you lend me 100 ducats?
He stood in the rain beside the river and watched the boat carry his marble blocks toward the docks. The wind was strong and the water moved wildly. Twice the front of the boat disappeared under the waves. For a moment, it seemed the boat would sink into the swollen Tiber River. His best marble blocks were on that boat. There were enough blocks to fill 34 wagons. Rain soaked his clothes while the sailors fought to save the boat. At last, men on the docks threw ropes to the sailors. They tied the boat safely. Unloading the marble in the heavy rain was very hard. Michelangelo helped carry 10 smaller blocks from the moving boat. Several times the river pulled the boat away from the dock ropes. The largest columns were too heavy for him to move. Some were 6 feet long, some 10, and some 12. Finally Sangallo arrived and showed the workers how to use a loading crane. Night came before the work ended. Michelangelo lay awake and listened to the storm grow stronger. The next morning he returned to the docks. The Tiber River had flooded the area. Ripa Grande was covered with water and mud. His beautiful marble blocks were dirty with yellow mud. Water reached his knees as he cleaned the blocks. He remembered the long months in the quarries. He had searched carefully for the best marble. He had watched the workers cut huge blocks from the mountain. The blocks had been lowered down dangerous slopes with ropes and rollers. Then wagons carried them to the beach. Workers rolled them gently onto boats at low tide. The marble arrived without cracks, chips, or stains. Now, after only a few hours in Rome, the blocks were covered in mud. After 3 days, the rain finally stopped. The river slowly moved back from the docks. The sons of the Gaffati family came with their wagon. They carried the marble blocks to the back portico of the house. Michelangelo paid them with money from Balducci's loan. Then he bought a large cover to protect the marble from rain. He also bought some old furniture. On the last day of January, he sat at a rough wooden table beside the wet marble blocks. He wrote a letter to his father. Inside the letter he placed a note for Argento. He asked Lodovico to send it to the farm at Ferrara. Argento had gone there after the Signoria took back Michelangelo's house. He would return when he could work for them again. While he waited for Argento, Sangallo found an old carpenter named Cosimo to help him. Cosimo had thin silver hair and weak eyes. He needed a place to live. His cooking tasted like wood and smoke. Still, he worked carefully. Together they built a wooden model of the first 2 floors of the tomb. Twice each week, young Rosselli went to the fish market near the portico of Octavia. He bought fresh clams, mussels, shrimp, squid, and sea bass. Then he cooked fish stew over Michelangelo's fire. The 3 men ate together and used bread to finish the sauce. Michelangelo needed more tools and materials. He wanted to buy a forge, Swedish iron, and chestnut wood. For this reason, he returned to Balducci's bank to borrow another 100 ducats.
I do not mind giving you a second loan, Balducci said. But I worry because you owe more and more money. When will this tomb begin to earn money like a real business?
As soon as I can show some carving work to Julius, Michelangelo answered. First I must decorate several base blocks. These will become models for Argento and another stone worker I want to bring from the Duomo workshop. After that, I can begin work on the Moses.
But that may take many months. How will you live until then? Be sensible. Go to the Pope. If a man pays badly, take what money you can get. He went home and measured Cosimo's wooden model. He checked the size of the marble block near the corner of the tomb. Then he cut the marble into shape. He carved 3 masks. 2 were side views. 1 face looked forward below them. Around the masks, he carved flowing lines. After that, he could do no more. He finished only 3 support blocks. Argento did not answer his letter. The stonemason from the Duomo workyard could not come. Sangallo did not think it was a good time to ask the Pope for money.
The Holy Father is choosing plans for St. Peter's, Sangallo said. The winner will be announced on March 1st. Then I will take you to see His Holiness.
But on the first day of March, the Sangallo Palace was quiet. When Michelangelo arrived, the house looked empty. Even the draftsmen were not there. Upstairs, Sangallo sat with his wife and son in a bedroom. They stayed close together, like a family after a death.
How could this happen? Michelangelo cried. You are the Pope's official architect. You are one of his oldest and most loyal friends.
People in Rome say the Pope likes Florentines, Sangallo answered. But they are friendly to Urbino and to Bramante. Others say Bramante makes the Holy Father laugh. He goes hunting with him and entertains him.
Clowns, Michelangelo said. Can they build great churches?
They make the Pope like them, Sangallo replied.
I will learn the truth from Leo Baglioni.
The truth? Do you not know the truth? Come with me.
Bramante had bought an old palace near the Vatican in the Borgo. He pulled the old building down and built a new one with simple beauty. The house was full of important people from Rome. There were men from the Vatican, church leaders, nobles, professors, artists, merchants, and bankers. Bramante stood in the middle of them. Everyone watched and admired him. His red face looked happy, and his green eyes were bright with excitement and success. Leo Baglioni took Michelangelo upstairs to a large workroom. Drawings for the new St. Peter's covered the walls and tables. Michelangelo stopped in surprise. The church was much larger than the cathedral in Florence. At the same time, it looked graceful and beautiful. The design was noble and grand. Next to it, Sangallo's plan looked heavy and old. Its large dome over a square building seemed more like a fortress. Now Michelangelo understood the truth. It was not because Romans hated Florentines. It was not because Bramante was good with people. The reason was talent. Bramante's plan for St. Peter's was more beautiful and more modern in every way.
I feel sorry for Sangallo, Baglioni said calmly. But this was a competition. Everyone knows who won. What would you do if you were the Pope? Would you give the work to a friend and build an old-fashioned church? Or would you choose a new man and create the most beautiful church in Christendom?
Michelangelo could not answer. He hurried down the stairs and went out into the Borgo. He walked around the Leonine wall for a long time until he was very tired. If he had been Pope Julius II, he also would have chosen Bramante's design. This church could begin a new and glorious Rome. It was more important than the new streets and larger public squares. That night, Michelangelo lay awake in his cold bed. He listened to Cosimo snoring loudly beside him. Then everything became clear. From the first day, when the Pope sent Bramante with them to choose a place for the tomb, Bramante had made his own plans. He never wanted the special chapel to be built. He used Sangallo's idea for a separate building. He also used Michelangelo's great plan for the tomb. All this helped him win the work for the new cathedral. There was no doubt that Bramante St. Peter's would be a wonderful place for the tomb. But Michelangelo still had questions. Would Bramante allow the tomb inside his church? Would he want to share honor and attention with Michelangelo Buonarroti? By the middle of March, the sun returned. Michelangelo asked the Gaffati family to stand 3 huge columns upright. Soon he would remove the extra marble and search for the figures of Moses and the captives inside the stone. On April 1st, people announced that the Pope and Bramante would place the cornerstone of the new cathedral on April 18th. Paris de Grasses was busy preparing the ceremony rules. When the workers began to dig the large hole for the first stone of the new church, Michelangelo understood something important. The old basilica would not stay inside the new building. Men would slowly pull it down to make space for the new church. Michelangelo spoke openly against the plan. He loved the old columns and the ancient carvings. He also believed it was wrong to destroy the oldest Christian church in Rome. He spoke about it to many people. Then Leo Baglioni warned him about the danger. Some rough friends of Bramante were angry with Michelangelo. They said he should stop speaking against Bramante.
I do not want to find you dead in the Tiber River, my young friend, Leo said with a laugh.
Soon Michelangelo received a letter from the owner of the boats in Carrara. The man wrote that another group of marble blocks would arrive at the Ripa Grande in early May. Michelangelo had to pay money at the docks before he could take the marble away. The cost was more money than he had. He washed and went to the papal palace. Pope Julius sat in his small throne room with many courtiers around him. His thick beard came out from a high fur collar. His favorite jeweler stood beside him. The Pope turned angrily to the jeweler.
I paid a great price for these stones, he cried. They are small and poor.
Michelangelo waited until the jeweler left and the Pope became calmer. Then he walked forward.
Holy Father, more marble for your tomb is coming now, he said. I must pay the boat charges before I can take the marble home. I do not have enough money. Could you give me money for the expense?
Come back on Monday, the Pope said shortly. Then he turned away.
Rome looked beautiful in the soft yellow light of spring. But Michelangelo walked through the streets without seeing it. His mind was full of anger. The Pope had dismissed him like a common workman. Why had he done this? Was an artist only a skilled worker? But the Pope himself had once called him the best marble master in Italy. Michelangelo went to Baglioni and told him everything. He asked if Leo knew why the Holy Father had changed. Leo tried to keep his voice calm. Bramante has convinced the Pope that it is bad luck to build one's own tomb. That it could hasten the day when it has to be pressed into service. Michelangelo sat down hard on a wooden bench. He breathed fast.
What should I do?
Go back on Monday. Act as if nothing happened. He went back on Monday. Then he returned on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Each time, the guards let him enter. People spoke to him in a cold way and told him to come again later. On Friday, the guard at the Pope's palace did not let him enter. The midday sun was hot, but Michelangelo felt cold in his body. He thought there was a mistake. He tried again to go inside the palace. The guard stopped him. At that moment, the Pope's cousin arrived. He was the Bishop of Lucca.
What is wrong with you? The bishop asked the guard. Do you not know Maestro Buonarroti?
I know him, Your Grace.
Then why are you sending him away?
Please forgive me, Excellency, but I have orders.
Michelangelo walked home. His shoulders moved sharply as he walked. His mind burned with anger. He walked faster, almost running. At home, he locked the door. Then he sat down and wrote quickly.
Most blessed Father, today I was sent away from the palace by your order. So if you want me, you must look for me somewhere outside Rome.
He sent the letter to Messer Agostino, the Pope's steward. Then he asked a boy from a nearby house to bring Cosimo. The old man came quickly.
Cosimo, I must leave Rome tonight. Tomorrow, call a dealer and sell this furniture.
Later that night, Michelangelo rented a horse at the Porta del Popolo. He left the city with the night post and traveled toward Florence. When he reached the hill north of the city, he turned in the saddle and looked back at sleeping Rome. Then he remembered an old saying from Tuscany, from the time of many old fights.
How much the fool who goes to Rome excels the fool who stays at home.
Early on the second day, he left the horse at Poggibonsi. He stopped at the same inn where he had stayed before on his way to Siena to repair Torrigiani St. Francis. He was washing in a bowl near the wall when he heard loud horses on the road. The sound came closer very fast. Then Baglioni arrived with 5 messengers. The horses were tired from hard riding. Michelangelo looked at his careful and neat friend. Baglioni's face was wet with old sweat. Dust from the road covered his clothes.
Leo, why are you in Poggibonsi?
You are the reason, Baglioni answered. The Holy Father knew we were friends. He told me to lead this group.
Michelangelo looked at the 5 armed guards from the Pope. They sat on their horses and watched him closely.
What group? I am going home to Florence.
No, you are not, Baglioni said. He got down from his horse and pushed hair from his eyes. Then he took a paper from his bag. It is a letter from Pope Julius. He orders you to return to Rome at once. If you do not return, you will lose honor.
I did not deserve to be sent away from him.
Everything will be made right.
I am not sure about that.
I have the Holy Father's promise.
The Holy Father sometimes forgets things.
Should we tie him up, Messer Baglioni? We can put him over his horse.
I did not receive orders to use force, Baglioni answered. Michelangelo, you are not the first man a pope has kept waiting. If Julius says, wait, then you wait. It may take a week, a month, or a year.
I am going back to Florence forever.
Not forever. Nobody leaves the Pope with unfinished business. I promise you, the Holy Father is sorry about what happened. He wants you to come back and continue your work.
I will not let any man treat me badly.
The Pope is not just any man.
Leo moved closer so the guards could not hear him.
Good, he said quietly. You sound strong like a man from Florence. But now you have shown your pride. Come back with me. Do not make trouble for me.
Michelangelo said nothing. Baglioni had always been a good friend. But he also cared about his own pride. No man should ask another man to give up his pride. He told this to Leo. Baglioni's face became hard.
You cannot fight against the Pope, he said firmly. You will understand this. Soon or later.
And later it could be worse. As your friend, I ask you not to fight against his wishes. How could you win? Michelangelo lowered his head. He looked at the ground under his feet.
I do not know, Leo. But if I go back now, I lose everything. I am going to Florence. I want my house and my contract again. If he wants, I will make the Pope's tomb there. I will do it under the shadow of the Signoria Tower.
His father was not happy to see him. He believed Michelangelo was making a lot of money from the Pope in Rome. Michelangelo took his old front room again. He put Taddy's Our Lady on a work table. He checked the marble for the Apostle Matthew in a Duomo work shed. Then he brought home the unfinished bronze David from the foundry. His drawing for the bathers was no longer in the dyer's hall. People had put it on a fir tree frame and fixed it to the wall near the great hall of the Palazzo della Signoria. News about the meeting at the Poggibonsi Inn spread quickly over the mountain. When Michelangelo and Granacci arrived at Rustici's studio for supper with the company, everyone welcomed him like a hero.
What a great honor Pope Julius has given you, Botticelli cried. He had painted frescoes in the Sistine Chapel for Pope Sixtus IV, the uncle of Julius. The Pope sent armed men to bring you back. Has this ever happened to an artist before?
Never, Il Cronaca said in a rough voice. Usually one artist is the same as another. If one disappears, there are many more ready to take his place.
But now the Pope shows that an artist is different, Rustici said with excitement. Each artist has special talent and gifts. No one else in the world has them in exactly the same way.
Michelangelo did not feel like a hero. He felt troubled instead.
What else could I do? He cried, while Granacci pushed a glass of wine into his hand. I was not allowed to enter the Vatican.
The following morning, Michelangelo learned that the government of Florence did not support his actions. Gonfalonier Soderini looked serious when Michelangelo came into his office.
I am worried about what you did, Soderini said. In Rome, you were the Pope's sculptor. You could help Florence there. But now you have gone against the Pope. That may bring danger to our city. No man from Florence has gone against the Pope since Savonarola. I fear the same thing may happen to you.
Michelangelo shook with fear for a moment.
Soderini smiled for the first time. The end of his nose moved a little. You are not guilty of heresy, he said. You only disobeyed the Pope. But in the end, the Pope will get what he wants.
Gonfalonier, I only want to live quietly in Florence, Michelangelo said. Tomorrow I will begin work on the St. Matthew. Then I can have my house back.
Soderini's face became pale.
Florence cannot give you a new sculpture contract now, he said. The Holy Father would take it as a personal insult. No one can hire you now. Not Doni or Pitti or Taddy. If they do, the Pope will become their enemy. This cannot change until you finish the tomb of Julius II, or until the Pope releases you.
Will it cause trouble if I finish the contracts I already have? Michelangelo asked.
Finish the David, Soderini answered. Our ambassador in Paris keeps writing to us. The king is angry because we have not sent the statue.
And the bathers? Can I paint the fresco? Soderini looked at him.
You have not seen the Great Hall?
The groom brought me through your rooms.
You should go there now.
He walked at once to the east side of the council platform. There he saw Leonardo da Vinci's painting of the Battle of Anghiari. He quickly lifted his hand to his mouth.
My God, no.
The whole lower part of Leonardo's fresco was destroyed. The colors had run down the wall. Horses, men, spears, trees, and rocks had mixed together. Everything had become a confused mass of color. The anger and fighting in the painting were gone. Michelangelo felt deep sadness for another artist. Leonardo had worked hard for a whole year. Now the work was ruined. Michelangelo could not understand it. Artists in Tuscany had known how to paint frescoes for hundreds of years. He felt Soderini standing near him.
Gonfalonier, how did this happen?
Leonardo wanted to bring back an old kind of painting, Soderini answered. He found the recipe for the plaster in a book by Pliny. He used wax with a liquid mixture. Then he added gum to make it hard. When the painting was finished, he made fires on the floor to heat it. He said he had tried this method before in Santa Maria Novella. That smaller painting worked well. But this wall is very high. To send heat to the top, he needed very large fires. The strong heat melted the wax in the lower part. Then the colors ran down the wall.
Leonardo lived in the San Giovanni area. Michelangelo knocked at the door. A servant opened it. The servant took him into a large room with wooden beams on the ceiling. The room was full of artworks, musical instruments, tapestries, and rugs from the East. Leonardo wore a dark red robe. He was writing in a notebook at a tall desk. He looked up and saw Michelangelo. Then he put the notebook into a drawer and locked it. He walked forward with a limp. He still suffered from a fall during a test of his flying machine near Fiesole. His face no longer had all of its old beauty. There was sadness in his eyes.
Leonardo, I have just come from the Signoria, Michelangelo said. I want you to know that I am very sorry about the fresco. I also lost a year of my life on my own work. So I understand how you feel.
You are kind, Leonardo said in a cool voice. But that was not my main reason for coming.
I wanted to say I am sorry, he said.
I am sorry for my bad behavior. I am sorry for the terrible things I said about you and about the statue in Milan.
You were angry, Leonardo answered. I also said unkind things about people who carve marble.
Leonardo was calmer now. Color came back to his pale face.
I saw your drawing for the bathers when you were away, he said. It is truly wonderful. I made sketches from it, just as I did from your David. It will become one of the great works of Florence.
I am not sure, Michelangelo answered. I do not feel happy about it now. Your Battle of Anghiari will not stand beside my work.
Michelangelo knew he had ended one bad relationship, but now he could lose his most important friendship. 2 days later, Gonfalonier Soderini called for him. He read a letter from the Pope. The Pope demanded that the Signoria send Michelangelo Buonarroti back to Rome at once. The letter warned about the Pope's anger if they refused.
It looks like I should keep traveling north, Michelangelo said sadly. Maybe I should go to France. Then I will no longer be your problem.
You cannot hide from the Pope.
His arm reaches over all Europe.
Why am I so important to the Holy Father in Florence? He shut me out in Rome.
Because in Rome you were only one artist among many, his friend answered. After you left his service, you became the artist everyone wants. Do not make him too angry.
I am not making anyone angry, Michelangelo cried. I only want people to leave me alone.
It is too late for that. That time ended when you entered Julius's service.
At the next stop, he received a letter from Piero Rosselli. The letter shocked him deeply. The Pope did not want him to return to Rome to continue the marble work. Bramante had made the Holy Father believe that the tomb would bring death to him sooner. Now the Pope wanted Michelangelo to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo hated the building. He thought it was ugly, badly planned, and the worst church in Italy. He read Rosselli's letter again and again.
Last Saturday evening, the Pope was eating supper. He called Bramante and said Sangallo will go to Florence tomorrow. He will bring Michelangelo back with him. Bramante answered, Holy Father, he will not do that. I have spoken with Michelangelo many times. He often told me that he would not paint the chapel. He only wants to make sculpture. He does not want to paint. Holy Father, I do not think he has the courage for this work. He does not have much experience painting figures. The figures will be very high above the people looking at them. That is very different from painting on a wall close to the ground.
The Pope answered, If he does not return, he will do me wrong. I think he will come back.
Then I stood up and spoke strongly against Bramante in front of the Pope. I spoke for you as I believed you would speak for yourself. Bramante became silent. He looked like a man who knew he had made a mistake. I then said, Holy Father, Bramante has never spoken with Michelangelo. If this story is true, you may cut off my head.
Michelangelo cried out loudly.
Me speak with Bramante?
It's a terrible lie. Why does he want to tell the Pope this story? The letter made Michelangelo more worried. He could not work at all. He went to Settignano and sat quietly with the Topolino family. There he cut stone blocks. Then he visited Contessina and Ridolfi. Their son Niccolo was now 5 years old. The boy wanted to learn how to make the marble fly too. Sometimes Michelangelo spent an hour working on the miracle bronze. He filed and polished it. He also went many times to the Great Hall. He tried to make people excited about his fresco, but nothing changed. Before Gonfalonier Soderini called him at the start of July, Michelangelo already knew difficult times were coming from the south. Soderini immediately began to read the Pope's letter.
Michelangelo the sculptor left us without reason, he read. He was afraid to return. But we are not angry with him. We understand men of great talent. We ask you to tell him in our name that he may return without fear. No one will harm him. He will still have our favor, just as before.
Soderini put down the letter.
I will ask the Cardinal of Pavia to write to you himself, he said. He will promise that you are safe. Will this satisfy you?
No, Michelangelo answered. Last night at the Salviati house, I met a Florentine merchant named Tommaso di Tolfo. He lives in Turkey. I may go there and work for the Sultan.
Later his brother Leonardo asked to meet him near the brook below their field in Settignano. Leonardo sat on the Buonarroti side of the bank. Michelangelo sat on the Topolino side. They cooled their feet in the small stream.
Michelangelo, I want to help you.
How can you help me?
First, I must say that I made mistakes in the past. You were right to follow your own path. I saw your Madonna and Child in Bruges. Our brothers in Rome speak with respect about your pietà. You have also served God with your work. Please forgive me for the wrong things I did to you.
I forgive you, Leonardo.
But you must understand something, Leonardo said. The Pope is God's ruler on earth.
When you do not obey His Holiness, you do not obey God.
Was that also true, Michelangelo asked, when Savonarola fought Pope Alexander VI?
Leonardo looked at his brother.
Savonarola did not obey the Pope. No matter what we think about a Pope, he comes after St. Peter. If each person judged the Pope for himself, the Church would fall into disorder.
Popes are still men, Leonardo. They are chosen for a high place. I must do what I believe is right.
You are not afraid God will punish you? Leonardo asked.
Michelangelo looked across the small stream at his brother.
A man's courage is important. I believe God loves freedom more than blind obedience.
You must be right, Leonardo said quietly, lowering his head again. Otherwise God would not help you make such beautiful marble statues.
Leonardo stood up and walked up the hill toward the Buonarroti house. Michelangelo climbed the other side toward the Topolino home. At the top of the hills, they turned and waved to each other. They never met again. Only Contessina was not afraid for Michelangelo. She did not greatly respect Pope Julius. She came from one of the great ruling families in the world. She had seen her family forced out of the city they had helped make powerful and rich. She had seen people from her own city destroy her home, even after her family helped them. She had seen her husband's father killed in Florence. She had lived away from the city for 8 years in a poor country house. Because of these things, she no longer trusted authority very much. Her husband did not feel the same way. Ridolfi wanted to go to Rome. So he did not want to upset the Pope.
Buonarroti, I am sorry, but I must ask you not to come here again, he said. Someone will tell the Pope. The Holy Father, through Cardinal Giovanni, is our last hope. We must not put that hope in danger.
Contessina spoke in a tight voice. Michelangelo could visit us before, when he was risking his place in Florence. But now he cannot visit because he may risk your place in Rome.
Not only my place, Contessina, Ridolfi answered. Our future. If the Pope becomes angry with us.
After all, Buonarroti has work he can do, Ridolfi said.
If Florence sends him away, he can work in another city. Rome is the only place left for us. Our future depends on Rome. Our sons also need it. It is too dangerous.
The first danger is being born into this world, Contessina said. She looked directly at Michelangelo. After that, everything is chance.
I will not come here again, Messer Ridolfi, Michelangelo said quietly. You must keep your family safe. I did not think carefully.
At the end of August, Julius left Rome with an army of 500 knights and nobles. His nephew, the Duke of Urbino, joined him at Orvieto. They took Perugia without a fight. Cardinal Giovanni de Medici stayed there to rule the city. Then the Marquis Gonzaga of Mantua came with a trained army. The Pope crossed the Apennine Mountains to stay away from Rimini, because Venice controlled that city and was against him. French soldiers had come to protect Bologna. But Julius gave honors to the Cardinal of Rouen for his 3 nephews, and the French army left. Then the Pope publicly removed Giovanni Bentivoglio from the church. Bentivoglio ruled Bologna. The people of Bologna forced him to leave. Julius entered the city. But Pope Julius II still remembered the sculptor who had left him. At the Palazzo della Signoria, Soderini stood with the other 8 members of the Signoria. When Michelangelo entered, Soderini shouted at him.
You have fought with the Pope. Even the King of France would not do this. We do not want war with the Holy Father because of you. The Pope wants you to work in Bologna. You must go.
Michelangelo knew he had lost. In truth, he had known this for many weeks. As the Pope moved through Umbria and took back land for the Papal State, people in Florence started turning away when Michelangelo walked past. Florence had no strong defense. The city needed the Pope's friendship very badly. It even sent hired soldiers to help him in his wars. Michelangelo's brother Sigismondo was among them. Nobody wanted the Pope's large and confident army to cross the mountains and attack Florence. The Signoria and the people of the city all wanted Michelangelo sent back to the Pope, no matter what happened to him. They were right. Florence was more important. He would go to Bologna and try to make peace with the Holy Father. Soderini still helped him. He gave Michelangelo a letter for his brother, the Cardinal of Volterra, who was with the Pope.
This letter brings Michelangelo, the sculptor, To your lordship by order of His Holiness. We promise that he is a good young man. In Italy, no artist is better than he is. Perhaps nobody in the world is better. If people speak kindly to him, they can receive great work from him. They must treat him gently and with kindness. Then he will create works that amaze everyone who sees them. I give my word for Michelangelo.
By this time, it was November. The streets of Bologna were full of courtiers, soldiers, and foreigners in bright clothes. Many people had come to the court of the Pope. In the Piazza Maggiore, a monk hung inside a wire cage from the Palazzo del Podesta. People had caught him leaving a house on the street of the Bordellos. Michelangelo found a messenger and gave him the letter for the Cardinal of Volterra. Then he climbed the steps of San Petronio. He looked with deep respect at the stone sculptures by Della Quercia. They showed the creation of Adam, the expulsion from paradise, and the sacrifices of Cain and Abel. Michelangelo felt far from his dream of carving such scenes in large marble statues. He entered the church while Mass was taking place. One of the Pope's servants from Rome recognized him.
Messer Buonarroti, His Holiness has waited for you with great impatience.
The Pope was eating dinner in a palace. Around him sat 24 cardinals, army leaders, nobles, knights, and princes. Almost 100 people were eating in the large hall with banners on the walls. A bishop sent by the Cardinal of Volterra walked with Michelangelo through the room, because the cardinal was ill. Pope Julius looked up and saw him. At once, he became silent. The whole hall also became quiet. Michelangelo stood beside the Pope's large chair at the head of the table. The two men looked at each other with anger. Michelangelo stood straight and would not kneel. The Pope spoke first.
You have taken a long time to come. We had to travel to meet you.
Michelangelo thought this was true. The Pope had traveled much farther than he had. But he still answered stubbornly.
Holy Father, I did not deserve the treatment I received in Rome during Easter week.
The silence in the large room became deeper. The bishop wanted to help Michelangelo and stepped forward.
Your Holiness, you must be patient with artists, he said. They only understand their work. They often do not have good manners.
Julius stood up from his chair. How can you speak to this man in this way? He said loudly. I would not say these things myself. You are the one without manners.
The bishop stood still with shock. He could not move. The Pope gave a sign. Several court men took the frightened bishop from the hall. They pushed him out roughly. Michelangelo had received the closest thing to a public apology that a pope could give. He knelt down and kissed the Pope's ring. Then he spoke softly and said he was sorry too.
The Pope gave him his blessing. Come to my camp tomorrow, he said. We will settle our business.
At dusk, Michelangelo sat near a fire in Aldovrandi's library. Aldovrandi had gone to Julius 2 times before as an ambassador. The Pope had also made him one of the rulers in the Council of 40. He could not stop laughing about what happened in the dining hall. His light skin and happy eyes looked as young as they did 10 years earlier.
You and Julius are very similar, he said. You both have great power in your character. I am sure you are the only man in Christendom who would speak against the Pope after refusing him for 7 months. It is not strange that he respects you.
Michelangelo drank from a hot cup of water with brown sugar. Signora Aldovrandi had brought it because of the cold weather at the end of November.
What do you think the Holy Father will do with me? Michelangelo asked.
He will give you work, Aldovrandi answered.
What kind of work?
He will find something. You will stay with us, of course.
Michelangelo gladly accepted. Later, during supper, he asked, "How is your nephew Marco?"
He is very well. He has a new girl now. He met her in Rimini 2 summers ago during the August holiday.
And Clarissa?
She is with one of the Bentivoglio uncles.
Would you know where I can find her? He asked.
I think she lives in the Via di Mezzo di San Martino, the man answered. She has an apartment there.
Please excuse me. Aldovrandi stood up and spoke softly.
Love and a cough cannot stay hidden.
She stood in the open door of the room on the roof. Behind her, oil lamps gave a warm orange light. Below them was the Piazza di San Martino. A fur hood around her face covered part of her wool robe. They looked at each other without speaking. It was like the moment between him and the Pope, but the feeling was very different. He remembered the first time he saw her. She was 19 then. She was slim and had golden hair. Her movements were soft and graceful. Now she was 31. She was a little heavier, but still very beautiful. He still felt the strong pull of her body. Her voice was soft and low. His heart beat hard as she spoke.
The last thing I told you was, Bologna is on the road to every place. Come in.
She took him into a small sitting room. 2 metal fire bowls warmed the room. Then she turned toward him. He put his arms inside her fur-lined robe. Her body felt warm under the soft fur. He held her close and kissed her gentle mouth. She spoke quietly.
When I first told you, it is natural for us to want each other, you became red like a young boy.
Artists do not know much about love, he said. My friend Granacci says it is only a small pleasure.
How would you describe it? She asked.
What I feel for you.
Yes.
It is like a great river, he said. It carries a man forward with strong force through dangerous places.
And then?
I cannot say more.
Her robe opened and fell from her shoulders. She lifted her arms and removed a few pins. Then her long golden hair fell down to her waist. Her movements were calm and gentle. He remembered this softness from before. It felt natural for her to give love. Later, they lay together under a warm cover. The inside cloth was blue, and the cover was filled with soft wool.
The river? She asked with a small smile.
And then it carries him out to the sea.
Did you find love? She asked.
Not after you. There are many women in Rome.
7,000. My friend Balducci counted them every Sunday. You did not want them? She asked.
That was not my kind of love.
You never showed me your sonnets.
One was about the silkworm. I wanted to be the soft cloth on her body. She would hold me close all day. I wanted to be her shoes. Then I could touch her feet when the streets were wet with rain.
She listened carefully to the lines.
How could you know so much about a beautiful body? She asked. You only saw me with clothes on.
You forget my work.
And the second sonnet.
He spoke a few lines from another poem.
I looked at the flowers in her golden hair. Each flower seemed to move closer. Each one wanted to touch her first.
I heard that you are a great sculptor, she said. Travelers told me about your Pietà and David. You are also a poet.
My teacher, Messer Benevieni, would be happy to hear that.
Then they stopped talking and stayed close together again. Clarissa held his face against her neck and shoulder. She touched his strong shoulders and arms. They were like the arms of the stone workers he once studied in the Maeno quarries.
To love someone for love alone, she said softly. It is wonderful. I cared for Marco. Bentivoglio only wanted pleasure. Tomorrow I will go to church and confess my sin. But I do not think this love is a sin.
God made love. This is beautiful.
Could the devil be tempting us? She asked.
The devil is something people created.
So there is no evil.
Ugly things are evil.
He reached Julius's military camp near the Reno River during heavy snow. Julius was checking his soldiers. He wore a large warm coat up to his chin. A grey wool hood covered his ears, forehead, and mouth. The Pope was angry about the condition of the soldiers. He shouted at his officers and called them thieves and villains. Aldovrandi had told Michelangelo stories about the Pope. People who admired Julius said he was made for military life. He stayed with his soldiers for many hours in bad weather. He accepted the same hard life they did. He walked up and down the lines and shouted orders. The soldiers cried out, "Holy Father, you are our true commander." But other people spoke against him in quiet voices. They said, "Holy Father? He is hardly a priest now." Julius led Michelangelo into his tent. Warm animal skins covered the walls. Courtiers and cardinals stood around the throne. "Buonarroti, I have decided what I want from you," the Pope said. "I want a huge bronze statue. It will show me in my robes and crown."
Bronze?
The cry came from Michelangelo before he could stop it. If he had known the Pope wanted bronze work, he would never have returned to Bologna.
"That is not my work," he said.
A heavy silence filled the tent. The Pope's face became red with anger. "We heard that you made a bronze David for the Miracle-de-G of France," Julius said. "So you can work in bronze for him but not for your Pope."
"Holy Father, I made that piece to help Florence."
"Then you will make this statue to serve your Pope."
"Holy Father, that sculpture is bad. It is unfinished. I do not know enough about casting and finishing bronze."
"Enough," the Pope shouted angrily. "For 7 months you refused to return to my service. And now you still fight against my will. You are impossible."
"Holy Father, I am not difficult when I work with marble. Let me return to marble. Then I will serve you well."
"I command you to stop arguing," Julius said firmly. "You will make a bronze statue of me for San Petronio. When I return to Rome, Bologna will honor it. Go now and study the space above the main entrance. We will build a large place for the statue. You will make the biggest bronze statue that can fit there." Michelangelo knew he had no choice. He had to make the bronze statue if he wanted to return to his marble work. Perhaps this punishment was no worse than the 7 months he had already lost in rebellion. By the middle of the afternoon, he returned to the Pope's camp. "How big can the statue be there?" Julius asked.
"For a sitting statue, about 13 or 14 feet, he answered.
"How much money will it cost?"
"I think I can make it for 1,000 ducats. But this is not my usual work. I do not want this responsibility."
"You will try again and again until it works," Julius said. "I will give you enough money."
"Holy Father, only one thing can make me happy," he said. "If you like my bronze statue, let me work again on the marble columns. If your holiness promises this, I will work with all my strength."
"The Pope does not make deals," Julius cried. "Bring me your drawings in 1 week. You may go now." He felt ashamed and walked back to the Via di Mezzo di San Martino. Then he climbed the stairs to Clarissa's apartment. Clarissa wore a dark pink silk dress. The dress had a low neck and wide sleeves. A pink velvet belt was around her waist. Her hair was up, with beautiful jeweled threads in it. She saw his pale and tired face. Then she kissed his nose gently. Slowly, feeling came back to his mind and body.
"Did you eat today?" she asked.
"Only my pride," he answered.
"There is hot water on the fire. Would you like a bath to help you relax?"
"Thank you."
"You can bathe in the kitchen while I find food for you. I will wash your back."
"No one has ever washed my back."
"There are many things you never had," she said.
"And maybe never will again."
"You feel very sad. What bad news did the Pope give you?"
He told her that the Pope wanted a huge bronze statue, almost as large as Leonardo's great horse statue in Milan. That statue could never be made successfully.
How long will the drawings take? She asked.
To make Julius happy. About 1 hour.
Then you have a whole free week.
She poured hot water into a long tub and gave him sweet-smelling soap. He dropped his clothes on the kitchen floor. Carefully, he stepped into the hot water. Then he stretched his legs and breathed out with relief.
Why not stay here for the week? Clarissa said. Only the two of us. No one will know where you are. No one will disturb you.
A whole week to think only about love. Is that possible? No thoughts about clay or bronze.
I am not clay or bronze.
He lifted his wet, soapy arms toward her. She bent down near him.
For years, I said women were not beautiful for sculpture, he said. I was wrong. You have the most beautiful body in the world.
You once told me I was carved perfectly.
Like pink Crestola marble. I am a good sculptor, but I could never truly make someone like you.
You already have me.
She laughed softly. The sound took away the last pain from his hard day.
Here, she said. Dry yourself near the fire.
Then Clarissa wrapped him in a large warm towel. She sat him at a table with hot sliced veal and peas.
I must send a message to Gianfrancesco Aldovrandi. He asked me to stay with him.
For a moment, her body became stiff. It was like she suddenly remembered the past.
Non importa, cara. He knew I wanted you, even 10 years ago.
Her body relaxed again. She moved with smooth grace. She sat across from him at the table. Her face rested in her hands. Her eye stayed on him while he ate quickly. When he finished, he pushed back his chair. He turned toward the fire and held out his hands and face to the warmth. Clarissa came and sat at his feet. Her back rested against his legs. The feel of her body through her dress made him feel hotter than the fire.
Love cannot be explained. She turned and moved close to him. Then she put her arms around his neck. It is something to enjoy.
No other woman has made me feel this way, he said. How can this happen? And something to wonder about, he said softly. He laughed loudly. I am sure the Pope did not want to help me. But he did help me. This is the first good thing he has done for me.
On the last afternoon of the week, he felt calm and lazy. His body felt heavy. He did not think about the problems of the world. He picked up some drawing paper and a piece of charcoal. Even moving the charcoal across the paper felt difficult. He remembered some lines from Dante about fame and hard work. Then he thought about Julius sitting in the large throne room in the Appartamento Borgia. The Pope wore long white robes. Michelangelo started to draw. For many hours, he made many different sketches of Julius. At last, he chose one formal position. The Pope's left leg stretched forward. The right leg bent inward and rested on a support. One arm reached outward, as if giving a blessing. The other hand held a strong object. The robes covered the Pope's feet. Michelangelo knew that much of the statue would be heavy bronze robes. Only the hands and part of the Pope's face under the crown would show clearly.
What about the Pope's face? Clarissa asked. The Holy Father will not be happy if he cannot see himself in the statue.
The thing I dislike most is making portraits, Michelangelo answered. My friend Jacopo Golli used to say, after something sweet comes something bitter.
At the chosen hour, he went to Julius with the sketches in his hands. The Pope was very pleased. You see, Buonarroti, Julius said. I was right. You can make bronze statues.
Please forgive me, Holy Father, Michelangelo answered. This is not bronze. It is only charcoal. But I will do my best. Then I can return to my marble work in Rome. Now please ask your treasurer to give me some money. I must buy supplies and begin the work.
Julius turned to Messer Carlino, the papal treasurer. You will give Buonarroti everything he needs, he said. The treasurer was a thin man with a pale face. He gave Michelangelo 100 ducats from a chest. Michelangelo sent a messenger for Argento, who was in Ferrara not far away. He also wrote to Manfredi, the new herald of the Signoria. He asked if the bronze workers Lepo and Lotti could come from the Duomo to Bologna and help with the Pope's statue. He offered them good pay. He rented an old carriage house on the Via de Tuscai, the street of the Tuscans. The building had a high ceiling, stone walls, and an uneven orange brick floor. Behind it was a garden with a door. There was also a large fireplace for cooking. The walls had not been painted for many years. Still, the rooms were dry and cleaner than his rooms in Rome. Then he went to a shop that sold used furniture. There he found a large marriage bed from Prato. It was 10 feet wide. The bed had low boards on the sides and end that worked as benches and chests. There was also a canopy, curtains, and a striped mattress. The mattress was old and uneven, but it was clean. He also bought a kitchen table and some simple wooden chairs. Argento arrived from Ferrara. He explained that he could not stay on his brother's farm after Michelangelo called him to Rome in the spring. Then he set up his kitchen near the fireplace.
"I want to learn about bronze," he told Michelangelo while he cleaned the walls and floor.
Lepo and Lotti arrived 2 days later. They came because the pay was better than in Florence. Lepo was 41 years old and smaller than Michelangelo. He had such an honest face that Michelangelo trusted him with buying supplies. Lepo bought wax, clay, cloth, and bricks for the casting ovens. Lotti had trained as a goldsmith in the workshop of Antonio Pollaiuolo. He was thin and serious. At 48 years old, he was an experienced craftsman. He became the master bronze caster for the work. The large marriage bed from Prato became very useful. After Lepo bought supplies and Argento bought food and cooking tools, the 100 ducats were gone. The 4 men slept together in the large bed. It was wide enough for all of them to sleep comfortably. Only Argento was unhappy.
"Everything costs too much," he complained to Michelangelo. "The shops are full of courtiers and priests. Poor men like me must wait a long time before anyone helps us."
"Wait, Argento. I will ask Messer Carlino for more money. Then I will buy you a haircut and a new shirt."
"It is not important," Argento answered. He looked like a sheep with too much wool. Barbers ask for twice as much money now.
Messer Carlino listened to Michelangelo with dark, serious eyes.
"Buonarroti, common people often think the wrong thing about a papal treasurer," he said. "My work is not to give money. My work is to find ways not to give it."
Michelangelo answered firmly. "I did not ask to make this statue. You heard me say the work would cost 1,000 ducats. The Holy Father said he would pay the costs. I cannot build a bronze workshop without money."
"What did you do with the first 100 ducats?" Carlino asked.
"That is not your business. The Pope said he would give me enough money to keep me happy."
"There is not enough money in the world for that," Carlino said coldly.
Michelangelo became angry. He called the treasurer a rude Tuscan name. Carlino pulled his face tight and bit his lip.
"If you do not give me another 100 ducats," Michelangelo continued, "I will go to the Pope. I will tell him that you are making me stop the statue work."
"Bring me the bills for the first 100 ducats," Carlino answered. "Also bring written plans for how you will spend the next 100. I must keep the Pope's records correct."
"You are like a dog in a garden," Michelangelo said. "You do not use the cabbage yourself. You also stop other people from using it."
A small smile appeared on Carlino's face. "My work is to make people dislike me," he said. "Then they do not come back often."
"I will come back," Michelangelo said.
Lepo calmed him. "I remember what I bought. I will write the bills."
Michelangelo walked through the Piazza Maggiore. Then he went beside the church of San Petronio to the open gallery. Big houses of bankers and the University of Bologna stood there. He crossed Borgo Salamo and went to the piazza of San Domenico. Inside the church, the air smelled strongly of incense from the morning service. He went directly to the marble tomb by Dell'Arca. He smiled when he looked at his own statue of a strong farm boy with eagle wings. Then he touched the old statue of St. Petronius with care. The saint held a small model of Bologna in his arms. The face looked wise and kind. Michelangelo bent down near the young St. Proculus. The white marble looked clean and bright. The saint wore a belted shirt, and his legs looked strong. Suddenly Michelangelo stood up straight. The statue of St. Proculus was broken in 2 places. Someone had repaired it badly. He felt someone looking at him. He turned quickly and saw a man with a strange egg-shaped head. The top of the head was narrow, and the lower part was wide. The man wore a torn shirt. His arms and shoulders were covered with orange dust from the earth near Bologna.
Vincenzo!
Welcome back to Bologna.
You miserable man! You kept your promise and broke one of the marble statues.
The day the statue fell, I was in the country making bricks. I can prove it.
You planned that well.
My statue can still become gravel. There are many angry people who say your bronze statue will be melted after the Pope's soldiers leave Emilia.
Michelangelo became pale.
If I tell the Holy Father, he will punish you in the public square.
Me? I am a very religious man. I will kneel and pray before the statue. Other sculptors make these threats.
Michelangelo began his work with great energy. He wanted to finish the statue as fast as possible. Lepo and Lotti understood bronze casting. They gave him advice about the strong frame under the wax model. They also helped with the large clay form. The men worked together in a cold carriage room. Argento kept a fire there, but it warmed only a small area. When warm weather came, Michelangelo planned to return to the closed yard behind San Petronio. He had made his earlier marble statues there. He would need the open space when Lepo and Lotti started building the huge oven for the 14-foot bronze statue. Aldovrandi sent him models. He also told people that men who looked most like Pope Julius would receive extra pay. Michelangelo made drawings from morning until night. Argento cooked food and cleaned the rooms. Lotti built a small brick oven to test local metals. Lepo bought supplies and paid the models. People in Tuscany say that hunger grows while people eat. Michelangelo learned that skill grows while people work. He did not think clay modeling was true sculpture because the artist added material instead of cutting it away. But he also knew something important about himself. He could never do careless work. He hated working with bronze. Still, he wanted to make the best bronze statue of the Pope that he could make. Even if the work took twice as long, he would continue. The Pope had not treated him well in Rome or Bologna. But Michelangelo still wanted to respect himself. He would finish the great bronze statue in a way that brought honor to himself and the Buonarroti family. The work did not bring him happiness. It also did not give him the deep joy he felt when carving marble. But those things were less important. His strong sense of duty forced him to do his best work, even when he wanted to stop working completely. His only happiness was Clarissa. He often worked late into the night by candlelight. Still, 2 nights each week he escaped to spend time with her. No matter when he arrived, food waited beside the fire. There were also pots of hot water ready for the oval bath.
"You are not eating much," she said when she saw his ribs through his skin. "Is Argento a bad cook?"
It is more because the papal treasurer refused me money 3 times. He says my costs are false. But Lepo writes down every coin he spends.
"Why do you not come here every night for supper? Then you can at least eat 1 good meal each day."
She laughed when she heard her own words.
"I am speaking like a wife. In Bologna we say, wives and wind are both troubles that people need."
He put his arms around her and kissed her warm lips.
But artists do not marry, she asked.
An artist belongs everywhere. This is the closest thing to marriage for me.
She kissed him again.
We will not talk seriously anymore. In my house, I want you to have only happiness.
You keep your promises better than the Pope.
I love you. That makes it easy.
I hope that when he sees himself in a huge bronze statue, he will be very happy. Then maybe he will love me too. Only then can I return to my marble columns.
Are the columns really so beautiful? She asked.
They are very beautiful, my love, he said softly. The eyes are gentle like doves behind a veil. The neck stands tall and proud. The shape is graceful and perfect. Every part is beautiful. There is no fault in them. My marble columns are like that too.
Mail from home came slowly over the footer pass. Michelangelo waited for news about his family. But most letters asked him for money. Lodovico had found a farm at Pozzolatico. It was good land. But they needed money to buy it. He asked Michelangelo to send 500 florins, or at least 300. Buonarroti and Giovansimone worked in the Strozzi wool shop near Porta Rossa. Their letters often said the same thing.
You promised to help us open a shop. We are tired of working for other people. We want to earn a lot of money.
Michelangelo spoke quietly to himself.
So do I.
He sat in the cold carriage house with a blanket around him. His 3 assistants slept in the bed at Prato. Then he wrote back to his family.
As soon as I return to Florence, I will help you start a business. You can work alone or with partners, as you wish. I will try to get money for the farm. I think I will cast my statue around the middle of Lent. Pray that everything goes well. If it does, I think the Pope will be pleased with me.
He spent many hours near Pope Julius. He made drawings of him in many different positions. Sometimes the Pope said Mass. Sometimes he walked in processions. Sometimes he sat with his court. At other times he shouted in anger or laughed loudly at a joke. He moved often in his chair while he listened to visitors from across Europe. Slowly Michelangelo learned every part of the Pope's body under the heavy robes. Then he returned to the carriage house. There he shaped wax and clay models. He carefully copied every movement and shape. On Christmas Day, after Mass in the cathedral, the Pope spoke to him.
Buonarroti, when will I see your work? He asked. I do not know how much longer I will stay here. I must return to Rome. Tell me when you are ready, and I will visit your workshop.
These words pushed Michelangelo to work harder. He, Lapo, Lotti, and Argento worked day and night. First they built a wooden frame 13 feet high. Then they slowly covered it with clay. They worked carefully, little by little, to make the model for the bronze statue. Michelangelo made the Pope without clothes first. The Pope sat on a large throne. One arm was raised. His left leg stretched forward, just as Michelangelo planned in his drawings. Michelangelo felt great joy as the figure appeared before him. It was huge and powerful. The form and movement looked true and alive. Lotti and Argento built another model for him. Michelangelo covered it with large pieces of linen cloth. He practiced shaping the Pope's robes with mud from the yard, as he once used mud from the Tiber River in Rome. He wanted the robes to look grand but still show the strong figure under them. He became fully lost in his work. Often he worked 20 hours a day. Then he threw himself onto the bed beside Argento and Lotti. In the 3rd week of January, he went to see the Pope.
If Your Holiness comes to my workshop, the model is ready for approval.
Excellent, the Pope answered. I will come this afternoon.
Thank you.
And could you bring your treasurer too? He thinks I am making the statue from expensive sausages. Julius arrived in the middle of the afternoon. Messer Carlino came with him. Michelangelo put a quilt over his only good chair. The Pope sat there quietly and looked at the model. Julius looked happy. He stood up and walked around the model many times. He spoke about how correct and real it looked. Then he stopped in front of the statue. He looked confused by the right hand. The hand was raised in a proud and hard gesture.
Buonarroti, does this hand give a blessing or a curse? He asked.
Michelangelo needed to answer quickly. This was the Pope's favorite gesture when he sat on his throne and ruled the Christian world.
The raised right hand tells the people of Bologna to obey you, Holy Father, even when you are in Rome, he answered.
And the left hand? What will it hold? The Pope asked.
A book, Michelangelo asked.
A book? The Pope said with scorn. A sword! I am not a scholar. A sword!
Michelangelo felt worried.
Maybe the Holy Father could hold the keys of the new St. Peter's in his left hand, he said.
Excellent! We must collect large amounts of money from every church for the building. The keys will help people remember this.
Michelangelo looked at Carlino.
I must buy 700 or 800 pounds of wax to make the model for the oven, he added.
The Pope agreed to the cost and quickly left to join the group waiting for him in the street. Michelangelo sent Lepo to buy the wax. Lepo came back soon after.
I cannot buy it for less than 9 florins and 40 soldi for each 100 pounds, he said.
Buy it now. It is a good price.
Go back and tell them this. If they lower the price by 40 soldi, I will buy it.
No, people from Bologna never lower their price by even 1 lira.
Michelangelo heard something strange in Lepo's voice. He felt worried.
It can wait until tomorrow.
Later, when Lepo was busy, Michelangelo spoke quietly to Argento.
Go to the same shop. Ask the real price.
Argento came back after a short time. They want only 8.5 florins, he whispered. I can also remove the extra payment for the broker.
That is what I thought. Lepo's honest face fooled me. Carlino was right. Here, take the money. Get a receipt and wait for their wagon to bring the wax.
It was dark when the donkey stopped in front of the carriage house. The men carried the wrapped wax inside. After they left, Michelangelo showed the bill to Lepo.
Lepo, you have been taking money from me. You made a profit on everything you bought.
Why not? The man asked. His face did not change. You pay very little.
Very little? I gave you 27 florins in the last 6 weeks. That is much more than you earn at the Duomo.
But we live very poorly. There is not enough food. You eat the same food as us, Argento said angrily. His large fists were tight. Food is expensive in the markets. The court and the visitors buy most of it. If you had taken less money, there would have been more food for all of us.
There is food in the restaurants. There is wine in the wine shops. And there are women in the street of the bordellos. I would not want to live the way you live.
Then go back to Florence, Michelangelo said with anger. You live better there.
Are you sending me away? You cannot do that. I told everyone that I am the artist here. I told them the Pope likes me.
Then go back and tell them you lied. Tell them you are a small thief.
I will complain about you to the Signoria. I will tell Florence how mean you are.
Please leave the 7 florins I gave you for future work.
Never. I will use that money to travel home. He started to pack his things. Lottie came to Michelangelo and spoke softly.
I am afraid I must leave with him.
But why, Lottie? You did nothing wrong.
We have been friends. I respect you, Messer Buonarroti. I hope I can work for you again one day. But I came here with Lepo. I must leave with him. That night, Michelangelo and Argento sat alone in the large empty carriage house. They could not eat the stew that Argento made. Later, Argento fell asleep in the huge bed. Michelangelo went to Aldovrandi's house and wrote a long letter to the herald of the Signoria. He also wrote to his father. Then he walked through the quiet streets to Clarissa's home. She was asleep when he arrived. He felt cold, nervous, and very angry inside. He lay beside her under the blankets and held her close to warm himself. But nothing more happened. He was too worried and upset. He stayed awake with open eyes. Sadness left no room for love. He lost Lepo and Lottie. Soon he also lost Clarissa. The Pope announced that he would return to Rome for Lent. Michelangelo now had only a few weeks to finish the wax model and receive the Pope's approval. He had no skilled helpers. He also could not find a bronze caster in Emilia. So he worked day and night. He did not think about food, sleep, or rest. Sometimes he left the workshop for a short time. But he had no chance to sit quietly with Clarissa or tell her about his work. He went to her only when his strong desire for her became too great. Then he hurried through the streets to see her. After a short time together, he left again at once. His work allowed almost no space for love. Clarissa became sad. Each time he visited, she gave less of herself. At last there was nothing left of the sweet love they once shared. One night, Michelangelo looked at his fingers as he left her apartment. The wax had changed their color.
Clarissa, I am sorry things are like this.
She lifted her hands and then lowered them again. Artists belong everywhere and nowhere. You are living inside that bronze statue. Bentivoglio sent a servant from Milan. A carriage is waiting to take me there.
A few days later, the Pope came to the workyard for the last time. He approved the model. He liked the hand that held the keys of St. Peter. He also liked the face, which looked both strong and kind. Julius was pleased with this image of himself. He ordered a banker in Bologna to continue paying Michelangelo's costs.
Goodbye, Buonarroti. I will see you in Rome.
Hope rose inside Michelangelo.
Then we will continue the tomb project. I mean the marble statues.
Only God knows the future, the Pope answered.
Michelangelo still needed a bronze caster badly. He wrote again to the herald in Florence. He asked for Master Bernardino, the best bronze caster in Tuscany. The herald answered that Bernardino could not come. Michelangelo searched across the countryside. At last he found a French maker of cannons. The man agreed to come, build the large oven, and cast the statue. Michelangelo returned to Bologna and waited. But the Frenchman never arrived. He wrote again to the herald in Florence. This time Master Bernardino agreed to come. But he needed several weeks to finish his work in Florence first. In early March, unusual heat arrived. The spring crops died. People stopped calling the city Bologna the Fat. Now they called it Bologna the Lean. Soon the plague came. Within a few days, 40 families became sick. People who fell in the streets were left there because others were afraid to touch them. Michelangelo and Argento moved their workshop from the carriage house to the yard beside San Petronio. At least some fresh air reached that place. Master Bernardino arrived during the hot days of May. He approved the wax model. Then he built a huge brick oven in the middle of the courtyard. For many weeks they tested the fires. They studied how the metals joined together. They covered the wax model with layers of ash, earth, horse manure, and hair. Slowly the outer shell became thick and strong. Michelangelo wanted to cast the statue quickly and return home.
We must not hurry, Bernardino warned him. If we make one mistake, all our work will fail.
He must not hurry. But more than 2 years had passed since he started to work for Pope Julius. He had lost his house and many years of his life. He also had no savings. As far as he knew, he was the only man who did not become rich from working for a pope. That morning, he read his father's letter again. His father asked for money for another new investment. Lodovico did not explain the details in the letter. He said the information must stay secret so no one could steal the idea. But he needed 200 florins at once. If he lost this chance, he would never forgive Michelangelo for not helping him. Michelangelo felt pressure from both the Pope and his father. He went to the bank of Anton Maria da Lignano. There he explained his hard 2 years working for Julius. He also explained that he needed money badly. The banker listened with sympathy. "The Pope only allows me to give you money when you need supplies," the banker said. "But peace of mind is also important for an artist. So we can make an agreement. I will give you 100 florins now for future supplies. Then you can send the money home today." Aldovrandi often came to watch the work.
"Your bronze statue will make me rich," he said while he wiped sweat from his face. The hot oven made the yard feel like a place of fire.
Why? Michelangelo asked.
"People in Bologna are betting that your statue is too large to cast. The betting odds are very good. I am taking all the bets."
"It will work," Michelangelo said seriously. "I watched Master Bernardino carefully at every step. He knows bronze work very well."
But when they poured the bronze in June, a problem happened. The statue was good only up to the waist. Almost half of the metal stayed inside the furnace. It did not melt correctly. To remove it, they had to take apart the furnace. Michelangelo looked shocked.
"What went wrong?" he cried.
"I do not know. This has never happened before," Bernardino answered sadly. "There must have been a problem with the second part of the copper and brass. I feel very ashamed."
Michelangelo answered in a tired voice.
"You are a good worker. You worked with all your heart. But sometimes people fail when they work."
"I feel sick. I will begin again tomorrow morning."
Like Florence and Rome, Bologna had very fast news. Soon everyone in the city heard that Michelangelo had failed to cast the Pope's statue. Crowds came into the courtyard to see it with their own eyes. Vincenzo was there too. He hit the warm bricks of the furnace with his hand and shouted,
"Only a man from Bologna knows how to use Bologna brick. Only a man from Bologna can make statues for Bologna."
"Go back to Florence, little man." Michelangelo turned quickly and picked up an iron bar. Aldovrandi came into the yard and stopped him. He told Vincenzo to leave at once. Then he sent the other men away. "How bad is the problem, Michelangelo?" he asked.
"Only half of the work failed. When we rebuild the furnace, we can pour the metal into the mold from the top again. If the metal joins together, everything will be fine."
"You will do it well next time." The next morning, Bernardino came into the courtyard. His face looked sick.
"This city is very cruel," he said. "The people think they won because we failed."
"They do not like men from Florence," Michelangelo said. "And I think they do not like the Pope either. If we fail, they are happy for 2 reasons.
"I cannot look at people in the streets."
Then let us stay here in the courtyard until we can pour the metal again."
Bernardino worked very hard day and night. He rebuilt the furnace. He checked the channels that carried the metal to the mold. He also tested the metal that had not joined together before. At last, under the hot sun of July, they poured the metal again. The men waited with fear. Slowly, the hot metal moved from the furnace into the mold. Then Bernardino said,
"You do not need me anymore. I will leave for Florence at dawn."
"But do you not want to see the statue?" Michelangelo asked. "Do you not want to know if the 2 parts joined well? Then you can laugh at the people of Bologna."
Bernardino shook his head tiredly.
"I do not want revenge. I only want to leave. Pay me the money you owe me, and I will go."
Michelangelo had to wait and see the result by himself. For 3 weeks, he could do nothing. The land was very dry, and there was little food in the market. Argento could find only a few fruits and vegetables. At last, the mold became cool enough to remove. Bernardino had worked well. The two parts of the statue joined together smoothly. The bronze looked red and rough, but there were no bad marks.
A few weeks of polishing, Michelangelo thought. Then I can leave too.
But the work was harder than he expected. August, September, and October passed. Water became very hard to find. Michelangelo and Argento worked every day at the difficult job. Neither man understood bronze very well. Their noses filled with dust from the metal. The huge statue seemed to need cleaning forever. Finally, in November, the bronze was finished. It had a dark shine. A full year had passed since Michelangelo came to Bologna. He went to Anton Maria and asked for a last inspection and permission to leave. The banker was very pleased. You did even better than the Holy Father hoped.
I leave the statue in your care.
You cannot do that.
Why not?
I received a new order from the Pope. You must place the statue on the front of San Petronio.
But our agreement says I may leave it where I finish it.
The Pope's newest order must be obeyed.
Does the Holy Father say I will be paid?
No. He only says that you must install it. Then more delays came. The stone ledge was not ready. It still needed paint. Christmas was coming. Then came the Epiphany festival. Argento decided to return to his brother's farm. When he said goodbye, he looked confused.
An artist is like a farmer. His biggest harvest is trouble.
Michelangelo felt that time was destroying him. At night he turned again and again in his bed. He dreamed of marble. He wanted to hold a hammer and chisel again. He wanted to cut into white stone and smell the sharp dust. He also longed for Clarissa and wanted to be with her. Both wishes pushed him forward with one message.
Go.
At last, after the middle of February, workers came to move the statue. They covered it with cloth and took it to San Petronio. Bells rang across the city. The statue was lifted into its place above the Della Quercia portal. People filled the Piazza Maggiore. They listened to pipes, trumpets, and drums. At 3 in the afternoon, the hour chosen by astrologers for Pope Julius, the cloth was removed. The crowd cheered loudly. Then many people knelt and crossed themselves. That evening there were fireworks in the square. Michelangelo stood far away in the piazza. He wore his old work clothes, and nobody noticed him. He looked up at the statue of Julius in the bright light from the fireworks. But he felt nothing. He did not even feel relief. He felt empty and very tired. The long waiting and wasted time had taken all his strength. He could not even think about freedom. He walked through the streets of Bologna all night. Cold rain fell softly. He had only 4.5 florins left. At dawn he knocked on Aldovrandi's door to say goodbye. Aldovrandi lent him a horse, just as he had done 11 years earlier. Soon the rain became very heavy. It rained all the way to Florence. The horse walked through wet earth. The road seemed to never end. Michelangelo's hands became weak on the reins. His head began to turn. He was too tired. At last he fell from the horse and hit his head on the road.
My dear Michelangelo, said Gonfalonier Soderini, it seems you are covered with mud more often than with good soup.
Soderini sat back and let the weak March sunlight fall across his face. During the days after his return to Florence, Michelangelo learned why Soderini was pleased. His ambassador, Niccolo Machiavelli, had helped Florence make peaceful agreements with other states. Because of this, the city hoped for peace and success.
All the reports from Bologna and the Vatican say that Julius is very pleased.
Gonfalonier, the 5 years when I carved the David, the Brute Madonna, and the Tundos were the happiest years of my life. I want only one thing now. I want to carve marble.
Soderini leaned across the desk. His eyes were bright.
The Signoria wants to thank you, he said. I can offer you an important new work. You will make a huge statue of Hercules. It will stand beside your David. One statue will be on each side of the main gate of the Palazzo della Signoria. Our city will have the finest government entrance in the world.
Michelangelo took a deep breath. A giant Hercules. The hero showed the strength and greatness of ancient Greece. Lorenzo had made Florence like Athens in the West. Now Michelangelo could connect the world of Greece with the world of Florence. He could continue the Hercules studies he had started years before. His body shook with excitement.
Can I have my house back? He asked. And my studio to carve the Hercules?
The house is rented now, Soderini answered. But the agreement will end soon. You will pay 8 florins each month for rent. When you begin the Apostles, the house will belong to you again.
Michelangelo sat down. Suddenly he felt weak.
This is the place where I will live and work for the rest of my life, he said softly. May God hear my words.
Soderini looked worried.
What about Rome and the marble for the tomb? He asked.
I wrote to San Gallo, Michelangelo answered. He explained clearly to the Pope that I will return to Rome only to change our agreement. Then I will bring the marble back to Florence. I will work on all the statues together. Moses, Hercules, St. Matthew, and the captives.
His voice was full of happiness. Soderini looked past his wife's red flowers toward the roofs of Florence.
It is not my place to enter family matters, he said carefully. But now you must become free from your father. I want him to go with you to a notary. He must sign papers for your legal freedom. Until now, the money you earn has legally belonged to him.
After your freedom, the money will belong to you. Then you can decide what to do with it. If you give money to your father after that, it will be a gift. It will not be your duty. Michelangelo said nothing. He knew his father had many weaknesses, but he still loved him. He also cared about the family name. He wanted the family to become important again in Tuscany. Slowly, he shook his head.
It will not help, Gonfalonier. I will still have to give him the money. Even if it is mine.
Soderini continued to speak. I will arrange a meeting with the notary. Now we must talk about the marble for the statue.
Can I choose the marble at Carrara? Michelangelo asked.
I will write to Coccarello, the owner of the quarry, Soderini answered. He will give you the largest and best block of marble from the Apuan Alps.
Lodovico felt deeply hurt because he had to go before the notary, Sir Giovanni da Romina. In Tuscan law, an unmarried son became free only after his father died. As they walked home, tears stood in Lodovico's eyes. They passed the old church of San Florence and walked up the Via del Proconsolo.
Michelangelo, you will not leave us now, he asked. You promised Buonarroti and Giovanni that you would help them open a shop. We also need to buy more farms to increase our income.
A few written lines had changed Michelangelo's place in the family. Now he had the power. His father could no longer push him or control him. But Michelangelo looked at Lodovico from the side and saw how much he had changed. The 64-year-old man looked 10 years older after the short meeting with the notary. His head was low, and his shoulders bent forward.
I will always do everything I can for the family, Father, Michelangelo said. What else do I have? My work and my family.
Later, he met his friends again at the company of the Cauldron. Rosselli had died. Botticelli was too sick to come. So the group had chosen younger members. Among them were Rodolfo Ghirlandaio, Sebastiano da San Gallo, Francia Biggio, Jacopo Sansovino, and the painter Andrea del Sarto. Michelangelo was very pleased with Granacci. Granacci had finished 2 works that had taken him many years. One was a Madonna with the child St. John. The other was St. John the Evangelist at Patmos.
Granacci, you old rogue, Michelangelo said with joy. These works are wonderful.
The colors are beautiful, and the people in the painting look very good. I always said you could become a great painter if you worked hard.
Granacci smiled and his face became red. What do you think about a party at the villa tonight? I will invite the company.
How is Vermiglia?
Vermiglia? She is married now. Her husband is a clerk in Pistoia. She wanted children and a family. I gave her money for the marriage. Now I have a new girl. Her hair is even more red than Tedesco's. She is round and pretty.
He learned that life was much better now for Contessina. Cardinal Giovanni was becoming more important in Rome. Because of this, the Signoria allowed the Ridolfi family to move to the large villa higher on the hill. The new place was bigger and more comfortable. Cardinal Giovanni sent them money and supplies. Contessina could come to Florence whenever she wanted. But Ridolfi could not. She could also go to Rome to see her brother. But the Signoria did not trust Ridolfi because he was still against the Republic. They wanted to keep him near Florence. She suddenly saw him looking at his David.
It is still good. You are not tired of looking at it, she asked.
He turned quickly when he heard her voice. Then he looked into her strong brown eyes. She had always seemed able to see his thoughts. Her cheeks were red from walking in the cool March air. Her body was fuller now. She looked more like a married woman.
Contessina, you look very well. It is good to see you.
How was Bologna? She asked.
It was like Dante's Inferno.
All of it, she asked in a simple way. His face became red under the curls on his forehead.
What was her name? She asked.
Clarissa.
Why did you leave her?
She left me.
Why did you not follow her?
I did not have a carriage.
Then you have known love, at least some of it, she asked seriously.
Yes. I knew it fully.
Tears filled her eyes.
I wish I had known that kind of love, she whispered.
Then she quickly walked out of the piazza before he could go after her. He went to see young Lorenzo Strozzi. Michelangelo had known him since the Strozzi family bought the Hercules. Lorenzo Strozzi had married Lucrezia Russelli. She was part of Michelangelo's family through his cousin Bernardo Russelli.
Michelangelo asked Strozzi for help. He wanted to invest a small amount of money in his brothers' names. Then his brothers could begin to earn money from the shop.
If this works well, Messer Strozzi, I can add more money later, he said. Then my brothers will earn more.
My family will be happy with this plan, Buonarroti, Strozzi answered. And if your brothers ever want their own shop, we will give them wool from our mills in Prato.
Later, Michelangelo walked to the Duomo workyard. Beppe and the stoneworkers greeted him loudly. Only Lepo turned away.
You want me to build another shop for you? Beppe asked with a laugh.
Not yet, Beppe. First I must go to Carrara and find stone for the Hercules. But can you help me move the street, Matthew? I do not want it to stand in your way.
He had chosen Street Matthew for 2 reasons. Matthew's Gospel was the first book in the New Testament. Also, Matthew had not died in a violent way. At first, Michelangelo drew Matthew as a calm scholar. Matthew held a book in one hand. His other hand rested near his chin as he thought quietly. Michelangelo had already cut into the front of the stone block. But he had stopped because he was not sure. Now he understood the reason. He could not clearly understand the real Matthew. Matthew had not written the first Gospel. He had used many ideas from Mark. People said Matthew had known Jesus well, but he did not write his Gospel until many years after the death of Christ. Michelangelo brought his problem to Prior Bicchiolini. The prior was old now. His blue eyes looked larger behind his thick lenses.
People disagree about everything about Street Matthew, the prior said quietly in the library. Was he Levi, the tax collector who worked for Herod Antipas?
Perhaps yes, and perhaps no. There is only one other writing about him outside the New Testament. It is in Greek, and it is wrong. It says Matthew wrote the oracles in the Hebrew language. But the writings were in Greek. They were for Jews who spoke Greek. The purpose was to show that Jesus was written about many times in the Old Testament.
What must I do, Father?
You must make your own Matthew, just as you made your own David and Pietà. Do not depend on books. The wisdom is inside you. Whatever you carve about Matthew will become the truth.
Michelangelo smiled and moved his head slowly. Father, your words are very kind. No one has ever believed in me so much.
He began again. He searched for a Matthew who would show man's hard search for God. He thought about carving Matthew in an upward movement. Matthew would try to break out of the marble block. It was like man's long struggle to leave the old world of many gods behind. Michelangelo made Matthew's left knee push strongly against the stone. The body looked trapped inside the marble. The arm stayed close to the body. The head turned away in pain, looking for escape. At last, he felt complete again. He stood inside his working space and felt like a true master. His joy was strong and fierce. The chisel moved through the marble like fast light in the sky. He worked with great heat and energy. The marble and Matthew's body seemed to become one thing. Matthew looked as if he pushed himself out of the stone by his own will. He wanted to gain a soul and rise to God. Michelangelo thought all men struggled to leave the darkness behind and find eternal life. Later, he wanted a calmer and softer feeling. He returned to Taddy's Our Lady. He carved the round frame and Mary's peaceful face. He carved the soft skin of the baby Jesus as the child lay across his mother's lap. Then news came from Pope Julius. Florence would hold a jubilee of guilt and punishment. The city wanted to collect money to build the new St. Peter's Church.
I am in charge of the decorations, Granacci said happily.
Granacci, you should not go back to painting theatre scenery after making such fine paintings. It wastes your talent. I do not agree with it.
My talent has plenty of time, Granacci answered. A man should also enjoy life.
A jubilee to pay for Bramant's church did not sound enjoyable to Michelangelo. The event would happen in April. He decided to leave the city and stay with the Topolinos during those days. But once again, the Pope changed his plans.
We just received a letter from Pope Julius, Soderini said. It was sealed with the fisherman's ring. He asks you to come to Rome. He says he has good news for you.
That can only mean he will let me carve again.
When will you go?
Tomorrow. San Gallo wrote that my second shipment of marble has been lying outside in Piazza San Pietro. I want to save it.
His eyes opened wide when he saw the marble blocks. They lay in a pile like cut wood. Rain and dust had changed their color. Giuliano da San Gallo held his arm.
The Holy Father is waiting for you.
They walked through a small throne room in the papal palace. Many people were there. They hoped to speak with the Pope. Then they entered the large throne room. Michelangelo walked toward the throne. He bowed to Cardinal Giovanni de Medici. He greeted Cardinal Riario with a small nod. Pope Julius saw him and stopped speaking with his nephew Francesco, the prefect of Rome, and Paris de Graces. Julius wore a white linen robe. His short tunic had tight sleeves. He also wore a red velvet cape with white fur around the edge. His red velvet cap had the same white fur.
Ah, Buonarroti, you have come back to us. You are happy with the statue in Bologna, are you not?
It will bring honor to us.
You see, Julius cried happily as he opened his arms wide to the room. You did not believe in yourself. When I gave you this great chance, you said, "It is not my work."
The Pope copied Michelangelo's rough voice. People in the room laughed with pleasure.
Now you see that you can do this work well. You made a fine bronze statue.
You are very kind, Holy Father, Michelangelo said quietly.
But he was thinking about the dirty marble blocks outside.
I will continue to be kind, the Pope said warmly. I will honor you more than all the painters in Italy.
Painters? Michelangelo asked.
Yes. I have decided that you are the best artist to finish the work started by your countrymen Botticelli, Ghirlandaio, and Rosselli. I hired them to paint the walls of the Sistine Chapel. Now I ask you to finish my Uncle Sixtus Chapel by painting the ceiling.
People around the room gave light applause. Michelangelo felt shocked. His stomach felt sick. He had asked San Gallo to tell the Pope clearly that he came back to Rome only to carve statues for the tomb.
I am a sculptor, not a painter, he cried.
Julius shook his head sadly.
I had less trouble taking Perugia and Bologna than I have with you.
I am not a papal state, Holy Father. Why do you spend your valuable time trying to control me?
The room became silent. The Pope looked at him angrily. He pushed out his bearded chin.
Where did you learn your religion? How do you dare question your Pope's judgment?
As your church officer said in Bologna, Holiness, I am only an uneducated artist without good manners.
Then you can make your great work in a cell at San Angelo.
The Pope only needed to move his hand toward a guard. Michelangelo could stay locked in a prison for many years. He pressed his teeth together.
That would not bring you honor. Marble is my true work. Let me carve Moses, victors, and captives. Many people would come to see the statues. They would thank your Holiness for making them possible.
So, Julius said sharply, you think I need your statues to help people remember me in history?
They could help, Holy Father.
People near the throne gasped softly. The Pope turned toward his cardinals and courtiers. Do you hear this, gentlemen? Julius II said. I brought the Papal States back to the Church. I gave stability to Italy. I removed the scandals of the Borgias. I made new laws against buying church positions. I improved the honor of the Sacred College. I also gave Rome new buildings and new beauty. And now I need Michelangelo Buonarroti to help secure my place in history. San Gallo became very pale. Cardinal Giovanni looked out the window as if he were not in the room. Michelangelo pulled at the collar of his cape and took a deep breath. Then he spoke again. Buonarroti, my men in Florence say your painting for the Signoria is like a school for the whole world.
Holiness, Michelangelo said. He was angry with himself because his jealousy of Leonardo had brought him into this problem. That work happened by chance. I could never do it again. The Great Hall needed another fresco on the other wall. It was only a side project.
Good, the Pope answered. Then make such a work for the Sistine Chapel. Will you paint a wall for a hall in Florence, but refuse to paint a ceiling for the Pope's chapel? The room became silent. An armed courtier stood near the Pope.
Your Holiness, give the order, he said. We will hang this proud Florentine from the Torre di Nona.
The Pope looked hard at Michelangelo. Michelangelo stood silent but strong before him. They looked into each other's eyes for a long moment. Then a small smile appeared on the Pope's face. A light also came into Michelangelo's eyes, and his lips moved a little. This proud Florentine, the Pope said, was called the best sculptor in Italy by Jacopo Golli 10 years ago. And it is true. If I wanted him dead, I would have done it long ago. Then he turned back to Michelangelo. He spoke like a tired but kind father. Buonarroti, you will paint the 12 apostles on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. You will also decorate the vault with the usual designs. We will pay you 3,000 gold ducats. We will also pay the costs and wages for 5 assistants of your choice. When the Sistine ceiling is finished, I promise you may return to carving marble. My son, you may go now. What else could Michelangelo say? The Pope had called him the greatest artist in Italy. The Pope had also promised he could return to work on the tomb. Where could he escape? Could he go to Florence? Gonfalonier Soderini would say, "We cannot fight the Vatican because of you." Could he go to Spain, Portugal, Germany, or England? The Pope's power reached everywhere. The Pope asked much from him, but another Pope might even have removed him from the Church. And what if he refused to return to Rome? He had already tried that. He spent 7 empty months in Florence. Now there was nothing left to do except obey. He knelt down and kissed the Pope's ring.
It will be as the Holy Father wants.
Later, he stood near the main door of the Sistine Chapel. His mind was full of anger and shame. Sangallo stood behind him. His face looked tired and sad.
I did this to you, Sangallo said. I asked the Pope to build a great tomb. I told him to bring you here to make the statues. Since then, you have only had trouble.
You wanted to help me.
I cannot control the Pope. I should have understood Bramante better. I should have seen what kind of man he was. Because of him, I'm not an architect now, and you are not a sculptor anymore. Sangallo began to cry.
Michelangelo led him inside the chapel doorway. He put an arm around the old man's shaking shoulders.
Be patient, my dear friend, he said softly. We will find a way out of this problem.
You are young, Michelangelo. You still have time. I am old, and there is more bad news. I offered to build the scaffolding for you because I repaired this chapel before and know it well. But the Pope refused me. Julius already asked Bramante to build it. Now I only want to go back to my home in Florence and live quietly before I die.
Do not speak about dying, Michelangelo said. Let us think about this terrible building instead.
He lifted both arms and looked around the Sistine Chapel.
Explain this building to me. Why did they build it like this?
Sangallo explained that the chapel first looked more like a fortress than a church. Pope Sixtus wanted to protect the Vatican during war. At the top of the building there had been open walls where soldiers could fire cannons and throw stones at enemies. Later, the nearby Sant'Angelo fortress became stronger. A protected passage connected it to the papal palace. Then Pope Julius ordered Sangallo to change the Sistine roof and cover the old battle walls. Above the great ceiling vault were rooms for soldiers. Now those rooms were empty. Bright sunlight came through 3 tall windows. The light shone on the beautiful paintings by Botticelli and Rosselli. Long lines of light crossed the colored marble floor. The side walls were very large and high. They were divided into 3 parts up to the curved ceiling, which stood 68 feet above the floor. The lowest part of the wall was covered with tapestries. The middle part held painted frescoes. Above these paintings was a long stone ledge that came out from the wall. In the highest wall area were the windows. Portraits of popes stood on both sides of them. Michelangelo took a deep breath. Then he lifted his head and looked far up at the ceiling. It was painted light blue with gold stars. The space was enormous, and he had to fill it with paintings. Large curved sections rose from the upper walls into the ceiling vault. These rested on tall supports inside the walls. There were 5 of these sections on each side wall and 1 at each end. On these open spaces he was supposed to paint the 12 apostles. Above every window was a half-round space painted in brown color. The outer edges formed large triangle shapes, also painted brown. Now Michelangelo clearly understood why he received this work. The Pope did not want beautiful paintings only to match the older frescoes. The real reason was to hide the hard stone supports between the upper walls and the curved ceiling. His apostles were not made to bring attention to themselves. They were made to draw people's eyes away from the strange parts of the building. As an artist, he was no longer only a man who added decoration. He also covered the mistakes of other builders. He returned to San Gallo's house. There he spent the rest of the day writing letters. He wrote to Argento and asked him to come to Rome quickly. He wrote to Granacci and asked him to come to Rome and help him build a workshop. He also wrote to the Topolinos. He asked if they knew a stone worker who could help move and prepare the marble columns. The next morning, a servant came from the Pope. The servant told him that the house where his old marble blocks had stayed for 2 years was still free for him to use. He went to the Gaffati stone yard. He hired the family to carry the marble from Piazza San Pietro to the house. Some of the smaller marble blocks were gone. Someone had stolen them. He looked for Cosimo the carpenter. The neighbors thought Cosimo had died in Santo Spirito Hospital. That afternoon, Piero Rosselli came to the house. His face had many freckles, and he carried many bundles. He came to cook his fish stew from Livorno. While the caciucco cooked with oregano, Michelangelo and Rosselli looked around the house. Nobody had lived there since Michelangelo left quickly 2 years earlier. The kitchen was small and made of plain brick. Still, it was comfortable enough for cooking and eating. The old family room could become a good workshop. The covered porch had enough space for all the marble if they stacked it carefully. The 2 plain brick bedrooms could hold the workshop workers. In May, he signed his contract for the Sistine Chapel. The Pope gave him 500 large gold ducats. He paid the money he still owed to Balducci. Then he went to a furniture seller in Trastevere. He bought furniture that looked very much like the pieces Balducci had sold years before. He hired a young Roman boy to care for the house. The boy cheated him with the market bills, so Michelangelo sent him away. The second boy stole some gold coins from Michelangelo's purse. Later they discovered the theft. Granacci arrived at the end of the week. Before coming, he had stopped at a barber shop to cut his blonde hair. He had already visited the fine clothing shops in Piazza Navona. He brought new clothes to Michelangelo's house. There were black trunk hose, a shirt, a gold-embroidered cloak, and a small cap that sat on one side of the head.
I was never so happy to see anyone in my life. Michelangelo cried.
You must help me make a list of assistants.
Wait a little, Granacci said. His light blue eyes moved with excitement. This is my first visit to Rome. I want to see the city.
Tomorrow I will take you to the Colosseum, the baths of Caracalla, and the Capitoline Hill.
There is time for that later. Tonight, I want to visit the famous taverns I heard about.
I do not know anything about places like that. I am a worker. But if you really want to go, I will ask Balducci.
I am always serious about pleasure.
Michelangelo brought 2 chairs to the kitchen table. I want the painters who worked with us in Ghirlandaio's shop. Bugiardini, Tedesco, Cieco, Baldinelli, and Jacopo.
Bugiardini will come. Tedesco will come too, but I do not think he learned much more about painting. Jacopo will go anywhere if another man pays. But I do not know if Cieco and Baldinelli still work as painters.
What about Sebastiano da Sangallo?
He should come first. He says he follows your work. Every day, he copies your bathers and talks about it to young painters. I still need to find one more man. It is hard to get 5 painters free at the same time.
Let me give you a list of colors to buy. The colors here in Rome are very poor.
Granacci looked carefully at his friend. It seems you do not like anything in Rome.
Do Florentines ever like Rome?
I will like it. I heard about beautiful women here who live in lovely houses. Since I must stay and help you cover that ceiling with plaster, I will find an exciting woman.
A letter came with news that his uncle Francesco had died. After 40 years with the family, Aunt Cassandra returned to her parents' home. She started a case against the Buonarroti family. She wanted her dowry back and also wanted Francesco's debts paid. Michelangelo had never been close to his uncle, but family was very important to him. He felt sad because another older member of the Buonarroti family was gone. He also felt worried. His father clearly wanted him to fight Cassandra in court. He would need to hire a notary and manage the case. The next day he found the courage to return to the Sistine Chapel. Bramante was there. He directed workers who were building scaffolding from the ceiling. 40 long poles went through the cement ceiling and were tied together with ropes above.
There is a scaffolding that will keep you safe for the rest of your life.
You would like that, Bramante. But this work will only take some months. Bramante made him feel uncomfortable. The Pope alone probably would never have given him this difficult ceiling work. Michelangelo studied the scaffolding and frowned. What will you do with the holes in the ceiling after the poles come out?
We will fill them.
How will we reach the holes after the scaffolding is gone? Will we fly like birds?
I did not think about that.
And what about the ugly marks in the middle of my painting after I finish? We should speak to the Pope. The Pope was speaking to several secretaries at the same time. They were writing his letters. Michelangelo explained the problem in a few clear words.
I understand, Julius said.
He looked at Bramante with confusion. What did you want to do with those holes in the ceiling, Bramante?
Just leave them. We leave holes in building walls when we remove the poles that hold the scaffolding. It cannot be avoided.
Is that true, Buonarroti?
No, Holy Father. I will make a scaffold that never touches the ceiling. Then the painting will stay perfect.
I believe you. Take down Bramante's scaffold and build your own. Chamberlain, pay for Buonarroti's new scaffold. Michelangelo turned away and saw Bramante biting his lip. He told the carpenters to remove the scaffold. When all the wood and rope were on the chapel floor, Martino spoke. He was the hunchbacked leader of the carpenters.
Will you use these materials for your own scaffold? He asked.
Not the rope. You can keep it.
But the rope is valuable. You can sell it for a lot of money.
It is yours.
Martino was very happy.
Now I can give my daughter money for her marriage. She can marry now. People in Rome say you are a difficult man, Messer Buonarroti. Now I know that is not true. May God bless you.
That is exactly what I need, Martino. God's blessing. Come back tomorrow.
That night Michelangelo worked on the problem in his mind. His mind was his best workshop. He had never seen the kind of scaffold he promised to the Pope. He needed to invent it himself. The chapel was divided into 2 parts. Between them was a carved screen by Mino da Fiesole. One half was for ordinary people. The larger part was for priests and cardinals. Near the end stood the altar and the Pope's throne. On the back wall was a painting of the Virgin Mary's Assumption by Perugino. Perugino had once been Michelangelo's enemy. The chapel walls were thick and strong. They could carry great weight. Michelangelo thought about using wooden planks against the walls. More weight on the scaffold would press the planks harder against the walls. That would make the structure safer and stronger. But there was still a problem. He needed a way to hold the ends of the planks in place. He could not cut holes into the walls. Then he remembered the stone ledge that came out from the wall. The ledge was not strong enough to carry the full weight of the scaffold and workers, but it could help hold the planks in place.
It may work, said Piero Rosselli. He often built his own scaffolds.
Rosselli helped Martino place the planks and build the platform. Michelangelo and Rosselli tested it first. Then they called the carpenters one by one onto the scaffold. The more weight they added, the stronger the structure became. They were very happy. It was only a small success, but it gave Michelangelo strength to begin the work he did not want to do. Argento wrote that he could not leave his brother's farm until the crops were ready. Granacci also could not gather a team of helpers from far away by letter. I must go to Florence and help them finish their work. It may take 2 months. But I promise to bring back all the people you wanted.
I will make the drawings. When you return, we will be ready to start the cartoons.
Then summer became very hard. Bad air came from the marshes. People could not breathe well. Half the city became sick. Many had blocked heads and pain in the chest. Rosselli was Michelangelo's only friend during those hot days. Then Rosselli went away to the mountains. At dawn, Michelangelo climbed the ladder to his workplace. He badly missed his hammer and chisel. Instead, he spent the hot days making drawings for the 12 spaces where the apostles would be painted. He also cut paper shapes for the other wall spaces. The Pope wanted these places filled with decoration. By the middle of the morning, the ceiling area felt like an oven. Michelangelo could hardly breathe. During the hot afternoons, he slept very deeply. At night, he worked in the back garden. There he made designs for the large painted sky and stars that needed new plaster and decoration. The hot days and weeks passed slowly. Michelangelo felt lonely and trapped by the heat. Then a man named Mikey arrived. Michelangelo's father had found him in Florence. Mikey had once been a stone cutter in Certignano. He had always wanted to visit Rome. Mikey was about 50 years old. His face was rough and marked. He did not speak much. His short way of speaking sounded like a stone worker from Certignano. Mikey knew how to cook a few dishes from their hometown. Before he came, Michelangelo had often lived only on bread and weak wine for many days. In September, Granacci returned with a full workshop of helpers. Michelangelo smiled when he saw how much the old apprentices had changed with age. Jacopo was still thin and quick. His black eyes moved fast. He still had some dark hair and deep lines from laughing. Tedesco now had a thick beard that was more orange than his hair. He had become heavy and slow. Because of this, Jacopo often joked about him. Bugiardini still had a round face and wide eyes. Now he also had a bald place on the top of his head. Sebastiano da Sangallo was new to the group. Since Michelangelo had last seen him, he had become very serious. Because of this, the others called him Aristotle. He wore large mustache to honor his uncle Giuliano. Don Nino was the only man Michelangelo did not know. Granacci brought him because he said, "He is a very good draftsman."
He is the best of them all.
Don Nino was 42 years old. He looked like a hawk. He had a long face and a thin nose. His eyes and mouth were narrow. That evening, Granacci went to see if the woman he supported during the summer was still waiting for him. After that, the new workshop had a party. Granacci ordered large bottles of white Frascati wine. He also brought many trays of food from the Trattoria Toscana. After 3 long drinks from the Frascati bottle, Jacopo told a funny story. He spoke about a young man in Florence. Every evening, the man went to the baptistery and prayed loudly to St. John. He wanted to know about his wife's actions and his son's future.
Jacopo laughed and said, "I hid behind the altar and shouted, 'Your wife is with other men, and your son will die on the gallows.'" Then he asked, "Do you know what the young man answered?"
Jacopo laughed again.
He said, "Bad St. John, you always tell lies. That is why they cut off your head."
Everyone laughed for a long time. Then Bugiardini said he wanted to draw Michelangelo's face. When he finished, Michelangelo looked at the picture and laughed.
"Bugiardini, one of my eyes is still inside my head," he said.
After that, they played a drawing game with Don Nino. They let him win. Because of that, he had to pay for dinner the next day. Michelangelo bought another large bed in Trastevere. He, Bugiardini, and Sangallo slept in the room near the workshop. Jacopo, Tedesco, and Don Nino slept in another room down the hall. Bugiardini and Sangallo went out to buy wooden stands and planks. Then they built a long work table in the middle of the room. It was big enough for all 6 men. At 10 o'clock, Granacci arrived.
Jacopo laughed and said, "Be careful, everyone. Do not let Granacci carry anything heavier than charcoal, or he will fall down."
After all this joking, the studio began serious work. Michelangelo placed his drawings across the large table. He showed designs for the chapel ceiling. The large spaces at the ends were for St. Peter and St. Paul. On one side, the smaller spaces would show Matthew, John and Andrew, Bartholomew and James the Great. On the other side would be James the Less, Judas called Thaddeus, Philip, Simon, and Thomas. He drew one full apostle sitting on a tall throne. There were pillars on both sides. Above them were winged figures, round pictures, and curling decorations. By the first week of October, the house was in complete disorder. Nobody remembered to make beds, wash dishes, or clean the floor. Argento came from Ferrara. He was very happy to live with 6 other men in the house. For many days he cleaned, washed, and polished everything. He also cooked the meals. Only later did he begin to feel unhappy about Michelangelo's new work.
"I want to carve stone. I want to be a sculptor," Argento said.
"So do I, Argento," Michelangelo answered. "And we would do it one day. But first, you must be patient and help me cover that ceiling with paint."